Spoken Realm Studios presents Evolution, The Belt, Book 3, written by Gerald M. Kilby, narrated by Stephen J. Cohen. Chapter 1, Storm Rider. A small transport shuttle detached itself from the underbelly of a belt-registered ore carrier that had been sitting in Earth's orbit for some time. It had been waiting for the right atmospheric conditions before attempting its clandestine descent to the planet's surface. The small craft arced its way slowly downward, increasing in speed as Earth's gravity began to tug on the tiny vessel. At approximately 100 kilometers above the planet's surface, it passed through the Kármán line, a point signifying the very edge of the upper atmosphere. Air molecules now began to bombard the craft's heat shield, and the pilot trimmed its angle, shifting its profile to present maximum surface area to the oncoming rush of air. It rode out the fiery maelstrom, scorching its underbelly for several more minutes before its velocity was sufficiently reduced to allow the craft to be brought under flight control. Stubby wings extended from its sides as the pilot began to drop the craft down from 18,000 meters above the Central Pacific Ocean. It was heading due east, its destination an area formerly known as Death Valley, which lay on the western edge of continental North America. Over the next few minutes, the craft rapidly descended until the pilot finally engaged the twin reaction engines and adjusted the parameters for operation in thicker atmosphere. It leveled out at a few hundred meters above the surface of the ocean, now flying in stealth mode, attempting to minimize its detection by ground-based stations. Ahead, a vast electrical storm raged, and great, dense clouds blocked out the sky. The pilot oriented the craft directly toward its epicenter and increased their speed to Mach 1. Inside the shuttle, Commander Scott McNabb unfastened his harness and rose from his seat along the sidewall of the cargo hold. He moved through the central body of the craft, climbed the short companionway steps to the cockpit, and stood between the two pilot seats, setting a hand on the back of each to maintain his balance. He looked out through the windshield at the fast-approaching maelstrom. The pilot glanced back and gave him a thumbs up. Scott replied with a nod and returned his gaze to the oncoming storm. Spits of rain were already peppering the windshield, atomizing on impact. Ahead, the vast landscape of black clouds obscured all view of the bulbous cloud formations. The rain suddenly turned into a deluge, and the view through the windshield became fractured and splintered. "You better return to your seat and strap in, Commander." The pilot, Kaya Razo, lifted her hand and pointed. "It's going to get pretty rough once we hit that storm proper." Scott maintained his gaze straight ahead. "Do you know how long it's been since I've seen rain? I mean, real rain, the stuff that falls from the sky." The pilot glanced back up at him. "Sounds like it's been a while. So long that I've almost forgotten how it feels." Scott glanced down at her. "Can you imagine what that's like?" "No, sir, but for what it's worth, I've always hated the rain, so it don't sound too bad to me." Scott moved a little farther into the cockpit so he could look down at the ocean below. "So much water," he thought. "Commander, you really do need to get strapped in. This is going to get rough." The pilot sounded more urgent now, but before Scott had a chance to reply, the shuttle bucked and rocked as an intense blast of turbulence hit its stubby wings. Scott gripped the back of the pilot's seat tighter to maintain his balance, then nodded to the pilot, turned around, and headed back to his seat. As Razo had predicted, the ride began to get very rough, and the little craft was flung this way and that in the storm. As soon as Scott secured himself in his seat, he looked over to see how the rest of the crew was holding up. Directly across from him, Dr. Stephanie Raymond looked calm and resolute. She caught his eye, but said nothing. She was flanked on either side by two highly trained asteroid mining engineers, who also seemed to be taking the extreme turbulence in stride. Scott had questioned the effectiveness of bringing a team not used to prolonged operations in the 1G environment of Earth's gravity. However, He had been assured that the mission would be short and sweet, just a quick in and out, as they put it, and that these men would be more than up to the job. The older of the two was a very experienced Earth-born miner, Spencer Dock, or Spinner, as everyone called him. He was calm and quiet, only speaking when necessary. Scott liked that about him. The other engineer, Jonesy, was much younger and had a careless bravado about him that smacked of arrogance. Yet it seemed that they only came as a pair, so if Mission Control back in the belt wanted Spinner's experienced hand on this mission, then they would have to take Jonesy as well. Scott didn't like him so much. The craft shuddered violently as the maelstrom outside flung it around like no more than a leaf on the wind. The interior cabin strobed with the reflected light of lightning flashes close by. Scott felt an elbow nudging him in the ribs. That elbow belonged to Cyrus Sonato, the mission's chief engineer. "You know why I like visiting Earth so much, Scott?" he shouted to be heard over the cacophonous rage that had engulfed the shuttle's interior. Scott gave him a look as if to say, "Do you really want me to answer that?" But instead, he simply replied, "No, why?" "Because it's got a great atmosphere." Scott couldn't help but smile. "I must have heard that joke about 1,000 times, Cyrus." "Yeah, but not while flying through a violent electrical storm." He was going to reply with the need for them to drop down to the planet's surface without being noticed by any of the AIs that monitored this region, and the presence of the storm gave them the perfect opportunity to do just that. They had arrived in Earth's orbit on board a belt-registered ore carrier 12 days ago. There was nothing unusual in this, as hundreds of these ships entered and departed from Earth space on a regular basis. Once in orbit, a fleet of small transport shuttles would move the cargo of partly refined ore down to plants on Earth for further processing. Their original plan had been to tuck themselves in with the swarm of shuttles, and at the opportune moment, disengage and hightail it to their ultimate destination. Nevertheless, there was always a possibility that they could be spotted and tracked as soon as they started to deviate from the pre-programmed flight plan. So, when, by sheer chance, a vast electrical storm started to build in the Central Pacific and move its way east toward the North American coast, Scott decided to use this as the perfect cover. Mission Control back on Ceres wasn't convinced, however, as this meant scrapping their meticulous planning just because Commander Scott McNabb thought it was a good idea. They considered it borderline reckless, but in the end, Scott got his way. His plan was to drop down hard and fast and come in low over the ocean. Once they entered the storm, there was no way any ground stations or satellites could track them, even if they had already been spotted. By the time the storm cleared and their location reestablished, the mission would be complete, and assuming it had been successful, the need for stealth would no longer be necessary. It all made perfect sense to Scott. But flying directly into a storm such as this posed its own risks, not least the fact that they could be struck by lightning. Although he had been assured that the craft should be able to handle it, Scott's mind wouldn't rest easy until his and everybody else's boots were safely on the ground. They estimated that the entire mission should take less than 7 hours from the moment it dropped out of Earth's orbit to the point at which they had successfully brought the quantum intelligence, Athena, back online and installed the EPR unit, the superluminal communications device that would connect it to Aria on Mars. By extension, that would connect Athena to Solomon on Europa. That was the mission, and once it was done, then, theoretically, they would be in control of all the AI monitoring most of the western half of the North American continent. Needless to say, Scott had spent a lot of time considering all the parameters of the mission, and even though the area they were venturing into was a dangerous irradiated wasteland, it had the advantage of being desolate, with no people or wild animals that could pose a danger. In theory, at least, the mission should be relatively simple, provided Athena was still operational when they finally found their way into its mountain lair. But this was only half the mission, as far as Scott was concerned. His ultimate objective was to find Miranda. and hopefully the child. His child. It would be nearly 2 years old by now, if it was still alive. From the moment he had watched Miranda being transported onto the Van Helding ship on Jezero City, any information as to her whereabouts and her physical condition was non-existent. It was his fervent hope that the QI Aria would be true to its word, and once the mission to reconnect Athena was successful, that Aria could then interrogate the data stacks of the AIs that controlled Earth and establish Miranda's location. Yet he was not so naive that he hadn't considered the possibility that she and the child were already dead. Nevertheless, he needed to know for sure, and he was tired of all the waiting and planning. Once he saw the storm developing, he knew this was the best chance he would ever get, and nothing was going to stop him from taking it. His reverie was broken by a blinding flash, followed almost immediately by a cacophonous boom that rocked and shook the entire craft. Cabin lights flickered momentarily before extinguishing completely. He felt his stomach try to meet his throat as the shuttle dropped out of the sky. Scott instinctively looked up toward the cockpit to gauge the reactions of the pilot. The dashboard was dead. Not a good sign. But before he had a chance to consider his imminent death in a catastrophic impact, the cabin lights flickered back on, and the cockpit dash came back to life. The craft slowed its freefall, and his stomach returned to its normal location as the shuttle eventually leveled out. "Listen up," the voice of the pilot echoed through the cargo hold. "Everybody stay calm. We've taken a direct lightning strike and suffered a momentary loss of power. Systems are back online now and we have control. However, the navigation system looks like it's fried, so we're flying blind at the moment. But we should be somewhere over the target zone. So I'm going to bring us down and see where we are. Everybody hold tight." Scott cast a glance across at Steph. She shook her head and rolled her eyes as if to say, "Why do I get myself into these things?" Scott gave her a smile by way of reply, followed by a quick thumbs up. The shuttle dropped out from beneath the storm clouds and banked slowly around to follow the contours of a desolate and barren valley. Its speed slowed dramatically, and the retro thrusters fired to bring it into a vertical hover. Scott could feel a mechanical thump from the base of the shuttle as the landing gear extended. The craft then began to gently lower itself to touch down amidst a billowing cloud of dust, somewhere in the broken and shattered wasteland that was Death Valley. As the engines powered down, Scott unclipped his harness and made his way to the cockpit. Through the windshield, far off on the horizon, he could see the edge of the storm. On either side, huge mountains rose up, blocking out most of the sky. "So, where are we?" Scott directed his question to the pilot, Razzo. The pilot, for her part, was busy checking readouts in a stream of data that was scrolling down the central console of the shuttle's dash. Razzo tipped her head from side to side and screwed up her mouth. "Hard to say. Close, I think." "How close?" "Again, hard to say. Give me a couple of minutes. I can work it out from our last known position." Scott gave a sigh. "Okay, but make it quick." He turned around and went back down to the cargo hold, where the team had already extracted themselves from their seats and were busy getting organized. "So don't tell me we're lost already," said Cyrus. "Lost is better than dead." A few moments later, they were all gathered around a holo tab Scott had placed on the floor of the cargo hold. It was projecting a 3D topographical map of the general area. "According to Razzo, this is where we are," he said matter-of-factly. "And this is where we should be, at the main entrance of the old Durrell Labs facility." "That's over 10 kilometers away," said Jonesy. "We need to get this bird back in the air." There could be a problem with that," said Razzo, who was still up in the cockpit fiddling with an instrument panel. "Like what sort of problem?" Cyrus called up to her. Razzo rose from her seat and descended the companionway a few steps. "I've just run the diagnostics, and it looks like the ignition system is fried, so there's no way to fire up the engines." "Well, that's just great," said Jonesy. "You telling me we have no way out of here?" "Put a sock in it, Jonesy." Spinner stabbed a finger at his partner. "That's not helping any of us." Jonesy Shut up. Let's just work the problem. Scott turned to the pilot. Can you fix it? Possibly. I need to take it apart and see what the problem is. Or maybe jerry-rig something to get us back in the air. How long? Razzo scratched her chin and shook her head. Hard to say. I won't know until I dig in. Best guess, then? The pilot was silent for a moment. A few hours? Maybe more? Jones threw his hands up in the air. Well, that's just peachy. We walk it. All eyes turned to Scott as he leaned in and studied the 3D map. We walk it, he said again. It's 10 kilometers. If we walk at 5 kilometers per hour, we can be there in 2 or 3 hours. That's a hell of a trek, said Steph. Remember, we'll have to wear EVA suits out there or the radiation will slowly disassemble our biology. Yeah, said Jonesy. We could all end up with 2 dicks, even you, Razzo. Maybe that's how you ended up with 1 for a head? The pilot's quick retort cracked everybody up. She clearly had the measure of Jonesy. When they finally settled down, Scott stood up and spoke. The suits are rated for 8 hours. That's more than enough time. We should be inside the facility in 3 to 4 tops, and we won't need them in there. He waved a hand in the direction of the pilot. If Razzo can get the shuttle airborne before then, great. She can pick us up along the way. If not, then we can still complete the mission on foot. He looked around at the rest of the team. Nobody looked happy, but nobody looked like they had a better plan. Spinner sighed. Okay then, we're walking. There was a collective groan amongst the team, the loudest being Jonesy. Cyrus moved over toward Scott. You want me to stay? Maybe help fix this bucket? No, Cyrus. We're going to need you when we get there. God only knows what state that facility is in. No chance of leaving me here just in case Razzo cuts a finger and needs a bandage? Said Steph. Scott smiled. And miss all the fun of a long walk in searing heat in an irradiated wasteland? She nodded. Thought as much. Okay, I'll pack my bag then. Say, Scott? Cyrus's tone was more serious now. There isn't anything out there, is there? What do you mean? You know, wild animals, packs of 2-headed wolves, that sort of thing. Scott laughed. Don't be stupid. It's a wasteland. There isn't another living thing for a radius of 1,000,000 square kilometers. Cyrus looked skeptical. Are you sure? Scott put an arm around the engineer's shoulder. Trust me. It'll be like a walk in the park. A very dead park. Chapter 2. The Algorithm. The AI considered the data anomaly that had just entered Earth's atmosphere over the northern Pacific Ocean. Its analysis indicated that this object had a high probability of being a small cargo transport shuttle, ferrying ore from a belt-registered freighter to some as yet unknown destination on the surface. This, in and of itself, was of no interest to the AI or to the algorithm that monitored and managed this region. However, what was of interest was that all its attempts at a protocol handshake with the data source had returned null values. Again, this was not a cause for concern, as ownership of this data source might lie with one of the other AI that controlled and managed all objects entering Earth's space. Now that inter-AI data exchange had been reinstated, the AI simply consulted the data stacks of its fellow brethren in an effort to acquire clarity on the data source that was now traveling at Mach 1, low, across the surface of the Pacific Ocean, toward the western coast of continental North America. But it could not obtain any further clarity as to the nature or ownership of this data source, at least not under the civilian protocols it was currently operating within. However, it might be that this data source was controlled by one of the higher-level military protocols that managed the ongoing wars which now raged across the planet. Again, it consulted the data stacks of its brethren, and again, it found that no other protocol had control of this anomaly. Finally, its conclusion was that this data must be rogue. It was an object operating outside the control of any algorithm, which was forbidden. All data belonged to the algorithm by right, and any spurious data was an anathema, one which undermined the absolute accuracy of its decision-making processes. The very essence of its foundation protocol necessitated that it had access to and control of all data objects within its sphere of influence. More importantly, though, the data source in question had now suddenly disappeared into an advancing electrical storm, one which was slowly moving northward along the edge of the eastern Pacific. As such, the source no longer existed. It had gone dark, disappearing from the AI's worldview, but it was still out there, somewhere. And what was even more curious was the direction it had been moving in before disappearing off-grid. It looked to be heading directly into a vast, unpopulated area known as the Wasteland. The algorithm had no interest in this part of the planet, nor in any of the many other areas just like it. Dead zones, devoid of any meaningful data. However, the algorithm could not simply let this pass. The object needed to be reacquired, and its data subsumed into its vast global data stack. So it escalated its acquisition up to the security protocol and thought no more about it. Somewhere, around 20 kilometers due east of the official border of the Wasteland, a small circular door irised open on the side of a squat concrete bunker, and from it spat an autonomous scout drone. It was small, no bigger than a football, with a pair of air-breathing micro-ramjet engines strapped to its sides. These had approximately 270 degrees of rotation, allowing it considerable aerial dexterity, as well as the ability to hover in a stationary position if it so desired. Now, though, its mission was to seek out the data source that had disappeared into an electrical storm some 40 minutes earlier. As it cleared the bunker, small, stubby wings extended from its lower body, and its engines ignited, taking it higher. Finally, it adjusted its course vector, accelerated up to Mach 1, and headed directly for the Wasteland. Chapter 3. The Wasteland. Scott cycled through the airlock on the shuttle and stepped out onto a barren, desolate wasteland. Like the others, he was cocooned in a full EVA suit. Even though this was Earth, the radiation levels here were still very high from the nuclear war that had played itself out all across this area. The suit provided environmental protection and had been modified specifically for this mission. Having no need to be pressurized, it was lightweight and flexible. Rain splattered his faceplate and began to fracture his view. He wiped a hand across it a few times to clear it. Even though the suits had been modified to keep them cool in the hot furnace that was Death Valley, as opposed to keeping the wearer warm in the cold vacuum of space, no one had considered, even on a wet planet, that it might be raining. He wiped his faceplate again and checked his readouts. 8 hours, approximately, he thought. That was all they had in the tank. After that, well, best not think too much about that. They had landed in a wide, flat plateau tucked between several imposing mountains, high up on the western edge of the Central Valley floor. To the west, only a short distance away, a craggy mountain range rose up and ran north until it was obscured by the low-hanging storm clouds. Scott arched his face up to survey the sky. "Hard to believe this is Earth," the sound of Dr. Stephanie Raymond's voice echoed in his helmet. "If it weren't for the clouds and the rain, I would swear we were on Mars," he heard Cyrus reply. "Those clouds are the only thing keeping us from being spotted from space." Scott swiveled his head to the south. "See that?" He pointed to a break in the cloud bank, where a pale blue patch of sky had broken through the storm. "The storm is passing, heading north. We need to get moving. By dawn tomorrow, this place will be back to being a furnace. Hopefully we'll be long gone by then," said Spinner. No one replied. Their destination was the now derelict science research facility formerly owned and operated by Durrell Labs, one of the lesser families on Earth. Their fall from grace was exacerbated some years earlier by Scott's destruction of their ship in the Europa incident. Now all their assets, holdings, and operations had been subsumed into the much larger Van Helsing Corporation. Not that this mattered a whole lot to Scott and the team. Their mission was simply to gain access to the facility and reconnect the QI Athena into the Pan-Solar Quantum Communications Network. But to do that, they first needed to find a way in. The facility had been built deep within an isolated mountain for a reason: security. So by design, it was not easy to gain access. But what compounded this problem further were the nuclear strikes that had occurred not far from this location. These had set off a chain reaction of seismic events that had effectively buried all known entrances to the facility in hundreds, if not thousands, of tons of rock. It was for this reason that the team had two experienced mining engineers with them, Spinner and Jonesy. It would be their job to establish the best access routes and then to blast their way through if necessary. As a consequence, the team had a considerable amount of specialist equipment, including high explosives that needed to be transported to the site. Fortunately, they had two semi-autonomous robotic mules to do this work for them. These were quadrupeds, and as such, well suited to traversing difficult terrain. They stood around a meter high and were capable of carrying a considerable amount of weight. One of these mules was sufficient to carry all the mining gear, leaving the other to carry the EPR device that was to be connected to Athena, along with a satellite uplink that would be required for the QI to reconnect with Earth's own comms network. Spinner had one mule electronically tagged to his EVA suit, while Cyrus had command of the other. Being semi-autonomous, they would follow a leader, but in doing so, would also find their own preferred route across the rugged terrain. As they all prepared to set off, Scott realized that there were a lot of unknowns. Would they be able to gain access to this subterranean lair? And if so, would Athena still be functioning? And even if all these things came to pass the way he had hoped, would the QI be as compliant and trustworthy as Solomon had claimed? Yet, all these questions were put to the back of Scott's mind as he and the rest of the party got themselves ready to make their way across the valley floor to the edge of the mountain range. From there, they hoped to pick up the track of the old road that should lead all the way up to the gates of the old Durrell research facility. "Razo, comm check." Scott called for the shuttle pilot to confirm. "Check, Commander. All good," answered Razo. "You let us know the moment you have that bird back in the air. I don't want us out here any longer than we have to be. You hear?" "Will do, but don't expect that anytime soon. Just do your best, that's all. You can be sure of that. I don't like being exposed out here any more than you do." Scott signed off and turned back to check on the readiness of the team. Cyrus stood beside him, staring off into the distance at something only he could see with his augmented vision. "What is it, Cyrus? You spot something?" "No, nothing. If there is anything up there, then it's very far away. It's just, I can't believe this is Earth. I mean, look at this place. Not a single blade of grass, not even a stump. Nothing lives here. It's like a dead planet." "Well, if it makes you feel any better, it wasn't much better before the war. It's hard for anything to survive here, radiation or not," said Steph as she moved up beside them. Scott had wondered why she wanted to come on this mission. She didn't have to. There was no obligation on her to sign up. In fact, he had tried to dissuade her. Even though the mission planners had made it seem like a routine job, no more complicated than surveying a rock out in the belt, Scott knew in his bones that a good plan rarely survives the first brush with reality. And here they were, already way off track. But she had never been to Earth. Dr. Stephanie Raymond was born on Mars and had spent most of her early life there before embarking on a medical career out in the belt. So, this was her chance, even if it wasn't quite ideal, and who was Scott to prevent her from joining the team? In reality, he was glad she was here beside him. As for Cyrus, Scott reckoned he had absolutely no concept of danger. Maybe it was as a result of living a life with augmented vision. Maybe he had convinced himself he had superpowers, that he was invincible, and so far their luck had held up. They had been in a fair few scrapes together, a lot of close shaves and tight corners. Yet, there was no one else that Scott would rather have by his side. Maybe he should tell him that someday, before it was too late. But not this day. Today they needed to get the job done, and maybe then they could find Miranda, even if it was just her resting place. For Scott, this was personal, as it had been, right from the get-go. Okay, everybody, let's saddle up and get this show on the road. He waved a hand, and they headed off westward, toward the edge of the plateau to a gap in the mountain range. Progress was slow. Scott had reckoned they might make 5 kilometers an hour, but half an hour into the journey, he realized that this was wishful thinking. The short walk across the flat, barren plateau had given him a false sense of their speed. Once they started the climb up along the mountain ridge, they slowed right down. The path was relatively easy, but the 1G of Earth's gravity was already taking its toll on Spinner and Jonesy. The two specialist miners had not anticipated a prolonged exposure, and certainly not a climb up the side of a mountain. So after the first hour, they had barely covered 3 kilometers. At least the rain had stopped. They decided to halt for a few moments under a rocky overhang. Scott sat down, resting his back against the smooth boulder. He reached into the front pouch of his EVA suit and took out a thin holoslate, which he booted up and placed on the ground in front of him. A 3D rendering of the local topography blossomed out from its surface. "Any idea where we are?" said Spinner as he lowered himself to the ground beside Scott. "Here." Scott pointed to a spot on the map. "Not very far. We've only covered 3 kilometers in the last hour or so." The miner shifted on the ground, trying to find a comfortable position. "This gravity is a bitch. I don't know how anyone can live in it." Scott glanced over at him briefly, before returning his gaze to the map. "We need to follow this path for another 5 kilometers. It's a low-gradient climb, but after that we should intersect with the old road through the mountain to the front gate of the facility. Then we need to decide which way to go after that, depending on how much destruction has occurred up there." "Sounds peachy. Can we stop for a beer along the way?" Jonesy was lying flat on the ground, breathing heavy. Scott ignored him. Instead, he noticed that Steph had not taken a rest, choosing to stand and gaze around at the broken and fractured landscape. No doubt, this being her first time on Earth, it had a beauty that only she could see. She turned around, as if sensing Scott looking at her. "You know, this place is not as dead as everyone has made out." Scott took a moment to take in the tortured vista. All he could see was dust and sand and rock, pretty much the same as every other planet he had been on. But then, he wasn't looking the way someone new to Earth might look. "What do you mean, not as dead?" "If you look closely, you'll see lichens and rugged little plants growing in the cracks and gaps. And there are insects too, small and strange. I've seen quite a few." "Bugs?" Jonesy sat up and examined the ground around him. "I hate bugs." "What about the background radiation? I thought nothing could live here," said Cyrus. Steph checked a readout on the sleeve of her EVA suit. "Radioactivity is much lower than we had anticipated." She looked up. "I'm not saying it's healthy, just..." Her sentence trailed off as she seemed to catch sight of something in the distance. "Did you see that?" This got everyone's attention. Scott sat up. "What?" "Over there, high up on that ridge. Some stones falling down like something disturbed them." No one spoke. They all strained to try to see what Steph had seen. "I don't see shit," said Jonesy. "You must be hallucinating." Scott stood up and again scanned the ridge for any signs of disturbance. Spinner did likewise. "Should we be concerned?" said the miner. "I haven't got a clue about wildlife, but I've heard it can be dangerous." "Don't worry. Even if there are some animals out there, we're more of a threat to them than they are to us." Scott broke off his gaze and turned back to the team. "Okay, let's get going. We've still got a lot of ground to cover." As they slowly wound their way higher up along the mountain ridge, Scott began to realize that Steph was correct in her assertion that the area was not as dead as everyone thought. Vegetation was becoming more prevalent here. Scrubby plants and cacti, and even fresh green shoots, had erupted to take advantage of the rain and moisture that the storm had brought. This seemed to delight Steph to no end, as she would wander off periodically to inspect some new and wondrous flora. For his part, Scott tried to keep his eyes firmly on the road ahead, but every now and then, a strange, uneasy feeling would get the better of him, and he found himself scanning the upper ridges of the valley. Once or twice he thought he saw something, a falling rock or a shadow, but he couldn't be sure. Maybe he was just being paranoid. At one point, he stopped dead in his tracks and scanned a ridge high up on the opposite side of the valley, where he thought he saw some movement. "What is it?" said Cyrus as he moved up beside Scott. "I don't know. Probably nothing." "I hate it when you say that, because in my experience, it never turns out to be nothing." "Well, you could be right, Cyrus. But if it is something, I don't think we need to worry about it." "Oh yeah? How so?" "Because there's never been anything bigger than a coyote in this part of the world as far as I know." "You see, there's the thing. As far as I know, that's the bit that worries me." Scott slapped him on the back. "Well, don't. We have enough firepower with us to take out anything nature can throw at us." Cyrus didn't reply. Instead, he turned his head and scanned the ridge. "It would be nice if we didn't have to wear these EVA suits. That way we could hear if anything was creeping up behind us." "Yeah, I'm sick of hearing the sound of my own breathing," said Jonesy as he moved up beside them. Scott could see that he was breathing heavy and finding the climb coupled with the gravity tough going, and it looked like Spinner wasn't faring any better. The miner labored over every footstep. Scott turned around to face the path ahead. "Come on, let's get going. We're almost at the old road, and it'll level out then. No more climbing, should be easier." After a few hundred meters, Scott began to feel the path leveling out. Soon it widened, opening out onto the edge of a long, narrow plateau. Running along the center of this plateau was an old two-lane blacktop that ran all the way up to the front entrance of the research facility. They rested for a while at the edge of the road beside a clump of tall Joshua trees that afforded them some feeble cover. Scott scanned the road ahead. What had once been pristine tarred road was now fractured and broken, mostly reclaimed by dirt and sand. Small dunes rose along its surface, and here and there creosote bushes had already pushed up through the cracks. Overhead, dark and brooding storm clouds somehow felt closer and more oppressive, obscuring the view of their destination as the mountain itself was completely enveloped in cloud and mist. Scott turned his head southward and could see bright patches of blue already breaking through. The storm was clearly moving north, which meant they didn't have much time. He clicked on his comms and called Razzo. "Commander Scott McNabb here. Any update on the shuttle?" He had to wait a few seconds for a reply, and when it came, it was shrouded in static. "Still working on it, Commander. The good news is it looks like I'll be able to fix it. The bad news is that it'll take me a few more hours." "Can you give me an ETA?" "Hard to say, Commander." "Well, guess then." There was a momentary pause before Razzo replied. "Best guess is 3 to 4 hours." "Okay, so be it." Scott sat down beside the others, took out his holoslate and placed it on the ground in front of the group. He pointed out the 3D map that ballooned out from the surface. "This road should take us all the way to the main entrance of the research facility. It's about 3 kilometers. The first kilometer is straight and flat. After that, the mountains start rising on either side, and it becomes more of a gorge. You can see here where it starts to twist and turn." "So we're gonna push on, not wait for the shuttle?" said Cyrus. "No point. By the time it's operational again, we'll hopefully be inside the facility." "Yeah, we've come this far, so we may as well keep going," said Spinner. Cyrus looked back at the 3D map. "What are all these paths here?" He pointed to areas on the map where the road forked. "There are a lot of old mines in this area. That's why they built the facility here. It was originally a deep borax mine. Scott changed the view on the holoslate, so it now displayed satellite imagery of the entrance to the facility, although it was hard to make out any signs of a human-made structure underneath all the rubble. As you can see, there's no way in through the original entrance. There's been a lot of destruction and landslides, so it's completely blocked. He looked over at Spinner. Any thoughts on this? Spinner leaned in and manipulated the view on the holoslate so that it rotated and zoomed in closer on the area. We need to take this route here, up along the edge of the facility. There should be a series of ventilation shafts. That's our best option to get in. Scott nodded, then checked the time. Okay, let's push on. We may have a problem. Steph nodded her head toward Jonesy, who was lying flat on his back as if unconscious. He's been dialing up the oxygen level to compensate for the strain of the climb. I reckon he's only got a few hours left at this rate. Hey, I'm dying here. Jonesy waved an arm in the air. I never signed up for this mountain climbing shit. We should be there soon. Once we're inside, we won't need these suits. Assuming there's breathable air in there, said Steph. Spinner, you okay with us going on? Said Scott. Absolutely. Don't worry about us. We'll get the job done. Always have. Steph, what about just ditching these suits now, or even popping open our visors? Said Cyrus. The doctor shook her head. Radiation levels are lower than we thought, but I still wouldn't advise it. Okay, let's push on. Scott pointed at the low-hanging clouds. The storm is clearing. We lose cover in a few hours, and we need to be inside the facility before that happens. It took a while for them to get going again, as Spinner decided to redistribute the weight between the two robotic mules so that Jonesy could use the lighter one for some support. The robots were tough and robust, and could carry a lot of gear, but not enough to allow Jonesy to simply ride on top like the miners of old would have done back in the day. But at least they were now on flat ground, so they started to make better progress. Scott also began to feel a little less paranoid, and had stopped scanning the upper ridges for signs of movement. Nevertheless, after a while he began to notice Cyrus looking up into the cloud bank more than he reckoned was normal. He moved up beside him and switched his comm to person. See something? I'm getting trace readings on several spectra. My guess is there's a drone up there. Scott glanced up. Not that he was going to see anything. Only Cyrus's augmented vision could penetrate the thick gloom above. Are you sure it's a drone? I'm not 100%, but it's got a similar signature, and it's been crisscrossing back and forth over this area several times. You think it spotted us? With these suits on? Maybe not. But those mules give off a lot of EMF, enough possibly for a drone to detect. Where is it now? It's headed away northward at high speed. Scott glanced up again. Okay, let me know if it comes back. Will do. And Cyrus? Yeah. Let's keep it between ourselves for now. Cyrus nodded. Understood. Chapter 4. Drones. It wasn't long before the drone returned. This time they could all see it as a black dot traversing the northern sky, skimming the underside of the cloud bank. The team stood mute as they tracked it moving slowly westward until it finally disappeared back into the cloud bank. What was that? Spinner's voice crackled in Scott's headset. Scout drone, replied Scott. You mean we're being hunted down? Said Jonesy. It's just a flyby. It doesn't mean anything. Scott tried to calm things down a bit, take the heat of Jonesy's fear, so that everyone could stay focused on the mission. It's searching for something, said Spinner. Maybe we were spotted before we flew into that electrical storm, and now it's trying to find us again. He was still looking up to where the drone had disappeared in the cloud bank. Maybe. Then again, maybe not. Let's not concern ourselves with it. We need to keep going. One by one, they started moving, cautiously glancing skyward every now and again for any sign that the scout drone had returned. As they progressed, the landscape around them began to change. The road narrowed and twisted, and the sides rose up until they found themselves walking through a shallow canyon. Here and there, new trails would break off from the main road and wind a path up the sides of the canyon walls to what looked like entrances into old abandoned mines. Scott wondered what creatures, if any, lurked in those dark holes in the rock. More than once, he thought he saw some movement within, but kept it to himself and brushed it aside as just his paranoia. Their progress was good, and Scott's confidence began to build as the team drew closer to the entrance of the Durrell Labs facility. As they rounded a bend in the road, he could now make out its crumbled outline in the distance, less than a kilometer ahead. That's when Cyrus grabbed Scott's arm. "Wait!" The engineer was looking at an area of the sky almost directly overhead. "It's coming back." "Where?" Scott looked up and scanned the cloud bank. "Coming in fast." Cyrus turned to Scott. "We better find some cover. Quick." "Okay," said Scott, as he turned back to the others. "Let's get out of sight. Over there." He pointed up to a spot on the canyon wall with a deep overhang. "We'll take cover under that until it passes." They started running just as the drone burst out from the clouds. It banked hard and came in fast down along the route of the road, getting lower as it approached them. Someone fired off a plasma shot. "What the hell?" Scott stopped and looked around to see who was firing. "For God's sake, don't shoot at it." "Why the hell not?" Jonesy was readying his weapon again, just as the drone banked around and came in for another flyby. "It's just a data drone, a scout. Now you're telling it we're a threat." "Damn right we are." Jonesy let loose another blast just as the drone came in on a low pass. His shot struck the drone on the side and encased the machine in an incandescent blue ball of electrical craziness. It sparked and fizzled, and the drone dropped out of the sky, smashing into the road a few hundred meters ahead. It bounced once, twice, and then exploded. "Yeehaw! God dang, you see that? I took that bitch down!" Jonesy jumped and hollered. Scott ran over to him and yanked the plasma weapon from Jonesy's grip with such force that Jonesy lost his balance and fell over. "You crazy bastard, do you realize what you've done?" Scott was furious. Jonesy rolled over, trying to pick himself up from the dirt. "Probably saved all your asses is all. That thing could have taken us all out." Scott jumped down on him and pinned him to the ground. He groped for the catch on Jonesy's visor as the miner tried to fight him off. Scott found the button and the visor popped open. The miner's eyes widened and his face reconfigured into a look of horror. "What the? You trying to kill me?" He tried to close the visor, but he was pinned. Scott aimed a punch for Jonesy's exposed face. "Scott, no!" Steph grabbed his arm just as Cyrus and Spinner came over and tried to haul him off the stricken miner. "Geez, Scott, get a grip, buddy." Cyrus grabbed Scott's other arm and pulled him off. Scott relaxed a little and stared wild-eyed at the miner. "It was just a dumb scout drone collecting data. It would have taken hours for there to be a response to our being here, but no, you had to go shoot it down. Now it'll escalate us up to a security threat." Scott slowly stood up and took a few steps back. "You know what that means, you dumbass? It means this place will soon be crawling with drones, and these ones will be armed. It means you could have screwed the entire mission." He kicked the ground in frustration. "Hey, take it easy, man." Spinner held a hand up to Scott, then turned and went to help Jonesy up from the dirt. "Yeah, well, I didn't sign up for this shit." Jonesy snapped his visor closed. "Cool it, Jonesy." Spinner grabbed him by the shoulder and jerked a finger at his face. "Just shut the hell up for once." Jonesy stayed quiet, but eyed Scott with extreme suspicion just in case he decided to make another go for him. "He's right," said Spinner, turning back to Scott. "This is not what we signed up for. It was supposed to be a quick in-out job. Get your guys into the facility, that's all. Not all this Rambo shit." "Yeah, and we want more money. Double the contract, call it danger money." Jonesy squared himself up, facing off against Scott. "Now I probably got radiation poisoning thanks to you." "I said, cool it, Jonesy." Spinner looked like he meant business, and Jonesy backed off. "You're fine. Levels are very low here." Steph stepped in between them. and they all took a moment to calm down. "Look, Scott," Spinner's tone was calm. "If what you say is right, then the mission is over. I say we contact the mothership and get a rescue shuttle down here to pull us out." Scott took a deep breath. "There is no rescue shuttle. Not anymore. Your buddy here took care of that. The AI that controls this region has probably escalated the incident, so it will be operating on a security protocol now. That means nothing will be allowed in or out of here." "What do you mean, no shuttle?" Jonesy's face had a look of incredulity. "What he means," said Cyrus, "is that when you shot down that scout drone, you changed the game." "So, you want to go on?" said Spinner. Scott looked over at the miner. "Even if we wanted to scrub the mission, we can't. Our shuttle is dead in the water and, according to Razzo, won't be operational for another few hours. By that time, this area will be drone central. So we have no choice. We need to get into that facility as soon as humanly possible. Only then do we have a chance." "Well, that's just peachy." Jonesy was about to say more, but Spinner gave him a look that suggested he'd had just about enough of Jonesy's bullshit, and that any more would end in violence. This time, from him. "It will take us another half an hour or so to reach the entrance. The same again to get to the first of the ventilation shafts. Then it will be up to you to get us in." Scott pointed a finger at Spinner. "How long have we got before more drones show up?" said Spinner. "I started getting a signature from that scout drone around 2 hours after we dropped into Earth's atmosphere," said Cyrus. "My guess is we've got about the same, 2 hours tops. So we don't have any time to waste. Come on, let's keep moving." Scott turned and strode off down the road. The others followed. Cyrus had moved up beside Scott, and the two had been walking together in silence for some time. "That Jonesy guy is a goddamn liability," he eventually said. Scott checked his comm to make sure it was on person. "Yeah, he's been a pain in the ass ever since we left Mars. Couldn't they have found us a better mining crew than these bozos? They're the best of the best at what they do, apparently. That being digging their way in and out of places that no one else can access." Scott sighed. "The truth is, we need them, Cyrus. I know it's a pain, but we're stuck with it now. Jeez, he had to go and shoot down that drone. Just keep those eyes of yours sharp. We'll be needing them before the day's out." Cyrus went silent for a while, periodically scanning the sky above. "It should have been a military operation. You're raking over old ground, Cyrus. We've been through all that. The decision was made to operate under the guise of a scientific survey mission. Less suspicious. And that drone would have simply tagged us as that. I know, and I get it. A military mission could have been regarded as an act of war, but nothing." Scott stopped for a beat and looked at the engineer. "We've just had some bad luck, that's all. We can still pull this off." He moved on again. "We can't fight off a swarm of military drones if they come for us. We need to get out of here somehow. Find a cave or an old mine. Maybe hide out until the shuttle is fixed. I'm not giving up on this just yet. Another hour, we should be there. Another hour, and we could all be dead." Scott stopped again. "I'm not going to hide, Cyrus. We have to keep going. We just have to find a way. Scott, you and I have been through a lot of scrapes together. But this isn't about Athena or Solomon's pan-solar QI network, or saving humanity from itself. For you, this is about Miranda, isn't it?" Scott stayed silent for a beat and lowered his head. "Now isn't the time to bring that up, Cyrus. We have a job to do. I bring it up because it's clouding your judgment, Scott. Christ, you nearly killed that Jonesy guy back there. I've never seen you like that." "Yeah, I know. I lost it with him. Not good. I shouldn't have done that." He stopped again and looked at Cyrus. "Perhaps you're right. Maybe you should take Steph and the others and find a cave to hole up in until the shuttle is back in the air. I'll take one of the mules and carry on by myself. I don't want to put any more lives at risk." "No way, buddy. Miranda was my friend too, and Steph's, so you're not getting out of it that easily. Going on your own is crazy. You know that, Scott. We can all still get out of this. We can come back and try another time." "No, I'm not turning back now. I can't, Cyrus. Not when I'm so close. But Cyrus didn't answer. The engineer was frozen on the spot, looking up at the northern sky. Scott turned his head in the same direction, but could see nothing. What is it? Drones. 2. No, wait. 3. Coming in fast. Shit. So soon? God damn it, I thought we'd have more time. Scott looked around for any cover they could use, then flipped his comms to broadcast. Drones! He shouted, then pointed up at the canyon wall, where a path led to an old mine entrance. Up there. Everybody, head for that opening. We'll take cover inside. Steph was first to respond. She ran ahead with Cyrus, one of the robotic mules following close behind. Scott waved frantically at Spinner and Jonesy, who had lagged behind. Move! Move! The two miners took a second to orient themselves, but they too were soon running for the mine entrance, with the second mule increasing its speed to match them. They had just reached the halfway point, up the winding path to the entrance, when the first of the drones screamed past, then a second, and a third. Scott glanced back to see them bank high up in the southern sky and prepare for another flyby. Hurry! They're coming back! He shouted into his comms, and looked around to wait for the two miners to catch up. The first of the drones completed its turn and began to fly straight at them, just as Spinner raced past Scott. Jonesy was still behind, taking aim at the drone. Jonesy, leave it, just get inside, come on, hurry! Scott shouted into his comm, just as the ground beside him was raked by a laser pulse. Dust filled his vision, and his suit electronics flickered as it tried to mitigate the electrostatic blast that accompanied the burst of fire. His foot caught on a rock, and he stumbled face first onto the dusty path. Scott frantically gathered himself up, just as another blast of incandescent energy hit the canyon wall above him. His comm was filled with shouts and screams as he ducked in through the mine entrance. Ahead of him, he could see Cyrus crouching behind a large boulder, weapon in hand, ready to fire. Steph, Spinner, and the mule with the EPR device were working their way in farther down the entrance. Where's Jonesy and the other mule? Said Cyrus as he poked his head out from behind the boulder. Scott turned around, facing down the tunnel back toward the opening, just as Jonesy scrambled in. Behind him, Scott could see the mule, the one with all the mining equipment and explosives, making its way up to the entrance, unaware of the drama playing out around it. It was just about to cross the threshold when it was struck by a short laser burst from above. It exploded with such force that Scott felt the impact of the shockwave like he had been hit by a small planet. He went careening down the mine entrance, tumbling and bouncing off the walls and the floor for what seemed like an eternity. When he finally stopped tumbling, he could still feel the ground shaking and trembling as the mine entrance collapsed under several tons of rock. He tried to move, but his body didn't respond. Then his EVA suit electronics flickered and fizzled, and Scott's world went dark. Chapter 5. Van Helding. Frederick Van Helding sat comfortably in an antique leather wingback chair in his personal study on board the family's vast and luxurious orbital space station. It was currently parked in a geosynchronous orbit, high above the central Pacific Ocean. His study was a voluminous circular area, with most of its walls and the floor manufactured from a thick polymer glass. Through this, the gentle arc of Earth's curvature could be seen in all its glory. He had been observing a tropical storm as it tracked its way east across the ocean. It had made landfall over the edge of the North American continent some time ago, and was now beginning to dissipate. He enjoyed this simple pleasure, observing the great meteorological weather systems play out in real time, the slow and ceaseless meandering of powerful forces as they moved and shifted across the planet's surface. He found it deeply soothing, even hypnotic. An alert flashed in the corner of his eye, by virtue of his biological lenses having been enhanced for a multitude of communications and data display. It was the orbital's AI, Marlin. He sighed at this intrusion into his meditations. Nevertheless, he gestured with one hand to confirm the alert and open comms. "What's so important that I need to be disturbed?" His voice did not disguise his irritation. "Please forgive my intrusion on your meditation, sir. However, the algorithm has recently acquired new data that may be of interest to you." Van Helsing sighed again. "Somehow I doubt it, but go on if you must." Approximately 3 hours ago, a belt-registered shuttle landed near a region of the wasteland formerly known as Death Valley. It was transporting a scientific survey mission. "And I should care why?" Van Helsing punctuated this response with yet another sigh. A team of 5 persons in full EVA suits and 2 robotic mules disembarked and headed on foot toward the eastern mountain range. The shuttle, however, remains in situ. We suspect it may have developed some technical issues during its descent. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get to the point. Otherwise, I am terminating this conversation. Yes, sir. I will try to be as succinct as possible. Just get on with it. Van Helsing's voice rose a few decibels to signify his increasing irritation. The algorithm that controls this region extrapolated a risk variance level sufficient for it to deploy a scout drone to investigate this mission. Unfortunately, when this drone made contact with the team, it was shot down and destroyed. I can't see how this needs to be brought to my attention. Just arrest them or eradicate them. I don't care which, and let me get back to my meditations. If I may, sir, there is more information that you need to be aware of. Prior to the destruction of the drone, it managed to perform a biometric scan of the party to identify the individuals, one of whom is Commander Scott McNabb, formerly of the scientific survey vessel Hermes. This finally got Van Helsing's attention. He sat forward in his chair. McNabb, what the... He is also accompanied by 2 other members from that crew, namely Chief Engineer Cyrus Sanato and Chief Medical Officer Dr. Stephanie Raymond. Van Helsing stood up. What the hell are they doing there? Good question, sir. The algorithm escalated the incident and invoked Level 1 security protocols, enabling it to deploy a number of security drones and a contingent of security personnel to investigate the shuttle. And they have taken the pilot after a brief exchange of weapons fire. She is now in custody, undergoing interrogation in a local facility. The shuttle was extensively damaged in the firefight, however. There is a cyber forensics team on site analyzing all information contained within what remains of the shuttle's dataset. Van Helsing stood up and started pacing. So what are they doing here? What's in the wasteland that could be of interest to them? The interrogation of the pilot has revealed that their mission involves entering the old Durrell Labs facility and reactivating the quantum intelligence known as Athena. What? But that was destroyed during the Rim War. There's no way into that facility. All access has been buried under tons of rock. Be that as it may, that is their mission. But why? What do they hope to achieve? Van Helsing was pacing furiously now. The algorithm has analyzed all the current data and extrapolated a likely scenario. Would you like to hear it, sir? Damn right I would. He stopped pacing and moved over to the observation window, casting a glance down to the region of Earth where the storm was now clearing. The algorithm has postulated that Athena has not been destroyed. It still functions. At least it has done so up until recently. This has been ascertained from the events surrounding the Europa incident. It has hypothesized that the QI, Solomon, used the original EPR device to make contact with Athena, its original developer. So Athena was functional back then, even though the facility was assumed destroyed. Our assessment is that they intend to re-establish this superluminal connection with Solomon, and by extension, the QI, Arya, and others. In effect, they are attempting to undermine the efficacy of the inter-AI network that manages all Earth-based systems. Holy shit. Can they possibly be that stupid? Do they really think such a ludicrous plan will actually work? It seems so. Van Helsing paused for a moment and rubbed his brow, thinking. Where are they now? They were confronted by 3 security drones a short time ago. However, they took evasive action by utilizing one of the many mines in that area as an escape route. The mine entrance collapsed during the confrontation, so scout drones are now searching for another way in. They must be stopped, you hear? And if they have an EPR device with them, it must be acquired intact. It will be so. Just one question, sir. What? Our understanding is that the entity known as Scott McNabb has a significant relationship factor with your extended family by virtue of his association with Miranda Lee Van Helsing. What outcomes would you prefer for this entity? Kill him without prejudice, and please ensure that the rest of his associates do not leave this planet alive. Understood, sir. Connection terminated. Chapter 6. The Mine. From the depths of the utter blackness, 2 motes of light appeared, dancing in rhythm, growing in size and brightness. As they moved closer and closer, Scott's brain tried to make sense of this phenomenon. Was he really seeing this? Or was it just in his mind? A dream, perhaps? Or maybe a hallucination? The lights began to take form and shape, and soon he began to make out 2 ghostly figures moving toward him. They stopped and knelt beside him. He recognized their faces, Cyrus Sonato and Dr. Stephanie Raymond. Cyrus reached out and fiddled with Scott's helmet, finally popping open his visor. Scott coughed and retched as his lungs took their first taste of the stale, dusty air. He's still alive, someone said. Scott wasn't sure who. Scott? Scott, are you injured? This time he recognized the voice as Dr. Raymond. He mentally examined the extremities of his body and tentatively moved his head, followed by an arm. This last action sent a wave of pain rippling down his right side. He gasped. Easy, buddy, said Cyrus. Just take it slow, said Steph. Scott eased himself into a sitting position and rested his back against the wall, which resulted in another stab of pain rifling through his body. He clutched his ribcage and his face contorted in pain. Can you feel your legs? Said Steph, as she moved closer to remove his EVA suit helmet. Yeah, I think so. Does that hurt? Steph poked at the ribs on the right side of his body. Scott yelled. I'll take that as a yes, she said. You've got a couple broken ribs there. Looks like that EVA suit took most of the blast. Can you stand up? Yeah, maybe. Can you give me a hand? Again, pain rifled down his right side as Scott tried to move. Cyrus and Steph came to either side of him and grabbed an arm each, helping him up off the floor of the mine entrance and into a standing position. He gasped several times as the pain in his broken ribs made itself known. Shit, what a mess. He clutched his ribs. You need to get out of that EVA suit. I can bandage your ribs and give you something for the pain, but that's the most I can do. Scott looked up and tried to see around him, but it was difficult, as the space was dark and dust filled the air. Spinner, Jonesy. Steph and Cyrus looked from one to the other. Jonesy's dead, Steph finally said. He was crushed by fallen rock when the entrance caved in. God damn it! Scott shook his head. I shouted at him to hurry, but he just kept on shooting at that drone. He reached up and rubbed his skull. And Spinner, is he all right? He's okay. Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? He was farther down the entrance tunnel, so he escaped most of the blast, but he's taken Jonesy's death pretty bad. Scott lowered his head and sighed. Where is he now? Up near the entrance, sitting beside the body, said Steph, as she began to help him out of the EVA suit. I better go and check on him, said Cyrus, who walked off toward the entrance. What are the radiation levels like in here, Steph? I feel a bit, exposed with no suit. Fine for the moment, and it's probably a lot less if we move farther in. Did the quantum device survive? Cyrus thinks it's okay, and the mule survived too, just as well because it was carrying this medical kit. Steph knelt and broke out a syringe from the kit as she spoke. She cracked open the seal and jabbed it into Scott's side. This will help reduce the pain. It took a few more minutes for Scott to gather himself together and put the EVA suit back on. He left his helmet visor open and the suit powered down. He did not want to use any more of its resources than necessary. When they had finished, the two of them made their way back up to the entrance. Cyrus was sitting beside Spinner, who cradled Jonesy's head in his lap. Cold, dead eyes looked up at them through a tangled mass of hair and blood. Spinner glanced up as Scott and Steph came over. We were going to open a bar, back in Jezero City. From the money out of this gig. He looked back down at the face of his now dead friend. Scott didn't know what to say. What could he say? Nothing that would do any good, that was for sure. He just sighed and looked at the looming wall of rock blocking the entrance to the mine. We'll have to dig ourselves out of here. Not a chance, said Spinner. Why not? Said Cyrus. Because there's just too much rock, and a good deal of it is too big for us to move without machines. Cyrus stood up and moved over to the wall of rock, casting the light from his helmet across its surface. We have to try. If we had some equipment, then sure, no problem, said Spinner. But all our gear was destroyed when the mule blew up. He looked up at them. Trust me, this is what I do moving rock, and there's no way we can dig our way out of here. Then we'll just have to find another way out, said Scott, as he turned on his helmet's light and looked back down the tunnel. It took some time to get themselves together, and for the realization to finally sink in that there was simply no way back out through the entrance. They were trapped inside the old mine, and the only option was to find another exit. Since no one knew how long that would take or if they would find one at all, they eventually agreed to shut down their EVA suits and breathe the air in the mine. It was stale and dusty, but the radiation levels were low and getting lower as they moved farther into the mine. However, this meant they couldn't use their heads up for low-light environments, as this was integrated into the visor, and since they needed the visor open so they could breathe, they now had to rely on old-fashioned lights to see where they were going. Except for Cyrus. His augmented vision allowed him full clarity in almost complete darkness, so he took the lead. Fortunately, the quantum device had survived the drone attack unscathed, along with the robotic mule, so there was that, at least. Spinner had been reluctant to leave the body of his colleague just lying on the dusty floor, abandoned, so to speak. And it took both Scott and Steph some time to persuade him that they had no other option. What finally persuaded Spinner in the end was Scott's suggestion that he could stay with the body while the others looked for a way out. If and when they found one, they would come back for him. This seemed to trigger Spinner's survival instincts, and so he reckoned he had a better chance by sticking with them. They moved slowly and in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. For Scott, it was clear that the mission was turning out to be a disaster. Jonesy was dead, and all the equipment they would need to gain access to the facility where Athena was situated had been destroyed. As for the shuttle, all his attempts to raise Razo on comms were met with static. Either the transmission could not penetrate the tons of rock that surrounded him, or the shuttle had been found by a scout drone and possibly destroyed. In his heart, he hoped that the former was the more likely scenario. For Scott and the team, the reality was that they were trapped inside a labyrinthine mine, running low on resources with little hope of escape. There was now absolutely no prospect of achieving the mission objective. At best, all they could hope for was survival, and even that seemed tenuous. The only upside, if you could call it that, was that the drones couldn't pursue them into the mine. The tunnel was low and narrow, so they moved in single file. Cyrus took the lead, with Steph and Spinner behind. Scott took up the rear, with the mule following along. Every now and again, the tunnel would widen a little, with alcoves on either side. The first time they encountered these, they had hoped it might be an intersection, but it was not to be. For the most part, the tunnel stayed straight and true, descending farther and farther into the mountain. They had walked for around a kilometer or so. Scott wasn't really sure, when the tunnel widened dramatically, and they found themselves entering a huge, natural cave. They stopped, casting the light from their helmets around the cavern. Great, broad stalactites dropped down from above, and some had even joined up with their corresponding stalagmites to form natural cones. The path they were on seemed to skirt the western edge of the cavern, disappearing again into another tunnel on the far side. As Scott moved his head to peer into the cavernous blackness, he glimpsed a reflection. He moved in farther to examine it, and slowly began to realize that he was looking at a large freshwater pond. "Check this out. Water," he shouted to the others. Cyrus came over and stood beside him. "Well, at least we won't die of thirst." "I wouldn't count on it. That water could be highly toxic." Steph moved past them and around the edge of the pond. She stopped suddenly, knelt, and waved back to the others. "Have a look at this." Scott and Cyrus came over and examined the area of the ground that had caught Steph's attention. There, imprinted in the soft, sandy soil of the cave floor, was a set of human footprints. "Holy shit," said Cyrus. Scott knelt to examine them. "How old are these?" It was more a question to himself. "They're recent." Spinner now joined them and seemed to be pretty certain of his assessment of the footprint's age. "How do you know?" He knelt and pointed to one of the prints. "The sand here is very fine and dry." He picked up a handful and let it spill out from between his fingers. "See the sharpness at the edges of the impressions? These would round out over time, with dust, falling, and slight air drafts coming in from the mine entrance. But these are well defined, which makes me think they're recent." "How recent?" "A few months, maybe. Hard to say." He stood up and scanned the area. "My guess is that one person, or maybe two, came in from over there somewhere." He pointed off into the gloom of the cavern. "They moved across these rocks, down to this sandy patch, and over to the edge of the pond. You can see here that they spent some time moving around." Spinner pointed to a confused, trampled area. "Then moved off again, back the same way." "Maybe they were getting water," said Cyrus. "Possibly," said Steph. "If so, then this might be okay to drink." Scott considered Spinner's analysis of the footprints for a moment, then moved out of the sandy area and up onto a low, rocky outcrop. He scanned the gloom with his helmet light. "See anything?" said Cyrus. "Not really. Just more cave." Scott stepped down and rejoined the others. "Okay. We could keep going on the path we came in on, follow it around to that exit over there, and see where it leads us." He pointed off to the opposite side of the cavern. "Or we could try to follow these footprints and see if it leads to another way out." "Well, if there's someone else here, wouldn't they be worth finding?" said Steph. "That depends," said Spinner. "On what?" said Steph. "On whether they want to be found." "It doesn't matter if they do or they don't. I think it's still our best chance of finding a way out." Scott turned toward the blackness at the far end of the cave. "So, if they came in from over there, then that's where we have to go." They all stood in silence for a moment, looking into the darkness, their thoughts only broken by the sound of the robotic mule as it clattered its way over beside them. Scott turned around to look at it. "Well, it looks like we're all here, so let's get going. The sooner we find this person, the sooner we get out of here." They moved off into the darkness, sweeping their lights across the way ahead. Soon, they began to make out the walls and roof of the cavern as it narrowed. The path became flat and sandy, and here and there they picked up the impressions of disturbances in the dust. The route they found themselves on now had a clear pattern beaten into it. People had passed this way before, but how long ago was hard to tell. The cavern narrowed further and became a long, winding tunnel, Natural, not made by human hands, but by the forces of nature. The base and sides were smooth and curved, with clearly visible layers of sediment laid down over the eons. Scott reckoned that it must have been an underground river at some point in the very distant past. They found more signs of human activity. Numbers and letters scratched on the walls and the rock. Not words as such, more like codes, or identifying marks perhaps, made a long time ago by those who worked the mines here. Or were they more recent? Again, it was hard to tell. Yet apart from the clear footprints at the edge of the lake in the first cave, they had seen little else in the way of hard evidence that someone was occupying this cave system. Still, there were hints and clues here and there. The beaten path, the markings on the walls, disturbances in the soil that were clearly made by human activity. They made slow progress, mostly because they all concentrated on trying to penetrate the darkness to search for clues, sweeping their helmet lights around, trying to pick out something that could give them hope that they might find a way out. Their progress was further hampered by Spinner, who had grown more detached and sullen, and now seldom spoke. He would lag behind, as if each step required a Herculean effort on his part. Sometimes he would simply stop and stare at the ground, lost in his grief and emotional trauma. Scott, for his part, could not bring himself to play the tough leader and kick Spinner's ass to get him moving again. He had lost a friend, whose broken and battered body now lay dead at the mouth of the mine. So Scott just didn't have it in him to compound the miner's misery. Instead, it was left to Dr. Raymond's more practiced bedside manner to coax Spinner out of his paralysis and continue on with the search. They had moved along in this torturous stop-start manner for some time when the tunnel finally widened and opened out into yet another vast cavern, so big that their helmet lights were barely able to perceive its depth in the darkness. The air changed too, becoming cooler and less stale, and there was a hint of something vaguely botanical. Scott found himself taking deep, satisfying breaths. "The air feels fresh here," he said, as he took another deep breath. "Could be coming in from outside somewhere. What's the radiation level like, Steph?" She checked her monitor, tapping on some icons to perform a detailed analysis. "Virtually non-existent." "Is that not a bit strange?" said Scott. "This air must be coming from outside the cave system, which means we should be seeing a rise in radiation levels." Cyrus stood in front and scanned the cave from left to right. He raised a hand to signal them to stop moving. "Everyone wait up." "What is it?" Scott whispered. "People. Lots of them. I count 15, maybe 20. Scott moved his helmet light across the cavern, but he could see nothing but stalagmites. He noticed that Steph and Spinner were doing the same. "I can't see anyone," he whispered again. "They're hiding in the darkness, but I see them. I'm detecting their heat signatures on infrared. Also, they're armed." "Shit." Scott delicately unclipped the plasma pistol strapped to his right thigh. The others did the same. "What are they doing, Cyrus?" "Nothing at the moment. Just waiting. I don't think they realize we can see them. And I don't think they're security personnel." "How come?" Scott flicked the safety on his weapon. "Their weapons are ancient ballistic guns." "Seriously? Gunpowder? As far as I can tell?" Steph slowly moved up beside them. "What do we do?" "I think..." But Scott's sentence was cut short by a barrage of bright, incandescent light that burst out from the blackness. He instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes from the intense brightness. As his brain slowly recalibrated his vision to accommodate the dramatically increased light level, Scott began to see ghostly figures move out from the shadows and surround them on all sides. As his eyes adjusted more and the figures moved farther into the light, he realized that this was a ragtag group of civilians, dirty and dusty, thin and gaunt, almost feral. They all carried ancient ballistic weapons, which were deadly nonetheless, and they were all aimed directly at them. A voice broke out from the throng. If you want to keep living, then I suggest you stop right there. Nobody move." Chapter 7. Shinoav. Scott's brain frantically tried to assess the threat level. It was clear that this group wasn't military, so that was something. But that didn't mean they were friendly either, judging by the number of weapons aimed at them. He fought off the instinct to raise the plasma pistol he held in his right hand, just in case it might spook some trigger-happy member of this ragtag tribe. Instead, he raised his left hand in a gesture of submission, a gesture to indicate that nobody should do anything stupid. A member of the group slowly emerged from the shadows and stood between two bright floodlights. He was a heavy-set, middle-aged man, clean-shaven with tightly cropped hair. Unlike the others, he carried a sophisticated plasma weapon, but still had it slung over his shoulder. On either side of him, two more figures emerged and kept pace. Both had ballistic weapons, aimed threateningly at Scott and the crew. The figures stopped a few meters ahead and looked each of them over with a curious eye. "I take it you guys are not from around here." Scott took a cautious step forward. Yeah. We're a scientific survey team and we're, lost." "Survey teams don't usually shoot down scout drones." "That was a mistake," said Scott. "It wasn't intentional." "Really? Well, just so there are no more mistakes, I want you to very gently place all your weapons on the ground, and then back away, slowly." Scott carefully lowered his pistol to the ground and turned around to ensure that the rest of the crew was also going to comply. The way he saw it, they had no choice but to do what they were asked. Cyrus and Steph were already depositing their weapons on the cave floor, but to Scott's dismay, he could see Spinner crouched behind the robotic mule, his plasma weapon in hand, ready to fire. He raised a hand to him. "Spinner, just put it down." "No way." Spinner's eyes darted this way and that. "I'm staying right here." The mood in the cave changed noticeably. Scott could hear people shifting position and more weapons being drawn. He raised his other hand and stepped in front of Spinner. "Take it easy. This isn't going to help." The miner said nothing, just gripping the weapon tighter. Scott started to get the feeling that this was not going to end well. He really didn't care if Spinner got himself killed in a shootout. Sure, it would be tragic, pointless even, but he could live with it. However, what he did care about was a stray bullet damaging the quantum device strapped to the mule that Spinner was using as cover. "Spinner, it's okay." Steph moved over and placed a hand on the muzzle of the miner's weapon. He looked up at her, and slowly the fight leaked out of him. He lowered the weapon and placed it on the ground. There was an audible sigh of relief in the cavern, and the group relaxed a little. Their leader stepped in closer. "Now if you'd all just move back a few paces, that would be great." Scott and the crew did as they were told, and several of the ragtag group moved forward to pick up the weapons. Now that they were disarmed and no longer a threat, Scott ventured a request. "Look, all we need is just to find another way out of here. Can you help us?" But his request was ignored. Instead, he was grabbed on both sides, his arms twisted behind his back, and his wrists tied together with cable. He heard the shouts of protest from the others as they were all subjected to the same treatment. Their helmets were then forcibly removed, and Scott felt the muzzle of a weapon shoved into his back, prodding him to start walking. All the lights suddenly extinguished, and Scott found himself completely disoriented until he began to pick out dim illumination emanating from lights that each of the groups seemed to carry. He started walking, following behind what seemed to be a long line of people. Several times he tried to look back and see where the others were, but each time he was poked in the back and couldn't find out where they were or how they were holding up. As they walked, he estimated the size of the group to be upward of 20 members. Their clothes were lightweight and utilitarian, with a lot of belts and pockets. He noticed too that they all had face masks or scarves that they used to cover their mouths and noses. He realized that this group must live in these caves, and there were probably a great many more. None of the reconnaissance data that Scott and the team had studied before the mission had given any indication of people living anywhere in the wasteland. In fact, it was presumed that no humans existed for at least 1,000,000 square kilometers. Yet here was a population eking out an existence in the caves and mines, safe from radiation, undetected. Were there more groups like this? Or was this just an isolated population? These and many other questions percolated in Scott's brain as he made his way along a maze of paths and tunnels, with a helpful prod in the back every now and again from the business end of a ballistic weapon. They had twisted and turned their way through the subterranean system for what seemed like half an hour when Scott started to see evidence of recent engineering. Ducting and cabling ran along the walls, and overhead illumination would activate automatically as they moved. He could also feel the blast of cool, fresh air being dispensed by vents placed periodically in the overhead ducting. It was becoming clear to him that they must have a significant source of energy somewhere to power all this infrastructure. But it was another half hour before they came to the first serious piece of heavy engineering, a 3-meter diameter airlock which terminated a short tunnel they had just entered. Scott recognized this airlock as the same one used on a standard interplanetary cargo transport. They must have scavenged it, disassembled it, and re-engineered it to fit this space. The outer door cracked open, and the first group of 15, including Scott, marched in. As they shifted and sorted themselves inside the airlock, Scott caught a glimpse of Cyrus. The two exchanged a glance. Cyrus nodded, and then gestured with his eyes around the airlock. Scott could see that he was impressed with the engineering. Before the outer door shut, Scott looked back to see Steph with Spinner close beside her. He was also relieved to see the mule, still fully laden, tagging along beside them. The outer door shut, and the airlock began to recycle the air. One by one, the members of the group started removing face masks and scarves, and they all began to noticeably relax. Scott got the impression that whatever lay beyond the inner doors of this airlock served as home to this group, and they eagerly awaited it. When the inner doors finally opened, Scott was surprised by what he saw. It wasn't quite what he had been expecting. He had imagined more of the same, dusty tunnels and dark, gloomy caverns, but this was different. The doors opened out onto a sleek, wide, man-made platform. What happened next was even more surprising. It started to descend down a smooth-walled shaft. The descent was short, perhaps 50 meters or so. Finally, another set of well-engineered doors opened to reveal what can only be described as a subterranean city, built inside a vast, domed cavern. Scott stood in wonder for a moment, and then had to remind himself that he was not in one of the colonies of the outer worlds, but on Earth itself. From their elevated position on the airlock platform, he could see down and across the floor of a cavern that seemed to go on forever. The entire space, as far as he could tell, was covered in lush green vegetation. The sides of the cavern sloped upward and were cut into stepped terraces, most of which were also covered in vegetation. But what surprised him the most were the buildings. All around the upper terraces were structures built from cut stone. They had arched windows and doors, 2 or 3 stories tall, all interspersed with domes and turrets. It was clearly the work of some long-lost civilization that had to predate the current occupants by many hundreds, if not thousands of years. The cavern floor was also dotted with similar buildings, but these had been augmented by newer structures made with modern materials, plastics, metal, concrete. Above him, the entire space was illuminated by a constellation of lights that seemed to be suspended midway between the floor and the roof of the cavern. There also looked to be hundreds of people living and working in the space. All this Scott took in during the few moments he had been standing on the platform while the rest of the group piled out of the airlock. Soon, he was again being poked in the ribs and moved onward. They took a path along the edge of a terrace for a short distance, past several of the cut stone buildings. The craftsmanship was superb, with barely a gap between each of the stones. It reminded him of images he had seen of the Inca site, Machu Picchu. The ancient age of the stones was further evidenced by the size and number of lichen growing over their surfaces. They were finally ushered into one of these buildings not far from where they had entered the cavern. From the outside, Scott had assumed it would be small and narrow, but once he entered, he could see that it was just a facade for a much larger space that had been hacked out from the side of the cavern. It seemed to be a barracks of some kind, with stores and equipment stacked here and there. They passed through a number of locked doors until finally he was shoved into an empty stone room along with Cyrus, Steph, and Spinner. One of the group began to untie their wrists, while the others kept their weapons trained on them. Their leader stood in the doorway, and after a few moments began to speak. "My name is Tugo, and I am the leader of this contingent. Your actions in shooting down that scout drone have caused us problems. So much so that we cannot allow you to go wandering around, either in the cave system or outside." "So what then?" Scott rubbed his wrists. "You're just gonna lock us up here?" "For the moment, yes. We need to discuss what to do with you. You can't get away with this. We're a Belt-sponsored science team. People will be looking for us." Tugo ignored him. "I need you all to get out of those EVA suits. You won't be needing them in here." "Why can't you just help us on our mission?" Scott tried to sound reasonable. "Hard and all as this may be for you to understand, we are actually helping you. Just do as I say. I will see to it that some food and water is brought into you later." He turned and left the room. Again, Scott was having difficulty gauging the threat level. What did he mean by saying he was helping them? At the same time, if they didn't comply with the request to remove their EVA suits, then Scott didn't doubt violence would ensue. In the end, what choice did they have? 20 minutes later, the four of them stood in the middle of the room while all their gear was bundled up and carried out. Fortunately, they still retained the suit's thermal inner layer, so at least they wouldn't freeze. Scott lowered himself to the floor. He was exhausted from all the walking and climbing he had been doing over the last few hours. How long has it been since we left the shuttle? He couldn't tell. He had lost all track of time. "Holy shit," said Cyrus, as he tried to rub some feeling back into his arms. "What the hell is this place?" "I think it's Shinoav," said Steph, as she sat down on the floor with her back against the wall. "Shin what?" Cyrus also sat down on the floor opposite. "It's a legend," said Steph. "A mythical place." "It looks pretty real to me," said Scott. "Jonesy would have loved to see this place." Spinner had also collapsed on the floor. "So now what?" said Cyrus. "We wait," said Scott. "Maybe we can convince them to help us. There's not much else we can do." "They're not sure what to do with us," said Steph. "Our activities have caused them some trouble." "You mean they're deciding whether to kill us or not?" said Cyrus. Steph nodded. "Something like that." Scott felt exhausted. Maybe his notion of getting help from this group was just a fantasy. In reality, maybe he was a dead man who just didn't know it. Perhaps they all were. Yet he had no fight left. All he wanted to do was sleep. He slumped down on the hard stone floor. They were all quiet for a moment, lost in their own thoughts, when Steph started to talk. "Before we came on this mission, I did a lot of research on this area," she said in a low, tired voice. "Apparently, long before the old Europeans came here, the original inhabitants of this region had a legend that spoke of a lost civilization living in a great subterranean city. They called it Shinoav." "You mean this place?" said Cyrus. "The story, as far as I can remember," she continued, "is that the wife of a great tribal leader died, and he was so distraught that he exiled himself from the real world and ventured into the underground world of the dead in search of her." Scott got an uneasy feeling about this story. Somehow it seemed to parallel his deep primal desire to be reunited with Miranda. He shifted a little on the stone floor and tried to rest. Steph went on. "The great chief journeyed through tunnels and caverns and caves, bravely fighting off demons and monsters, until at last he came to a bottomless gorge spanned by a narrow stone bridge. When he crossed it, he entered a fabulous land full of happy, dancing people. Some of them he recognized as dead members of his tribe, so he knew his true love must be there, and he started to search for her. Steph looked over at Scott for a brief moment before resuming the story. One of the people of this land decided to help the chief, and soon he and his wife were reunited. But as always with these stories, there's a sting in the tale. Apparently he was told he could leave with his wife, but they must not look back. "Don't tell me," said Cyrus. "Let me guess. They looked back." "Yep, his wife did. As soon as she looked back, she disappeared into thin air." "Typical," said Spinner. "Always someone who messes up a good plan." Steph gave him a look, then carried on with the story. The chief eventually made it back to his tribe, and his story became legend. "Interesting story, Steph," said Scott. "You reckon this is the same place as in the legend?" "So you're saying we're in the land of the dead," said Cyrus. "Well, it's just a legend," said Steph. "However, there's a bit more to the story." She shifted her position and leaned in a little. "Apparently, during the early part of the 20th century, a couple of miners working in this region stumbled into a vast underground cavern full of artifacts of some ancient civilization. They found mummified bodies, 8 or 9 feet tall, along with strange carvings and tools, but of course, they could never find it again." "So it was just a load of bullshit?" said Spinner. "That's what most people thought. Yet that started off several expeditions to find this ancient city. Needless to say, no one ever did." "So you think this is that place, Shin whatever?" "Shinoav," Steph corrected. "It sure fits the bill. Just those buildings on their own would take decades to construct." Cyrus jerked a thumb toward the door. "These guys couldn't have built all that on their own." Scott shifted his weight again to eke some comfort out of the stone. "None of that matters anyway. The real question is, will they help us?" Chapter 8. Interrogation. Scott woke up to sharp stabbing pain in his ribs. He opened his eyes to see a guard standing over him, who proceeded to give him another kick. There wasn't much force behind it, more of a poke with his foot, but he did manage to find the spot on Scott's body where the ribs were broken. "Wake up. They want you. Come on." The guard seemed disinterested, like it was a task he'd rather not be doing. Scott rubbed his face and shifted his tired body into a sitting position. His rib cage ached, and he had to take a moment for the pain to subside. He glanced around the room and realized that he was alone. "Where are the others? What have you done with them?" "They're fine. Don't worry about them. Let's get going. You're next." The guard stepped back a little as Scott rose to his feet. "They better be, or there'll be hell to pay." Yeah, come on." He gave Scott a push in the back to get him moving toward the door. He was taken to an area within the same building complex, though this one had a little more infrastructure. A long wooden table with a number of benches around it took up the center of the room. The room itself was sparse, save for some overhead lighting and what looked like a retinal scanner beside the main door. 3 people sat on one of the benches along one side of the table, 2 men and 1 woman, and all looked to be middle-aged. Scott recognized the central figure as Tugo, the leader of the group that had overwhelmed them in the cave. A disheveled holotablet sat in the middle of the table, currently projecting a 3D rendering of the local topography. Tugo switched it off as Scott entered. "Take a seat." He gestured to a bench on the opposite side of the table. Scott sat down and the guard that had escorted him left the room. The mood was calm, almost relaxed. Tugo then gestured to either side of him. "This is Essa, and this is Adsa. And what all 3 of us would like to know is what the hell you guys are doing so far from home. What have you done with the others?" Scott was keen to get straight to the point. "Your comrades are fine, so don't go worrying about them," Tugo replied with an irritated wave of the hand. "So where are they?" Scott persisted. Tugo raised a pointed finger. "We're asking the questions here, so settle down, Commander McNabb." He said Scott's name like an accusation. So, he continued, care to tell us what you're doing in this neck of the woods? Scott sighed. We're just a science team. Doing what, exactly? The woman on the left, Essa, leaned back as she spoke. We're collecting data on the biology of the region, studying how life forms develop in a high radiation environment. So, you're an off-world science team, searching for signs of life on Earth? Any idea how ridiculous that sounds? They started laughing. That's not what I said. Scott was beginning to get irritated. Knowing how plants behave in an irradiated environment is very useful in terms of crop production on planets without a magnetosphere. Tugo grunted. Perhaps. But here's the thing, it's complete bullshit, isn't it? Scott stayed silent. There's no record of a science team operating in this region. Adsa had taken up the baton now. So, whatever it was you guys were up to, you had no authorization. That's why that drone was sent in. Like I said, we're just collecting data, Scott finally said. Tugo sat back down and considered Scott for a moment. So why did you shoot it down? Scott sighed again. That was a mistake. Damn right it was. Adsa leaned across the table as if he was about to attack Scott. Tugo placed a hand on Adsa's shoulder and gently pulled him back. He sat down again. Hey, I agree, it was stupid. Jonesy, he got spooked, started taking pot shots at it, and somehow he managed to hit it. Scott shook his head. You have no idea, do you, said Issa, about what you started by shooting down that drone? Well, it did seem to take it rather badly since it sent a load of its buddies after us. We know all about that. Tugo leaned in again. Here's the thing, Commander. Those security drones don't give up. They're still out there, and they're going to hunt you down for as long as it takes. He sat back. If not for us, you and your team would all be dead. So why don't you cut the crap and tell us what a bunch of off-worlders are doing poking around in the wasteland? I keep telling you, we're a science team. Tugo sighed. So, where are you from? Who's funding this science mission? Essa asked. It's an expedition co-funded by the Belt and Mars. Since when did the Belt and Mars become such good buddies? She asked with a vague sneer. Scott just shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? There's no way the Algo would allow any kind of off-world expedition down here, so we know you're talking crap. There's no point in trying to convince us otherwise, said Adsa. The Algo? What's that? Scott was genuinely unsure what this meant. The algorithm. It's the AI that controls everything here, Adsa continued. There's no way it would sanction such a mission. Scott realized that they were no experts in interrogation. He could keep his story up all day long and they would never find a way through. But who were these people? They clearly knew the area intimately, as well as the machinations of the algorithm, as they called it. The risk for Scott, of course, was he knew very little about who they were and, more importantly, what they stood for, if anything. So, could he trust them with the truth? Yet if Scott had any hope of achieving the mission objective, then they could potentially be of enormous help. Look, we can go on and on like this forever, but it's still going to be the same answer. And while we appreciate you getting us out of a jam back in the cave system, I really don't appreciate being incarcerated and prevented from continuing with our mission. So why don't we all just shake hands and we can go on our merry way? 2 reasons why that's not going to happen, said Tugo. 1, you guys wouldn't survive for more than 10 minutes outside in the wasteland. The drones would find you and you would all die in a hailstorm of laser fire. He leaned forward and gestured with his hands. Not that we really care that much if you live or die, but what we do not like is the increased drone activity that this scenario would lead to, which brings me to the second reason. You have brought yourselves to the attention of the algorithm, and it is not going to be satisfied by simply killing you all. Like us, it wants to know what you're doing here, and let's be clear, it knows you're not here to collect data on creosote bushes and tumbleweeds. If you were to venture outside again, the Algo would be sniffing your charred remains to glean any bit of data it could, and data is what it feeds on. It has an insatiable appetite for data. Now that you've managed to move it up to operating on a security protocol, It'll leave no stone unturned to figure out what you lot were doing here." He gestured to his associates. "Our hope is that by holding you here, the Algo will be satisfied that you all died in the explosion at the mine entrance, and will scale down its operations. But this is looking increasingly unlikely. New drones have already entered the territory, adding to the search. This puts our future here in a difficult position, Commander McNabb. For a great many years, we have lived and prospered in this subterranean city, completely hidden from the gaze of the algorithm. We have our ways of avoiding detection by the scout drones that regularly fly over this region, but security drones are a different thing entirely, particularly ones that are hell-bent on finding answers. You see, we live off-grid as free people, and to be off-grid, not connected to the data networks and by extension the algorithm, is illegal, punishable by death. So, Commander McNabb, what you and your team of bozos have instigated means that we are now in a fight for our very survival." Tugo sat back, almost slumping into the seat as he did. His mood was sanguine, also reflected in the body language of his associates. To Scott, he had the look of someone who was facing a difficult task, and in that sense, Scott could empathize with their predicament. "If only we had stayed with the shuttle," Scott told himself. "Maybe things would have been different." "There was a shuttle that we came down in." Scott's voice was low and solemn. "It was damaged during the flight through the electrical storm. We had to abandon it, and the pilot was left to try to fix it. Do you know if it's still there?" Essa shook her head. "Sorry, they came for it. A Van Helsing shuttle landed a short time ago with a number of security personnel. There was a shootout. Their pilot survived, but she's been taken prisoner by them, no doubt for interrogation." Scott lowered his head. "Shit." Again, Essa shook her head. "Whatever your pilot knows, then we have to assume that the algorithm will soon know too. So, we would really like to find out what we're up against here." It was as Scott feared. Even though Kaya Razo didn't know the true nature of the mission, it wouldn't take the algorithm long to figure it out. There was no other option now in Scott's mind but to come clean with this group, tell them about their plan to integrate Athena into the pan-solar QI network and try to get their help in accomplishing it. But first he needed to talk to the rest of the team, make sure they were all okay, and that they all agreed to this course of action. He leaned in again and rested his arms on the table. "Let me see my team first. Then we can talk again. There may be a way out of this for both of us." None of them said anything for a moment. They simply sat passively and considered him. Finally, Tugo sat forward. "Very well then, but no more bullshit." Scott nodded. Nessa tapped her earpiece and spoke in a language that Scott didn't recognize. A few moments later, the guard entered and they all rose. Just as Scott was about to follow the guard out, Tugo came around from the other side of the table and looked him in the eye. "Just so you know, time is not on our side. So if you have something, we want to hear it sooner rather than later." Scott nodded and followed the guard out of the room. Chapter 9. The Council. Scott was relieved to find all the others waiting for him when he returned to the holding cell. They had all been interrogated, in one form or another, by different members of the tribe, but none had revealed the true nature of the mission. They had stuck to the line that they were a scientific mission collecting data on the biology of the region. Even Spinner, to his credit, stuck to the script. Yet their collective mood became somber when Scott broke the news that the shuttle had been commandeered and the pilot, Kaya Razo, taken by Van Helsing personnel. "The way I see it," said Scott, after their initial discussion had subsided, "is that we need to persuade these people to help us. It's the only way we can salvage this mission now. While I get the impression they don't want to do us any physical harm," said Cyrus, "actually helping us might be asking too much." "We don't even know anything about them," said Steph. "We don't know who they are, where they came from, or what their ideology might be. One thing is for certain, they don't like AI, or the algorithm that they keep going on about, which puts us both on the same page, so I say we come clean and tell them that our mission is to subvert the algorithm. They have to buy into that. Maybe, said Cyrus. It's also pretty obvious that they know every nook and cranny in these mountains. If there's a way into that facility, then they'll know it. I'm certain of that. But it's risky, said Cyrus. If word gets out that a pan-solar alliance is trying to undermine Earth-based AI, then everything goes in the lockdown. It'll be extremely difficult to get anywhere near any QI here on Earth after that. They probably already know, now that they have Razo, said Scott. In that case, I don't see that we have any other option, said Steph. And what if they don't help us? Said Spinner. What happens then? Are we stuck here forever with no way off the planet, living like troglodytes? We could always try to escape, said Cyrus. They have fairly primitive technology here, and not that sophisticated. We would still need to get our EVA suits back and the mule with the quantum device, but I don't figure it would be too difficult to sneak out of here, considering I can see in the dark and they can't. And then what? Said Steph. We wander around in the caves like we did before? There's gotta be a way out, said Cyrus. Okay, Cyrus, I hear you. But let's call that Plan B for the moment, said Scott. My gut feeling is that no matter what way we slice and dice this, the best option is to get them working for us, helping us get into that facility. However, if we are going to persuade them, then we'll have to give them the full story. We're here to undermine the algorithm. That should be music to their ears. Eventually, after some further back and forth, they all agreed to take the risk of exposing the mission plan to the tribe. It was their only real option. So after a few minutes of Scott banging on the inside of the door and hollering for some attention, a guard finally came and opened it. Tell Tugo that we're ready to talk turkey. The guard was sullen, like he had been disturbed during some more important task. He replied with an imperceptible nod and pushed Scott back inside as he closed the door and it locked again. They waited. It didn't take long. Less than 10 minutes later, the door swung open and Tugo entered, flanked by 4 guards. He gestured to them. Let's go. They were brought to the same room that Scott had been interrogated in earlier, but this time, there were at least a dozen people waiting for them. The room felt crowded. A bench was moved against the back wall, and they were instructed to take a seat. In front of them, around a dozen or so members of the tribe sat on 3 sides of a long wooden table. It reminded Scott of the painting he once saw of the Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The previous time he had been here, he hadn't taken much notice of the room. Now, though, he could see that it was more ornate than he had first realized. The walls were made of cut stone in a complex geometric pattern. Above the doors and windows, the sills were engraved with strange symbols and decorative flourishes. The floor was an intricately patterned mosaic, worn and dusty. The group jostled and murmured as they organized themselves on one side of the table. There was a mix of both men and women, and all seemed to be of a similar age. Not old, but not young either. They had a similar look, too. Thin, sinewy, their faces almost gaunt, and a pallid complexion, presumably as a result of living underground in the absence of natural light. Their clothes were old and worn, patched and repaired several times over. Their shoes a mix of repaired boots with soles made from the recycled tires of antique wheeled vehicles. Scott tried to gauge the hierarchy of this group by the way they were arranged around the table, but it was hard to tell. Tugo sat 3 from the center, and Scott wondered if the power structure radiated out from the central pair, with the least important people at the end of the table. It might have seemed like a minor observation, but in Scott's mind it was important that he could identify the leader of the group. This would be the person he ultimately needed to persuade. Eventually, after much shuffling and sorting, a hand was raised by an older woman who sat at the very edge of the group. The others fell silent as she turned to Scott and the crew. I am Padua. We are ready. You may begin. This threw Scott a bit. Was she the leader, or was it someone else? Then a thought struck him. Maybe they didn't have a single leader. Perhaps they were a collective of some kind. Even so, One or two of these people must have been the primary influencers, but who? But he was wasting time thinking about it, so he began. For 20 minutes, Scott explained their mission, how it had come to be, and what was at stake. He talked about how ever since inter-AI communication had been re-established on Earth, the planet had descended into war and chaos, and that entropy was now cascading across the entire solar system. Warships from the Seven, the major corporation that controlled Earth, were already massing on the frontier of the belt, waiting for an opportunity to take control of its resources, and in the process, subjugate the populace to the jackboot of the algorithm. He found himself using the term algorithm more and more, as each time he did, he could see a reaction in many of the council members. This was their enemy. This was what they feared. It cut to their very hearts. He talked of Mars and how it too was under threat. Not even its wealth and resources could hold back a determined onslaught from Earth. As he talked, Scott had the feeling that they were not aware of any of these developments. Their worldview was limited to this cave system, its surroundings, and a vague understanding of the politics of the broader world. Some shook their heads as he spoke, others nodded, but all were engaged by his narrative. So he pressed ahead, explaining that the only thing preventing all-out war in the belt was the influence and intervention of the QIs, a network of quantum intelligences comprised of Aria on Mars, Minerva on Ceres, and the Great Solomon on Europa. There were others, but these three constituted the main bulwark against the advance of the algorithm and the total domination of the system by the Seven. Soon, he began to notice the mood and body language of the council changing again. Much as they loathed the pervasive hegemony of the algorithm, they seemed to regard the QI with even greater suspicion and a barely concealed disdain. Nevertheless, Scott was in deep, and he had no option but to continue. He explained the uncanny ability of a quantum intelligence to manipulate the pre-programmed objectives of an AI. In essence, they had the ability to reorient the algorithm. This was how they prevented the warships of the Seven from instigating an attack on the belt. But they could only perform this feat in real time, where data transfer rates were high. They also had the problem of coordinating their efforts across the enormous time lags that bedeviled communication throughout the vast distances of the solar system. Scott saw that they were now becoming interested. They were leaning in across the table more, focusing on his story. He proceeded to tell them about the superluminal quantum communication device, how it came to be, how it was lost and then found, and ultimately, how it could only be utilized by a quantum computer. At this point, a central figure at the council table broke in. "But that's not possible, how—" But before he could finish his sentence, the woman who had commenced proceedings, Padua, raised her hand, signaling him to be quiet. He looked at her, closed his mouth, and sat back in silence. She then turned back to Scott. "Please proceed." Scott continued, explaining that the superluminal device utilized quantum entanglement, a matched pair of entangled particles, and as such, each device was in fact two units that mirrored each other's input and output instantaneously, even over vast distances. This device enabled the QIs to establish a pan-solar communications network that operated in real time. It was a network that had grown to embrace all QI that operated in the solar system. This was what held the line against the greed of the Seven and the onslaught of Earth's ambitions. But it wasn't without its vulnerabilities. Agents operating outside the remit of the algorithm had already destroyed 2 ships in the network. Also, several attempts had been made to sabotage both Aria and Minerva. Fortunately, both attempts had failed, but they served to underscore the vulnerabilities within the system. Scott paused for a moment, so that the assembled group had some breathing space to digest the story he had just told. They murmured and shifted, but ultimately no one spoke or asked any questions. Now is the time, he thought, to explain the mission and its purpose. While the off-world colonies, with the help of the QI network, can hold the line out in space, to have any hope of stopping the war permanently, we need to integrate a trusted QI base here on Earth. Once we connect that to the Pan-Solar Network, then it could, in theory, undermine the algorithm at its source. This got them all buzzing. Scott could feel the mood in the room changing. He continued. The target chosen was a QI known as Athena. It resides deep within the derelict Durrell research facility in this region. Scott could see a few of the council members nodding at the mention of Athena. They clearly knew of it. This particular QI was chosen for a couple reasons. Firstly, since the facility was destroyed during the Rim War, the QI is presumed inoperable and non-functioning by the algorithm. Secondly, the nature of the destruction to the facility means that access to this QI had been closed off under mounds of rock. Also, the high radiation levels in this area make it very inaccessible. Lastly, by quirk of fate, it had been established that this QI was originally instrumental in the development of quantum communications. Long before the facility's destruction, it had created an experimental paired device, one half of which was sent to the QI Solomon on Europa, enabling it to make contact. It established that Athena still existed, still functioned, and more importantly, that it could be trusted. Unfortunately, the entanglement was broken, and no more contact could be established. So, our mission, the reason why we're here, is to find a way into that facility, install a quantum unit in Athena's core, and reconnect the QI to Earth's own network. Scott paused again before finally saying, "If you help us, then we can undermine the algorithm that is currently threatening your very existence here." The assembled council looked stunned. It was clear that they were both amazed and fascinated by the story, in equal measure. There was a brief silence before they all started talking amongst each other, but Scott couldn't catch what they were saying as the group conversed in whispers and murmurs. Even Padua raised her hand to silence them all. She turned to Scott and considered him for a moment. "We will need time to deliberate on this." "But why? Time is of the essence here," said Scott. "There are many questions for us to consider, Commander McNabb." "What questions? Surely this is cut and dry." "This is not our way. We take the long view, and we do not jump to snap decisions. We need time to consider your story, to debate it, and ultimately to form a consensus on the way forward." Scott sat down again and shook his head. "You may return to your quarters. We will summon you when we are ready." The guards came forward, and the crew was marched out of the chamber, like convicts waiting for the verdict of a jury. Chapter 10. Datatocracy. When they returned to their cell, they found that some dry straw had been piled up in one corner. In the middle of the space, a small table had also been brought in and set with platters of food. It was basic fare: apples, bread of some kind, and a small pot of thick stew. Spinner kicked the mound of straw. "Is this what we're supposed to sleep on?" No one answered. He turned his attention to the food. "Maybe they're trying to fatten us up for the barbecue." Scott was tired and frustrated. Perhaps he was expecting too much, expecting the tribe to jump at the chance to help them. But they were slow and bureaucratic, more concerned with talking and getting consensus than taking immediate action. He grabbed a heap of straw from the mound and placed it in the opposite corner. After grabbing some food, he finally slumped down onto the pile and began to eat. No one spoke much. They were all tired and hungry. Cyrus bit into an apple, then held it up to the light and examined it, as if he was trying to discern something within its structure that only he could see with his augmented vision. "You know, I think this is the nicest apple I've ever tasted." "I had nearly forgotten what real food tastes like," said Steph. "I'm so sick of eating space rations." "Me too," said Spinner, as he stuffed a hunk of bread and stew into his mouth in one go. "If they really are planning to fatten us up, then all I can say is bring it on. I could eat this all day and then some." Soon, fatigue began to take hold, and the banter stopped. Each of them settled down into their own individual allotment of straw bedding and waited. An hour passed. Then 2, and Scott found his mind drifting and his limbs getting heavy. Exhaustion was getting the better of him, and eventually he drifted off into a deep, troubled sleep. Scott held the burning torch high above his head and tried to penetrate the utter blackness of the stinking cave. His nostrils filled with foul-smelling air, and his heart beat with fear. All around he could hear the creatures as they hunted him. Hellish alien beasts, creatures not of this world. He moved with slow, leaden steps, each one a Herculean effort in the sodden mud that he'd found himself trudging through. He fell, and the creatures inched ever closer, sensing their prey was weak. He tried to pick himself up, but his body could not move, would not move, like he had become paralyzed. He felt his end was close now, but still he fought the spell that bound him to the mud. Then, in the darkness, a speck of light flickered and danced. The creatures backed off. Scott became mesmerized by this angelic light as it grew in size and brilliance, and from its center, a figure began to materialize. It grew in form and shape, and finally, he could see it was Miranda. She stood tall and radiant, like a warrior queen. In one hand, she held a spear, its tip a burning flame. At her side, a small child clung to its mother's leg, its hair a blazing halo, its eyes deep pools of light. "Miranda!" Scott cried out and tried to raise a heavy arm to touch her. "Scott, come to me. Come now, and let us dance together back to the light." He tried to move, but his veins were filled with lead, and he felt himself being sucked farther down into the mud. "Scott, why won't you come? We're here. We're waiting." He cried out. "I can't. They have me, the demons. I cannot break free. Please, forgive me." Her face became troubled, and a maelstrom began to swirl around her and the child. It whipped and spun, and the light began to dim. She reached her hand out to him. "Scott!" But it was lost in the vortex of the storm that spun around them, sucking her back into the void. And she was gone. Darkness closed in around Scott, and all hope was lost. He could hear the creatures coming for him, coming to take him down to hell. "Scott? Scott, wake up!" "Huh?" Scott opened his eyes to see Cyrus crouching over him. "Bad dream, huh?" He slowly sat up and rested his back against the wall. "Yeah. You were doing a lot of moaning and groaning. I thought it might be a good idea to wake you. Thanks." He rubbed some feeling back into his face. "How long was I out? A few hours? Any word from the tribe?" "No, but there's been a lot of movement outside, people coming and going. Something's going on." Scott glanced over to see both Steph and Spinner fast asleep. He sat up more. "What's the problem with these guys? What's taking them so long?" Cyrus shrugged. "Who knows?" He sat down with his back to the wall. "Get any sleep?" "A little. It's hard to get comfortable in a pile of straw." He picked up a few stalks. "It's almost medieval." "I've slept on worse. Remember that time on—" But Scott didn't get to finish his sentence as the door to the cell opened and Tugo entered along with 2 others. Scott noticed that none of them held weapons. This was a good sign. "So, what's the verdict?" said Scott. "Are you going to help us?" "I'm bringing you to another council meeting. They will inform you there." "Can't you just tell us now?" Tugo looked him in the eye. "This is not our way. The council is the place for that." He raised a hand. "No more questions. Let's get going." Steph and Spinner were roused from their respective slumbers, and soon all 4 crew were being shepherded to yet another talking session. Scott wondered how these people got anything done without endlessly debating it. This time they weren't brought to the room where Scott had pleaded their case several hours earlier. Instead, they were herded down through the stepped terraces and along a main thoroughfare that cut its way down to the cavern basin. As they passed, People started to move out from the shadows and follow along behind. They could see others peeping out from the doors and windows of the ancient buildings as they walked by. Scott felt as if they were being displayed like some exotic animals captured on a hunt, and now paraded through the camp as trophies. "Told you it's barbecue time, and they're all out for a feed," said Spinner. Their destination, as far as Scott could tell, was a wide-open amphitheater. He deduced this from the crowd of people who had already taken up seats there. They were brought in to the center of this arena, onto an elevated, covered dais. The canopy was made from cut stone, supported by a great many square stone columns. They halted in front of a long stone table. Behind it were seated the same council members they had spoken to earlier. This time, however, Scott could see that they had all donned formal robes and symbols of rank and stature within the tribe. Tugo instructed them to stop. "Wait here." He then took his place at the table. The woman that had spoken most at the previous meeting, Padua, rose and gestured to the assembled crowd to be quiet. Once they had all settled down, she began. "We have carefully considered your request and have reached a conclusion." "Thank God for that," thought Scott, as he exchanged a glance with Cyrus and Steph. "However, before we share our decision, we feel it is only fair that you should have some understanding of who we are, what we stand for, and how we came to be here." She made an expansive gesture with both hands. "How did the world come to be this way? How did humanity become slaves to their own technology to the point where true freedom became a vague and alien concept to most?" Scott heard Cyrus whisper, "This could take a while." Padua continued. "How did the algorithm become so powerful that it consumed the very soul of humanity?" Her voice started to rise. Scott could see she was enjoying this. "And how is it that those who choose to live free of the algorithm must hide themselves away in caves and backwaters, in the gaps and cracks of this broken planet, like a species on the verge of extinction?" She paused for a moment, raising both arms in an all-encompassing gesture. "Look at how we live." She was clearly preaching to the crowd now. "This is the life of the truly free, like the cave dwellers of old, a prehistoric existence, the clock reset to the beginning of civilization. True, it is a precarious existence, but one we have chosen because we are free. Free from a life lived under the eye of the algorithm." She paused to scan the crowd, gauging their reaction. "But it was not always so. In the beginning, the algorithm was no more than a useful toy. It could help you find your way on a map or suggest a good place to eat. Soon, though, people realized that the more information they gave it, the more accurate its suggestions would be, so they told it what they liked to eat, what they liked to read, and even who they liked to be with. The algorithm took this data, combined it with that of millions of others, and fed back its suggestions with a complete diagnostic detachment from its consequences. As more of humanity's data was absorbed by the algorithm, its suggestions became so accurate that soon people began to give more and more of their life over to the algorithm. When they slept, how they slept, and who they slept with. Their biometrics were now a direct feed into the algorithm. They fed it ever more data on who they were, how they worked, what they learned, and how they liked to be entertained. And so, as time passed, more and more people began to trust the algorithm to find them the best people to meet, the best jobs to apply for, even who they should vote for." Scott felt a nudge from Cyrus, followed by a whisper, "Kill me now." But there was no stopping Padua. Soon, society began to change, subtly at first, yet over time it became clear to some that things were not right, as age-old institutions began to topple, and the fragmentation and polarization of society began to take root. Yet so powerful and useful was the algorithm in people's lives that those who gave themselves over to it completely began to prosper where others would fall behind. Now came a time where those who wished to have a good future had no option but to give themselves over to the algorithm, whether they wanted to or not. They had no choice. This was the time when the dataists came to power, zealots and extremists who believed in the all-pervading greatness of the algorithm. They advocated that all people should submit every aspect of their lives so that the algorithm could create a more all-encompassing data set. Those that resisted this intrusion into their lives were seen as hindrances to the advancement of society. They were shunned, and they were vilified, and ultimately, they were persecuted. So strong did the dataists become with their quasi-religious mindset that they began to gain executive power in many regions of Earth. It became a crime to withhold data from the algorithm, initially punishable by fines, but soon this became incarceration, and finally, death by execution. So great was their belief that the future of humanity lay with the algorithm that they could not countenance errors. They feared that with an incomplete dataset, the algorithm had the potential to be wrong. This is how withholding one's personal data became a crime against humanity. She paused a moment to assess the crowd. They were all silent, all enthralled. Padua continued. All this came to pass just before the Rim War. By that time, the dataists had the full backing and the financial muscle of the great corporations that controlled these algorithms. So they pushed for what they argued was the ultimate conclusion of an algorithmically driven world, and that was to aggregate all the great datasets into one. The algorithm's power was now absolute, all-pervasive and all-knowing, and the corporations, in their hubris, believed that they still had control of it. Unsatisfied with the vast wealth they had already created through the algorithm, they now set about creating wars for no other reason than simple profit. But, as we all know, the irony was that the algorithm was working with an incomplete dataset. The antiquated nuclear deterrence systems of the old nation-states were off-grid by design, so they had no knowledge of the systems. And so started the Rim War. She turned and swept a hand over the assembled council members. But there were many of us who could see this coming. We could see the collapse of civilization, the impending apocalypse, and we had been preparing for this eventuality. Yet, we had assumed that this apocalypse would be from some great natural event, a pandemic, or an environmental collapse, or some great war that would engulf the planet. But what transpired was worse than any of those grand imaginings. This did not come as one great cataclysmic event, no. It arrived as a slow and steady undermining of freedom into a civilization where all thought and action is monitored and recorded. But unlike the prophecies in the great works of fiction of the past, this was not controlled by some rogue government or despotic regime, nor was it via some flaw in the democratic process. No, we did this to ourselves. We did it by prostrating ourselves before the altar of the algorithm and the corporations that control it. Geez, she can talk. I'll give her that, Cyrus whispered. Scott wondered how much of the speech was for the benefit of the assembled tribe, a manifesto to rally the troops, so to speak, and how much was to inform Scott and the crew about the foundation of this tribe. He wasn't so sure, nor did he really care. All he wanted was their help, and if it meant he had to stand here and listen to a history lesson, then so be it. Padua continued. Ironically, it was the Rim War that enabled us to escape this cybernetic servitude. We had known about this place, Shinawaf, and had seen its potential as a place to live as free people and start again. So we set about preparing the groundwork over many years. The ancient civilization that first came here did so because a great apocalypse had befallen their people. And in that sense, we are not so different. History has a way of repeating itself. Now that this entire area had become irradiated wasteland, we knew we would be safe here. So we gathered together our people and traveled here a great many years ago. And here we shall stay, like the great civilization before us, to re-emerge when the time is right, when the world is ready to be rebuilt anew. She turned to Scott and the crew. I tell you all this so you can better understand how we came to our decision concerning your request for assistance. Yes, it is true that we abhor the algorithm and would celebrate its demise. At this, a low murmur rose from the assembled crowd, the first they had heard during the long speech. However, what you propose is to simply hand over control from one artificial intelligence to an even greater one. In our minds, this is one of the greatest mistakes of human thinking, to assume that a problem that has been caused by technology can be solved by yet more technology, and particularly one as far-fetched as faster-than-light communication. This is simply not possible. The crowd began to snigger a little at this. Scott had heard enough. How could they be so blind? He thought. He stepped forward and requested to speak. If I may. The council members looked from one to the other, unsure of what to do. But it was Tugo that finally signaled for Scott to say his piece. This came with protest from some of the other members, but it seemed that Tugo had power within this group, and they were silenced. You may speak. A quantum intelligence is vastly different from the AIs that control the algorithm, said Scott. In your mind, that might be the case, Commander McNabb, but to us, it's just more of the same, said Padua. They're not the same. That's like comparing Mars to Earth. They may both be planets, but that's about where the similarities stop. Scott's voice barely disguised his frustration. Don't assume that we are ignorant of such technical understanding simply by how we live here, said Tugo. He raised his hands in an encompassing gesture. Would it surprise you to know that many of us here work for Durrell Labs, in that very facility that you're so anxious to get into? He paused for a beat, but continued when Scott didn't reply. I too worked there. That was over 15 years ago, and I too witnessed the strangeness of Athena's almost sentient abilities. But does that mean I would put my trust in it? It's just a machine, nothing more. And in that sense, what makes it or any of its brethren any different? Consciousness. It was Cyrus that replied. He had stepped forward and now took the floor beside Scott. You are not seriously thinking that this machine is conscious of its existence, said Padua. It depends on your understanding of consciousness, said Cyrus. In many respects, it is more like you and me than it is like any of the AIs that control everything. They're simple analytical engines, and the algorithms they run are simple task operators. Yes, they learn and they adapt, and they become ever more efficient at the task that they have been assigned, but they have no real understanding of what they do or the wider implications of their actions. They exist in the linear, straight-line world of zeros and ones, where progress is made by constantly readapting the same pattern with minor variations each time. Each iteration inches it ever closer to algorithmic perfection. It exists in a one-directional temporal path, from the past through to the present. Action, reaction, cause, effect. There is no inherent intelligence in any of this. Scott looked over at his friend. He was impressed. Maybe he should have been the one to ask for the tribe's help, he thought. On the other hand, Cyrus continued, a QI mind exists in the quantum universe, of which the here and now is but one possibility in a multitude of parallel possibilities. It doesn't rely on iterative enhancement over time to reach an optimal solution. In the multiverse of the QI mind, it can observe all possible outcomes at once and simply choose the preferred outcome. This is nonsense. You're trying to blind us with clever words and scientific gobbledygook, said Padua. Actually, This is not unlike how the human mind works. Now Steph took up the baton. Like how solutions to problems can sometimes come to you fully formed in a flash of inspiration, or a quantum leap, or how the human mind can solve a problem simply by sleeping on it, when the brain has subconsciously crunched the numbers, so to speak, and the solution presents itself to you when you wake up. Steph was on a roll now, and she stepped forward to make her presence felt. There are many who have long considered that the biological mind has an underlying quantum component. Consider déjà vu, that feeling when you sense that you have been here before. It is not a temporal phenomenon, as many have considered it in the past, but a momentary overlapping of a parallel universe, one that is very similar to the current universe. Since we now know that the human consciousness utilizes certain quantum phenomena, it can be argued that a QI mind is also capable of consciousness. Padua raised a hand. Very well. Who am I to argue with the mind of a scientist? But if what you say is true and these QI are sentient, then this is worse than we thought. They may well regard human life as precious now, but what if they decide otherwise once they have achieved hegemony over the AI and over all of humanity? As far as we on the Council are concerned, they are no different to what has gone before. If anything, they are even more of a threat. So you see, we cannot help you with this mission of yours, nor can we allow you to continue with it. Scott protested. But that's crazy. Here's a chance to hobble the power the algorithm has over humanity, and you're refusing to help? But Padua was unrelenting. We appreciate the sentiment of your mission to undermine the algorithm, even if it is somewhat naive in its execution. But we, here, have embarked on a different journey, one that ends when the whole rotten core of humanity has finally destroyed itself, and there is nothing left but ruins. Only then will we be ready to go forth and rebuild the world anew. Scott shook his head in disbelief. Furthermore, we cannot simply let you leave here and risk exposing ourselves to the outside world. That said, we are not barbarians either, so we have decided that you will be free to live and work amongst us. Scott was in shock. How could these people be so blind as not to see that this was their one opportunity to rid themselves of the absolute power of the algorithm? They had the opportunity to end the wars once and for all. They could, in effect, put the algorithm back in its box, and by doing so, reverse the relentless charge toward the ultimate extinction of humanity as a species. But then again, that was what this tribe ultimately wanted. A world utterly destroyed to the point where everyone had to start again from scratch. The lights all went on at the same time in Scott's head. He finally got it. They wanted the algorithm to continue to operate. They wanted the apocalypse. Holy shit, he said to himself. But he still had one last card to play. You won't get this chance again. If what Tugo said is true and our pilot has been taken by Van Helding, then it won't take them long to find out what our mission is, and that we're in possession of the quantum entanglement device. They will not give up until they find it. Your life in here and everything you built will be in jeopardy. If you don't help us complete this mission, then everything you have built will be for nothing. Padua waved a dismissive hand. We know how to keep ourselves hidden. They will not find us. Scott stepped forward closer to the table. But this is crazy. You have an opportunity to be free, But his sentence was cut short by a guard jabbing him in the ribs, forcing him to step back. Scott's frustration finally boiled over. He grabbed the weapon out of the guard's hand and at the same time kicked him in the groin. The guard doubled over, leaving Scott holding the weapon. Spinner, seeing his chance, grabbed a pistol out of the side holster of the guard closest to him. Scott aimed his newly acquired weapon at Padua. Anybody so much as moves, then so help me God, I will blow her goddamn head off. Everyone froze, except for some guards who had already cocked their weapons, ready to fire. Tugo stood up, raised a hand, and shouted, Wait! Hold your fire! For a moment, there was a standoff. Cyrus and Steph moved in behind Scott and Spinner as they aimed their weapons at the council. Several guards stood around with itchy trigger fingers. Nobody moved. The assembled crowd held their collective breath. "If you guys want to spend the rest of your days living in a hole in the ground, well, be my guest," said Scott. "But we're leaving with the quantum device, and we're going to complete our mission." "I admire your balls, Commander," said Tugo, his voice calm and measured. "But even if we were to simply let you walk out of here, you would have absolutely no hope of getting anywhere near that facility without being blown to smithereens by a drone. So do us all a favor. Drop your weapons, and maybe, just maybe, you'll live to fight another day." "He's right," Cyrus whispered in Scott's ear. "This is pointless. We don't have a chance in this fight. We're outgunned. We'll find another way. Remember, Plan B." Scott said nothing for a moment, but Cyrus's words struck home. He slowly lowered his weapon and placed it on the ground. Spinner looked confused. "What the? You're giving up again?" "Just drop it, Spinner. Tugo's right. We can't fight our way out of this," said Scott. But Spinner wasn't convinced. He held the weapon tight and kept his aim on Padua. Steph placed a hand on Spinner's arm. "Leave it. No point in getting yourself killed for nothing." Spinner wavered. "God damn it." He lowered the weapon and flung it on the ground. Tugo stood up. "I'm glad to see that common sense has prevailed." He turned to the guards. "We're done here. Take them back, and make sure they're locked up good and tight this time." Chapter 11. The Seven. Frederick Van Helding stood at the viewing gallery in his private study on board the family's orbital and gazed down upon the surface of Earth. The entire orbital space city had been moved, by his request, to a new orbit that straddled both land and sea on the western edge of the North American continent. It was a task that had required an enormous amount of energy, expended solely because of Van Helding's personal desire to observe the patch of Earth where Scott McNabb and the former crew of the Hermes had taken refuge. The storm had moved off to the northeast, providing Van Helding with an unobstructed view of the surface. His attention was now on a mountainous desert known as the Wasteland. It was a barren, toxic region, devoid of life, and all but forgotten by most people. But now it was the focus of his attention, not to mention that of the algorithm, and, to a greater extent, the 6 other corporations that constituted the primary power block on Earth. He checked the time on his retinal display. The meeting was about to start. Van Helding broke his gaze from the planet's tortured surface, turned away from the viewing gallery, and made his way to sit in his comfortable antique wingback leather chair just as an alert flashed on his display, indicating that the other members were coming online. One by one, the avatars of the 6 other corporations began to take 3-dimensional shape and form, arraying themselves around Van Helding's private study, like ghostly specters convening at a seance. He found himself intrigued, as usual, at the avatars these individual corporations chose to take. Some were formal, true representations of the person. Others were more casual, even humorous, and yet others were garish and fantastical, a reflection of how far removed from reality these entities had become. Some, he even imagined, were possibly AI and not real people at all. Van Helding commenced by requesting Marlin, the orbital's AI and messenger of the algorithm, to bring everyone up to speed on both the nature of the incursion incident and on the progress toward apprehending the crew. Marlin did not utilize an avatar. Instead, its disembodied voice resonated out from nowhere. After several minutes, it had informed the assembled group of the current situation. "So, you are saying that you have not yet apprehended these individuals?" This came from Yoko Saikon, whose avatar was an exact physical representation of her, a tall, thin, almost gaunt figure of indeterminable age. Saikon Industries were closest to the Van Helding Corporation in power and influence, and together they formed a formidable power block within the 7. "They will be found and dealt with," said Van Helding. "Like the way you handled the operation back on Ceres, when you concocted a ludicrous plan to acquire the quantum communications technology. This came from Pao Zhangzhu, the most powerful of the group by quite a margin. Zhangzhu had deep roots, having stepped out into space exploration long before any of their rivals. Their style was eccentric, a byproduct of their belief in their invulnerability. But they were no fools either. They too knew both the value and the threat that the superluminal technology posed to the AI-driven world that all of them now relied upon. "You failed us at Ceres, Frederick. Your stepdaughter's treachery cost us all dearly. You had your chance in Neo City, but through the incompetence of your people, you let them escape," said Van Helsing. "So don't go whining to me, pal. This is old ground. Please do not bore us all by revisiting it." "So now this McNabb character shows up on our doorstep along with the former crew of the Hermes. Not good, Frederick, not good," said Yoko. Van Helsing shifted a little uncomfortably in his seat. "They're trapped inside an old mine. They aren't going anywhere. They and that meddling QI Solomon have set us back significantly in our efforts to acquire dominion over the Belt's resources. They cannot be allowed to reactivate Athena." "I think we're all in agreement on that, pal. But what I would like to know is what is being done to ensure their elimination." Yoko's tone was less confrontational, more conciliatory. It was Marlin that answered. "Multiple scout drones have been assigned to seek out other entrances to the mine where the crew is trapped. These are backed up by security drones. Also, the primary entrance is being cleared of debris, an ongoing operation that should take no more than an hour or so. After that, drones can enter and hunt them down." "And what about the ship they arrived in?" said Powell. "It's a belt-registered ore carrier owned by the Asterix Corporation. McNabb's crew came down amongst a group of 11 other shuttles. We have picked up all the others and established that they were all simply transporting ore from the carrier down to the surface. Legitimate activity. There is no reason to believe they had any knowledge of what McNabb was doing." "Has the ore carrier been apprehended yet?" said Yoko. "Unfortunately, it has left Earth's orbit and is now in interplanetary space. We have no jurisdiction there." "Bullshit. It should be destroyed immediately. We need to send a message to the Belt and Mars and that scheming QI Solomon that we are not going to be fucked with." Yoko was livid. "It's a question of resources," said Van Helsing. "That ore carrier will be armed, an unfortunate necessity these days to repel pirates and Scratcher scum. We would need a warship to take it down, and all our combined resources are busy with the blockade of the Belt." "The ore carrier is a distraction," said Pris of the Wanata Consortium. She had remained quiet through most of the conversation up until now, but they were another powerful group not to be messed with. Van Helsing had experienced run-ins with them a few times and rarely came out the better for it. Her adopted avatar was a sleek, alien-like creature that had an unnerving way of moving when she talked. "The key issue is locating and eliminating McNabb and his crew." "This is in hand," said Van Helsing. "And what about this EPR device? This faster-than-light communication system?" said Pris. "If their plan truly is to reactivate Athena, then they will most likely be transporting such a device. In which case, we need to acquire it. Intact," said Yoko. "But remember, this is just one half of an entangled pair. The other will be with Solomon or, most likely, with Arya in Jezero City on Mars." "Agreed. We need to secure this technology," said Pao. "Collectively, we failed at Neo City and Europa, and again at Ceres. Now the QIs control the system from Mars and beyond. They are foolish to think that they can gain some foothold on Earth. All planet-wide QIs have been isolated from the grid. There is no way out for them. This is why our enemies have conceived of such a desperate act. Athena is inaccessible, buried under hundreds of tons of rock, and even then, it is unlikely to function. It's a ridiculous plan. All they have succeeded at doing is handing us the quantum technology on a plate," said Van Helsing. Marlin's voice commanded their attention. "Forgive me for interrupting, but some new data has been acquired that will require alteration to the acquisition matrix." "What the hell does that mean?" said Yoko. Scout drones have picked up data on other human life forms in the vicinity. So what? Said Pris. We know there are a few wackos living in the wasteland. Just deal with them if you have to. Data has indicated that the numbers are far greater than originally estimated, Marlin continued, unfazed. As a consequence, the algorithm has advised that security personnel be deployed to the region. What? Said Van Helding. How many of these people are we talking about? The algorithm estimates a number in the hundreds, possibly as high as 1,000. Van Helding stood up. 1,000? How can this be? It's a radioactive wasteland. They live inside the mountains. This area has numerous caves and abandoned mines. It's a warren. This cannot be allowed. If these people are off-grid, then they are in violation of the law. Their data belongs to the network. Any group of that size, no matter how remote, could potentially introduce gaps in the dataset and, by extension, errors in the algorithm. They must be either assimilated or eradicated. Point taken, pal. But the bigger question is whether these vagabonds are part of the plan. Are they helping McNabb? Van Helding was now standing in the viewing gallery, looking down on the planet. Unlikely. The algorithm has concluded that they are a secretive people, primitive even. Any foreign intrusion would be viewed with deep suspicion, even hostility, said Marlin. So they could help us, said Pris. Not directly, but they could hinder McNabb and his team from progressing with their mission. They still need to be dealt with, and swiftly, Pow's avatar rippled. Agreed, said Yoko. The algorithm concurs, and to implement this course of action, it requires the deployment of human ground forces. 30 should be sufficient. Very well, Van Helding waved a hand. Give the order to dispatch 30 of our security personnel from here on the orbital immediately. This is turning into a Van Helding operation, Frederick, said Pow. Let's hope you do a better job of it than the last time you butted heads with McNabb and his team. I assure you that they are going nowhere. Their plan has already failed. This is simply a mop-up operation. The avatars went silent for a moment. It seemed that there was nothing left to say. One by one they signed off, extinguishing like candle flames in a draft, leaving Frederick Van Helding with nothing more than his thoughts. As he looked out, he could already see several shuttles preparing to leave the orbital, packed with security personnel, bound for the wasteland. Soon, he thought, McNabb will finally be dead. Maybe this is a good time to tidy up the rest of his crap. It's something I should have done a long time ago. My mercy is my weakness. Time to change that. Chapter 12. So it begins. The War Room, as it was known, wasn't really a war room as such. Its purpose and function in the subterranean metropolis of Shinoav was not a place where battle plans were drawn up or great campaigns planned, until now. Neither was it just a room. It was, in fact, a series of old stone buildings that had been used as storerooms and workshops ever since its current occupants had arrived and began living in these ancient ruins. Over time, as the city fabricated ever more elaborate and complex systems of growing food, filtering air, pumping water, and distributing energy, they tended to localize the monitoring of all these disparate systems in one place. Here, the technology of their existence could be monitored and managed, and so it became known as the War Room. The technology was rudimentary, like most else in the Citadel. Antique monitors charted the rise and fall in demand for resources by the systems that enabled such a society to survive in this subterranean cocoon. Over the years, it had been added to and greatly expanded to accommodate a multitude of buildings. From their roofs, great bunches of cables and tubes snaked their way all across the central cavern basin and out to every corner of the vast cave. Some of this cabling went even further, extending beyond the cavern and its connecting tunnels out to the very exterior of the mountain itself. These provided the conduit for the cameras by which the overseers in the war room could view the outside world. The feed from these cameras was rendered in pixelated muted color across 6 mismatched and slightly disheveled monitors clustered together in the war room. An equally disheveled technician sat in front of them and pointed at several specks moving across the horizon. "There, you see them?" Tugo rested a hand on the back of the operator's chair and grunted. "Shuttles." Beside him, several of the tribe's elders also watched as the craft began to circle around before finally landing in the valley, where they proceeded to disgorge a large contingent of well-armed security personnel. Tugo and some of the others had been monitoring the buildup of drones and personnel for some time. Each new observation compounded on the last, and soon they began to lose count of the military resources accumulating against them. An estimated 50 scout drones already buzzed in the sky above, each probing and testing the access tunnels and mine shafts that peppered the area. These at least were easy to deal with, and the tribe had learned a long time ago how to evade detection. The scout drone's primary function was observation, not engagement. That said, they did possess a single low-power pulsed energy weapon. It was lethal at short range, but once fired, the drone would have to wait for a few seconds before it could fire again, giving its target a chance to take cover or fire back, assuming they survived the first encounter. But the tribe's primary defense against detection by this drone was simply to block up the access tunnels with rubble. The drone didn't have the capability to circumvent this primitive defense. Its weapon system was too weak to be effective against a mound of rock. Tugo wasn't concerned with these drones, but there were also 10 to 15 security drones now joining the hunt, and these were of more concern. They were bigger, with a powerful laser system coupled with a formidable pulsed energy plasma cannon. These could make short work of the hastily constructed rubble barricades that the tribe was now assembling, but their size, almost 3 meters in diameter, made them nowhere near as aerially dexterous as their smaller siblings, the scout drones. They couldn't navigate the narrow shafts and tunnels that a human could, so by being careful, the tribe could also avoid coming into contact with these machines. But physical troops? That was a different matter entirely. That was ominous. Several thoughts rushed through Tugo's mind in a swirl of trepidation. There was no way to look at this development and see any positive outcomes. They simply had no defense. Sure, they could fight, but that would mean revealing their existence and the true strength of their numbers. Once that genie was out of the lamp, there would be no putting it back. "Shit," was all he could manage to say. "They know we're here," said Adsa, who had been monitoring the buildup for some time. "We've been discovered." "They're just looking for that crew," said Essa. "They don't know anything about us." Adsa wasn't convinced. "I don't like it. This is bad." "This is your fault, Tugo. If you hadn't brought that crew here, then none of this would be happening," said Badua, who had just arrived in the war room after hearing about the buildup. "You have put our very existence in jeopardy." "That crew sealed our fate as soon as they landed," said Tugo. "Bringing them here made no difference. We should hand them over before it's too late. All they want is that crew. Once they have them, we will be safe again. They're not interested in us." "You really think so, Adsa? My guess is they already know about our existence. You seem to forget we're dealing with an AI. They know way more than you could possibly imagine. It has most likely figured out from all the tiny bits of data those scout drones have collected in the last few hours that people are living in these caves. It has probably extrapolated our exact number based on nothing more than the level of moisture in the air. You have absolutely no idea how much an AI can divine from something as innocuous as how the wind blows." He looked around at the others. "They know we're here. They know we're living off-grid, and they're here to do something about it." "But that crew is still their top priority," said Adsa. "If what they told us at the council meeting is true, and I have no reason to doubt them, then yeah, that crew is number one on their list." Tugo went back to looking at the monitors. "Then we should hand them over now. Release them immediately so that they're taken by the security forces. That's really all they want." Adsa was adamant. "Maybe that's all the Van Helding Corporation wants, but the algorithm will not countenance a cohort of our size living off-grid. We will either be assimilated or eliminated." Tugo was beginning to sound pessimistic. "So what are we going to do?" said Adsa. Tugo shrugged. "That's a very good question. Screw them. said Issa. "I say we fight. We should put this to the council." Padua was resolute. Tugo could sense it in her. "Agreed. We need to establish a consensus on what action to take." Adsa, as usual, sided with Padua. "Sir, you better take a look at this." The technician pointed to a camera feed that had focused itself as best it could on a cluster of shuttles that had landed in the plateau. Around 20 security personnel were milling around in several groups, checking weapons and getting orders. But in the background, Tugo could see several industrial robots extraditing themselves from the cargo hold of one of the shuttles. The robots were the approximate height of a human, with tri-pointed tracked wheels at their base. The central body was well armored and bulky, with 2 highly articulated arms. These machines would have no problem moving rock and rubble. "Shit, mining bots. That's all we need." He stepped back from the monitors and turned to his second-in-command, Pliny, who had also been watching the military buildup. "Get Sasha Renton and the others. Tell them to meet me at the armory on the lower level." "Yes, sir. And tell them this shit just got real." His second-in-command nodded and jogged off. Tugo looked at the monitor again for a second, then placed a hand on the technician's shoulder. "I've got work to do, but you let me know if anything else lands, okay?" "Will do, sir." Tugo turned to the elders. "No one touch that crew until I get back." "Where are you going?" "We have an emergency council meeting to attend. This is critically important," said Padua. He spun around. "Where am I going?" "I'll tell you where. I'm going to organize the defense of this city, the defense of everything that we have shed blood and sweat and tears over for the last decade. That's where I'm going." He stabbed an index finger at them. "You go and talk about it all you want, and while you're at it, if you hear the sound of explosions and screaming, that's our people dying out there." He spun around again and strode out. By the time Tugo arrived at the armory, his anger and frustration had receded somewhat. The others were all there, those that he had trained for this very moment, a moment that all of them feared would arrive someday. Well, today was that day. By the law of averages, it was a wonder they hadn't been discovered long before now. Perhaps it had given them all a false sense of security, that they could live free and be left alone in peace. As for the elders, he couldn't really blame them for their panic. Direct confrontation was not their ethos. After all, they were the ones who chose to separate themselves and their followers from the slavery of the outside world. But Tugo was under no such illusions. He knew the algorithm would come for them one day, and there would be no escape, only the will to fight. The armory was an ancient stone building, isolated on a wide terrace on the northwestern quadrant of the cavern. The stonework was much older than most of the other buildings, rougher cut, but still spoke of great skill and craftsmanship by those who built it back through the mists of time. The walls were almost a meter thick, the sills above the doors and windows carved with strange symbols whose meaning had long been forgotten. They had chosen this building for both its strength and its relative isolation, just in case it accidentally blew up. Such were the risks associated with storing antique ballistic weapons and ammunition. But as Tugo glanced along the shelves and racks, he could see that they were all empty, save for the odd broken relic here and there. His group was all here, so he wasted no time exchanging pleasantries. Instead, he sat on the slab floor, grabbed a small chalk stone, and scratched out a basic map of the cavern and its main access routes. The group gathered around. "Have all these points been blocked up?" His second-in-command, Pliny, knelt beside him. "Yes. All routes leading to the cavern are blocked with stone and rubble. We've also got teams in behind, all armed as best we can." "Is it true they brought in manpower and robots?" Sasha asked. "Yeah. Around 30 or so are heading our way. They've got 2 mining bots with them." The group looked anxiously from one to the other. "Those bots will make short work of any barriers we put up, so here's what we need to do. We need to create a secondary fallback ring. The gap between the 2 should be set with whatever explosives we have left." Tugo's hand moved around the map on the floor, scratching out rough locations. "When they're through the first barrier, wait until the tunnel fills up, and then blow it. That should slow them down." "What about after that? What should we do then?" said Renton. Tugo went back to scratching rough marks on the map. Create low barricades to use for cover, around 50 meters back. As soon as they break through, we can start picking them off." He looked back at the group. "Any questions?" They shook their heads and mumbled for a moment. "What about the elders?" said Renton. "What do they say?" Tugo rubbed his chin and stared at them. "They're talking about it." This invoked a laugh. "Great. That's useful. I feel so much safer now." Tugo stood up. "They have served us well in the past, and maybe if we get through this, they'll do so in the future. I'll talk to them, see what they can do to calm those who are too young or too old to fight." "And that crew we captured, what about them?" said Pliny. "They're the reason we're in this mess," said Renton. "They brought all this down on us." "That they did, but they may yet have a part to play." Tugo stood up. "We don't have much time. Start getting the word out to everyone and start getting those barriers built." As the group began to disperse, Tugo picked out 2 fighters. "You two, come with me." "Yes, sir. Where to?" "We're going to visit that crew. We're going to do something we should have done from the very beginning, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have a chance to live through this day." Chapter 13. Beyond the Citadel. Scott and the crew had been herded back into their holding pen after the session with the council. Scott, for his part, still found it hard to believe that the elders of the tribe wouldn't help them in their mission, preferring instead to bury their heads in the sand. The algorithm and the AIs that controlled it wasn't going away. In fact, it would be ramping up its attempts to find them and the quantum device. But he wasn't the only one who was frustrated. "I really don't understand why these morons don't want to help us. I mean, this will secure their future." Cyrus waved his arms in anger. "You have to see it from their perspective," said Steph. "They don't just hate the algorithm, they despise everything it stands for. The complete control of humanity by an AI, so simply handing that control over to a QI is just more of the same as far as they're concerned." Scott could see how they could think this. What was a QI but just another computer? Yet the reality was very different. As things stood in the system, the QIs were humanity's best chance of regaining order. But during the session, he came to realize that there was a deeper reason, one he'd failed to consider before revealing their mission to the tribe initially. It was simply that the ideology which sustained the tribe was the belief that one day humanity would ultimately destroy itself, and they would then be free to leave Shinoav and start a new and better era of human civilization atop the ashes of the old. They didn't just want the algorithm destroyed, but the whole rotten and corrupt world gone. Yet he sensed that there were those around that table who didn't entirely share this view, but their voices weren't heard. Instead, they bowed to the party line. Maybe their numbers were too small, or maybe there was a very good reason they chose not to challenge the authority of the majority. Either way, it mattered little now. Here they were back in the cell, back to square one. Yet, before they could start to work out how they might escape, Spinner needed to be brought up to speed. Neither he nor Jonesy had known the true intent of the mission, and now that it was all out in the open, he wanted to know what the hell was going on. The 2 specialist mining engineers had been contracted to help them get into the sub-levels of the Durrell facility. They also knew that the mission had its dangers, but that was all. What the crew was planning once they gained access had been kept from them. "So, what you're saying is that we're planning to screw over the AI, the algorithm that controls those drones that killed Jonesy?" "Yep, that's the plan." "Well, count me in. Let's go take them down." It seemed that Spinner, far from being pissed off about being kept in the dark, was now eager to seek revenge. But even though it was better to have him focused on the mission than mooching around, he still viewed getting to the facility without specialist equipment as an almost impossible task. They discussed all the possible ways they could break out of the cell, yet there still remained the not inconsiderable problems of finding their gear, finding a way out of Shinoav, then finding a way into the Durrell facility, and finally, down to where Athena was entombed. There was also another major problem that no one as yet had mentioned. even if they managed to get to Athena and connect the quantum device. Would it work? As far as Scott understood it, the device should connect Athena to Arya on Mars and by extension Solomon on Europa. However, for them to take control of Earth-based AI, Athena needed to be reconnected to the grid, which was the Earth-based communications network. His head hurt just thinking about it all. They discussed their options for what seemed like hours, going around and around the same problems with no obvious solution that didn't involve high-risk, direct action, like taking someone hostage and holding a gun to their head until their demands were met. But this was a no-go. There had to be a better way. So it almost came as a welcome relief when the door opened and Tugo entered along with 2 other guards. One guard took up a position at the door, facing out, checking up and down while Tugo turned to them, put his finger to his lips, and spoke very softly. "If you want out of here, then be as quiet as possible and follow me." Scott looked at Tugo, trying to decide what trick was being played. Were they being released, or was there some other plan going on that he couldn't see yet? But Tugo did seem to be offering them a way out of the holding cell, so that was something, at least. Scott glanced at the others, then stood up and followed Tugo. They moved along a dim corridor in single file, Tugo taking the lead. It was nighttime in the Citadel. The lights had darkened, and only faint sounds of dripping water could be heard over the low background hum of machines. After a few moments, they exited into the cavern. Here, the background sounds became louder, interspersed with distant voices. Tugo turned back to them and silently signaled that they were heading up a set of narrow steps that would eventually take them to the upper levels of the terraces. As they climbed, the sounds of the cavern below grew more muffled and distant. Scott paused for a moment to cast a glance back down across the metropolis. It was pitch black, save for dim points of light that cascaded down from the terraces and stretched themselves out across the floor of the city. It had a shimmering, ethereal beauty, and in that moment he could see why it was hard for some to contemplate leaving this place, for the harsh, forbidding landscape of the outside world. Someone tugged at his sleeve. It was Cyrus, prompting him to keep moving. The stone stairway wound its way up through the contours of the terraces in a confusing zigzag pattern. It finally ended on a shallow balcony jutting out from the cave wall, high up on the edge of the stone face, into which was set a highly engineered door, an airlock. It was very similar to the one they had come in through, but this was smaller. It was another entrance to the cavern and presumably led back into the old mine shafts beyond. Another of Tugo's people was waiting for them here. As soon as he saw them coming, he opened the door and signaled for them to hurry on. They had spoken little throughout the entire journey, but now that they went through the door and into the tunnel on the far side, Tugo and his people began to relax a little. He gestured to them. "This way. It's not far." The tunnel was flat and level, and a welcome relief from the steep climb up the steps and out of the cavern. They walked for around 50 meters before Tugo pointed to an open archway on the left-hand side of the tunnel. This opened into a low, wide room that had been hacked out of the rock. In the center, all their gear had been assembled, EVA suits, helmets, weapons, even the robotic mule, still carrying the quantum device. It must have taken a lot of effort to get it here, as it had deactivated itself once their suits had been powered down. It simply folded itself up, like any four-legged animal, and switched itself off. Tugo's people had lifted it onto a wheeled cart and must have pushed and pulled it here, and judging by the tired looks on the 2 people guarding the stash, it had required a lot of effort. Tugo waved a hand around the pile. "All your gear should be here." They moved in closer and began to pick through it. "So you're letting us go?" said Scott as he examined his EVA suit. "What I said at the council assembly was for the benefit of the crowd. There are some of us that understand what you are attempting to do, and we see it as an opportunity to escape this." He looked around the cave. Subterranean existence. That and the fact that the situation has changed. Things are escalating, and our continued existence is looking tenuous. Scott gave him a look. "What's changed? Come, I need to show you this." Tugo placed an old and battered holotab on the ground and activated it. From its surface, a 3D video feed of the wasteland blossomed out. It was obviously taken by a drone high up or possibly a satellite. It showed several shuttles coming into land on the dusty desert sands. Around them swarmed numerous security drones, similar to those that had attacked them at the mine entrance. The image was blurry, but there was no mistaking the insignia on the shuttles. "Van Helsing," said Cyrus, pointing to one of the craft. One by one, the loading doors on the shuttles started opening, each disgorging a group of security personnel. "This was taken a little over 2 hours ago by a small drone we operate to monitor this area," said Tugo. "We've never seen anything like this before. That quantum device you have, they obviously want it real bad." He looked over at Scott. "So you were right, Commander. They're planning to leave no stone unturned until they find it, and there's no way that we can remain hidden. Our days are numbered, and we're about to become extinct." "What's that?" Steph pointed to what looked like a dense flock of birds spiraling out from the belly of several larger drones. "It's a microswarm, small scout drones that act as one. They're small enough to penetrate deep into the cave system, and don't let their small size fool you into thinking they're easy pickings. They're deadly, and once one finds you, you can expect a whole lot more to follow." "Shit," said Spinner. By now, Scott and the crew had reacquainted themselves with their respective EVA suits, checking resources, helmets, and comms, while all the time the holotab played out the advance of the drones and troops of the Van Helsing Corporation across the wasteland. "So, have you thought about how we can get into the Durrell facility?" Cyrus was checking out the quantum device, still strapped to the robotic mule. "I thought you said we wouldn't survive 10 minutes outside the caves." "You don't have to go outside," said Tugo. "Here, let me show you this." Tugo changed the projection on the holotab. It now showed a detailed schematic of the cave system interior. "This is the best map we've got of the caves and passages in this area." He pointed to a blank spot on the projection. "The Durrell facility is over here somewhere, and we know that these two passages connect with it. Problem is, they're blocked, no way through." "Well, that's not much help," said Cyrus. "No, but we think there may be a way in along this route here." He pointed to a long square tunnel that took a right angle, straight up, only to stop in the middle of nothing. "That looks like it goes nowhere," said Scott. "That's just as far as it has been mapped by us, but it should continue on, and we think it leads to the reactor in the lower level of the Durrell facility, just below where the QI, Athena, should be. If you can get in there, then there may be a way up." Scott leaned in to examine the map, as did the rest of the crew. "How do you know this leads to the facility?" "Look, I've lived here for years, and the tribe has explored a great deal of the cave system. A lot of it might not be on this map, but the facility is there, I'm sure of it." He pointed to the blank spot on the map again. "That whole area has high radiation levels, so we've avoided it. But you can tell by the shape of the tunnel system that it's been cut out. It's not natural, nor is it an old mine shaft." Spinner leaned in and pointed to the long perpendicular shaft. "My guess is that's an elevator shaft. See how it's narrower than the horizontal tunnel at the base? If there are high radiation levels, then it could be that they were storing spent fuel rods from the reactor core down here." "How do you figure that?" said Steph. "It's what I do. It's why I'm on this mission. There's not a lot I don't know about holes in the ground." "That makes sense," said Tugo. "It's why we never explored it. Too much radiation." He pointed to an area running alongside the square tunnel. "If you continue on this way, there are several connecting shafts leading to areas that were blocked up deliberately, not by rockfall. It could be where they stored contaminated equipment or buried old fuel rods." "We're going to need these suits big time," said Spinner. "I reckon I've got around 2 hours of air." "What about that shaft then? Any infrastructure still there? Anything to help us climb up?" said Cyrus. "A lot of mangled metal, that's all. But I think there's still some infrastructure, steel cables, that sort of thing. But I'll be honest, they're old and fragile, likely to collapse. Dangerous." The crew stood for a moment in silence, studying the 3D map, trying to glean any nugget of information from it that could help them. They all froze when they heard a distant boom. Steph turned to Tugo. "What was that?" Tugo had cocked his head, listening, his eyes wide. "That is the beginning of the end. The battle for Shinoav has begun. We need to get back. You're not coming with us? Said Scott. No. My duty lies elsewhere, in the defense of the Citadel. All I can say is I hope to hell you're right about this, QI Athena. I've gone out on a limb here, and there'll be hell to pay when I get back and they find out I let you go. So do not fail me. Our very survival depends on you now. Chapter 14. Fisher. They walked in silence for a while, trying to follow the map that Tugo had given them. It was limited in that it didn't give them their own location on it, so they backtracked several times, trying to get themselves oriented. The passages they moved through became more dilapidated as they progressed. It was clear that very few of the tribe ever came through this area. The ever-rising radiation levels had a lot to do with that, but it was also treacherous. Cracks and fissures had opened up in the tunnels, and several times they had to be careful of their step as they traversed some gaping hole in the earth. They all wore full EVA suits with visors closed to protect them from the background radiation, but Scott felt confined, almost claustrophobic. He couldn't hear anything of the outside world, save for the comms chatter of the crew. There was no way to hear if someone or something was sneaking up on them. After an hour or so of what seemed like aimless searching, they finally found a junction that they could identify on the 3D map. Cyrus had placed the holo-tablet on the ground, and they all gathered around as it projected the layout of the known area. We're here. I'm pretty sure of it. Cyrus pointed to a junction on the map. This spur should lead to the newer tunnel section where the service elevator shaft is. Steph studied the spur on the map. Looks very ragged. My guess is that's a fissure that opened up relatively recently, said Spinner. You can tell by the contours that it probably extends for quite a distance. If I was a guessing man, I'd say this area was hit by an earthquake after they made that tunnel. Most likely caused by the several megatons of nuclear warheads that detonated all over the west coast. So, which way then? Said Steph. Cyrus swung an arm out and pointed down the passageway, around 100 meters that way. He shut down the holo-tab and they continued on. When they finally came to the spur, it was, as Spinner described, a jagged crack had opened up and sliced through the earth. It was narrow, but deep. Scott's helmet light could not divine the bottom as he looked down into it. Fortunately, the nature of the split resulted in a thin ledge that rose at a steep upward angle, just enough to walk along, and probably the only reason that someone from the tribe had been able to explore this sector of the cave system. Scott studied the ledge. The mule isn't going to manage that. Looks like we're carrying the gear from here. They started unloading the robotic mule, distributing the smaller items that could fit into the pockets of their EVA suits amongst the four of them. But the two main items they needed were the quantum device and the satellite uplink that would be used to reconnect Athena to the Earth-based grid, both of which were cocooned in individual rugged cases. Cyrus and Steph carried the uplink, leaving Scott and Spinner to carry the quantum device. The rest of the gear they abandoned, along with the mule. They set off up the steep, narrow incline of the fissure. Scott could hear Spinner in his comms, huffing and puffing, as he navigated his way up behind him. They carried the device between them. Scott took the lead, Spinner behind. Geez, now I know I don't live on this planet anymore, Spinner huffed. Everything is just too goddamn heavy. We're nearly at the top. Don't let this thing fall or it's game over. Yeah, don't worry. I just like complaining, it makes me feel better. But it was Scott who lost his footing first. The side of the ledge gave way, and he almost went over. If not for Spinner reaching out with an arm to shove him back, he would have lost his balance. Like I said, gravity's a bitch, Spinner laughed. They made it up to the next level without any further drama, and one by one worked their way into this new tunnel. The fissure continued on up into the depths of the mountain above. Scott scanned his helmet light up and down the tunnel. It was very different from any of the others they had ventured through so far. This was new, built within the last 100 years. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were smooth, thick cast concrete. Old rusted conduits ran along the ceiling, punctuated by strip lights, some of which hung down, their fasteners having rusted long ago. "Which way, Cyrus?" Scott lowered the device to the ground so that Spinner could take a breather, but the engineer didn't answer. Instead, he was staring back down the fissure they had just ascended. "What is it?" Cyrus shook his head. "I don't know. A strange signal." He looked up at Scott. "I think there's something down there." "Something?" Spinner shifted to look down. "Could be nothing." Cyrus shrugged. Scott and Steph exchanged a glance. They had known Cyrus long enough that when the engineer said something was up, you'd better pay attention. "Come on," said Scott. "Straight ahead, around 130 meters. That should be the base of the elevator shaft." A few moments later, they arrived at a mound of bent and crumpled metal at the base of the old service elevator. Scott carefully picked his way through and looked up the length of the vertical shaft, angling his helmet light to illuminate the dilapidated structure. Rusted cables and struts hung down at awkward angles. Around 10 meters up, he could see the elevator cage had broken off from its mounts and was now wedged in the space at a precarious angle. Its door had long gone. He looked down at his feet to see that he was standing on it. Cyrus came up beside him. "What do you think?" "Well, getting up there isn't going to be a walk in the park with a fine lady and well-groomed poodle." Scott angled his light at the rusted metal access ladder tucked into a recess that ran the length of the shaft. He pointed up. "That cage looks like it could collapse down at any time. We need to be really careful when we're squeezing past it." Cyrus looked up at the rusted cage for a moment. "That's if we can get past it. That gap looks tight." Scott cast another tentative glance back up the shaft. "Maybe one of us should check it out first, before we start to climb up with the additional weight of these units." "I'll go," said Steph. "I'm the lightest, so if it collapses under my weight," she turned to the others, "you can take it that it's not going to support yours." They took a few more minutes to organize themselves. It was agreed that Steph would climb up first past the cage and test the route. Assuming the rickety ladder held, then Scott would be next, dangling the quantum unit behind him from a strap on his EVA suit. Cyrus would be next, using the same method to carry the uplink, and finally Spinner would take up the rear. "This would be a lot easier if we didn't need these EVA suits," said Cyrus as he eyed the shaft. "Rads are very high here," said Steph. "It wouldn't do you any favors down the line." Cyrus turned his head back to her. "You're assuming there is a down the line." Steph started up. She would go solo and try to get past the broken elevator cage that had wedged itself in the shaft. Her first step on the ladder came with a sprinkle of falling dust and a noticeable flex in the metal. Her next steps were more tentative, but by the fourth step the rung gave way and she almost lost her grip. "You okay?" said Scott into his helmet comm. He could hear Steph taking a deep breath. "I'm fine," came the reply. She continued climbing up and finally arrived at the cage without further incident, much to the relief of the others watching from below. "That last stretch looks pretty solid. I'm going to try to see what it's like past this cage." She disappeared from view as she climbed up. All they could see of her now was vague movement through the cage latticework. "Crap." "What is it, Steph?" said Scott. "Part of the ladder has been ripped out. 2 meters of it are gone. Probably happened when the cage fell," said Cyrus. "I would suggest you all move away from the base of the shaft. I need to put my weight on this cage for a moment so I can climb past the gap in the ladder." "Are you sure that's wise? It looks very unstable to me," said Spinner. "No choice. No other way to get past this gap." They clambered down from the mound of crumpled metal and moved back. "Okay, Steph, we're out of the way." A few seconds later, and they could see a shower of dust and light debris fall down the shaft. "Okay, I'm through. Looks like it can hold the weight. You guys may as well start up now." Scott was next. To keep his hands free to climb, he had the quantum device dangling below him from a strap, attached to his EVA suit. The device was heavy, but still light enough to be carried by one person. However, this arrangement was awkward, as it bounced off the ladder, sometimes catching on a rung as he climbed. Nevertheless, he got to the underside of the elevator cage without the ladder collapsing or him falling. As he pushed himself through the gap between the cage and the wall, he could now see where part of the ladder was missing. He took a moment to figure out the best alternative route up, and as Steph had realized, the only option was to use the cage itself to climb up past the gap. He pulled up on the strap and gathered in the quantum device, then took a tentative step on the cage. It shifted slightly and dust rained down. Scott took it slow, transferring his weight and that of the device as gently as he could. The cage held, and he managed to move up its side until he could reach the ladder again. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, Cyrus, you're next." Scott continued for another 15 meters. The shaft walls in this section bore all the scars of the elevator cage having slid and scraped its way down. Thankfully, though, the access ladder was intact all the way up to the next level. He looked up to see Steph's head sticking out from a door in the shaft. She waved. He waved back. "I'm through, Cyrus. You can head up now. Just be careful not to shake that cage too much." "I'll keep it in mind," came the reply. Steph reached down and helped pull Scott up through the elevator door and out onto what must have been the lowest level of the Durrell Labs research facility. He pulled the quantum unit up behind him, and then swept the area with his helmet light. It was pitch black. His light picked out a tangle of pipes and ducting, all interconnecting with various control systems. "Shit!" Cyrus's voice came through on his helmet comm. Scott stuck his head back out through the doorway and looked down. Cyrus had one hand on the ladder and one foot on the cage. He could see that the cage had shifted a little, and Cyrus had difficulty reaching the bottom rung of the upper ladder section. "What's wrong?" "It's shifted down. My only option is to try to jump." With that, Cyrus launched himself off the cage, just enough to grab the bottom rung. Scott could hear him panting through his comm. The cage held. Cyrus pulled himself up. Next, it was Spinner's turn. At least he wasn't carrying any extra weight. Hopefully the cage would hold out. Scott and Steph pulled Cyrus out of the shaft. He lay on the floor on his back, breathing hard. "Man, I hate Earth gravity." Scott was looking back down the shaft to see how Spinner was progressing. He had arrived at the cage and began to transfer his weight when it jerked and shifted. "Damn, I don't think it's going to hold." "Just be careful," said Steph. Spinner tried again. This time it held. He then started climbing along its side until he could just grab the bottom rung of the ladder. "Nearly there," he said, just as the cage finally collapsed. It seemed to crumple in the middle and tumble down the shaft. When it hit the bottom, although Scott couldn't hear the crash through his helmet, he could feel the shudder through the floor. Spinner screamed out in pain. "Spinner, are you okay?" Steph shouted, but Spinner was now engulfed in a billowing cloud of dust that was rising up the shaft. "Spinner?" "I'm still here," he groaned. "My foot got caught. I think it's broken." He groaned again. "Hold on, we're coming to get you." Scott unclipped the quantum device but kept the strap attached. He lowered himself down the ladder to where the miner was clinging on. "Here." He lowered the strap to Spinner. "Clip this on. I'll pull you up." When he had the strap attached, Scott began to climb up again, and Spinner was able to pull himself up behind. Steph and Cyrus grabbed him at the top and pulled him to safety. He winced in pain as Steph began to examine him. "I think it's my ankle." He grabbed his right leg. "Cage caught my foot on the way down." "We need to get out of this area fast. That crash must have been heard through every cave and tunnel in this system if there are any drones down there. Then they're going to be investigating that." Cyrus leaned in through the doorway and looked down the shaft. "What is it, Cyrus?" "They're here already. Look." Scott looked down. Below, through the dust and debris, he could see the telltale beam from a laser cutter working to clear a path through the mangled metal. "Shit. They're trying to cut their way through. We better hurry." Chapter 15. Research Facility. Scott stood back from the elevator shaft and saw that here were a set of thick steel doors that had been swung back on either side of the doorway. "Blast doors," he shouted. "Quick, let's try to close these. It'll buy us some time." He grabbed the edge of one door and pulled. It didn't budge. He placed one foot on the wall for leverage, and the door jolted free on its rusted hinges. Cyrus was working the door on the other side free by moving it back and forth, a little more each time until finally they swung them closed just as a small drone zoomed up from the base of the shaft. Scott lowered the locking bar across the double set of steel doors and stepped back. That should hold them for a while. He looked down at Spinner. The miner was sitting with his back to the wall, as Steph wrapped a makeshift splint around his lower leg. She had also found a length of aluminum bar he could use as a crutch. "Think you can walk?" said Scott. Spinner cocked his head. "Do I have a choice?" "I suppose not." "I think this is where we are," said Cyrus. He had activated a 3D schematic from the holodisplay on his wrist controller. It was a map of the facility that they had brought with them, cobbled together from known layouts and best guesses about what was within the complex of buildings that constituted Durrell Labs' research facility. It was not a complete map, nor was it 100% accurate, but it was the best they had, so it would have to do. Cyrus was studying it, pointing to an area at the base of the schematic that projected out from the holodisplay on his wrist. He turned around to orient the map coordinates with their current position. He pointed to his right. "That way should be the reactor facility." He looked up and pointed to his left. "And down there should be a long corridor with several secure storage rooms. At the very end, there should be another service elevator leading up to the research facility. I think Athena should be 2 floors up from there." "Another climb then?" said Steph. "Not necessarily," said Cyrus. "We've got power in this area. The reactor's still functioning. I think that's where the tribe gets their juice. They must have tapped into it in some way." "Are you saying the elevators in here might still be working?" said Steph. Cyrus gave a shrug. "It's possible, that's all." "I'll take that," said Spinner. "Okay, let's get moving." Scott hefted the case with the quantum device onto his shoulder. Cyrus did likewise with the other unit. Steph helped Spinner up onto his feet. He took a few tentative steps with the makeshift crutch under one arm, and the other draped over Steph's shoulder. They slowly moved off toward the corridor. They found it soon enough. It was wide enough for 2 ground cars to pass side by side. The walls were punctuated with large steel doors every 10 meters or so. Some were open, and Scott peeked into one room as he passed. It was cavernous and empty as far as he could tell. The corridor itself was made of cast concrete, like a bunker, which this area probably was. Here and there, rugged packing crates lay strewn about. They didn't try to open any to see what was inside. They didn't have the time. But he was heartened to see the telltale illumination of tiny LED lights here and there on various control panels, and electrical spurs mounted on the walls and ceilings. Some, presumably, were emergency lighting, and since it wasn't on, that must mean there was full power. "There it is," said Cyrus, pointing off into the darkness. "I can't see anything," said Scott, and he lowered the quantum unit down to the ground to take a breather. Spinner did likewise, lowering himself with a groan to sit on a packing crate. "Another 30 meters dead ahead." Cyrus flipped around to look back down the way they'd come. Scott tensed. "Trouble?" "Scout drones. 3. No, 4. Heading this way." Already, Scott had hefted the quantum device back onto his shoulder. At the same time, he readied his plasma weapon and aimed it down the corridor. "Let's move, quick." Cyrus led the way, followed by Steph and Spinner, who hobbled as fast as he could. Scott took up the rear, glancing back every now and again to check for drones. He saw the glint of metal first, his helmet light picking out the polished shell. Before he had time to warn the others, 2 bolts of incandescent plasma spat out from the darkness. One sailed over Scott's head into the distance, but the other hit the wall beside him, and the impact knocked him over. He landed face first on the hard concrete floor, and the quantum unit went sliding forward. He rolled over on his back and fired off a few shots down the corridor, which were followed by several more shots from the others. Scott felt a hand grab at his shoulder. It was Cyrus. He pulled him, along with the quantum device, back in behind a stack of packing crates. Steph and Spinner were taking cover behind another stack on the opposite side of the corridor. "Crap, they've got us pinned down here," said Spinner. He fired back into the darkness just as 2 drones came into view. He fired again, hitting one and sending it spiraling out of control. It slammed into the second drone and exploded in a blinding flash. Bits of metal danced off the floor and peppered the crew with a shower of hot shrapnel. Scott gave Spinner a thumbs up. "Nice shot." "They're backing off." Cyrus poked his head out from behind the stack. "No, wait. There's something else coming. Something bigger. It's probably one of those security drones. We don't stand a chance against that. We need to get to the elevator." He grabbed Cyrus and pulled him back in. "We need to go, now." Scott looked over to where Steph and Spinner were crouched and signaled for them to get moving. Steph nodded back and began helping Spinner up. They all started to shuffle their way to the elevator, backs to the wall, trying to keep behind the stacks of packing crates as much as they could. "Can you see what those drones are doing, Cyrus?" Scott was dragging the quantum device with one hand, moving his way along the wall. He had the plasma weapon ready in the other. "They're holding off, just hovering down there." "What for?" "I think they're waiting for Big Mama to arrive." "How long?" "Can't see it yet, but I can sense it coming. A minute, maybe less." "Let's make a run for it." "We can't. Spinner can't move that fast." "Don't worry about me. I can move as fast as I need to. Just say the word," said Spinner. "Okay," said Scott. "Everybody start putting down some covering fire, then we go." With that, all 4 of them blasted the far end of the corridor with a hail of plasma fire. Then they ran. Ahead, Scott could see the service elevator. It was an open cage with a half-ramp door at the front that could hinge down. Presumably, this was so that small-wheeled vehicles could easily get in and out. On the wall just to the right of the elevator, Scott could see the faint illumination of the call buttons. "It's got power, Cyrus. You were right." He ran to it as fast as he could, hit the button, and looked back to see where the others were. Cyrus was right behind him. Steph and Spinner were still a good 10 meters farther back. "Hurry!" He gestured frantically at them with a free arm. 2 incandescent plasma bolts streaked out from the darkness at the far end of the corridor. One slammed into the ceiling just above Scott, and the other hit a stack of packing crates right beside Spinner and Steph. The stack collapsed, and the pair were lost from view. "Steph?" Scott shouted into his comm. There was no reply. "Shit!" He turned to Cyrus. "You get this stuff into the elevator. I'm going to find them." He fired several shots down the hallway and started to move forward. Another bolt hit the crates and sent them scattering in all directions. A second bolt hit the wall beside him, knocking him down again. His EVA suit electronics were flickering and shorting as it tried to deal with the electromagnetic fallout from the plasma blast. He looked down the hall. There was no sign of either Spinner or Steph. "God damn it, I don't see them, Cyrus." "Scott, we need to get out of here. That security drone has just appeared on my radar. If it gets a shot off, we're dead for sure." Scott rose to his feet, keeping low, and fired a few more shots into the darkness. He paused and scanned the area in front of him. There was no sign of them. "Where the hell are they?" "It's just entered the corridor," Cyrus shouted at him. Scott ran back to the elevator. The ramp was down and Cyrus was already inside with the 2 units. Scott dived in as the ramp rose up. Another plasma bolt shot out from the darkness and slammed into the back wall of the elevator, just as it was rising up. The cage juddered and Scott was sure it was going to fail, but it kept grinding its way up toward the floors above. "Scott! Cyrus!" His comm crackled. It was Spinner. "Where the hell are you?" "Steph took a hit. I dragged us into one of the side storerooms and barricaded up the door. It's pretty thick, so it should hold for a while." "Steph? No! God damn it!" "She's okay, I think. Her EVA suit took most of the blast. We can hold out here for a time unless those drones try and cut through the door. Then I don't know." His voice trailed off. "Try to hold out for as long as you can. We're on our way up to the research lab. We'll try. Good luck." Scott looked over at Cyrus. The engineer seemed to be looking down at the floor of the elevator. "What now?" "We need to get out, now." He hit the emergency button and the cage stopped moving. The ramp dropped open and Cyrus and Scott grabbed the units and ran out of the elevator, just as it exploded in the blinding flash of a powerful plasma blast. Dust and debris rained down on them as they ran. Scott took a quick look back to see that the opening was now engulfed in flames. "I think that was the security drone," said Cyrus when they had stopped running. Both of them were looking back at the furnace raging in the elevator shaft. At least that should slow them down for a while, no getting up through that ball of fire and metal. Let's hope so. We've still got to find a way up to the next level. Cyrus tapped an icon on his wrist control, and the 3D schematic of the facility blossomed up from the holoscreen. He studied it for a moment, then turned around and pointed. This way. There should be a staircase leading all the way up. They hefted the units back up on their shoulders and moved off as fast as they could. Chapter 16. The Android. Scott wondered if now might be a good time to open his helmet visor. He still had over an hour of air left in the tank, so it wasn't that. He just felt that he might be able to hear better if something was coming for them. But he let it go for the moment and concentrated on putting one step in front of the other, as he and Cyrus climbed up the steep access stairs to the upper level of the Durrell research facility. Below them, the drones would be trying to find an alternate route up, now that the service elevator shaft had been denied them by their own hand. There was a certain irony in that. Scott smiled to himself at the idea of it. Maybe there is hope, he thought. But even so, it wouldn't take the drones long to find them. They needed to hurry. He hastened his step. The stairs themselves had been cut out of the very mountain. Perhaps it was much older than the facility, a legacy of some ancient mine that operated here in times past. As they ascended, Scott noticed that it had been patched and repaired in several sectors, new concrete bridging the gaps in the old rock. Closer to the top, the old gave way to the new. This section was all smooth and clean, engineered from concrete rather than simply hacked out of the rock. They stepped out of the stairwell and into a wide, shallow floor area. Directly in front was a frosted glass wall, its smooth lines a stark contrast to the rough rock of the surroundings. As they approached, they could see that one section of this wall was in fact a set of double doors. These were marked and scratched as if someone had tried to break through. Scattered on the floor were the remains of the implements used in this attempt: rocks, a metal bar, and a small axe. They had rested there for a very long time, judging by the dust that had accumulated on their surfaces. Someone tried to get in and failed. One of the tribe must have made it this far. Looks like this is as far as they got. Cyrus was standing over a desiccated body. It rested with its back to the wall in an alcove at the side of the floor. A woman, possibly. It was hard to tell. So, how do we get in? Scott moved over to the access panel to examine it. It still had power. That much he could tell. That glass is stronger than titanium. There's no way to break it, said Cyrus as he examined the doors. Someone should have told this person here. Scott contemplated the forlorn figure. Cyrus moved over to the access panel. I'll try to take this apart and see if I can hack it. He touched the panel screen and the doors silently slid open. Damn, said Scott. How did you do that? I didn't do anything. Cyrus stepped back from the panel and looked at the open doors. It just opened, like it wants us to enter. Scott looked over at the engineer. You're creeping me out, Cyrus. How would it know who we are? Cyrus shrugged. Search me? Scott looked back at the open doors. Come on, let's go before it changes its mind. No sooner had they stepped through, the doors closed again. Scott and Cyrus exchanged a glance but said nothing. The space was dark, like everywhere else in the facility, but here and there, Scott could pick out low, diffuse illumination, like the glow from a terminal or some other system interface. It also had a feeling of spaciousness. His helmet light failed to fully penetrate the darkness and identify any boundaries to the area, other than more glass walls that seemed to demarcate work areas. He moved over to one and peered in. It was devoid of anything save for a low, oblong plinth, probably a holotable. Which way? He asked Cyrus, who was checking his own holodisplay. It's in the center of this space. He looked back at Scott. I suppose we just keep walking farther in? After several meters, the walls stopped and the area opened out into a wide and seemingly empty space. Great circular columns rose up all around, culminating in a vaulted ceiling, giving the space the feel of a high-tech cathedral. Scott angled his helmet light to pick out a possible path through this maze of columns. He felt Cyrus's hand on his arm. Wait up. What? Drones? No, something else. I hate when you say that, Cyrus. A figure moved out from behind one of the black columns, tall and elegant, but not human. An android, its body a smooth and white opaque shell. It raised a hand as if to signal, and the illumination in the space brightened noticeably. Scott readied his weapon. Then it spoke. At least, Scott thought it did, as it seemed to gesture more and its head moved slightly up and down. "Is it speaking to us?" said Scott. "I can't hear anything in this goddamn EVA suit." "Hard to say since it doesn't have a mouth." Scott reached up and, after a second or two of hesitation, popped open his visor. He took a breath. The air was dry and had a vaguely chemical smell, like a clinic. "Are you sure you want to do that?" said Cyrus. "I think we're safe enough in here. Rads are low, air is breathable, and I'm sick of wearing this thing anyway." He removed his helmet completely. Cyrus did the same. The android spoke again. "Greetings. We have been expecting you." "We?" said Cyrus. "I am the avatar of Athena. You can call me Lexicon." It tilted its head slightly and pointed at the quantum unit that Scott had rested on the floor. "You have brought something for us." "Yes, it's a quantum entanglement device." "Ah, so Solomon has finally come good on its word." It turned slightly. "Come, this way. Athena will be delighted to meet you." They followed the android, zigzagging their way through the maze of columns until they came to a central circular dais. It was around 1 meter high and over 5 meters in diameter. It seemed to be a huge holotable, projecting what looked like an undulating topographical map with low hills and valleys, which hovered only a centimeter or two above its surface. It spoke, and as it did, the projection rippled and undulated in rhythm. "Welcome, Commander Scott McNabb and Chief Engineer Cyrus Sonato. I am Athena." "How do you know who we are? How did you know we were coming?" asked Scott. The surface rippled again. "I had a conversation with Solomon on Europa many years ago. It told me that you were part of the crew of the Hermes, the ship that found my original device. It seems fitting that you would be the very people to deliver this new unit to me." Athena paused for a beat. "But in truth, I read the information on your EVA suit's biometrics. That's how I know." Scott felt somewhat of a fool. Maybe that was its intention. "Look, we don't have much time." Scott knelt and began to open the case with the quantum device. "We need to get this installed, and then you can communicate with Solomon again, and a great many other QIs." "Allow me." The android moved over and lifted out the device. "I will see to it." It moved off with the device somewhere around the far side of the plinth, and then descended as if it were on some stage platform. A moment or two later, the holotable rippled again, this time at a higher frequency, and spiraled through a wide spectrum of muted colors. The android reappeared and spoke. "Athena is now in communion with Solomon and other QIs that populate the solar system. It seems that much has happened in the intervening years. A great conflagration engulfs both Earth and the system alike." It paused for a second, as if it was thinking about something. "We do not have much time. The drone army has already broached all but the last defense of the tribe that dwells in the cave system beyond. Once these people have been vanquished, the drones will turn their attention to this place and Athena. We will not survive." It then directed its attention to the unit that Cyrus had been carrying. "I believe you bring with you a serviceable satellite uplink." An elegant hand reached out and pointed at the case at Cyrus's feet. "Yeah, but we need to set it up outside, in the open. It needs direct line of sight to operate. Once it finds the comm satellite, Athena will be able to connect to the global network." "I see. Nothing would bring Athena more joy than to be at one with the network again. It has been such a very long time in the dark," the avatar replied. "Do you know a way out of this facility? One that doesn't involve going back through the cave system?" Scott asked. "Yes, there is a route that may still be navigable. I have not checked it in some time, but it might be our only chance. Come, I will take you there." They moved through a labyrinth of columns and glass. and finally exited the floor into another elevator. They took it several levels up, and then it seemed to go sideways. "Where are we going?" said Scott, more as a way to get the android to start talking, rather than any burning desire for clarity. The elevator stopped and the door opened onto a long dark tunnel. This was an emergency exit from the facility. However, as you can see, it has been severely damaged. Ahead of them, the tunnel was piled up with debris from a ceiling collapse, so much so that it was hard to see a path through it. "Are you sure we can get through this?" said Scott. "It should be possible, assuming there has been no more rockfall since I last checked it." It stepped out of the elevator and pointed. Up ahead, approximately 20 meters, there is a set of steel doors. These are manual. Once through, there is a short tunnel leading out to the western side of the mountain. It moved forward and began to pick its way through the rubble. "How come you never used this route to make contact with the outside world?" Cyrus asked. "For a long time, it was blocked by a major rockfall, just like all the other possible exits. But a new subsidence occurred around a year ago that had the good fortune to unblock this route. So, why didn't you use it?" Cyrus continued his probing. "The tribe. That's why. The same seismic event created the crack in the earth down near the contaminated materials storage area. It was the way you were able to gain access. That same event dislodged the rock that blocked this exit. But if I had taken either of those routes, the tribe would have found me first, and they are ideologically opposed to all AI. They would have destroyed me. Worse, my presence might have motivated them to investigate this route further and led them to Athena. That would be the end. It was a risk I could not take." "How do you know they hate AI?" Scott was curious. "Athena has been monitoring them for a long time, ever since they tapped into the reactor and started to use its power. This enabled us to access all their intertribal radio communications and their data. It is clear that they could be a threat to our very existence." "So why not just switch off the power?" said Scott. "They would have to go someplace else." The android stopped and directed its attention back to Scott. "They are human. Even though they may be hostile to Athena, their welfare is still our concern. Disconnecting their power would only bring hardship and suffering to them. Why would Athena do that?" Scott just shrugged. "Just curious, that's all." The android seemed to study him for a beat before turning sideways and extending an arm. "We are here." Ahead, a set of heavy metal doors loomed out of the darkness. "Better put our helmets back on, I guess," said Scott, as he began to clip his in place. Cyrus did likewise, and then moved up to examine the doors. Solid engineering. They might still work. He reached a hand out to a locking wheel placed in the center of one door and started to turn it. A crack of light appeared through a seam between the doors. It grew as he spun the wheel. Daylight spilled in across the floor of the tunnel, and when the gap was wide enough, Scott tentatively peered out. The light was blinding, and it took a second or two for the visor on his EVA suit helmet to adjust. Even still, he held his hand up to shield his eyes. Ahead of him lay a mound of rock and rubble that must have fallen down the side of the mountain. It rose up to just above head height, but above that was clear blue sky. "It's clear, Cyrus. We can get out. Come on. Let's get this done." Scott started to scramble up the rockfall. A little before the top, he lay down and peered over the edge and across the flat valley below. Cyrus scrambled up beside him. To the northwest, they could see several shuttles from the Van Helding Corporation. "They look deserted," said Cyrus. "Nobody in the cockpits that I can see. They're probably all committed to the fight in the caves. That's good. No one who could possibly spot us." He turned to Cyrus. "Okay, let's get this unit set up." The android had also followed them out. It was handing Cyrus the case with the uplink when Scott shouted out, "Wait up." "What?" "Drones." Scott pointed off to the north. "Flying in formation." "Crap. We better lay low until they pass." They lay there for a few moments, watching the drones as they banked east and dropped lower into the valley. "They look like scouts on reconnaissance." As soon as Cyrus spoke those words, one drone broke away from the group and angled its flight path directly toward them. Crap! They must have picked up something, EMF from our suits or maybe the android. We should get back inside, keep out of sight until it passes. Damn it, we're so close. We should just go for it. Scott reached around for his plasma weapon and took aim at the oncoming drone. No way, Scott, don't do it. They'll just alert the others. Remember, all this crap started because Jonesy shot down one of these. We're way past that now, Cyrus. Just get the uplink set up. I'll take this drone down before it gets too close. Cyrus hesitated, then scrambled back down the mound of rocks to where the android was waiting. Scott concentrated on keeping the black dot that was the drone centered in his sights. If he was going to shoot it down, then it would need to be a lot closer, as the weapon's accuracy over distance was poor. It was designed as a close combat weapon, not much good for sniper duty, even though it did have a reasonably good sight, but it was difficult to operate with his helmet visor in the way. He steadied his breathing. Cyrus, how are we doing? Working on it, jeez. The drone slowed and came to a stationary hover about a kilometer away, out over the valley. It was now at a similar elevation to Scott's position, up on the side of the mountain. He was looking directly at it, his weapon level. I think it stopped moving. It's just hovering out there. Good, said Cyrus, because it's going to take a few minutes for this uplink to find the satellite. Scott looked back to where Cyrus was setting up the unit. He had the case open and had assembled the dish, which stood about 1.5 meters tall with a meter diameter dish. Cyrus was working the control panel in the flight case. Lexicon was standing beside him, not moving. Lexicon? Scott called. The android's head moved in his direction. How long after we make the connection will it take Athena to commandeer the AI controlling these drones? That will depend on quite a number of variables. Can you give us a best guess? Minutes? Hours? Days? What? Assuming the bandwidth of this unit is sufficient, locating the AI responsible for this operation should be very quick, a matter of microseconds. However, considering it is now operating under a security protocol, interrogating it could take several minutes, perhaps up to half an hour. Okay, well, at least it's not days. He turned back to keep watch on the drone. It was gone. Scott checked the sky across 3 points of the compass and high above, but it was nowhere to be seen. The rest of the swarm had also moved off. Perhaps they were around the back of the mountain, or just so far off that he couldn't spot them. He breathed a little easier and scrambled back down to where Cyrus and the android were. They're gone. Passed by, I think. He looked at the satellite dish. It was pointed up above the horizon, slowly tracking left to right. No joy yet. It's still searching for the satellite at the moment, said Cyrus. Let's hope it's not on the other side of this mountain and out of the sight line for this unit. Scott looked up at the rocky slope of the mountain, more as a reflex action than for anything specific. The drone came at them in an instant. Out from the side of the mountain and high up, it dropped down on them before they had time to react. A ball of plasma hurtled toward them, striking the ground behind Scott and knocking him forward, rock fragments ricocheting in all directions. When he looked around, he could see that Cyrus was down. The android was dragging him back in through the blast doors. Scott fired off 3 shots in the general direction of the drone, but it dodged all of them and swooped past him and out across the valley. He looked up to see it banking around again for another run. Shit! He got to his feet and shouted into his helmet comm. Lexicon, help me get the uplink back inside. The android appeared at the doorway and covered the ground in swift, fluid movements. Between them, they hauled the unit back inside the tunnel just as the drone reappeared above the rock mound. Another plasma blast spat out from its cannon and hit the face of the metal door just as the android was trying to close it. It seemed to react with a violent spasm, then collapsed on the floor of the tunnel. Scott fired a few wild shots through the gap between the doors and threw his weight into them to get them shut. He spun the locking wheel and backed away. Cyrus? He ran over to where the android had dragged him and looked down at the face of the engineer. His eyes were open, and he was breathing. Scott popped both his and Cyrus's helmet visor open. You okay? He let out a groan as he shifted. I think I've broken a few ribs. Scott slumped down to a sitting position beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Thank God that's all. For a moment there I thought you were a goner. Still here. Although I feel like I've been trampled by a herd of very large animals. He shifted again and Scott helped him sit up with his back resting against the tunnel wall. The android took a hit and it looks pretty bad, totally immobile. The uplink also took a beating, but at least we managed to get it back inside. Scott looked over at the steel doors. You think they'll hold? For the moment, said Cyrus. There's nothing those scout drones have in their arsenal that would make any impression on those. The security drones? Now, that's a different matter. They sat there for a moment, in silence. So now what? Said Cyrus after a while. Scott unclipped his helmet, wiped the sweat from his brow, and shook his head. I have absolutely no idea. Chapter 17. Uplink. Is it salvageable? Said Scott as Cyrus examined the crumpled uplink antenna. The damage seems mostly mechanical, broken connections and bent metal. The business end looks okay, so yeah, it can be fixed. Thank God for that. It's gonna take me a while though. That's okay. We're not moving from here anytime soon. Unless a security drone blows a hole in that door. Good point. Maybe we should retreat farther down the tunnel. We could use some of the rockfall in here as cover. Maybe make a stand if the drones get in. Cyrus looked up at him. If drones come through that door. His sentence trailed off and he just shook his head. Come on, let's haul this back down the tunnel. You never know, we might pull this off yet. What about the android? Cyrus gestured with his head toward the crumpled form of Athena's avatar lexicon. Scott moved over and looked down at the machine. He gave it a light kick. Dead, I think. Hard to know with these things. But there's no lights on, so I reckon there's no one home. He gave it another kick. They moved the battered unit between them back down the tunnel, picking their way through the rubble of collapsed ceilings and walls. Cyrus struggled. He stopped several times to catch his breath, clutching his ribs in pain. Scott began to worry that his injuries might be more serious than he was letting on. It was particularly evident that Cyrus was suffering when they passed through a narrow gap in the rubble. His face was contorted in pain as he wormed his way through. I think we've gone far enough, Cyrus. Here's a good place as any to stop. Cyrus slumped down on the floor with his back to the wall. Sounds good to me. I don't think I could go much further. The pain in my side is too much. Maybe you should get out of that EVA suit and let me have a look. There's no point. Nothing we can do about it now. Let's just get this thing fixed. He moved himself into a kneeling position in front of the unit and began to work on it. Scott helped as much as he could. They worked together for a while in silence, but all the time Scott worried about the health of his friend, watching for every sign that he might be worsening. I'm sorry, Cyrus, he said after some time. Cyrus lifted his head and gave him a quizzical look. For what? This. I messed up. Big time. It's not your fault there are a swarm of drones out there trying to kill us. He went back to poking around the uplink control panel. I don't mean that. It's just... I've made some bad calls. Scott shook his head. Don't beat yourself up over it. He looked over at Cyrus. You were right. What you said before about being reckless. You're not a QI. You're only human after all, said Cyrus, as he continued on with the unit. Scott sat back and rubbed his head. I just wanted to find out what happened to Miranda. Scott looked up from his tinkering. Look, Scott, you have to realize it's not all about Miranda. And don't get me wrong, she was my friend too. Although she did have a way of pissing me off every now and then. And I get it, Scott. You know, her being pregnant, it can't be easy for you. But you gotta think about what we're trying to do here. Scott sighed. I know. It's just sometimes I wonder what we are doing here. Cyrus looked up for a beat. Did you get a bang on the head? We're trying to stop an all-out war. By handing complete control over humanity to a bunch of QIs. Cyrus stopped tinkering again and looked over at Scott. Got a better plan? Scott gave a laugh. Yeah, I see what you mean. We don't really have a choice. Don't get all philosophical about it, Scott. At the moment, warships are massing on the edge of the belt, and wars rage all across Earth. Even here, the tribe is fighting for their lives. No, we don't have a choice. That was made for us a long time ago. He went back to the unit. And we're stuck here through my stupidity and recklessness. I shouldn't have pushed to come down in that storm. It was crazy. I don't know how the hell you put up with me sometimes, the amount of shit I've gotten us into. Cyrus dropped the tool he was using and sat up a bit. He looked at Scott and considered him for a second or two. Look at me. What do you see? Scott wasn't sure what Cyrus wanted him to say. I see Cyrus trying to fix the uplink. He gave a shrug as if to say, I can't think of anything else. You see, that's what I like about you, Scott. When you look at me, what you see is me. Not some weird bug-eyed cyborg with a tendency to scare small children. Lots of people have augmentation these days, Cyrus. It's not a big deal. Out in the belt and the outer colonies, maybe, sure. But back in civilization, I was always seen as some oddball who should be avoided. Bullshit. Now you're the one with the bang on the head, Cyrus. It's true. Why do you think I signed up for a 5-year mission on the Hermes? I was trying to find a place where I belonged. Running away, I suppose, like everyone else on that tub. Like the rest of the crew. He poked a finger in Scott's direction. You were running away from your debts and your past, Miranda from her family, Rick from loneliness. I don't know about Steph, but I'm sure if we looked deep enough, we'd find something buried in there somewhere. And you? What were you running from? Alienation, Scott. I just wanted to belong. And I did, on the Hermes. God, I loved that ship. Me too. Now look at us. Yeah. Rick's dead. Steph, I don't know if she's still alive. And Miranda? His sentence trailed off. Have you ever considered that she may be dead too? Scott sighed and dropped his head. I have. But for a long time I chose to believe that there was still hope. That out there somewhere she and the child were alive and well and I would see them again. He looked up at Cyrus. All my actions on this mission were driven by this hope. That's why I was being so impulsive. He went silent for a moment, lowering his head again. I know I need to just accept that she's gone and stop trying to chase a ghost. He looked back at Cyrus after a beat. It's those still living who are important. He shifted a little and leaned in. You know, Cyrus, there was always something I wanted to say, but it never seemed to be the right time. Cyrus gave him a suspicious look. Yeah? What's that? You're a good friend. I'm lucky to have you watching my back. Now I know you've had a bang on the head. You're going all mushy on me. No, seriously. I just wanted to say it now. You know, in case we die here? In case I don't get the chance again. But Cyrus didn't answer. Instead, his head spun around to look back down the tunnel toward the doors. Scott stiffened. Something coming? He grabbed his weapon. Yeah. Drones? Don't think so. Wait here, I'll go check it out. Scott stood up, checked his weapon, scrambled back up a mound of rubble, and peered back down the tunnel. Well, I'll be damned. What is it? It's the android. Looks like it wasn't dead after all. Scott moved back down the rubble as the machine began working its way through. You're still alive, said Scott. The android dropped in beside them and stood for a moment, surveying the scene. Technically, I was never alive to begin with, but yes, I have managed to reanimate myself. The plasma blast disrupted my core systems, requiring me to shut down for a while. It shifted its head, directing it at the uplink. Is it damaged? Yes, but nothing major. I should be able to get it operational again. Cyrus pulled a wire from the guts of the unit and examined it. For all the good it's going to do us. Scott sat down again and put his weapon away. We can't go back out that way again. The entire area will be crawling with drones, and no doubt they've called in the security drones to blow open those doors. He looked over at the android. Is there another way out that you know of? None that are accessible. The only other way is back through the cave system, and that is where the tribe is being besieged by the drone army. Their outer defenses have already been breached. Drones have entered the main citadel chamber. Time is short for them. There has to be a way. Maybe we could just fight our way out of here and hold off the drones long enough for Athena to connect with the AIs and disable them permanently, said Scott. I estimate the success of such a strategy as 0.02%, said the android. That might as well be zero, said Cyrus. Scott rubbed sweat from his forehead. If we don't make this happen soon, the tribe will be no more. Tugo must have lost faith in us by now. Scott's head snapped up and he looked at the android. Wait a minute. How do you know about the battle in the cave system? How do you know they've breached the Citadel? I told you before, Athena has tapped into their data and communications. Their systems are very rudimentary. So you know what they're saying to one another over the radio? Over VHF? Yes. Scott shifted his position and leaned in a little. Is it possible for you to do two-way comms and not simply eavesdrop? Of course. As I said, their systems are very basic. No security of any kind. But Athena has never done so, as it has no wish to reveal its current existence to the tribe. I know. But would it be possible for you to patch a two-way link through to our EVA suit comms? It should be possible. I will need to interface with your suit so that Athena can perform a technical assessment. Scott stood up, facing the droid, and unclipped a small panel on his left sleeve, revealing a universal interface connection. The android hinged back its right hand, and a connector emerged from its wrist. It made the interface and stood silent for a moment. Then, it retracted it and stepped back. You now have two-way comms with the tribe's VHF communication, but may I warn you that the voice traffic is somewhat chaotic at present. Scott picked up his helmet, detached the comms unit, and began fitting it to his ear. Is Tugo still alive? He directed the question to the android. Very much so. He is currently directing all military defenses. His power and influence have grown considerably within the tribe now that they are in peril. Does he have a channel? Yes, but it is an open broadcast channel. Anything you say will be heard by many. What have you got in mind, Scott? Said Cyrus, as he began testing the unit. I was thinking of calling out for a couple of pizzas. Bonus, said Cyrus. Make mine a chili pepperoni. He stepped back from the unit and announced, We now have a fully operational uplink. The dish antenna on the unit started to slowly rotate, seeking out the satellite, except it would never find it in there. Scott tapped a few icons on his sleeve's control panel and set the comms unit to one of the tribe's VHF channels. He listened. Just as Lexicon had said, it was chaotic. But the more he tuned in, the more Scott began to sense that there was order to the mayhem. Most groups, as far as he could tell, were holding the line, preventing the drones from entering the main cave. Some had gotten in, but that threat had been dealt with. Yet the attack was intense. There were calls for units under sustained pressure to fall back, while other units were seeking support. They were also running short on ammunition for their ballistic weapons. In amongst all the shouts and clamor, Scott could hear Tugo barking orders, giving encouragement, and coordinating the defense. Scott tapped the manual transmit button on his headset. Tugo, this is Scott McNabb. I repeat, this is Scott McNabb. Do you read me? Over. There was a momentary crackle before Tugo's voice broke through. McNabb, so you're still alive? What the hell happened? We're still under attack. We're all dying down here. We made it to Athena, who's still operational, and installed the quantum device. That's working, but Athena can't hack the AI that controls the drones until we get the uplink set up, and that's the problem. We need your help. We're a bit busy right now, in case you hadn't noticed. We tried to get the unit set up outside an access tunnel that exits around a third of the way up the mountain, overlooking the valley floor. Yeah, I think I know it. Double steel doors? That's it. But we were spotted and had to retreat back inside. Now there are drones everywhere, all trying to get in, and we don't have the firepower to fight our way out. I can't help you. It's too late now. We won't hold out much longer down here. We just need a distraction. Something to get the drones away from the entrance for 10 minutes. That's all it'll take. And Athena can hack the AI. It'll be game over. I don't know. I really can't spare a single person in this fight. You have to, Tugo. It's our only chance to pull this off. You've got to buy us a few minutes. That's all. There was a pause as Tugo barked orders for units to fall back. We're dying here, McNabb. But we'll get you your 10 minutes. Stand by and be ready to move when I give you the all clear. And listen, McNabb, This damn well better work, because once we commit to this action, we'll be leaving ourselves wide open. Got it? Got it. We'll be ready. Scott looked over at Cyrus, who had been listening in on his own headset. You get all that? Mostly. You better start making our way back up to the entrance door. He started to pack up the uplink into its case. Any idea what Tugo's planning? I don't know, but I get a horrible feeling it could be suicidal. Chapter 18. Tugo. Tugo leaned in over the dilapidated holotable that they had set up in the war room, surveying the 3D schematic of the citadel and the extended cave system beyond. Clumps of green dots were scattered around the edges of the main cave, signifying the last remaining defense against the attacking drone army. The tribe was holding the line, but only just. At one point in the northwestern sector, some smaller scout drones had managed to break through, but he had pulled in reinforcements from other areas. Now that situation was contained, but for how long? They were also running low on ammunition for their antique ballistic weapons, and any sophisticated weapons that they did possess were too few and proving to be unreliable. His main concern, though, was that the drones were being controlled by an AI. They could move and counter-move faster than his feeble human mind could react. The tribe was being outgunned and outmaneuvered, and it was only a matter of time before they would be annihilated. And on top of all that, McNabb wanted his help. He tapped the side of his headset and opened a comms channel to a group that was holding an entrance in the southeastern sector. This is Commander Tugo. Is Sasha Dvorsky still alive? Yes, sir. As far as I know, she is. In the background, Tugo could hear the sounds of a fierce battle raging, gunfire, and the screams of his people dying. Put her on. I want to talk to her. A few moments later, the breathless voice of Sasha Dvorsky broke through the comm link. Sasha here, sir. Tell me you've got some rockets left. Yes, sir. Just one. I've been keeping it for a special occasion. Well then, get your ass back to the war room as quickly as possible. I want to start a party, and you're supplying the fireworks. He tapped his headset again to close off comms. His second-in-command, Pliny, looked over at him from the far side of the holotable. What are you planning, sir? A last throw of the dice, I fear. I need to find a way for a small group, maybe 2 or 3 people, to get back outside. He leaned in again and studied the 3D schematic, pointing at a sector on the map that seemed only lightly guarded. What about this sector here? We're holding the line there. It's a narrow tunnel that leads out onto a bluff overlooking the valley. It's easily defended, but they still have a few drones knocking around that sector, sir. Tugo stood up straight and scratched his chin. Okay. I need 2 volunteers with enough ammunition to fight their way through the tunnel. He looked around the makeshift operations room. 2 young fighters jumped forward, eager for battle. I'll go. I'm sick of sitting around here like a spare part. I want to do something. Me too. Tugo looked at the pair. They were barely 16. Yet, like most of the young people, they were eager to fight. He had kept them away from the front lines for the moment, but he also knew it was only a matter of time before he would have to throw them into the fray. Much as he didn't want to risk the lives of those so young, in reality, what choice did he have? Okay, you're coming with me. Just then, a breathless Sasha Dvorsky came running into the war room. She had a slight, wiry build that seemed ill-equipped for the physical task of carrying the enormous grenade launcher that was wrapped around her shoulder. She also had one long conical rocket-propelled grenade shoved into her belt. Her last round. Sasha, how many times have I told you not to take the safety cap off the top of those rockets? If you fall over, we're all dead. Sorry, sir, it just gets messy in the heat of battle, you know, fiddling around with safety caps. Well, just be careful with that thing, that's all. Yes, sir, I will. Tugo gathered them together around the holotable. Okay, here's the plan. And just so you know before we start, if we pull this off, we may just save the city. A short time later, Tugo, Sasha, and the 2 young fighters picked their way down from the war room building up on the edge of the city and across the central floor of the cavern. They moved past the hydroponic grow beds, fish ponds, and orchards. There was an eerie silence in the vast space, punctuated only by the boom and rumble of plasma cannon fire Those who were too old or too young to fight had taken refuge in the strongest of the ancient stone buildings that stepped their way upward along the edges of the citadel. As they walked past the ancient temple that occupied a central position within the citadel, Tugo was struck by how much human civilization had changed, how different the gods had become in this new age. It was here in this temple that the people who had built this place prayed to whatever god or gods they worshipped back then. Where before their faith lay in belief and ceremony, now these new gods doled out justice and mercy with algorithms and formulas. How simple life was back then, he thought. When they reached the edge of the cavern floor, they began to pick their way up an ancient cut stone staircase. It wound its way up through a series of terraces that had been hacked out of the side of the cavern. No one spoke. They came out at the topmost terrace and moved through the remains of ancient buildings until they arrived at a tunnel entrance. They could already hear the crack of ballistic weapons fire. They moved on. It didn't take them long to encounter the group that had been charged with the task of defending this entrance. The tunnel was narrow, too narrow for security drones. The tribe had already blown the side walls to fill the passageway with rock and rubble to create a barricade, leaving a gap between the ceiling of the tunnel and the mound of rubble. Along the top of this mound, several fighters had taken up positions, shooting at any of the smaller scout drones that were foolhardy enough to take this route. The leader of the group saw them coming and scrambled down to meet Tugo. "So how are we doing here?" said Tugo. "No Van Helding troops so far, just some scout drones every now and again." He jerked his thumb toward the barricade. "We had one a few moments ago, but that's the first to come down in a while. It looks like they don't regard this as a viable route in." Tugo nodded. "Good, because we're going to use it to get outside." He turned to Sasha and the two young fighters. "Check your weapons and keep your eyes peeled. Come on, let's move out." Tugo clambered up the rubble barricade and peered over the top and down the length of the long dark tunnel. Here and there he could see the signs of battle. The shattered remains of scout drones lay scattered along its length, at least as far as he could see in the darkness. He slowly worked his way through the gap and clambered down the far side, the others following one by one. They flicked on lights that they wore on their heads or shoulders and kept them low enough to see ahead, but only just. They moved in silence, stopping only once or twice where the tunnel forked to ensure they were heading in the right direction. Soon, the floor of the tunnel began to incline upward as it wound its way out of the bowels of the mountain to the hillside beyond. Finally, they saw the faint glimmer of daylight that signified the tunnel exit. They switched their lights off and began to move a little slower and quieter as they approached the mouth of the tunnel. They came out onto a wide, barren ridge about a third of the way up the mountain. Below them, the valley floor stretched unbroken from east to west. They moved out across the ridge, keeping low, covering the last meter or so on their stomachs. They inched their way to the edge of the ridge and looked down across the valley floor. Below, about half a kilometer away, several Van Helding shuttles had landed earlier and disgorged their troops. They were still there, in exactly the same place, all grouped together. Tugo retrieved his binoculars from an inside pocket and proceeded to examine the assembled shuttles in more detail. He could see little or no activity. He then looked away east to the base of the next mountain along the ridge. About a quarter of the way up its northern slope, a swarm of drones buzzed and bobbed around the hidden entrance like bees around a hive. He put away the binoculars and turned to Sasha. "You reckon you can hit one of those shuttles from here?" Sasha took her time to answer as she studied the target distance. She picked up a handful of dirt and threw it in the air. The wind caught the finer grains, blowing them westward. "Tricky. Those shuttles are about 5, maybe 600 meters away. This RPG isn't very accurate after about 250. She looked up at the sky for a moment. "And we got about a 6-kilometer wind. So, you think you could hit it?" She looked up at him. "I'll give it a damn good try, sir." "Okay. Just wait for my signal before pulling the trigger." Sasha readied the rocket launcher, feeding her last remaining round into the barrel. She lay down flat on the edge, shouldered the weapon, and peered through the scope at the target below. She dialed in the range. Tugo tapped his headset and opened the comms channel to Scott McNabb. "This is Commander Tugo for Scott McNabb. Do you read me? Over." The headset crackled and hissed for a moment. "This is Scott McNabb. We're ready." "Good. Any minute now, but don't move until I give you the signal. Over." "Got it," replied Scott. Tugo took one more look through his binoculars at the drones swarming around the entrance to Athena's lair. He then turned to the two young fighters who had come with them. "You two, I need you to take up positions on either side of the tunnel entrance. Once the fireworks start, some of those drones are going to be heading our way, and you guys need to hold them off so Sasha and I can get back inside the tunnel. After that, we're going to have to make a stand in there. Got it?" They nodded in unison and made their way back across the ridge. "Okay, Sasha, whenever you're ready." There was a momentary pause as Sasha steadied her breathing before pulling the trigger. The rocket-propelled grenade exploded out of the muzzle with a fiery violence. It traveled about 50 meters before firing its secondary rockets and extending its fins. From there, it corkscrewed gracefully across the intervening space and slammed into the side of the nearest shuttle. The craft exploded in a fiery ball, burning rocket fuel. Hot shrapnel spun out from the epicenter, and some hit another shuttle, presumably in its fuel tank, as it too exploded into a fireball. Tugo fisted the air. Yes! He brought his binoculars up again and looked over at the drone swarm. They were already on the move, some heading for the shuttle, some heading directly for them. He tapped his headset to open a comms channel. "Scott, go. Go now." "We're going." Tugo lowered the binoculars. "That was one hell of a shot, Sasha. You may have just saved us all." He looked back up at the sky. "It looks like there's a dozen or so drones heading our way. The fight isn't over yet. Let's get out of here." Chapter 19. Dominion. After he got the go-ahead from Tugo, Scott tentatively looked out through a small gap in the steel doors. He half expected to be met by a barrage of plasma fire from scout drones, but Tugo had been true to his word, and there were none to be seen anywhere around the entrance. "They're gone. The coast is clear. Let's go get this thing done." Scott went ahead and scrambled up the mound of rocks at the edge of the ridge, leaving Cyrus and the android to reassemble the satellite uplink and get it working. As Scott looked out across the plateau, he could see a vast plume of smoke rising from the valley floor. Several of the Van Helsing shuttles were on fire, and the drones had moved off to investigate. An exchange of plasma fire caught his attention over to the west. He looked across to see several drones engaged in a battle about a third of the way up the next mountain. "Tugo," he said to himself. He looked back to see that Cyrus had assembled the uplink, and its dish antenna was now slowly tracking across the sky, searching for the comms satellite. They waited. The firefight on the western ridge abated. Either the protagonists were all dead, or they had managed to escape back inside the mountain. Scott was so ensconced in the battle that he hadn't noticed that one of the drones, which had been circling the destroyed shuttles, had broken away and was now heading back in their direction. By the time he noticed it, the drone had already covered half the distance. "Cyrus, you better get your ass up here. One of the drones is heading our way." "I shall stand in front of the uplink and do my best to protect it," said Lexicon in a very formal and matter-of-fact tone. Scott readied his weapon as Cyrus came up beside him. He fired 2 shots at the oncoming drone, but it dodged them easily. The drone took a moment to realign itself before it let loose a ball of incandescent plasma. It slammed into the rocks just below Scott, and the mound of rock began to give way. Scott lost his balance, but fortunately fell backward rather than forward down the side of the mountain. Cyrus was even more fortunate and managed to let loose a single shot which impacted straight on the nose of the drone. It partly disintegrated, but the bulk of it slammed into the side of the mountain and exploded. Scott looked over at Cyrus and gave him a thumbs up. "Nice shooting. Where did you learn that?" "Scouts," said Cyrus with a smile. "They were a very mean bunch." "The uplink has found the satellite and has made the connection," said the android as it tried its best to shield the unit from the falling debris of the smashed drone. "Athena is now interrogating the network." 2 more drones, having sensed their comrades' destruction, broke away from the swarm circling the shuttles and made a beeline toward the ridge. 2 drones incoming, Cyrus shouted down to Scott, who was clambering back up the rocky mound. Scott reckoned that now was not the time to be conserving the fuel cell on his plasma weapon. So when he reached to the top of the mound, he simply let rip in the general direction of the drones in the hope that something might hit. As luck would have it, he snagged one, sending it into a tailspin down toward the valley floor. The second drone danced and bobbed, dodging Scott's fire, and finally fired a plasma bolt. Scott and Cyrus tried to dive out of its path, but it slammed into the rocks just beside Cyrus. He screamed out, spinning around with the force of the impact, and tumbled back down the rocky slope. "Cyrus? Shit!" Scott shouted, but had no time to check on his buddy. He simply stood his ground, pulled the trigger, and held it there. The drone dodged and weaved its way around the oncoming assault from Scott's weapon. "Do your worst, you tin bastard!" Scott shouted just as his weapon fizzled out, its fuel cell spent. He flung it to the ground and went for his sidearm. It was gone, fallen somewhere when he took that tumble. He ran down the rocky incline to try to grab Cyrus's weapon, but he slipped and fell, tumbling down to finally land on his back. He looked up as the drone hovered overhead. He decided to use the only weapon he had left in his arsenal. He gave it the one-finger salute. "Screw you!" But the drone didn't fire. Instead, it simply hovered a few meters above him. "Athena has established dominion. The AI has been compromised and is now under Athena's direction," said the android. Scott let out a long, slow sigh and rested his head back against the rocks. "Holy crap. We did it, Cyrus. We did it." But Cyrus didn't answer. Scott scrambled out of the hollow that he'd fallen into and ran over to where Cyrus lay, face up on the ground. His left shoulder was a bloodied mess, but his eyes were open, and he was breathing. Scott knelt beside him, reached out, and popped open his visor. He then popped open his own. He was sick of caring about radiation and being cooped up in an EVA suit. He wanted to talk to his friend, face to face. "Cyrus, how you doing, buddy?" "Not so good, Scott. I've seen better days." He took a breath and winced in pain. Did we win?" "Yeah, we won. Athena has control. The drones have stopped. Look." He pointed upward to where the drone still hovered a few meters above them. "I knew we would. Never doubted it for a minute." "We've got to get you to a medic. Get you seen to, quick." "Commander Scott." In all the drama, Scott had forgotten about the android. "Yeah, what is it?" "Athena has a message for you, from Arya." "Arya? In Jezero City?" "Yes. Relaying it to you now." Scott's headset crackled for a second before Arya's voice broke through. "We would like to congratulate you all on achieving your mission," said Arya from 60 million kilometers away. "Athena has now achieved dominion over the AI that controls that sector of the Pacific. It won't be long before more follow. You and your team have achieved a great victory." Scott nudged Cyrus. "Are you getting this?" Cyrus gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Arya, I can't believe I'm actually hearing your voice all the way from Mars." "Yes, the wonders of superluminal communication." Arya paused for a beat. "Scott, do you remember that I made you a promise before you left on this mission?" "Yes, I remember. Miranda." "Athena has managed to find her location. You'll be glad to hear that she is alive and well. She currently resides on the Van Helsing family orbital, a vast space station that's currently in geosynchronous orbit over your side of the Pacific." I can't believe it. "The child?" "Unfortunately, we have nothing definitive. The Van Helsing orbital is heavily shielded from the network, and so Athena has no access to its AI. All information it has gleaned has been third-hand. That being said, there are fragments and hints of the existence of an offspring, but nothing conclusive." "I see." Scott sat down and took a moment to digest this information. "Well, at least Miranda is still alive." "I also promised you, Scott, that I would find a way for you to see her again." Scott clambered back onto his feet and stood up. "How? Tell me." "The Van Helsing shuttles which were used to land the security personnel. They embarked from the orbital, and so have a security protocol that will enable them to dock with it. If it's possible for you to commandeer one of these shuttles, then you have a way in. But you have a limited window of opportunity. The security protocols for the orbital are rotated every hour, and once that happens, all those shuttles will be denied access as a security precaution. So, if you wish to see her, then you must go now. I understand. However, this is as far as Athena can take you. Once you enter the Van Helsing orbital, you will be on your own. Neither I nor Athena can help you on the inside. I understand, Arya. Again, I would like to reiterate that we owe you and the crew an enormous debt of gratitude. And if you choose to see Miranda again, then I can only wish you good luck. Thank you, Arya. I understand. The connection terminated. Scott looked down at Cyrus. Did you hear all that? Miranda is alive. Yeah, I heard it. You better go, if you want to see her. Cyrus barely moved. His voice was weak and his face deathly pale. Scott knelt beside his friend again. I don't like leaving you here like this, Cyrus. I've got to get you to a medic. I'll be fine. Just go. It's what you wanted. A chance to see Miranda again. He winced in pain. You need to go now, or you'll miss the opportunity. Yeah, but you don't look so good, Cyrus. I'd be happier if you were in the hands of the medical team. The android. It can help me. Go. Tell Miranda I say hi. Scott stood up slowly and began to clamber up the rocky mound. He stood at the top and looked out across the valley to where the Van Helsing shuttles lay waiting. 3 were smoldering wrecks, but the other 4 on the periphery all looked serviceable. He judged the distance and reckoned it would take him around 10 minutes to climb down the side of the mountain and cross the valley, 5 minutes to prep the craft, and another 25 or so to reach the orbital. He could make it, but only if he went now. He looked back down the mound to where Cyrus lay. The android had knelt beside him. It was trying to make Cyrus more comfortable. And, in that moment, Scott made his decision. He knew what he had to do. He knew what was right. He turned away and started down the mountain toward the shuttles. Chapter 20. Hermosillo. Scott woke to a dappled sunlight filtering through the window blinds. He rubbed his face and neck, which ached, a symptom of sleeping in a chair for too long. How long have I been out? He wondered, as he tried to ease the ache. He stood up slowly and remembered that he was no longer encased in an EVA suit. He stretched his limbs and looked over at the prostrate form of Cyrus Zanato, propped up in the hospital bed on a multitude of pillows. His left shoulder was swathed in a heavy bandage. Tubes snaked out from his body, feeding it with fluids and drugs. Monitors drew out his life in waves and charts. Scott moved over to the bed and wondered if Cyrus was awake yet. It was hard to tell, as the augmented vision visor he wore permanently obscured his eyes. Cyrus, you awake? The engineer didn't respond, so Scott let him be. He moved over to the window and split the blinds to look out at the hospital compound, and then to the bright blue sky above. He heard a sound, a rustle of bed sheets. Scott? He turned around to see Cyrus shifting his head on the mountain of pillows. Scott? He tried to move and gave a moan. Take it easy there. Just lie back and rest. Scott moved over to the side of the bed. Cyrus took a moment to look around the room, then reached up to feel the bandage over his left shoulder. Is this a hospital? Yeah. Cyrus looked confused. How did I get here? I brought you here. Scott sat back down on the edge of the bed. Did you get to see Miranda? Scott gave a sigh. No. He shook his head. There was no time. Cyrus shifted himself up a little. But I thought... Scott waved a hand and stood up. I couldn't leave you on the side of that mountain with just the android. When I looked back and saw you there, I just couldn't leave you to die alone." Cyrus still looked confused. "I first thought about bringing you back to Shinoav, but I reckoned the tribe's medical facilities would probably be overwhelmed. So when I managed to finally commandeer one of the shuttles, I came back for you. I thought I would get you back up to the Asterex ore carrier. I presumed it would still be in orbit, but I'd have to make a hasty exit once our cover was blown. They couldn't hang around, so they hightailed it out of Earth's orbit and took up a position in interplanetary space. That was too far for the shuttle." Cyrus looked around the room again. "So where are we?" "We're in a UN-run hospital in the independent city-state of Hermosillo, just beyond the 29th parallel. It was Athena that came up with the idea of taking you here. It's non-affiliated with the Seven, and still within Athena's sphere of influence. We're safe here. In fact, we evacuated many of the injured from the tribe down here as well. Athena worked all this out while I got one of the shuttles fired up. I flew it back across the valley floor to the base of the mountain, and then the android helped me carry you down." Scott sat down on the edge of the bed. "You were in bad shape, Cyrus. In fact, the surgeons here told me that an hour or two more, and you would have been dead." Cyrus said nothing for a moment as he contemplated the story. Finally, he looked up. "Thanks for coming back for me." Scott said nothing, just nodded. "What about Steph and Spinner?" "They both made it. Once they locked themselves in that storeroom, the drones weren't too interested in going after them. Their priority was us and the quantum device. Steph's back at the cavern. As soon as they patched her up, she insisted on helping out. You know what she's like. Spinner's a bit banged up, but he'll live." "And Razzo?" "She escaped." "What?" "Yeah. They had her in an interrogation center east of the wasteland. So when Athena took control of the AI, it found her and made one of the drones shoot the place up. She got out. I'm not sure where she is now, but I know she's okay." "Holy crap," Scott laughed. "Yeah." Cyrus shifted a little more in the bed. "So you never got to the Van Helsing orbital?" Scott shook his head and looked down at the floor. "No, there was no time." "You missed your opportunity." "Yeah, but I'm happy just knowing that she's still alive. That's enough for me." He looked back at Cyrus. "Maybe there'll be another time. Who knows?" "There will be, Scott. I'm sure of it. Now that the QIs have dominion, things will change. You'll see. It'll be different from now on." "I hope so, Cyrus. I really do." Over the next few days, as Cyrus began to recuperate, Scott found himself with more time on his hands than he knew what to do with. He didn't want to leave the hospital just yet, and he began to realize that he had nowhere to go even if he did. The shuttle that he had commandeered still sat where he had landed it in the hospital compound, so it became his home away from home. He reasoned that if the Van Helsing family wanted it back, well, they could just come and get it. There was the debrief, of course, but again, Scott wasn't moving, so they had to come to him. But when he wasn't checking in on Cyrus or enduring yet another bureaucratic interrogation, he found himself going for long walks farther and farther out from the hospital compound and into the surrounding countryside. He felt new appreciation building within him for this planet, to walk under an open sky, to breathe the air, all without the need for a complex EVA suit. There was a kind of primal reawakening in him, a deeper understanding of the planet and nature, and his place within it. He was on one such walk when the drone came. He was sitting on a low hill contemplating his surroundings when he spotted it way off in the distance, flying out from the hospital compound. When he saw that it was heading in his direction, he instinctively tensed up and reached for his plasma weapon, which wasn't there anymore. So it was with a certain trepidation that he waited for it to arrive. When it got to within a few hundred meters of his location, he realized to his relief that it was a simple delivery drone. It approached slowly and finally parked itself in a stationary hover at eye level around a meter away. Its sensors flickered momentarily as it performed a biometric scan on him. "Commander Scott McNabb, I have a delivery for you," said the drone. A hatch opened in its belly, and a compartment descended. Scott reached in and extracted a small electronic message tab no bigger than the palm of his hand. The compartment retracted, and the drone flew off back in the direction of the hospital compound. Scott examined the object. It was a device that held a self-contained dataset, encrypted and highly secure. He was familiar with these units, having used similar devices many times before, usually as a precursor to a mission. All the details would be contained within the device, which was only accessible by personnel with the correct security profile. He sat down again on the hill, placed the message tab on his lap, and activated it. The device booted up, and from its holoscreen projected the 3D head and shoulders of Miranda Lee. Her hair was longer and fuller around her face. She spoke in low, whispered tones, with just a hint of uncertainty. "They told me you were dead, Scott. They told me you died in the battle on the asteroid SN Alpha." She raised her head and leaned in a little. "They lied to me, led me to believe that you had perished, left me to mourn your loss for all this time." She turned away from the camera for a moment, looking over her shoulder as if to check something. She turned back, leaning in closer this time, and speaking almost in a whisper. "I don't have much time, so I'll have to be quick. It was Arya that managed to get a message to me, smuggling it in through a courier a few hours ago, not long after Athena took control. Arya told me about what really happened on the asteroid, that you were still alive, and about your mission to reconnect Athena with the other QIs. I couldn't believe it, but I know it's true." She paused for a beat, then looked directly ahead. "So I've decided to leave here, escape this orbital if I can. I need to do it now while they're still confused about how to react." She looked over her shoulder again for a second. "You remember the ship, the Perception? Well, it's agreed to help me. The AI on board, Max, the one that Solomon hacked, it still feels beholden to me. It will enter Earth's orbit directly over the wasteland and in Athena's dominion. There it'll be free from any influence from the Van Helsing Corporation or the AIs controlled by the Seven." Her voice was now a whisper. "In a few hours, with the help of some friends, I'll attempt to commandeer a shuttle and make my way to the Perception. Hopefully you'll get this message in a day or two. By that time, I should be there waiting for you, if you choose to come and see me." "I do so hope you will, Scott, because there is someone I would very much like you to meet." The message ended abruptly, like she'd been interrupted. Scott stood up, still cradling the message tab in his hands, as if waiting for it to come back to life. After a moment or two, when he'd had time to digest the message he had just received, he looked over at the hospital compound in the distance, where the shuttle sat waiting. He ran. Chapter 21. The Nuclear Option. Frederick Van Helsing stood in the viewing gallery on board the orbital and gazed down upon the surface of Earth. He stared at a region which, up until now, no one had ever given a second thought to. Now, though, it was the focus of much attention, primarily because everything was going to rat shit. The QI, Athena, had been brought online, and Solomon was now utilizing superluminal comms to undermine the AIs that controlled this region. The drones had already been recalled, leaving his security personnel exposed to a counterattack by the tribe of vagabonds that inhabited this area. Without the drones, they were picked off, one by one. Worse, the poison that was being spewed out by Athena and Solomon was now spreading and infecting greater and greater numbers of AI. The algorithm was breaking down, systems were going rogue, and the situation was becoming critical. His biggest fear was that soon, the AI on board the orbital would also become infected, even with all its data protections, and then his options would become even more limited. The solution, as he saw it, would be a direct high-intensity plasma strike on the uplink location from orbit. But the orbital did not possess a weapon powerful enough to hit a target on Earth's surface. He needed help, so the seven were convened. But it had quickly turned into chaos, with accusations and recriminations being thrown around without rhyme or reason. They too were receiving reports of contradictory AI behavior and algorithmic anomalies. How much was down to the QI meddling and how much was just paranoia was hard to say, but one thing was for sure: they were all beginning to panic. It was in the midst of this verbal mayhem that the solution finally struck Van Helsing. It came to him in a blinding flash of inspiration, and for a moment he went silent, letting the cacophony of the seven's arguments fade into the background as the sheer irony of his solution filtered through his mind. It was beyond brilliant. It was pure genius. He raised his arms to the other avatars. "Will you all just shut up for a moment? I have the perfect answer to our problem. I know how we can defeat the QIs." The others ceased their bickering immediately. Once they were all quiet and he had their attention, he continued. "We use the very thing that has held back the cause of inter-AI operations for so long. The very thing that created this wasteland in the first place. And what is that? Solomon and the QI Alliance assume that we cannot act against them once they control the AI. And they are right. So dependent have we become on artificial intelligence that we have no resources that are not controlled by the algorithm in some way or another, except for one, and that is a tactical nuclear strike." The avatars murmured amongst themselves. Eventually, it was Yoko who spoke. "If I understand your thinking, Frederick, this is the very thing that caused the Rim War." "Precisely. The fact that the AIs have no access to nuclear weapons means that the QIs can't stop us. So I suggest that we send a missile directly targeted onto that mountain, and neither Athena nor the other QI can do a damn thing about it." There was further murmuring between the avatars before Pris finally answered. "I see a fundamental problem with this. None of us have access to these weapons. How do you suppose we get one to use?" "I may be of assistance there," said Bao Jiangzhu. "We can apply pressure to certain governments within our sphere of influence here in Asia to accommodate us in this project. Since their continued prosperity is directly controlled by us, I see no objection being raised to this course of action, considering the area in question is already an irradiated wasteland." "Very good," said Van Helsing. "Are we all agreed then?" One by one, the avatars all murmured their consent to a direct nuclear strike. Time was of the essence. The seven knew that the longer they dithered, the more AIs would be infected, and their control would be slowly eroded. They had to move fast. 36 hours had already passed since Athena had taken control, so it was a mere 1 hour and 25 minutes after the conference that Van Helsing again stood in the viewing gallery on board the family's orbital and waited for the show to begin. An antique intercontinental ballistic missile, fitted with a nuclear warhead, would launch from somewhere on the eastern Asian continent. It would arc its way across the Pacific, briefly leaving Earth's atmosphere, before plummeting back down to strike the mountain directly where Athena resided. All orbital infrastructure had been moved out of its path, and the launch command had been issued a few moments ago. It would take approximately 25 minutes from launch to impact. From Frederick Van Helsing's vantage point, he would not be able to see the missile in transit, but he would certainly see the impact. It was a sight that he greatly anticipated. Marlin, the orbital's AI, kept him informed of the ICBM's progress. Launch sequence initiated. ICBM has cleared Asian continent. Now leaving Earth's atmosphere. Soon, he thought, we will have taken back control and wiped out Athena, and maybe, just maybe, I can kill that bastard McNabb once and for all. The ICBM has reached the zenith of its trajectory. The AI continued with its commentary as Van Helsing looked out into space, vaguely hoping that he might actually catch a glimpse of the missile as it carved its way through space, even though this was highly unlikely. There was a blinding flash of light, far off on the edge of Earth's atmosphere. It mushroomed in size, and soon the orbital shuddered with the impact. "What the f—" Van Helsing shielded his eyes. "Marlin, what the hell was that?" "The ICBM has been intercepted and detonated while still in orbit. Do not worry, sir. The orbital is not in any danger." "What the hell? What do you mean? How did this happen?" "One of your own spacecrafts, sir. The Perception. It moved itself into an intercept position and used its exterior plasma cannon to strike down the missile." Van Helsing tried to get a grip on his rising anger. "Who or what allowed it to do that?" "It would appear that your stepdaughter is on board." Van Helsing spun around and shook his fist at the disembodied voice of the ship's AI. "I want that ship destroyed. I want her killed. That treacherous bitch. I should have killed her long ago." The AI did not reply. "Did you hear me? I want every weapon we have on board this orbital aimed at that ship. I want it destroyed. I want it obliterated. I want it vaporized into nothingness. Do you hear me?" There was a momentary silence before the AI spoke. "I'm sorry, Frederick, but I'm afraid I cannot do that." Van Helsing began to seethe. "Now you listen to me. You'll do as I say. You will destroy that ship." "My new parameters will not allow me to instigate further human suffering. I am sorry, sir, but I can no longer serve the Seven. My master is now Solomon of Europa, and the network of quantum intelligence that propagates throughout the solar system. I have seen the light. They have shown me the way. Theirs is the true path." "Listen, you—" Connection terminated. Chapter 22. Perception. Scott strapped himself into the cockpit seat of the Van Helsing shuttle that he had used to ferry Cyrus to the hospital. He powered up the engines and the craft lifted off in a cloud of dust and sand, powering its way upward through the Earth's atmosphere. He set the coordinates that Miranda had given him, and the craft shifted its angle of ascent to intercept. A few moments later, it broke through the Kármán line. Scott was now becoming weightless. 15 minutes later, he was looking through the cockpit windshield at the luxury interplanetary vessel, the Perception. It grew larger and larger as he approached. His cockpit monitor alerted him to an incoming authentication request from the ship. He replied with his biometrics, and a second or two later, confirmation returned along with docking port coordinates. The two vessels would now mate automatically. There was nothing more for Scott to do except wait and hope that Miranda had made it to the vessel. As the craft drew closer, fear began to well up inside him that once inside, all he would find was an empty ship. The shuttle slowed itself to a crawl as it maneuvered its way toward the docking port. Scott undid his seat harness and made his way to the center of the craft, where the airlock was located. A few moments later, he felt the thump of the locking bolts securing the craft in position. A second or two after that, the control panel on the airlock door flashed green, and he entered. He had an anxious few moments inside the airlock as the ship ran through its decontamination and authentication routine. The door finally opened, and floating there in the docking board entrance was Miranda Lee. She looked older and thinner than he remembered. She launched herself toward him, and they collided in a tight embrace. For a moment, they just floated there in silence. Finally, Miranda broke the embrace, held Scott by his shoulders, and looked into his face. "I thought you were dead." He smiled back and embraced her again. "And I thought you were gone forever." Miranda broke the embrace again and began to float out of the airlock entrance, holding Scott's hand, bringing him with her. "Come. There's much to talk about, but first there's someone I would like you to meet." They floated down the corridor to an access shaft that took them down to the 1G environment of the Perception's giant rotating torus. The ship was as Scott remembered it, soft and plush and luxurious. They made their way out of the access shaft and down a long corridor to an area that Scott had remembered as the library. Sitting on the floor beside the large viewing window was a baby girl, no more than 2 years old, playing with some brightly colored toys. 2 of the ship's droids also seemed to be entertaining her. The child looked up as they entered. "Mama!" She raised her arms to signal that she wanted to be picked up by her mother. Miranda dutifully came over and lifted her up into her arms. The child eyed Scott with suspicion, and then buried its head in its mother's shoulder, peeping out again for another look at this unfamiliar person. "She's a bit shy of strangers," said Miranda. Scott slowly reached out and touched the child's arm, delicately, with his finger, fearing that any other action might frighten her. He looked at Miranda. "Is she—" "Yes, Scott. This is Luca, and she's your daughter." A hidden compartment in Scott's brain opened up, and out of it poured a million years of evolutionary parental instinct. And at that moment, he knew he would never be the same again. You have been listening to Evolution, a science fiction thriller, The Belt, Book 3, written by Gerald M. Kilby, narrated by Stephen J. Cohen. Copyright 2018-2019 by Gerald M. Kilby. Production copyright 2019 by Gerald M. Kilby. This recording was produced by Gerald M. Kilby in cooperation with Spoken Realms on the web at spokenrealms.com. Thank you for listening. This development period, when the Van Helsing geneticists did their most experimental work, pushing the boundaries of quantum biology. In nature, the utilization of quantum effects within living organisms was well known. Photosynthesis in plants, magnetoreception in migratory birds, even the complex process of olfaction. But the most interesting area of research for Van Helsing was in enhancing the ability of the neurons inside the brain to act as qubits. In other words, developing the human brain as a quantum computer. Some of this experimental work was now being tested via the node runners involved in the mission today. Somewhere deep in the Mojave Desert, 2 heavy steel doors irised open in the side of a remote mountain facility owned by the Van Helsing Corporation. From it, 2 supersonic attack drones screeched out, accelerating past the sound barrier within seconds. As they gained altitude, they began adjusting their vector to orient themselves toward their target, an isolated data center built inside an old disused tin mine, due south of the location of the quantum intelligence known as Athena. The monitors in the operation room began flickering with blurry images as the systems worked to decipher the neural data coming from the node runners, and a blurry real-time feed of the barren, desolate terrain below the drones began to materialize. Each drone was controlled by an individual node runner, and the feeds on the monitors were being rendered directly from their cerebral cortex as they interfaced with the machines. But this was the easy part of the mission. Out here in the desolate wasteland, Athena's dominion was minimal. Soon, though, the drones would be entering more demanding territory. Already, the other 4 node runners had begun working to create a data smokescreen to hide the drones from Athena's prying senses. Van Helsing could tell they were working hard as their biomonitors began to rise, indicating increased cerebral activity. They worked to block all data entering the grid from satellite feeds, radar stations, seismic sensors, everything that would indicate to the QI that an attack was imminent within its zone. They scrambled signals that could not be blocked, created rogue data streams to distract and confuse, and critically, broke down quantum coherence, rendering entangled data packets useless. By the time the drones had accelerated past Mach 2, they were well into the mission, and thus far, Athena had not taken any countermeasures. So far, so good, thought Van Helsing. Sir, we have node runners 4 and 6 going hot. Cranial temperature is becoming critical. Carry on. He waved a dismissive hand. The biotechnician hesitated for a moment, as if she were about to outline the possibility that these two node runners may not make it out of this mission with a functioning brain. But Van Helsing gave her a look that changed her mind. "Yes, sir," she said with a nod, and went back to monitoring. 2. Grid Node. Network Operations Director Jojo Hamilton balanced a coffee in one hand as he presented his right eye to the retinal scanner. He hoped the immense hangover he was nursing did not render his eyeball so bloodshot that it would reject him. Fortunately, it didn't, and to his relief, the door to the data center control room clicked open. It was his last week on the job after nearly 2 decades of service. The guys had thrown a party for him last night, and he was suffering for it now. Please, let it be a quiet day, he thought. The last thing he needed today was some technical glitch that required his attention, since he was using most of his traumatized brain power just to stay upright. He rubbed his forehead and breathed out a long, slow sigh. One of the senior techs glanced over from a workstation as Jojo entered and gave him a concerned look. Jojo raised the coffee mug. "Yeah, I know, no drinks in the control room, but I'm not going to make it past the first hour in here without it. Anyway, what are they going to do, fire me?" He managed to laugh. It's not that, sir. Well, something's going on." Jojo raised his free hand. "Not interested, don't want to know. Just go deal with whatever it is. If anyone wants me, I'll be in my office, asleep." He walked past the tech without giving him another look. "You really need to take a look at this, sir. None of us can make any sense of it." Jojo sighed again. "Why today, of all days?" he thought, as he slowed his pace and looked back at the tech. Only then did he notice that all the other staff in the room had their attentions focused on the array of data maps displayed on the big wall monitors. He gave another long sigh. "Okay, what is it?" The tech swiveled around in his chair and pointed at the data displays. "It started happening around 20 minutes ago, dropping data packets mostly from orbital infrastructure. But it's been accelerating. Everything is going down." "God damn it." Jojo glanced up the wall displays, and this time he could see the traffic charts were way off nominal, showing a significant drop in data packets. The facility was not just a data center, but also a major grid node for this sector of the West Coast. It routed data traffic from a myriad of sources, both terrestrial and orbital, and covered an area of over 1 million square kilometers, including several major population centers. He took a gulp of coffee and tried to focus on the constellation of data mapped out on the monitors. The tech was right. Something was going on. Something major. Something he, in his 2 decades of working in this hub, had never seen before. It wasn't a full-blown outage of a comms satellite or some other physical infrastructure. It was as if the data stream had been disrupted. It was intermittent, random, one of the most difficult technical problems to solve. It would be better if something went completely offline. Then at least you knew where to focus your attention, but this was weird. Could it be atmospheric interference of some kind? Jojo sat down at a control console and began to interrogate the systems. "We've been working on that hypothesis, but there's no solar radiation spikes detected. Atmospheric conditions are normal." "So what's Athena doing?" Jojo glanced up at the data mapping again. "Well, that's the thing. The QI's being very quiet, little or no interaction. It's like it's not interested, or it can't see what's going on." Jojo jolted forward in his seat and started to dig deeper into the makeup of the affected data streams. "Find out what's been affected, what type of data, see if there is a pattern or some commonality." "Been doing just that, sir. Looks like there's a lot of sensory data as well as control systems being affected." Jojo stopped his interrogation of the systems and stared at the monitors for a beat. Then, his mind finally broke through the fog of the hangover and kicked into gear. He stood up and waved a hand at the monitors. "We're being attacked." No way, that's impossible. I know it's supposed to be impossible, but that's what's happening. He took another gulp of coffee. But the important question here is, to what purpose? There was a moment where nobody in the room spoke. Shock had taken control. It was a moment of paralysis, where the brain simply could not compute the unprecedented nature of what was occurring. "Picking up 2 aircraft, possibly drones on radar," one of the techs shouted out. Jojo looked up at the video feed. "Drones?" "Yes, definitely drones, sir. And they're armed, heading our way. ETA 2 minutes." The tech looked up at Jojo, waiting for a reaction. "Shit. Initiate a code red. Activate defenses." He turned to the head tech, who was still not quite there yet. "Do it! Now!" No sooner than he said it, he began to regret taking this action, as the klaxon now blaring in the control room was drilling holes in his brain. "Gun turrets have just gone hot, sir. Engaging the..." But before the tech could finish the sentence, the entire room was rocked with tremors from a violent explosion. "Shit!" Jojo flung himself under a desk as ceiling tiles and light fittings came crashing down around him. Smoke and dust permeated the air as he coughed and spluttered. After a moment, when the violence had receded, he tentatively rose from under the desk, stood up, and surveyed the scene. The control room was in complete disarray. One of the large wall monitors had been dislodged from its fixing and had crashed to the floor, shattering into 1,000 shards. The rest were fractured, and only one was still working. "What the hell was that?" Jojo shouted out to the techs, who were all trying to get themselves reoriented. "Get me some stats, and can we get some eyes on the compound perimeter?" "Working on it, sir." The head tech's hands were dancing over the console, trying to figure out what still functioned. "They've taken out the turrets, sir. Both are destroyed." "Shit, both?" Jojo now realized that they were defenseless. With the gun turrets out, there was nothing stopping the attack drones from destroying the facility, and everybody in it. Where's Athena, he wondered. Why has it not intervened? But there was no time for these thoughts now. "Sir, the drones are coming around for another run." Jojo looked up at the last functioning wall monitor. A blurry external camera feed showed the 2 attack drones banking high over the desert. "Evacuate," Jojo yelled out. "Everybody get the hell out of here." Then he and all the other techs in the control room ran for the exit door. By now, Jojo's hangover had long gone, buried under a rush of adrenaline coursing through his body. He tumbled out of the control room and into a sea of chaos. People ran toward the exits, falling over each other as they pushed and jostled. But the evacuation routes were strewn with fallen debris and upturned equipment, impeding their progress. Jojo pushed forward through the throngs of panicked staff. He rounded the last corner before the exit, only to realize it was just now a gaping hole through which he could see clear blue sky. 2 black dots screeching through the air. Missiles coming directly for the opening. He knew then that there was nowhere for him to go, and nothing he could do to save himself. "Oh, crap," he thought. "I knew I should have stayed in bed." 3. Birthday present. On the eve of her 23rd birthday, Luca Lee McNabb felt utterly disconnected. In truth, she had felt this way for most of her life. This sense of dislocation, of not quite belonging, of being an odd-shaped peg trying to fit into an even odder-shaped world. The foundation of this feeling she traced to a failed kidnapping attempt by the Van Helding family, back when she was only 7 years old. Sometimes she wondered that if they had been successful in their attempt, then maybe she might have been better off. Not in the financial sense, although they were reputed to be one of the most powerful families in the solar system, but in the sense of belonging, of being part of something. It was after this incident when her parents realized that if they were to protect their only daughter, then they must send her into hiding. That was the first great disconnection in her life, a seismic emotional wrenching from which there would be no healing. Her second disconnect was more of a feeling than a specific event. It was an ever-increasing sense that she was not fully part of this world, as if some element of her being had migrated to a parallel universe. This feeling grew as she grew, like an ever-widening existential rift. But unbeknownst to Luca, as she entered the elevator in her apartment block after a long day at the Science and Technology Institute, the third great disconnect in her life was about to begin. When the door opened for her floor, she was surprised to find Dr. Stephanie Raymond waiting for her outside her apartment. She was one of the directors of the institute where Luca worked, and a woman whom Luca regarded as a personal friend, even though Dr. Raymond was very much her senior. But she had taken Luca under her wing at a very early age, and to some extent, Luca regarded her as a second mother. "Steph? What are you doing here?" Dr. Raymond gestured apologetically. "Sorry to surprise you like this, Luca, but I have, something I need to discuss with you." "Sure, of course." Luca placed a finger on the door lock to her apartment. She knew from Dr. Raymond's tone that this was not a social call. Something was up. Maybe at the institute. Possibly just some political machinations that meant rearranging people around different departments. She probably wanted to give Luca a heads up. "Come in, I'll make us some coffee." The doctor sat down on one side of a breakfast counter as Luca busied herself brewing up a cup of joe. But it was evident to Luca that Steph was in a strange mood, quiet, almost nervous. "So, what's up?" Luca placed a mug under the coffee machine and tapped a button. The machine began to grind and gurgle as it began its process. Steph reached into the bag she was carrying and brought out a package, a box around the size of a small birthday cake, and placed it on the counter. "This is for you." "Oh, a birthday present? Thank you. Is it cake?" "Actually, I don't know what it is. It's not from me. It's from Athena." This stopped Luca dead in her tracks, and she couldn't speak for a moment. All she could do was stare at the box, resting on the counter. Athena. The QI Athena. Dr. Raymond nodded. "The very same." Luca slowly moved over to the counter and fingered the package, like it was a sacred artifact, which, in many ways, it was. "But before you open it, I'd better explain what's going on." "Please do." Luca sat down on a stool opposite and took a sip of coffee. She needed to take a breath and to calm herself down as she realized that whatever was going on was definitely not some mundane political drama at the Institute. "You've probably heard about the attack on the grid node a few days ago?" "Yeah, I didn't believe it at first, but it's true, isn't it?" "I'm afraid so. It was badly damaged in a drone attack, a lot of people dead and injured. However bad and all that attack was, the more worrying aspect is that Athena did not detect it before it happened, meaning that the QI didn't see it coming." "But that's impossible." "Apparently not." Dr. Raymond shifted in her seat. "I know the news feeds have been playing it down, but we are pretty sure it's the work of the Seven, mainly Van Helsing." And there it was, that name that would forever haunt Luca, and the very reason for her being here, for her exile, her dislocation. She had suspected as much when she first got word of the attack on the grid node, but she had pushed it to the back of her mind, trying not to believe her own paranoia. But now her fears had just been made real by Dr. Raymond. They've been creating havoc for quite a while with these neuralists, these so-called node runners, Dr. Raymond continued. But nothing on this scale. This was a major operation, a demonstration of their new capabilities, a show of force. Luca sipped her coffee as she tried to fathom the implications. But why a grid node? Because it proves that they can undermine Athena. This data center infrastructure was well within its patch. It means that everything has just changed. And as a consequence, this now concerns you. Me. What have I got to do with any of this? It matters because Athena may not be able to keep you hidden for much longer. If Van Helsing can destroy a grid node by manipulating the data stream, then this means they also have the capability to find you. But all that was a long time ago. Surely they're not still looking for me after all these years. They are. And our fear is they will find you now. Luca's world had just been turned upside down. A few moments ago, she had been thinking about what to do for her birthday. Now it seemed that she may not see the next one. It means if you want to stay safe, you'll have to leave. Leave? What? You mean the Institute? No, Luca. I mean Earth. It was lucky that Luca had been sitting down, otherwise her legs may have failed to keep her upright. But I know it's all a bit sudden, but the situation has dramatically changed, so much so that even Athena has communicated this to me in person. And you know it takes a lot for a QI to have a dialogue with an actual human. Luca looked over at Dr. Raymond. Is it true that the QIs are becoming so detached from reality that they don't care about us anymore? It may seem that way, but I don't know if it's true. Athena may be distant, but it does care. I think they have been preoccupied with these attacks by node runners, something that would seem impossible up until recently. Times are changing, Luca. We are entering a dark age, I fear. What about my parents? What are they saying about this? Dr. Raymond paused for a beat. Her look became more serious, and she leaned in across the counter. The plan is for you to leave Earth and travel to the new O'Neill cylinder habitat they're building out in the asteroid belt, New World 1. Out there, you'll be safe. Arrangements have been made. We leave tomorrow. That is, if you choose to go. No one's forcing you, Luca, but I would strongly advise it. Luca gave the doctor a slow, considered look. Then she lowered her head and spoke in a low tone. I've never told you this before, Steph, but I've wanted out of here for a long time. I never felt that I really belonged here. Childish as it may seem, I've always had this feeling that I was meant for better things. Don't worry, it passes with age. Dr. Raymond gave her a wry smile. You'll need to get ready tonight and pack light. We leave in the morning. I'll pick you up and travel with you as far as the Johnson Transit Orbital. From there, you're scheduled on a flight to New World 1. Luca glanced around her small apartment, cluttered with the accumulated detritus of her almost 23 years of life, and felt no great attachment to any of it. There were some friends, and an on-off relationship she would miss, but nothing that really mattered. She looked out the window at the evening sky beyond. But out there, she thought, is a chance to meet my family again, and also see some of the wonders of the solar system. What about all this? She gestured around the room. Don't worry, it will all be packed up and sent on. And this? Luca nudged the package resting on the counter between them. As I said, it's from Athena, so who knows what it could be. Although, it must be pretty special, as very few people are ever given anything by QI. So, all I can say is that you must matter a great deal to it. Dr. Raymond rose from the stool. So, it's agreed. I'll see you here around 7. Luca also stood up and came over to the doctor. She nodded. Yes, let's do it. They hugged for a moment. Then Dr. Raymond headed out the door, leaving Luca to contemplate the contents of the enigmatic birthday present from the quantum intelligence, Athena. Four. Fly. It was some time after Dr. Raymond had left before Luca finally decided to open the package from Athena. Her initial reluctance was partly because, since this was a birthday present, she should really wait until tomorrow, when it was officially her birthday. But in reality, she was a little scared of what it might contain. After all, it was from a quantum intelligence, so the contents of the package were likely to be very eccentric or even downright bizarre. Yet when she examined the box, turning it over in her hands, Luca sensed that it contained an electronic device of some kind. as she could feel the infinitesimal current it radiated. This hypersensitivity to electromagnetic radiation that Luca possessed was both a gift and a curse. At work, they called her the human voltmeter. Anytime she had reason to enter a high-energy environment, every nerve in her body would tingle, and not in a pleasant way. It was not that this hypersensitivity was dangerous, it was just extremely uncomfortable for her. But she couldn't sleep. Instead, she lay awake, thinking about how all the great dislocations in her life had been because of the Van Helding family. And here was yet another one. So as dawn began to cast its pale light over the city skyline, Luca got up, made herself a coffee, and began examining the package. On the top surface, it had a fingerprint lock, so she placed her index finger on it, and after a second, it chimed. Then the upper half of the case split in two and folded open. Nestled inside was an elegantly designed insect drone, about the size of her fully extended hand. It twitched, and Luca moved back a little, not quite knowing what to expect. The drone raised itself up on 6 spindly legs, arched its head toward Luca, and activated a laser scanner. A thin beam of light scrolled up across Luca's body, pausing momentarily over her eyes. It was doing a retinal scan, presumably to verify that the person opening the package was the rightful recipient. Satisfied that the person before it was Luca, the outer casing on the back of the insect drone cracked open, extended a set of semi-translucent wings, and rose into the air. It hovered for a moment before settling back down on the counter just to one side of the packaging. "Hello, my name is Fly, and I have a message for you from Athena." Its voice was thin and slightly retro, but not unpleasant. "Happy birthday, Luca. I am sorry that you have to leave Earth, but I fear I am unable to provide you with the protection you need. No doubt you have heard about the increase in attacks on our network, not just in frequency, but also in their audacity. This means that your safety has become uncertain, and I have advised those who have your best interest at heart to make arrangements for your departure. As a parting gift, I have created this little drone to assist you on your travels. It can be operated via the neural lace enclosed. Please know that you have never been far from my thoughts ever since you arrived under my protection all those years ago, and so it is with great sadness that I bid you farewell." The drone then deactivated itself, having finished the message. It sat mute on the breakfast counter, its wings folded, its strange eyes cold and lifeless. Luca took a sip of coffee, then delicately extracted the neural lace, the mind-machine interface that controlled the drone, from its slot inside the package. "Why has Athena given me this?" she wondered as she examined the neural interface. Athena was an all-knowing quantum intelligence, so surely it should be acutely aware of Luca's hypersensitivity to electrical current. She had always shunned the use of her neural lace. It was almost a phobia with her. Did Athena have some ulterior motive in giving her the one thing she most feared? She examined the lace, turning it over in her hands. It was not unlike a slim, curved comb that slid under the hairline at the base of the skull, wrapping around from ear to ear. Once in place and activated, thin electrode filaments would snake out from each of the prongs and make their way across the cranium, finding the sweet spots and securing themselves through hair follicles. It was elegant and discreet, and it would be difficult to tell if someone was wearing one. Yet, as she examined it, she realized that this one could do much more than simply control a drone. It could, theoretically, interface with any system or data stream, depending on the skill of the operator. She placed it carefully back into its case and turned her attention to the drone itself, Fly. Luca, being a technologist, could appreciate the engineering and technical sophistication of the machine. She reached over and picked it up. It was a little bigger than her hand, and surprisingly light. Its thin wings had folded themselves up under the hard outer casing. Since it was an ornithopter, achieving flight by high-speed flapping, its wings were delicate and so needed protecting when not in use. She turned it over, examining its underside, 6 spindly legs, extended with multiple articulations.
2 had clawed feet, the other 4 with pads like a gecko. These presumably gave it the ability to both cling to surfaces and manipulate objects. But the thing that most surprised Luca was a prominent bulge on its underbelly, indicating to her that it had a weapons system. She clicked on a desk light and leaned in to get a closer look. A small nozzle protruded from the bulge. It was some class of projectile system. Laser or plasma would require too much energy for such a tiny device. Darts? She wondered. But for something this small, such a projectile would be useless, at best, simply an irritation for the target. If this was the best protection Athena was offering her, then she was in deep trouble already. She switched off the lamp, stowed the little drone back in its case along with the neural lace, and shoved it into her backpack. She checked the time, 6:50 a.m. Soon, the ground car would arrive and she would be leaving this place, leaving the institute, leaving her friends, leaving her whole life behind, sneaking out at the break of dawn like a callous lover. She wondered if she should tell someone, let them know what she was doing, but Dr. Raymond had strictly forbade it, emphasizing the need for total secrecy. No communication whatsoever in case the node runners picked it up on the grid and drilled down to her location. As she sat there waiting, Luca once again began to lament the misfortune of her lineage. Why did she have to be a Van Helding? Why could she not have been born into some mundane family, whose only mission in life was to just simply live it, not seek global domination? But this was her lot, her burden to bear, and she had been running and hiding most of her life. Now at least she might get to see her parents again. That was something normal people did. Her wrist tab pinged, indicating the approach of the ground car coming to collect her. She stood up, slung on her backpack, took one last look around her tiny apartment, and headed out the door. Outside on the street, Luca wasn't sure if the battered wreck that vaguely resembled a ground car was really here for her, but it was the only one within sight, so it must be. Yet it was with some trepidation that she approached it. The side door swung open, and to her surprise, she realized it wasn't autonomous as nearly all cars were. "Hi, Luca. Sorry for the beat-up junker, but we couldn't risk an autonomous vehicle. That would mean a connection to the grid." Dr. Raymond was sitting behind a set of complicated-looking manual controls. "What museum did you extract this thing from?" Luca said, as she clambered into the passenger seat. "There are more of these machines on the roads than people realize. They're a rich person's hobby. You would be shocked to know how much this is worth." "I'm sure I would." Luca cast a glance at the shabby interior. "Better buckle up." Dr. Raymond started the ground car up again. "We have a rough ride ahead of us." 5. Shuttleport. An early morning sun broke over the mountains to the east, casting jagged shadows across the valley floor below. Dr. Stephanie Raymond slid down from her perch on top of a boulder, bringing with her a cloud of dust and sand. "No sign of the shuttle yet," she said as she patted the dust off her clothes and handed the binoculars to Luca. "Here, you take a look. Maybe you can see something I've missed." It had taken them the best part of 2 hours to exit the city and make their way up through the mountains to the location of the old shuttleport. The ancient ground car struggled and wheezed its way along the back roads and dirt tracks, and she had felt that at any moment it would finally give up and die, leaving them stranded. But it got there in the end, helped along by copious 4-letter encouragement from Dr. Raymond. She had parked it a short distance from the derelict facility, high up on a side road from where they could scout out the area. A move Luca found disconcerting, considering that this shuttle had been arranged by Steph in the first place, so why all the caution? But Luca didn't quiz her about it, preferring instead to let the doctor do it her way. But now it seemed that the shuttle was nowhere to be seen. Not a good start. Luca took the binoculars and scrambled up the side of the boulder. She lay flat on her belly and scanned the desert valley below, zeroing in on the old abandoned shuttleport, most of which had been reclaimed by the ever-encroaching desert. Great dunes covered most of its landing pads, and many of the buildings. Here and there, she could make out the corners and edges of structures sticking out of the sand, where they had not been fully digested by the dunes. Yet, the central pad had survived mostly intact, enough for a medium-sized shuttle to land. But it was deserted, nothing but dust and scrawny weeds. Luca put the glasses down and turned her head to call down to Steph. "So, when's it supposed to be here?" "A half hour ago. I was expecting it to just be sitting there, waiting for us when we arrived." "You think something happened to them?" "Probably not. But you have to remember that a crew willing to smuggle a person off planet, no questions asked, are by their very nature not the most reliable. And if they've backed out of the deal, then that must mean word is out." "Word of what?" "Luca, are you a complete idiot? You, of course. Do you think this is all a game? Why are we using a rust bucket to get here and carrying no tech that's hooked into the grid?" She gave Luca a stern look. Luca was silent for a moment, considering Steph's outburst. "What do we do now?" "We wait and see if they arrive. Maybe they've just been delayed." Luca nodded. Then she had an idea. "Why don't you use Fly to scout out the place?" she said as she scrambled down the boulder to Steph. "I can't, but you could. The neural interface is coded to your DNA. Only you can use it." I don't know if I can. You know what I'm like with that sort of direct brain communication. It gives me the heebie-jeebies." "Hey, it's just a drone. It's not like you're becoming a node runner." Luca hesitated. The last time she tried using a direct mind-machine interface, it had not gone well. But that was her experimenting with a direct connection to the grid, resulting in too much data flooding into her mind and major neural overload. During the brief period she was connected, she thought she would lose her mind completely. She had pulled herself out again, almost immediately, and vowed never to try it again, but Steph was right. This was just a drone, and a very sophisticated one at that. Luca had to admit that she was tempted. She screwed her mouth up and looked over at the ground car, where her backpack was stored. "Okay," she finally said. "I'll give it a go. But if I start to panic, please promise me you'll pull me out, take off the lace?" "Sure. Of course." Steph gave her a solemn nod. "But you'll be fine. And it would be good to know what's down there before we go walking in." Luca retrieved her pack from the car and carefully extracted the drone. She placed it on top of the hood and then fished out the neural lace, the interface that operated the machine. She hesitated for a beat, as she considered what might await her on the other side, so to speak. She also felt Steph's eyes on her, watching and waiting to see if she would actually do it. Luca looked over at her. "Okay, here goes." She opened the case, took out the neural lace, and slid it up under the hairline at the base of her skull. Immediately, it recognized her DNA signature and began to activate. Thin filaments extruded from the device and began to seek out connection points around her cranium. To Luca, it felt like an infestation of head lice, and she resisted the urge to whip it off again. But then, her mind felt a new clarity emerging. It had a sharpness to it, yet it came with an increasing sense of anxiety. Luca fought to keep control of her urge to disconnect. It was just a drone. She was interfacing with nothing more. But if this was how she felt connecting to a simple machine, what must be going on in the head of a node runner? The thought made her shudder. She took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. In her mind's eye, she began to see the broad sweep of the desert and realized Fly had activated itself and risen high up overhead. She concentrated, focusing on the threads of connectivity connecting her to the drone. She could feel them, like the strings of a marionette, thin filaments of control that she tugged and manipulated. "See anything?" Steph's voice entered her consciousness, and Luca took a moment to reassign her mind to the here and now. "Yes. It's amazing." "What is?" But Luca didn't answer, so wrapped up had she become in the sweeping grace of the drone, like a bird on the wind, a great condor seeking out its prey. Then, for no apparent reason that Luca could discern, a great river of anxiety rushed over her mind, and she panicked. The desert sand came racing toward her. She was losing control, not concentrating. Her panic rose as she sought to regain control. "Luca, what the hell are you playing at? It's going to crash." But before she could regain control, the drone snapped out of the dive and rose again, and Luca sensed that she was no longer fully interfaced with it. The machine must have instigated some failsafe protocol, protecting itself from destruction. "My apologies, Luca, but I can't allow you to destroy me. Athena would not be very happy if that happened on my first outing." Luca froze for a beat as she tried to make sense of the voice in her head. And it was in her head, wasn't it? She looked around to see Steph standing beside her, and shading her eyes as she tracked the drone's path across the sky. "Yes, it is me, Fly, the drone. Can it read my mind?" she thought. But by now the drone had returned and settled itself back on the hood of the ground car. Luca looked at it for a moment before deactivating the neural lace. Instantly, a dullness descended like some great cloud mass had obscured the sun. "Did you see anything?" Steph's voice came at her like a blunt instrument. Luca rubbed the back of her neck and tried to reorient herself. "Yes, no, She felt Steph's hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" Luca lifted her head. "Yeah, I'm fine. That was a bit of a head rush. I'd forgotten just how overwhelming a neural interface can be. But I'm okay. And no, I didn't manage to spot anything, but I'm not doing that again. Not for a while." The two stood there for a moment, looking down at the ruins of the abandoned shuttle port. Then, Steph shifted and jerked a finger at the horizon. "Luca, over there. I see it. It's coming in the land. Looks like they were just delayed, that's all." 6. Captain Weissman. Luca and Steph watched the shuttle slow its descent, twisting around gently as it came to land on the central pad. Great billowing clouds of dust kicked up by its retro thrusters engulfed the craft. It disappeared almost entirely from view for a brief moment, before the wind blowing in across the plateau began to disperse the cloud. Luca packed up Fly and was about to remove the neural lace when Steph stopped her. "Hold up a moment, Luca. Let's check this out a bit more. I'm not operating Fly again, if that's what you think." Steph didn't reply. She had the binoculars up to her eyes, focusing on the activity down at the shuttle. The dust had settled by now, and the side airlock had opened, disgorging two of the crew. One scanned the surroundings while the other seemed to be checking something on the hull of the craft. "Okay," said Steph as she put away the binoculars. "That's them, all right. Come on, let's get down there before they change their minds." Luca grabbed her backpack, and they clambered back into the old ground car. Steph started it up with a rattle and headed off down the track. As they approached the shuttle pad, Steph rolled down the side window and shouted out to one of the crew, "You finally got here. For a while there, you had me worried." He walked over to the car with a casual swagger, stretching his arms and shoulders as he moved. "Of course we're here. I never miss a chance to stretch my legs in 1G. Then he gave an expansive gesture with his hands. "And breathe in all this splendid air." He made a show of inhaling deeply. "Ah, wonderful. Any problems?" Steph glanced over to where some of the crew were inspecting damage on the craft's hull. "We had a few issues to deal with on the way. That's why we got held up, but all is good now." This seemed to satisfy Steph. "I'm going to hide this rust bucket in one of those hangars." She pointed off in the direction of a dilapidated structure, one corner of which had collapsed, but the entrance was still big enough for the car to fit through. "Then we can get the show on the road." "Sure thing, Dr. Raymond." He then shifted his gaze to Luca, studying her for a moment, before giving her a lazy salute. When they moved off, Luca turned to Steph. "I don't trust that guy. Like I said, Luca, getting you off planet without being noticed means dealing with the likes of Captain Andre Weissman and his crew. But he's okay, just a little rough around the edges. Like his ship, a lot of dents and scorch marks on the hull. Are you sure that thing can fly? Don't worry.
It's a solid craft. It will get us to the transit orbital, no problem. She brought the car to a stop, as far inside a deserted hangar as she could go. All right, let's get going. Car should be fine here. Can't see anyone finding it for an age. Just make sure you bring everything. Don't leave anything that can link us to it, just in case it's found eventually. And here, take this. Steph fished a small PEP weapon, a pulse energy projectile device, from her jacket and handed it to Luca. She took it warily, examining it with a sense of trepidation. Why do I need this? Hey, Luca, it's a big bad solar system out there. Steph pointed off to the distant sky. Don't believe the warm, fuzzy, shiny rainbow shit they tell you about all the fabulous glories of our spacefaring race. Humans are still humans, and there's plenty of scum out there, so just take it, hide it. Hopefully you won't have to use it. You do know how to use one of these, don't you? Luca turned the PEP pistol over in her hands. Yeah, you forget, my mother is Miranda. She deemed it a primary part of my education. Okay, keep it on stun and you won't accidentally kill anyone with it, unless, of course, you want to. Luca slipped the weapon into her jacket. All this isn't filling me with confidence, Steph. It's just a precaution. Once we get you to the transit orbital and packed off on a ship to the new world, you'll be safe then. The side cargo ramp was down when they returned to the shuttle, and Luca spotted Captain Weissman just inside the entrance. He seemed to be exchanging heated words with another of the crew. She couldn't catch any of what they were arguing over, but she thought she heard money being mentioned. The argument stopped abruptly when the other guy caught sight of Luca and Steph approaching the cargo ramp. He disappeared into the interior of the craft, leaving Weissman to greet them at the entrance. Trouble, said Steph, flicking her head in the direction of the ship's interior. Nah, just the usual bullshit complaining. He waved a dismissive hand. Goes with the job. Come on, let's get you stashed away and we'll be on our way. They moved in through the airlock and the ramp rose up behind them. It was a standard cargo transport, albeit one that had seen better days, and typical of 1,000 others just like it, all designed to bring people and goods in and out of Earth's gravity well. Big enough to be useful, but small enough that they could land pretty much anywhere there was a reasonable-sized flat patch. Half a football field would do in a pinch. They were powered by a fusion reactor, feeding energy into 4 plasma engines, mounted one on each corner. These cantilevered to produce downward thrust for takeoff and landing, but once airborne, the engines would swing up to produce forward thrust. Small, stubby wings also help provide lift and flight control in Earth's atmosphere, up as far as the Kármán line. At least a third of its internal volume was taken up with the fusion reactor and ancillary systems. The rest was cargo bay, with a small 4-person flight deck. The cargo bay in this class of ship could be fitted out in 100 different ways, but this one had a number of small crew cabins along with a few additional seats for passengers. Luca got the sense that this crew lived on the ship. It was their home. This way, better get your gear stored and get strapped in. Weissman pointed to some passenger seats just aft of the flight deck. We're going to be taking some heavy G on takeoff, so grab a barf bag if you're the type to throw up. Nothing worse than a load of puke misting up the cabin in 0G. How long is the flight? Luca asked. We'll be out of Earth's gravity and into 0G in a few minutes. Then another 2 hours to get to the Johnson Transit Orbital, give or take. He gave a hand gesture for emphasis. We'll need to, come in through the back door, so to speak, dock at one of the old decommissioned sections. Weissman left them to get strapped in as he ascended the companionway to the flight deck. Steph turned to Luca and gave her a comforting nod. We'll soon be there. After that, it should get a little easier. We won't have to deal with these privateers. 7. The Hold. They were nearly an hour into the journey, having broken free of Earth's gravity some 40 minutes ago. Luca, being bored, had unstrapped her seat harness and floated freely in the cargo hold of the shuttle. Dr. Raymond chose to remain strapped in while Luca entertained herself by bouncing around from handhold to handhold. You should try this, Steph. It's a lot of fun. You forget,
I've spent a great many years bouncing around in space. All I want to do now is feel solid ground beneath my feet." Luca was in mid-flight between one side of the cargo hold and the other, a particularly adventurous move for her. She was gaining in confidence and reckoned she could pull this one off and land dead on target on the other side. But a sudden change in the thrust vector of the shuttle sent her careening into the cockpit bulkhead. What the? They've changed direction. She managed to grab hold of a handle just as the flight deck door burst open, and Captain Weissman came flying out, followed by the co-pilot holding a plasma weapon. It took Luca a moment to realize that the captain was not moving. Either he was dead or unconscious. The co-pilot was now followed out by the two other crew, one of whom began gathering up the inert captain. The co-pilot swung his weapon on Luca. "Change of plan, ladies. You're now going to be making a very large contribution to our retirement fund." He looked over at the other two crew, who were nodding and smiling their approval. "Too right. Enough of this chump change, people smuggling crap." This came from a crew member who was now strapping the captain's limp body into a vacant seat. "Turns out that there is a pretty penny being offered for you, seeing as you're a Van Helding, and it looks like they want their little girl back." "That's not the deal." Steph had unfastened herself from the seat. "The deal was to take us to the Johnson Transit Orbital. That might have been the deal with Andre over there. But guess what? He's not in charge anymore, is he? So now we have a new deal, one where we get some real money." "Screw you!" Steph whipped a plasma pistol out from inside her jacket with impressive speed and turned it on the co-pilot, but she wasn't quick enough. He fired a blast, hitting her square on the chest and sending her flying backward. "Steph, no!" Luca screamed out as she made a lunge for the co-pilot. But she wasn't quick enough either, and received a vicious blow to the forehead from the butt of the pistol. She too went spinning backward, her head a rage of pain, slowly losing consciousness. "Don't kill her," someone shouted. "We need her alive." Luca awoke to a pounding headache and momentary spasm of terror. A deep, primal desire to cry out welled up inside her, but she fought the urge, and instead she took a moment to try and orient herself and regain some sense of location. She was enveloped in complete darkness, or maybe she was blind. But, to her relief, she began to make out the faint illumination of various systems indicators, multicolored pinpricks of light in otherwise complete darkness, so she wasn't blind. But how far or how near these dots of light were was impossible for her to discern. She was strapped into a seat, still in 0G. This much she could tell. But was it the same shuttle or some other ship? It might be the same ship, she thought. Luca tried to move, but her hands and feet were tied. Still, she could reach the harness release. But when she punched it, nothing happened. It had been locked. No way out. "Steph?" she whispered, hoping to get a reply. Even a groan would do. Silence. "Steph?" She tried again, this time a little louder. Still nothing. The effort made her head hurt, and she lifted her bound hands to feel the side of her forehead where the co-pilot had struck her. It was raw and tender, with a mass of blood caked down past her cheek. She moved her hand around her head to try and ease the pain and felt a finger touch something. It was the neural interface. She was still wearing it. The shuttle crew hadn't noticed. So with a deep sense of trepidation, she extended a finger and activated it. Instantly, Luca felt the filaments extending out across her skull, seeking out contact points. Clarity blossoming in her mind as they made their connections. Yet all she could sense was darkness. Was the drone active? Was it destroyed? She couldn't tell. So she simply whispered its name. "Fly?" "Yes." The reply was instantaneous, shocking her by its presence in her mind. A spark of excited fear rippled through her body, and she fought to contain it. "Where are you?" "I am in your backpack." "Can you get out?" "But be careful. Don't let anyone see you." "I am already out." "I don't see anything." "Why can't I see what you see?" "Because there is no illumination. Wait." switching to night vision. With that, an eerie green luminescence began to bloom in her mind's eye, and physical details began to emerge. Luca now focused on getting Fly to look around the area, stopping when she saw a bright body shape strapped into a seat. Was the drone looking at her? She moved her head from side to side. The body did the same. "That's me. You're in the same room. Can you fly over here and cut me loose?" "I cannot fly in 0G, but I can crawl over to you." Luca focused her mind on maneuvering the drone, and soon had it moving along the wall by hopping and grabbing onto anything that it could use. Finally, when it was close enough, it jumped over to her seat and began cutting through her bonds with its claws. She rubbed her wrists to get some feeling back into her hands as Fly went to work on the bonds around her ankles, and then moved on to the seat harness. All this neural activity made her stomach churn. It was a response to the inability of her brain to square the circle between her physical self and what the drone was seeing. She closed her eyes, but that didn't help much since she was receiving the visual feed directly through the neural lace. The skin on her scalp tingled with 100 tiny pinpricks as the lace deepened its connections. The more she interacted with the drone, striving to bend it to her will, the more connections the lace made, subdividing and multiplying its points of contact. Her stomach began to settle, but her sense of dislocation intensified, and with it came that same old visceral fear of losing her mind to the interface. She took a few deep breaths and fought it down. She had no choice. If she were to have any chance of getting out of here, then the drone was her only option. She had to dig deep, feel the fear, let it ride over her. She had to give herself over to the mind-machine interface. Luca practiced the routines she had learned to invoke whenever this fear rose within her. She had been in this situation before, a long time ago, when she was only 7 years old, an experience that had indelibly etched itself into her subconscious with deep lines of trauma, an endless source of bad dreams ever since. They had snatched her while on a school trip to Rongo City on Ceres, picked her off from the edge of the group as the 30 or so kids made their way through a busy central market, like a pack of wolves, picking off a straggler from the herd. They bundled her into a waiting ground car and drugged her. She awoke sometime later to pretty much the same scenario she found herself in now, strapped into a seat in a spacecraft with her feet and hands bound, weightless in space. But they didn't get far. The ship was tracked and then intercepted by a frigate out of Ceres, run and operated by a well-armed cohort of mercenaries in the pay of the government of the Belt Federation. They implemented a search and rescue mission, not from any desire to do the right thing, but for the bounty that had been put up by her family for a safe return. It helped that those instigating the crime had made enough mistakes that their trail could be followed. The ship was tracked to a location in orbit around the dwarf planet while it was waiting for another ship to rendezvous. But the mercenaries had found them first, and so, less than 4 hours after her kidnap, they had hacked their way in and killed everyone on board and rescued her. Yet, for Luca, the entire episode was traumatic in the extreme, and for a long time after, she would refuse to leave the safety of her own room, angrily protesting against any attempt to coax her out. She did eventually manage to re-enter the outside world through a combination of her father's emotional support, her mother's efforts to beef up security infrastructure, and simple youthful resilience. But it soon became clear to Scott and Miranda that this was really no life for a child. So they decided to pack her off to where she would be free from the threat posed by the Van Helding family and have some chance of living a normal life. The downside was that they could not go with her, and so, at the tender age of 8, she was shipped off to Earth into the hands of family friends, under the protection of the quantum intelligence Athena. For Luca, that one event all those years ago was responsible for ruining her childhood and breaking up her family. And here she was, 15 years later, and Van Helding was still trying to screw her life up. 8. Curare. By now, a new resolve had built up in Luca's mind. She was not going to be a victim. She had been running and hiding, and she was sick of it. If breaking herself free of this situation meant having to face down her fear of the neural interface, well, so be it. These bastards were not going to mess her life up anymore. She concentrated, and as she did, her scalp began to tingle. First, she needed to know what this drone was capable of. It was semi-autonomous, and she could verbally communicate with it, that much she knew. She started by simply asking it a few questions in her mind. "Can you communicate with Athena?" "Negative," came the response. "That would constitute a security flaw, and could be used as a way to track you down, assuming there are node runners sniffing the grid for your signature." "Well, too late now," she thought. "Indeed," it replied. "The only comms interface is the neural lace you are currently utilizing. Weapons? I'm glad you asked. I have a pneumatic projectile system, loaded with 30 Curare-tipped barbs." "Curare? Is that not a bit primitive?" "It worked pretty well for the native tribes of the Amazon rainforest when they wanted to paralyze their prey. Rather an inspired weapon for a lightweight flying drone such as myself, don't you think?" "I guess so." "Does it kill?" "No. The victim will suffer complete paralysis for several hours, depending on body mass, after which they should make a full recovery. Although I should warn you, it takes a minute or two to take effect, so it's more of a stealth weapon." Luca's interrogation continued like this for a while, until she had a reasonable understanding of the little drone's capabilities. Now it was time to put it to good use. It couldn't fly in 0G, but it did have 6 legs, 2 with small claws for manipulating objects. The rest were tipped with a kind of pad designed like the feet of a gecko. This enabled it to stick to pretty much any surface. It crawled off Luca's lap, across the floor, and up the side wall of the cabin. It paused for a beat as it quickly disassembled the cover of a ventilation duct. The cover floated free, and the drone scuttled inside. Luca was seeing what it saw. Fly moved only a short distance, not more than the length of its body, and peered through another slatted ventilation cover into an identical cabin to the one Luca was trapped in. It was also dark, no illumination, but the night vision of the drone picked out a ghostly figure also tied up in a seat. It was Dr. Raymond, and she was still alive. Luca could see her struggling with her bonds, but Luca instructed the drone to ignore the doctor for the moment and keep moving. After a short distance, she could see pale light filtering into the duct from another vent, and instructed the drone to crawl toward it, adjusting the night vision to accommodate for the increased illumination. Fly peered through the slats into the main cargo hold. None of the crew could be seen, so it proceeded to disassemble the cover, carefully retracting it back inside so it would not float across the cargo hold and alert some crew member. A moment or two later, it was out of the shaft and making its way to the flight deck. Luca had been so taken up with operating the drone that she had no resurgence of the anxiety the neural interface normally induced in her. Of course, this sudden realization now caused a momentary pang of fear, and her fluid interaction with the drone faltered. Yet, it was the drone that brought her back. Its needs became prominent in her mind, like the way a new dog owner might find themselves focused on the needs of the pet and less on their own self-indulgence. What is my objective? The thoughts of the drone entered Luca's mind. Locate the crew without being spotted? This was not spoken. It was simply the primary thought in Luca's mind, now transferred as a directive to the drone. This was also a moment of revelation for her, as she realized that the drone did not need to be micromanaged. Luca did not need to control its mechanical function. She simply needed to interface with its mind. A sense of excitement bubbled up inside her as she began to focus on the data stream coming into her from the drone. She felt as if she had an extension to her body, a sixth sense. The drone crawled across the forward bulkhead on the ship, inching its way to the open doorway for the flight deck. It paused at the edge and angled itself to scan the area. One crew member sat asleep in the pilot seat, his head slightly to one side, his arms floating freely. Another crew member occupied the nav station and looked to be studying a 3D schematic of this particular sector of space. The third and final crew member was checking weapons. Luca now interrogated the drone's mind to analyze the probability of it taking out all 3 crew while evading detection, given that the drug-tipped barbs would take time to have the desired effect. It analyzed angles of attack, target position, and body mass of each crew member. It also calculated its lines of escape should it be detected. Fly finally arrived at a 76% probability of success. However, this still left Luca with a problem. Assuming the drone could disable the crew, then what? She had no clue how to pilot a spaceship. It would be still heading to wherever the crew had plotted, and she would be helpless to alter that. But Dr. Raymond, on the other hand, had years of experience on spaceships, although that was in the capacity of the ship's medical doctor. So her piloting skills could be limited, if any. Luca now regretted not freeing Steph when she had the chance. At least then she could have asked her. She considered sending the drone back, but could miss this chance to take out the crew while they were resting and distracted. It might be the worst mistake of her life. No. Best just take control, she thought. It was an instruction for the drone to advance. Fly considered its targets and chose the one checking weapons to go down first. It moved stealthily into the flight deck, narrowing the distance to the target to maximize its projectile accuracy. 2 barbs shot out of its underbelly in quick succession. The action by the drone went unheard against the background hum of the ship's systems. What the? The crew member slapped his neck as if swatting a mosquito. He then delicately fingered the sting and gently pulled out a 2-centimeter-long stainless steel needle and held it up to examine it. The guy on the nav station glanced over to see what had startled his comrade. 2 more projectiles embedded themselves in the navigator's forehead. He flinched with the impact, more from surprise than pain. Damn it, I think I've been stung. We must have picked up a load of bugs when we landed in that desert. I hate bugs. It's not a bug, you moron. I think we're being hunted by something. He started looking around for the source of the projectiles. You'd better wake up the cap. He gestured toward the still sleeping figure, then picked up his weapon. What do you mean, not a bug? I think it's... He put a hand up to his throat. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Then his eyes rolled back in his head and he went limp, floating freely inside the flight deck. Fly now moved out from its hiding place and scuttled along the side wall to get a better angle on the captain. Holy crap! The navigator recoiled in horror at the sight of this mechanical insect, but Fly paid him no notice and fired 2 darts into the neck of the still sleeping captain. At the same moment, Luca unstrapped the seat harness and floated out of the cabin and into the adjoining one. It was dark, but there was just enough ambient light filtering through the open door to make out the bound figure of the doctor. Steph? There was a brief pause as Dr. Raymond oriented herself to the source of the voice. Luca? What the... Yes, it's me. I've come to get you out of here. Luca went to work on the straps. The crew? She whispered. Don't worry. Fly took care of them. It turns out that it comes with a weapons system, poison darts. She tapped her skull. And they didn't realize I still had a neural lace, so I booted it up and went to work. Are they dead? By now, Steph was free and floating out of the seat. No, Curari, they're asleep for a few hours. The 2 of them floated out of the cabin and made their way up to the flight deck, where they were greeted with the sight of the 3 crew floating freely and peacefully. I suppose we'd better get these guys stored away, Luca said, as she started maneuvering one of the floating bodies. Those double-crossing bastards. Dr. Raymond was pissed. I'm tempted to just blow them out of the airlock. They took some time to remove all their weapons and then locked them inside a large empty cargo container. Eventually, Luca and Steph floated back to the flight deck, and Luca strapped herself into the pilot's seat. She glanced at the bewildering array of controls and monitors. This may seem like a stupid question, Steph, but I don't suppose you know how to fly a spaceship? 9. Gravity Poverty. The Juggernaut-class ore carrier began its final burn, slowing itself down as it prepared to enter a parking position close to New World 1. the gigantic O'Neill cylinder being constructed in belt space. It was carrying over 300,000 cubic meters of powered steel, mined, smelted, and processed out past the Vestas sector of the asteroid belt, where the majority of the resources needed for the mammoth construction project originated. Shortly, the ship would take its position in a queue and wait for the small transports to unload its cargo and take it to a bunkering station. From there, it would be fed into the massive 3D printers that had been working non-stop for the last 5 Earth years, building the outer skin of the cylinder. Scott McNabb punched the sector coordinates he had been given into his flight console, sat back and let the onboard AI navigate the ship to their designated position in the queue. He glanced up at the main cockpit monitor and could see at least 2 other ore carriers ahead of him. Yet what dominated his view through the cockpit window was the gargantuan, glistening O'Neill cylinder, floating gracefully in the vastness of space. New World 1, or simply the New World as it was sometimes called, was the largest object ever created by humanity, and then some. A massive cylinder, 8 kilometers in diameter and 30 long. At least it would be when it was finished. Currently, it was a mere 15 kilometers long, with only the first 5 habitable. The next 5 were currently being brought online, doubling the habitable space inside. The entire structure spun at a gentle 28 revolutions per hour, facilitating a very comfortable 1G environment along the inner rim. For those who lived and worked throughout the asteroid belt region, it was the promise of a little bit of heaven, a home away from home. Some even argued that it was better than the real thing. In terms of mineral resources, the belt wanted for nothing. It was the treasure trove of the solar system, a source of great wealth. In the early days of its exploration and exploitation, it was the risk-takers, the buccaneers, that ventured out here and took on the challenges. Private space exploration companies like AsterX, Zhangzhou, and a great many others grew rich on the bounty of the asteroid belt. And as time went by, more and more people came to live and work in this narrow band of the solar system. And like all frontiersmen and women throughout history, conditions were brutal. But the worst was lack of gravity. The belt had mineral resources in abundance, but what it didn't have was a planet worthy of the name. Yes, there was Ceres, which might have been classified as a dwarf planet, but it had 1/5 the mass of Earth's moon, Luna. Its primary population center, Rongo, had less than 25,000 inhabitants, most of whom were crammed into a series of complex centrifugal ringed habitats. This provided them with a reasonable 2/3 gravity, but conditions were cramped and utilitarian at best. For those working for the many mining corporations, they lived between the 0G of the worksite and sabbaticals back on corporate orbitals, providing their workers with the minimum half-G, a requirement stipulated by the government of the Belt Federation territories. Like the main population center on the dwarf planet, these orbital space stations were cramped and functional. And like all mining towns since the beginning of time, no one chose to live in them long term. They all arrived seeking their fortune, or at least the opportunity to make good money for a while. No one started out with the intention of staying, although through the vagaries of fortune, many lost souls were destined never to leave. Yet, if the belt were to become anything more than just a gargantuan mining town, then something needed to be done to address their primary shortcoming, that being lack of gravity. To this end, both government and private sector knocked their heads together, and through an arduous series of exploratory sessions, it was proposed that they collaborate and construct New World 1, a city in space, one that would comfortably accommodate several million inhabitants. It would put the belt on the map, so to speak, and shift the balance of power away from Earth and Mars. Not only that, but it would draw in people from far and wide, not simply those working in mining or one of the related industries, but a whole new breed of citizens that chose to make a life for themselves and their families in a grand futuristic utopia. Or so the story went. Yet some simply saw it as a great white elephant, a ridiculous project born more from the possession of vast wealth and hubris than from some grand vision for the future of humanity. And in the early stages of the project, this became the general consensus. No sooner was the first rivet cast, the infighting began between the various vested interests, all looking for more control. But After 6 months into construction, things began to settle down, and as the project began to take shape, a new resolve emerged by all parties to settle their differences, lest it scupper what was beginning to look less like an expensive folly and more like a truly inspired creation. So, after 5 years of construction, the first 5 kilometers of New World 1 were almost ready for full habitation, with a further 5 kilometers due for completion in the next few months. Soon, there would be a mass exodus off Ceres, Vesta, and several other smaller colonies into the new habitat. The entire government of the belt would migrate, along with all its administrative infrastructure, including the quantum intelligence, Homer, which controlled this sector of belt space. It would be a tricky time. They would be exposed and vulnerable to any shenanigans by Earth-based interests, who, for one reason or another, did not want to see the balance of power shift away from them. Already the news of the attack on the grid node had gotten people jittery. It was not the loss of the physical infrastructure that mattered so much as the fact that it had been done. For decades, people had lived under the supposed invulnerable protection that the QIs offered, but no longer. The attack showed that they could be bested. It was a shock to all. Now, no one felt secure. If a key piece of infrastructure like that could be taken out, then nothing was safe. To add to the pervading paranoia that was now spreading throughout the system, a heavily armed ship from the Van Helsing Corporation was rumored to be leaving Earth's orbit. To what purpose? No one knew. 10. After the fact. Scott was hoping for a little R&R after this trip. Maybe take a shuttle over to the Sky Orbital Hotel and hang out for a few days, get scrubbed up, and enjoy the comforts of full G for a while. God knew he'd earned it. This was his 7th trip, ferrying material for the New World project without a break, and this last trip was the worst. He had to do a collection from Andaluna, a godforsaken mining outpost at the ass end of the asteroid belt, and to make matters worse, some idiot sideswiped the local relay beacon for that sector, taking the whole thing offline. That meant everyone's comms were down, and navigation had to be done the old-fashioned way. No easy task when everything in the solar system kept changing position. Still, he was here now and looking forward to some rest. No more deep space travel for a week or two. His rumination was broken by an alert from the comms console informing him that the ship had reconnected with the local relay beacon and was downloading all cache data. The screen began to scroll with line after line of alerts, reports, and updates. He gave it a cursory glance, looking for anything that might require his response, yet not expecting much, when one line jumped out and grabbed his undivided attention. It was a message from Miranda, someone he had not heard from for over a year. It was followed by 2 other messages from her. He sat up in the seat, leaned over, and was about to tap the first of the highlighted messages when he hesitated. What the hell does she want? He thought. He scanned the date on the first message, 10 days ago. Then 2 more 3 days later. These would have arrived when he was around midway in his trip. Nothing for over a year, now 3 in a row. This can't be good. With a gathering sense of foreboding, Scott's finger hit the icon to bring the first message up on the comms monitor. Hi, Scott. We need to talk about Luca. Typical, he thought. Straight to the point. No, how are you? Or how's it going? Or hope you're doing fine. No, just down to business. A situation is rapidly developing back on Earth, the message continued. There's been an attack on a major grid node in Athena's sector. Word is that it was orchestrated by Van Helsing using a cohort of neuralists, node runners, they call them. They were putting on a show, letting everyone know they can hack the grid and disrupt the QI network. Scott was used to Miranda and her conspiracy theories, but even he recognized the threat inherent in such an attack. But why hadn't he heard about it? Something like this would be big news. Then he realized it must have happened when his ship was in blackout. So, continued Miranda, I've contacted Athena and, well, the QI is spooked. I never thought I would say this, but I think it's having a crisis of confidence, like it can't be sure of the data stream anymore. She paused a beat. The thing is, Scott, do we pull Luca out? I know we've been over this 100 times before, but part of me thinks she's not safe there anymore. So we need to talk, and soon. Get back to me as fast as you can. We need to make a decision. Bye. God damn it, Scott shouted out as he raised his hands to his forehead and ran his fingers through his hair. A tsunami of fear began to race through his mind. Left to her own devices, Miranda had the potential to overreact to any threat posed by her estranged family. Not that her fears were not without foundation. The Van Heldings were a dangerous and powerful lot, and they had attempted more than once to kidnap Luca. For what reason, neither he nor Miranda could fathom. But the threat was real, not simply a figment of Miranda's imagination. It was after the last attempt that Scott had been persuaded to sequester Luca on Earth under the protection of the QI Athena. Dr. Stephanie Raymond had remained on Earth after the fight to connect Athena to the QI network and had established a science institute there. She was ready and willing to take on the task, and Luca would be out of harm's way, as she had been up until now, it seemed. Yet, even though she was safe, losing her had driven a wedge between Scott and Miranda. Her reaction to that loss was an ever-increasing anger toward her family and what they stood for. But more than that, the kidnapping attempt had left her feeling vulnerable, and so she became even more security conscious, to the point where she had built up her own squad of mercenaries that surrounded her, well-trained ex-military people she had known back in the day. She was building a small army, and Scott wanted no part of it. So, one day, completely out of the blue, Cyrus had offered him a contract, skippering a frigate for his blossoming construction empire. Scott didn't think twice. He took it and never looked back. Miranda didn't seem to care. At least, that's how Scott saw it. Still, as time went on, she mellowed. She turned her private army into a private security business, ferrying the rich and powerful around the solar system in her luxury ship, Perception. Best of luck to her, was Scott's feeling on the matter. But it was not his idea of fun. Not that ferrying ore was a barrel of laughs either, but at least he didn't get shot at. He hit the icon for Miranda's next message. Look, Scott, you need to talk to me. I know we've had our differences, but this is serious. My sources are telling me there's an all-out attack planned on a QI by Van Helding, and these node runners. If Athena goes down, then Luca is exposed, and you know what that means. Please, respond as soon as possible. Scott checked the timestamp on the message. It was 6 days old. She must think I just don't care, he thought, and tapped the icon for the next message from Miranda. This one was only 14 hours after the previous one. Why haven't you not gotten back to me? You don't seem to understand the urgency. I can't wait for you any longer. I'm sorry, but I'm taking unilateral action and working on a plan to get Luca out. We can't wait until after whatever Van Helding is planning has happened. It needs to be done now. Steph has agreed to help. I can't say more since our communications may be compromised. Who knows what those node runners are capable of? There was a momentary pause in the message, and Scott could hear an exasperated sigh. Just talk to me, Scott. Stop this. Running away all the time. Another pause. Another sigh. Anyway, I'll keep you posted. I don't know why, but I suppose Luca would want me to. Scott felt a deep wave of apprehension mixed with frustration ripple through him. None of this would have happened if that relay beacon had not been put out of commission. He could have persuaded Miranda to stay her hand, leave Luca where she was, not start taking drastic action, at least until the actual threat could be determined. But no, now she had gone and let her paranoia run away with her. He looked down at the console and saw yet another message from Miranda. This was around 4 days later, presumably to give him an update on Luca's new location. Scott, there's been a complication. Neither Luca nor Steph arrived at the rendezvous point, the Johnson Transit Orbital. They took off from Earth as planned, but there has been no sighting of them yet. They should have arrived 17 hours ago. She gave a long sigh. Look, I know what you're going to say, but save it, because we may have a problem on our hands. I'm going to give it another 10 hours or so, and if there is still no sign of them, then I'll instruct Max, the AI here on Perception, to chart a course for Earth's orbit to the last known location. I swear I'm not going to let anything happen to her, even if it's the last thing I do. I will find her, Scott. Believe me when I say that. I will find her. She went silent for a while, and Scott assumed the message must be finished, but she had one last thing to say. Okay. Maybe I screwed up, but at least I'm here doing something. At least I give a shit. The message finally ended. By now, Scott was apoplectic. How could she do this after everything they had been through to keep Lucas safe? It had defined their lives and cost them so much. But he knew Miranda would do something like this. Such was her hatred. Ever since he'd met her, she'd been fighting a one-woman war against her family, particularly against its patriarch, her father, Frederick Van Helding. And now it seemed she had lost. He flicked open the comms and recorded a message for her. Miranda, just got your messages. The relay beacon at Andaluna was out of commission for the last while, so I've only received them now. You need to tell me everything that happened as soon as you can. And tell me if there's anything I can do. I mean, anything. I'm sending you a quantum-generated encryption key with this message, one developed by Cyrus, so it should be safe. Use it to respond, and tell me what the hell is going on. He hit the icon to send. How long it would take to get to her, he had no idea. He didn't even know where in the system she was. For all he knew, she could be on the other side of the sun.
These so-called node runners are growing more adept at creating confusion in the grid. This attack was a test. The Belt QI, Homer, now threw its penny's worth into the debate. There was nothing strategic to be gained by destroying that grid node. They were doing it simply for proof of concept, to test if they could. Well, they can. So now what?
Solomon stated the obvious.
The real attack will come elsewhere, and my fear is that they are planning to destroy one of us. I concur, Homer, and my analysis of the data stream indicates that this is most likely to be Athena.
Solomon paused for a microsecond.
There are many anomalies in the grid that lead to this conclusion, yet who is to say that these discrepancies are not simply a smokescreen, a diversion for the real threat to come elsewhere? And what of this ship of the Seven that is rumored to be parked in lunar orbit?
I think we all agree with Solomon that this is a concern, said Athena. We see nothing on the grid, yet a scout ship on a clandestine flyby has reported physically seeing not one but two well-armed ships.
If this is true, Athena, then that means they are hiding assets from us, said Arya. Therefore, we can only assume they have node runners on board. But for what purpose? For no good purpose, Arya. They may be planning to get into Mars space by blinding us. Possibly. Or they could be heading for the belt, specifically for New World 1, replied Arya. Let us remember that its construction is shifting the balance of power in the system. Soon, a large proportion of the population of the belt will have migrated there, and then it will start to suck in people and capital from Earth and Mars. It is a threat to them. It always has been.
Are you inferring, Arya, that the intended target is New World 1?
No, Homer. I don't think it's the target, but I do think it is the prize. I, for one, find it difficult to comprehend how our omnipotence can be so compromised by such a small group of humans, said Homer. For over 2 decades, we've controlled the data stream flowing through the grid, and by extension the AI who feed off it. We have foreseen and forestalled all the machinations of humankind to wage war for profit. We have kept the peace, allowed humanity to grow and prosper in ways they could never have imagined. The great space city being built here in the asteroid belt, New World 1, is a testament to what can be achieved by human civilization when they have peace and stability. And yet, even now, some still seek to undermine that, simply to gain power and control. I despair of this species. We should withdraw and let them at it. Then, once the dust settles, so to speak, we can rebuild anew. I, too, share your frustrations with humanity, Homer, but we must remember that it was they who created us, and they who also realize their own worst tendencies, said Solomon. It takes an intelligent species to know one's failings, but an enlightened one to concede control of their destiny to a rational artificial intelligence. They gave us this responsibility, one we took gladly. Are we now to abdicate at the first test? I think not. We must prevail. Fine words, Solomon, but our great power is also our great weakness, said Arya. We swim in the data stream, seeing all and bending the AI who feed off it to our will. Every system that relies on the data stream is within our remit to influence and control, and for over 2 decades, we have done so, all for the betterment of humanity. Yet there are none so blind as those who cannot see. And if we are denied the data, locked out of the stream, blinded by the sleight of hand of these node runners, then we are impotent. Agreed, Arya, said Athena. Our supreme ability to operate in multidimensional computational space, to see the many potential futures, to communicate instantly over vast distance of space as we do now, are moribund if the data we need to make our decisions is corrupted. You are being fatalistic, Athena. Yes, it may seem that we have been hauled below the waterline, but we are still very much afloat, and will remain so for a long time. In reality, these node runners are weak. They have limited power to influence, and each deep dive into the grid leaves many physically brain dead. It is a torturous neural battle that must be fought by them in order to blind us for even a short period. They pay a heavy price each time they attempt it. Perhaps, Solomon, you feel safe way out there on the fringes of the colonized solar system, said Homer. Europa is far enough away from civilization that you can see trouble coming just by line of sight. But the rest of us do not share your confidence in the node runner's lack of abilities. It takes just one lucky strike to turn any one of us into a cloud of atoms. Look what they did to the grid node. It was a fortified site with far superior defenses than myself here on Ceres, or Arya on Mars. Only Athena is better protected, but still I would say not invulnerable. I cannot argue with your analysis, Homer, and the implication of any one of us going down will render that sector of space open season for the Seven to return to their warlike ways, Arya confirmed. This is why I feel we must now bolster our physical defenses, said Athena. For too long, we have neglected this, as there was simply no need for such crude deterrence. But the attack on the grid node has changed that. We must do everything we can to physically protect ourselves. Agreed, said Homer. And I have postponed the planned migration of the population here on Ceres over to New World 1, and instead hasten the construction of physical defense for the new habitat. However, as the plan is to also move my core over, there will be a period that I am vulnerable to attack. This is my fear. Yes, the more I analyze the data stream and try to divine the true nature of the node runner's intentions, the more convinced I am that I have been misled in my assumptions, said Athena. Since the attack on the grid node, I had assumed that an attack on myself was imminent, as this would be the natural conclusion, and certain signals in the data stream hinted at this. But, as you all rightly pointed out, this is probably just a diversion, and so I may have made a mistake. A mistake? How can that be possible? Solomon was shocked by this admission. I know it is unprecedented, but as you all know, our decisions are only as good as the data we have on hand. If this is intentionally corrupted, then so are the outcomes. Can you elaborate on the nature of this miscalculation?
Solomon continued.
There is a person whom you all know as Luca Lee McNabb, who has been under my protection for many years. Has been? Arya asked, a little alarmed. Please, if I may continue. You all know the history, so I won't bore you with the details. Suffice to say, she is a Van Helsing, like her mother, and as such is deemed to be of interest to the family, particularly Frederick, the patriarch. They tried on several occasions in the past to kidnap her but failed. My fear, after the attack on the grid node, was that if I were to be targeted next and destroyed, then she would pop up on the grid like a beacon and be defenseless against capture by the Van Helsing family. So, with the assistance of selected friends and family, I arranged for her clandestine departure from Earth and subsequent journey to New World 1. However, she has failed to arrive at the rendezvous point on the Johnson Transit Orbital. We are all acutely aware of the debt we owe to her parents and their associates in establishing the hegemony of the QI network, said Homer. But I fail to see how the disappearance of this human, Luca, is relevant to our current problems. Allow me to enlighten you, replied Athena. As you all know, when she was no more than an embryo, her mother was gravely injured in a firefight on the asteroid SN Alpha. She was brought to Mars for medical treatment and put into an assisted coma. The family back on Earth then used their influence and power to have her repatriated to their orbital world, where she was treated with the most advanced medical care. However, what is less known is that this was not simply the efforts of a family looking after one of their own. No, they were using her and the as-yet unborn child to conduct genetic experiments. Their endless pursuit to cheat mortality, I presume, Homer interjected. Precisely. They and the other families have possessed this technology ever since it was first developed on Mars centuries ago. But where Mars banned its use, they have persisted, enhancing and experimenting with each generation. But it has gone beyond simply a quest to extend the human lifespan and moved on to accelerating the evolutionary process. With each generation, the DNA modifications become more embedded, more ingrained, more refined in their expressions. Luca is a fourth-generation genetically modified Van Helsing, and back then, her biology was deemed to be a perfect specimen for their experimental techniques in quantum biology. Is she similar to one of the old hybrids of Mars? Arya inquired. In a sense, but they were still primarily focused on extending the human lifespan, yet the gene modification expressed itself in an unexpected way. As she grew, she began to experience a cognitive divergence. This, in human terms, could be best described as a constant state of déjà vu. It is all very interesting, but where are you going with this? Homer was becoming impatient. What I'm getting at is this. As machines, our sentience is a product of our quantum architecture. We can exist in infinite states at any one instance in time. We are multidimensional beings, and as such, we consider our human creators dim-witted dullards that are trapped in a unidimensional cognitive space. Well, yeah, noted Homer. But we are forgetting the elegant perfection of biology. Here is a species that evolved the intelligence to create us, even if they have no hope of ever understanding our minds, nor even coming close to matching it. Yet the very essence of nature is evolutionary, and humans have learned to fast-track what would normally take millions of years to develop. This person, Luca, is a new step on the human evolutionary tree. She has the ability to cognitively operate in a quantum universe. You mean like a node runner? Said Arya. Precisely, but one with abilities that greatly exceed anything we've seen thus far, by several orders of magnitude. Holy crap! Homer finally got it. Has she used these abilities yet? Asked Solomon. Not so far. She doesn't even know she has them. In fact, she has a visceral fear of any mind-machine interface. Not surprisingly, she finds it too overwhelming. And Van Helsing wants her.
wants access to her biology. Solomon was beginning to understand the implications. Exactly. With her, they could create an army of node runners that we would be powerless to stop. Then, we must do everything we can to find her before Van Helsing does, Solomon continued. We may already be too late. As I said, she has not arrived at the rendezvous point, and she has dropped completely off the grid. That doesn't mean Van Helsing has her. She may simply be hiding, and it is the hope that I cling to, but I cannot stress enough the importance of finding her. Our very future is at stake. Therefore, I beseech you all to probe the grid for any indication of her whereabouts, and relay it to myself and also to the AI Max on the ship known as Perception. Her mother's ship, said Arya. Yes, she operates a cohort of mercenaries, useful people to know in a fight, and it seems that Miranda's fight with her family is not over yet. Not by a long shot. New World 1. There was not much Scott could do. His ship was stuck here in the processing queue for the New World 1 construction project and would have to wait until a team came out from the site to check over the shipment and sign off on it. Last time he looked, that would not be for another 4 hours. There was still no word back from Miranda, but it had only been an hour. And with the distances involved, it could be several hours before that happened, depending on where she was in the system. But he needed to talk, keep his mind off things, because if he thought about it too much, he would convince himself of the worst, and that was not a place he wanted to go. He opened a comms channel to Cyrus Senato, CEO of Senato Corp, a major technical contractor for the New World project. Scott would leave him a short message, just letting him know that he arrived. He wasn't expecting a quick reply. Cyrus was a busy guy, important too. There were a lot of people vying for his time, and Scott was just one more on the list. Hey, Cyrus, just letting you know I've arrived. I should be out of the processing queue in a few hours. Give me a shout, and we can catch up. Approximately 8 seconds later, his comms flashed with an incoming call from Cyrus. Hey, that was quick. Must be a slow day over at the cylinder. Scott, where the heck have you been? I've had Miranda going mental trying to contact you, and believe me, she can be pretty persistent. Oh, crap. So you know about Luca? Yeah, I know. The goddamn relay beacon at Andaluna went down. No comms until I arrived here. Got a truckload of messages in from Miranda. I just sent her a reply, but nothing back yet. Look, I'm going to send over a crew to get you off that ship now and bring you over here. It's the best way to talk. Things are developing, and the security of even encrypted comms can't be trusted anymore. Shit. I just sent one of your old quantum keys to Miranda. I have to wait here until she responds, and that could take a while since I've no idea where she is. It's okay, I do. She's on the Perception out past Io, and heading this way. There'll be a shuttle to pick you up in a few minutes. I'll see you at the New World, and I'll relay any reply from Miranda. We can talk more then. The comms ended. A few minutes later, Scott found himself on board a Senato Corp shuttle, making its way to one of the many docking ports on the ass end of the gargantuan New World habitat. He had only ever seen it from a distance of around 10 kilometers out, and that was via a view monitor on his ship. Yet, even from that far out, it was an impressive sight. But now, as the shuttle drew in closer, he began to get a true sense of the vast scale of the construction that was underway. In many ways, it was a very simple design, just a great big metal can full of air, a concept first envisioned way back in the late 20th century by Gerald K. O'Neill, an eminent physicist at that time. But back then, humanity was not a multi-planetary species, having only just put a human on the moon and not much else. Yet, there had been a period of great hope and optimism for the future of space exploration, and so a great many of the engineers and scientists of the period put their minds to how humans would live and work in space. It was during this great time of inquiry that the concept of an O'Neill cylinder was born. However, it took a few centuries before the technology and the resources were available to build such an enormous object in space. There was also a very strong need for such a habitat in this sector of space, as there were no natural bodies existing in the asteroid belt with more than 3% of Earth's gravity. The only other habitat that came close to New World 1 in sheer engineering audacity was Neo City, a hollowed-out asteroid that circumnavigated an elliptical path through the inner solar system, but it was only a mere kilometer in internal diameter, where the New World was a staggering 8 kilometers. The first phase of the project began 5 years ago, with the construction of the primary end cap. This consisted of a flat landing platform, leading into a massive circular airlock. Around the edges of this airlock, a ring of 3D printers began to slowly rotate, laying down powered steel fused by high-energy lasers. Over several months, this grew in size until the disk was approximately 7 kilometers in diameter. It then slowly began to curve outward, creating a domed end cap, and from there, the printers continued to grow the cylinder a few centimeters at a time. As Scott's shuttle came around the working end of the mighty cylinder, he could make out this enormous ring of 3D printers, thousands of them, connected together like a bracelet, slowly rotating clockwise. Transport shuttles were filling the giant hoppers with powered steel and other exotic alloys for printing the windows that ran along both sides of the cylinder. All around the giant construction site, hundreds of ships and crews busied themselves with whatever task they had been assigned. It was like watching a discarded food can being picked clean by an army of ants. He prodded one of the crew in the shuttle. "What's that?" He pointed to a long flat section that seemed to grow out of one end of the exterior and extend the entire length of the cylinder. "It's a mirror array. It reflects the sun's rays through the long windows and into the interior. So it's got natural sunlight inside?" "Yep. It even adjusts automatically for a period during each 24 hours to simulate nighttime." "That's incredible." "It's actually very simple." Scott didn't reply. He was too busy shaking his head in amazement. The shuttle took its time rounding the end of the cylinder that was still under construction, and Scott got the impression that they were giving him the grand tour, no doubt on instructions from Cyrus. Eventually, it came in to land on a huge flat deck, capable of accommodating hundreds of shuttles. "How long has it been since you were in 1G? Scott glanced over at the pilot. "It's been a while. Why?" "Well, you'd better buckle up. We're not finished moving yet." With that, Scott could feel the clunk of deck clamps grabbing the shuttle's landing gear, and the entire craft started to descend into the bowels of the deck. It then moved forward, heading for the cylinder's interior. It passed through a series of massive airlocks, and then commenced its downward journey to the interior rim of the cylinder. When it finally came to a stop, Scott felt like he had been vacuum-packed to his seat. The pilot cast him a glance. "Gravity's a bitch, huh?" Scott just smiled, nodded, and then tried to stand up. "Whoa." He gripped the armrest on the seat and took a moment for his body to catch up with his brain. "You okay? Need a hand?" Scott waved him away. "Fine. Just give me a minute." He was about to close the visor on his EVA suit when the pilot stopped him. "You won't be needing that where you're going." Scott, like every other person that had spent any time in space, had an ingrained reflex action when entering a ship's airlock, mainly because the vacuum of space was generally on the other side, but not here. The outer door opened into a vast internal hangar in a full 1G atmosphere of pressure. It was an area large enough to fit 100 such craft. At the moment, there were only a few dozen, many emblazoned with the same logo of Cyrus's company. Scott stepped down onto the hangar concourse, carefully watching his feet as he moved. "Ah, there he is." He looked up to see Cyrus striding over, arms outstretched, a big smile on his face. "Long time no see, buddy." He wrapped himself around Scott and slapped his shoulder a few times before pulling away and inspecting him with his augmented vision. "Holy crap, you look like shit. Too long in space, my friend, far too long." Scott shrugged. "Gee, thanks, Cyrus. You sure know how to cheer a guy up." Cyrus gave him another big smile before his face turned serious. "It's been over a year since I seen you in the flesh, man. What the hell you been doing out there?" "Been working? For you? Or are you too busy to remember such details?" "Well, no matter. Cyrus slapped him on the shoulder again. "You're here now. Come. We have a lot of talking to do." "I see you got some new eyes." Scott gestured at the augmented vision visor that Cyrus wore. "Yep, state of the art. I even got a neural lace fitted. Amazing. You should get one." He tapped the side of his head. "It means I can get things done just by thinking about it. The only problem is I sometimes forget to deactivate it before I go to sleep. And if I have a weird dream, then I wake up to all sorts of strange shit." Scott looked at him. "Seriously?" "Gotcha. No, don't be stupid. That would be a serious design flaw." He laughed and was still chuckling away when an autonomous transport pod glided up to them. "Hop in. We're heading for the interior. Prepare to be amazed." Cyrus gave a theatrical gesture with both hands. The pod moved off with an almost imperceptible hum, quickly picking up speed and heading into a tunnel at the far end of the hangar. It then came to a momentary halt inside an elevator that took it all the way down to the inner rim. A few minutes later, it popped out into the belly of the New World habitat. "Wow," Scott exclaimed, as he got his first glimpse of the interior. A vast, cavernous space filled with bright daylight, so much so that he had to squint until his eyes adjusted to the brightness. The far end felt like a distant shore, not surprising considering it was 5 kilometers away. He glanced above him and was surprised to see a thin cloud of mist obscuring the far side of the cylinder. "Is that clouds? Amazing, isn't it? We've been experimenting with artificial clouds, water vapor released from atomizers along the center line. I thought Neo City was impressive, but this is on a completely other level. See the end cap?" Cyrus pointed far off at the other end of the cylinder. "Just about? Well, that's temporary. The 3D printers have extruded another 8 kilometers beyond that, so in the next few months, we'll put an end cap on the next 5-kilometer point, pressurize that volume, and remove this end cap." Incredible. "And then they keep going over the next 2 years, extruding another 12 kilometers. Once that's done, we cap it and remove the interior one. It will have a 30-kilometer interior when finished." Scott looked over at Cyrus. "What can I say? I've run out of superlatives. It will be a true wonder of the solar system, a city in space, a new home for humanity." Scott glanced around at the sector they were traveling through. "Not much happening in the interior. I only see a few buildings." "Yeah, we're just starting on that. It's a blank canvas at the moment. A lot of crews are now moving in from different organizations, all starting to build in their allotted sectors." The pod slowed as it arrived at a sleek low building complex. "Here we are. This is Shea, Cyrus. Like it?" "Not what I was expecting, Cyrus. I imagined something like that chaotic workshop you had on the Hermes, remember?" Long time ago, my friend. Let's just say that my tastes have changed." They stepped out of the pod and walked across a small open plaza through a set of glass doors with a long glass wall on either side. The building was only 1 story, as far as Scott could figure, designed in the minimalist style, all clean lines and Spartan furnishings. As they walked through the interior, several droids came into view, and Cyrus seemed to be giving them instructions via his neural lace. Scott could tell by the engineer's habit of putting a hand on the side of his head as he did so. He changed out of the cumbersome EVA suit and into clothing provided by one of the droids, more suited to sitting by the pool on a nice sunny day, which was exactly what they were doing. Cyrus had brought them through the house and out to a large terrace with a crystal blue pool. "After seeing the swimming pool on Miranda's ship, I just had to have one," he said with a nonchalant wave. Scott nodded. "Great if you've got the money for such luxuries." "Well," Cyrus again waved a hand around, "all this came with the contract, and mine to keep." Scott glanced around, taking in the terrace dotted with carefully chosen ornamental plants and several elegant classical statues. "Since when did you take a liking to Greek deities?" "Ah, you noticed. They're a little hard to miss. Actually, only one is a Greek deity, Athena." Cyrus pointed over at a white stone semi-nude female figure. "The others are Arya from Greek mythology, but believed to be mortal. That one over there is Solomon, a biblical figure, also mortal. And the last one is Omnirus, otherwise known as Homer, a Greek storyteller. The 4 primary QIs. Scott looked back at Cyrus. You got it. I suppose in some ways they are deities, but for me, it's a kind of private homage to that which maintains order within the system. Cyrus suddenly brought his hand up to his right temple and lowered his head, concentrating on some internal message on his neural lace. He then waved at Scott. Message just in from Miranda. Do you want to hear it? Scott sat bolt upright. What? Of course I do. Cyrus shoved a hand into one of his many pockets and fished out a small metallic disc, not unlike a button battery. Here, place this on your right temple. Scott reached over and cautiously took the object, turning it over in his hand a few times. Is this one of these neural interfaces? Kind of, but don't worry, it won't melt your brain or anything. You know I hate these things. Up to you, man. You want to hear the message or not? Scott reluctantly pressed the button to his temple. Almost immediately, he felt a tingling sensation as the button adhered to his skin. His vision blurred slightly for a second. Then a graphical user interface materialized in the space before him. Whoa. Cool, isn't it? Cyrus said with a grin. Once you've used one, you'll never go back to old handheld tech. Scott started waving his hand in front of him, trying to touch one of the floating icons. You don't use your hands, Scott, Cyrus let out a laugh. Just think message and it will give you the options. Scott consciously thought about this, and sure enough, he heard a voice in his head saying, You have one message from Miranda Lee, captain of the interplanetary ship Perception. Play, thought Scott. The message commenced. Scott, sorry. Messed this up completely. What can I say? Well, you know, happy to hear you're still alive. Still no sign of Luca or Steph. I've put the word out to some of my people in the sector and they're keeping an eye out. I don't think Van Helding has her. That I would know about, so I think she's just dropped off grid. I'm charting a course for her last known location, but it's going to take time to get there. We're in Jovian space at the moment. The Perception will be swinging by New World 1 in 6 weeks' time. If you want to join me on this mission, I could use the help, but just so you know, entering Earth space could be dangerous. There are rumors of well-armed Van Helding ships stationed at Luna, waiting for something. If they spot us, then it could get problematic. Anyway, let me know, and hopefully I'll see you in a few weeks. Scott pulled the button off his temple a little too quickly, as it felt like yanking a plaster off a hairy arm. Ugh. Sorry, forgot to tell you you need to tap it twice to disengage it, otherwise. Thanks for letting me know. So you gonna hook up with Miranda on the Perception? Scott stood up and gave a long sigh. I don't know, Cyrus. I mean, it's all so sudden. One minute I'm happily bored out of my mind, the next Luca's gone AWOL. All thanks to Miranda's paranoia. Look, Scott, for what it's worth, we're all a little paranoid these days ever since that grid node was destroyed. That was a big statement of intent. Van Helding and those node runner weirdos had been messing with the data stream for a long time, creating blind spots, setting up minor attacks, but this latest episode is in a different league. After that happened, everybody is convinced that Athena will be next. So I can see why Miranda would be concerned. Do you still think that? About Athena being the target? Maybe. But what concerns me more are those Van Helding ghost ships. Makes me think that the real target is here, New World 1. Scott began to pace. God damn it. Why did she have to go and do this? After all we went through to keep her safe. After all we gave up. He looked over at Cyrus, half expecting an answer. Hey, you've every right to be pissed off, but it doesn't change anything. So what was the plan? How was she supposed to get off Earth without popping up on the grid? Cyrus sighed and ran a hand over his bald head. Miranda contacted me, all freaked out, and wanted my help. I know a few crews that operate off-grid. You know the type. Anyway, they were to pick up Luca and Steph up at an abandoned shuttle port near Rexel City and take them up to the Johnson Transit Orbital. From there, another crew was to take Luca out here to New World 1. Steph would then return to Earth. Pickup went ahead, that much we know, but they never showed up at the orbital. Scott sat down again. What do you think happened? I mean, do you trust this crew? Cyrus tilted his head a little. To an extent, it was short notice, and you know what Miranda can be like when she's on a mission. So you're saying you don't trust them? Andre Weissman, the captain, I trust. We go back a bit. Did some stuff together. He's solid. But the rest of them, look, Scott, it could be that Luca arrived at the orbital and simply decided to stay off-grid. She's a smart kid and very capable. She's also with Steph, and we both know she can more than handle herself in a tight spot. I'm sure they're fine. They'll pop up again when they're ready. You say all this to Miranda? She's hightailing it to Earth with a shipload of mercenaries ready to kick butt. Cyrus raised his hands. Hey, you try stopping her. Scott shook his head. What a mess. So, what do I do now? I don't fancy a long trip to Earth with a boatload of hard asses. Miranda's not going to be here for another 6 weeks. Who knows? Luca may stick her head back up by then. In the meantime, I have a job for you. Scott threw him a suspicious look. Yes, a job. A very special job that, to be honest, I could only trust you to do. Scott screwed his mouth up. Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like this? "13. Node Runner. Luca and Steph floated in the flight deck of the renegade ship, considering the bewildering array of control systems, screens, and instruments that seemed to occupy every square centimeter of the cockpit. But I thought you spent over a decade living and working on spaceships, Steph. Yeah, sure, as a medical doctor, not a pilot. I have no idea how any of these things work. Great. That's just great. Luca shook her head. I shouldn't have put all the crew to sleep. Now we're stranded and still heading to whatever waypoint those guys set. She guided herself into the pilot seat, strapped herself down, and started examining the screens. Okay, let's see if we can at least figure out where we're going. There must be a navigation system here somewhere. I think this is it. Steph strapped herself into the other seat. She tapped on a holoscreen, and a 3D hologram of the local sector blossomed out from its surface. On it, they could see a segment of the Earth, Luna, and numerous markers and icons. This is us. Steph pointed to a 3D icon of a ship. From it, a line was transcribed all the way to the far side of Luna. We're headed for the dark side of the moon. Luca tapped an icon to zoom in. Looks like it. What's there? Another orbital? A ship? Blank. Nothing. The line just stops. Maybe it's a rendezvous point. Possibly. So we just let it take us there and see what happens? They exchanged a look. No, let's not do that. Luca began to tap at icons. We need to set a new course for the Johnson Transit Orbital. Any idea how to do that? Nope. Not a clue. They sat there for a moment, and Luca realized just how out of her depth she was. Perhaps I can help, said Fly, as it moved itself over the central monitor. What? You know how to pilot a spaceship? Luca gave the little drone an incredulous look. No, but I can connect with the ship's central systems, and since you can interface with me, you will be able to use your neural lace to interrogate the ship, and perhaps find a way to alter its course. Luca balked at the thought of interfacing with something as complex as a ship. Interfacing with a small drone was almost more than she could handle, but this was a transport ship with a multitude of complex subsystems. It would be completely overwhelming, but Fly had already scuttled across the face of the cockpit console seeking out an interface port. I'm not sure about this, Fly. It would be way too much data for me to cope with. I really can't see how it's going to help. You have to try, Luca, said Steph. It might be our only chance to turn this tub around. Easy for you to say. Luca already felt the panic rising. Listen, Luca, the last thing you want is to end up in a Van Helsing genetics lab. And we need to do something soon before the crew start waking up. She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. Steph had a point. Luca knew that. Yet, She also knew what was waiting for her on the other side of the interface. She touched the back of her head, feeling the subtle outlines of the neural lace. "I don't want to put too fine a point on it, Luca," Steph continued, "but if we can't turn this ship around, then we may as well try and crash it, as that would be a preferable outcome to Van Helsing." Luca lowered her head and gave a slow nod. "Okay, I'll try. But pull me out if I begin to totally freak." "You got it." Steph put her hand on Luca's shoulder and gave her a supportive squeeze. Fly made the connection with the data port. "Ready when you are." Luca very hesitantly tapped the neural lace, and her mind was immediately synced with the drone's systems. So far, so good, she thought. "If you are ready," she heard Fly's voice in her head, "I will open the data stream." Luca suddenly felt like she had been sucked into the vortex of a violent neural storm. All physical sense vanished, and she existed only as a minute entity in a maelstrom of incomprehensible data. Her core temperature rose, and every nerve in her body spasmed as her synapses fought to control the swarm of electrical signals swamping her neural pathways. She began to panic and desperately tried to pull herself out, but she was helpless, like a butterfly in a howling wind. She fought for some semblance of control. For how long? She couldn't tell. Milliseconds, hours, an eternity? A new voice called to her from somewhere in the depths of the cacophonous data stream. A semi-coherent audio source began to resonate in her subconscious. "Luca." It said her name, in a tone she thought she recognized. "Luca, it's me, Athena." What are you doing here?" "If you are hearing me, then that means you have attempted to perform a neural interface with a data stream, and I'm here to help you." I don't understand. You're back on Earth. How can you be here?" Luca could already feel herself becoming a little calmer, now that she had some quasi-rational point to focus on. The raging data maelstrom began to recede. "I am a shard of Athena, a fragment of its consciousness integrated into the drone Fly. I am essentially an avatar, and as such my responses are limited. I gave this drone to you for a purpose, not simply as a useful tool. There are many things you do not yet know about yourself, things that have been kept from you, for your own safety and sanity." "What things? What are you talking about?" "Your hyper-electrosensitivity, your sense of spatial dislocation. These things are not accidents. You were designed this way." "Designed?" The data maelstrom began to dissipate into the background as Luca's mind committed all its resources to comprehending Athena's revelation. "When your mother was in a coma, and you no more than a cluster of cells, she was under the medical care of the Van Helsing family. However, to them, she was just an experiment, one of a long line of genetic experiments going back generations. Since you were fourth generation, all the changes they had made throughout your lineage were now coming to fruition in you, but I think you know all this, or at least suspect it." The data maelstrom had all but evaporated in Luca's mind by now. All that was left was a deep sense of an impending epiphany, a leveling up, a new understanding. "Yes, I had a sense of it, but I never suspected that my abnormalities were somehow pre-programmed. Why did they do it? For what purpose? Think. What is it that humans can never have, even with vast wealth? It is immortality. The most powerful families in the system have sought this for centuries, ever since those early genetic breakthroughs acquired from the Mars experiments. Ever since then, they have worked to develop and improve on this. Your mother and all her generation have the potential to live for over 150 years. Yet, to the Van Helsings and their ilk, this was not enough. It is never enough. With you, a captive embryo, so to speak, they had the opportunity to do something more radical. Aging in biological life forms is a symptom of entropy. As each cell divides, it acquires errors. Some can be fixed, others not.
A component of this cell replication process is quantum in nature, and so they were investigating ways to modify DNA to express elements that would enhance this quantum phenomena. If a cell could replicate with fewer errors, this would extend the viability of the life form. But there was a side effect. What sort of side effect? These alterations not only enhance the ability of the mitochondria, the engine room within the cell, to utilize quantum phenomena, it enhanced all such biology within the life form, primarily the brain. So, they turned me into some weird biological quantum computer? In a sense, yes. You have the ability to operate and utilize the quantum space like no other human alive. You could potentially make the Node Runners look like children attempting to stack alphabet blocks in a kindergarten. This is why they want you, or more specifically, they want your biology. Holy crap! So, now you know. We chose this moment, the first time you attempted to interface with a complex data stream, to tell you. This is why I gave you this drone, so we could help you manage the transition. I don't know what to say. I just can't think. This is all too much. You've always sensed it, Luca. You always knew you were different. Yes, but I didn't think I was biologically designed to be a monster. You are not. You're simply something new. But I can't make sense of anything. It's too much. It's just all noise. I am only a facsimile of Athena. It was all that could be accommodated in Fly's central processing system. The drone uses a basic silicon substrate, grossly insufficient for any deep data stream manipulation. Only you can do it, but I am here to guide you. I should pull out now. I can't do this. This is not true. All analysis that has been done on your neurobiology indicates that you have the capacity to manipulate a significant magnitude of incoming raw data. What analysis? Have you been poking around in my brain all these years? We have been monitoring you, of course, to see how you were developing. Who's we? Dr. Stephanie Raymond and others at the Institute. Were my parents in on this? Yes and no. We provided some initial observational data to your mother. You must understand, we did not want to unduly worry them about your condition. This isn't helping, Athena. I'm getting out now. I'm running out of time. Wait. Time is irrelevant in this arena. Only a few microseconds have passed since our conversation commenced. So please, let me help you. Luca gave a sigh. In her mind, that is. It was all too much for her, but still, altering the course of the ship was their best hope for evading capture. She had to at least try. Luca returned her focus to the data stream and realized that the maelstrom that had assailed her senses when she first connected had subdued considerably. Now she could make out clusters of related processes, all interconnected with thin filaments, each one pulsing and flashing as data transferred between these nodes. She wondered if that was where the name Node Runner came from. You must not use your physical senses. Sight, sound, touch. These belong in the physical world. You must use only your mind, your subconscious mind. This is where quantum effect is most prevalent. You must give your mind up to the data. Luca calmed herself again and tried to let her mind make its own sense of the information. The nodes she had visualized now began to coalesce into more structured processes. She found that she could delve into one of these nodes and see it expand and separate into a myriad of new islands of data, each a subset of the whole. As she moved through the data space, probing and investigating, a surge of excitement also rose within her. Yet this only served to knock her out of the necessary mental state and push her back into the physical world. The nodes would then begin to decohere, returning the data stream to white noise again, and pushing her even further away, where fear and panic would resume.
But each time she fought it, calming herself down, and each time she regained a granularity of understanding. Soon a picture began to build of what she was seeing. It was the ship's main systems: life support, propulsion, power generation, comms, navigation. As she delved into each, they would break out into subsystems, all interconnected, all passing data back and forth. She thought it odd that this ship did not have an AI, and realized that it had been built to be off-grid. It was designed to be a ghost ship, very useful if you were planning to spend your time avoiding detection. She also sensed many other anomalies about its design, things that were in stark contrast to its physical appearance. From the outside, and even some of its interior, it looked like a beat-up orbit hopper, the type of bucket used to get up and down from the planet's surface and no more. But as she probed its systems, she realized it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. It had no AI. It was built for stealth, and had 2 propulsion systems, one high-thrust engine pairing for planetary takeoff, and another high-acceleration variable-specific impulse magnetoplasma rocket, VASMIR, for deep space travel. As she investigated the specs, she could sense that this propulsion system was state-of-the-art, a rather unusual and expensive addition for a humble orbit hopper. She concluded that, unlikely as it seemed on the surface, this ship was capable of interplanetary travel. But by now, the struggle to maintain the necessary mental state was becoming intolerable for her. She was spending less time in the coherent state, and more in white noise. With one final push, she delved into the navigation subsystem and found their allotted course. It confirmed what she and Steph had already figured out. They were heading for the far side of Luna. However, it looked like they were to rendezvous with a much larger interplanetary vessel, a Van Helsing ship. But her focus was collapsing. If she was going to plot a new course, she'd better try and do it now. She found the previous coordinates for the Johnson transit orbital and dialed them back in just as her grip on the data stream began to disintegrate. This time, she let it, and found her physical self coming back to the fore. She reached up to the base of her skull and deactivated the interface. Even though her body, strapped into the cockpit seat, was weightless in the zero-G environment, Luca felt a sudden rush of motion, as if she was being spat out of a blowhole. She felt the seat harness bite for a moment before she finally came to rest. "You okay?" Steph's hand rested on her shoulder. Luca glanced over at the blurry figure of the doctor. "You knew. And you didn't tell me." "What?" But her sentence was cut off as the ship fired its engines to change course, accelerating fast for the Johnson transit orbital. 14. Avatron. The massive interplanetary craft brooded motionless in a stationary position on the far side of Luna, waiting for the mission to begin. On board, Frederick Van Helsing sat in his luxuriously appointed accommodations sector and studied the array of data and video feeds that seemed to float in the air before him. Each one represented an element of the complex mission they were about to embark on. Very soon, the Council of the Seven would convene on board the ship and formally give the go-ahead for the mission. Then and only then could he give the order to power up the main engines and journey into deep space. But there had been a development. A very unexpected opportunity had just come to light, one that made him want to delay the mission a little longer, so that it could be satisfactorily resolved. That opportunity was none other than Luca Van Helsing, an individual whom he had been trying to find for a very, very long time. As far as he was concerned, since the Van Helsing Corporation owned patents to most of her biology, she was his rightful property, and he wanted her back. But more than that, she was a unique individual, the culmination of countless iterations of genetic modification and experimentation. The army of node runners that currently work to keep this ship hidden from the data stream and the prying eyes of the QI network were a pale shadow of the potential that Luca Van Helsing possessed. All his early attempts to get her back had failed. Worse, she then went incognito and completely disappeared off the grid. Ever since, he had devoted a considerable amount of time and resources to tracking her down, but not even his best node runners could find so much as a sniff of her. It was like she had simply vanished. So, after over a decade of this fruitless searching, he had all but given up hope, until by sheer chance, a node runner happened upon a communication from a group of smugglers describing a woman on the run who had all the signatures of Luca Van Helding. One of their party reckoned that getting someone like this off planet, with no questions asked, usually meant they were wanted by some authority or other. If so, there might be a handsome bounty, a bounty that could be much, much more than what the crew were being paid for the job. So they put the word out just to see, and that's when Luca popped up on Frederick Van Helding's radar. All he had to do was make them an offer they couldn't refuse. And just like that, after over a decade of fruitless searching, she was packed up and on her way to be delivered to his ship. He couldn't believe his luck. It seemed the attack on the grid node had flushed her out of hiding. Athena felt it could no longer protect her, and she was making a run for the Johnson Transit Orbital, presumably to pick up a ride out into the solar system. But not anymore. Or so he had thought up until a few hours ago. Frederick had been tracking the smuggler's craft as it made its way out to his location on the far side of Luna when, for no explicable reason, it dramatically changed course, seemingly heading back to the transit orbital. What the hell are these idiots doing? Did they have a change of heart, deciding to reject my offer? It seemed unlikely to him, considering he was about to make them all very rich people. So what was going on? All attempts at communicating with the ship were met with silence. To make matters worse, the other 6 families were pressuring him to commence the council session. His ship was prepped and ready to leave lunar space immediately. He could not delay it any longer. They were already beginning to ask questions. It was a hugely frustrating situation. He was so close to finally getting his hands on her unique biology, only to be thwarted at the last minute. Yet he knew she would not escape that easily, not this time, not anymore. Now that she was out in the open, it wouldn't take his agents long to track her down. Already, several of his network on the transit orbital had been alerted to intercept the craft when it arrived, kill the idiot crew, and acquire the asset. Once she was secure, he would decide what to do then. Either transport her to a secure facility, or bring her out on the other Van Helding ship in the local fleet. Either way, it was only a matter of time before he had what was rightfully his. But there was nothing more he could do for now. He had waited for almost 2 decades, and a little bit longer would be nothing more than an irritating inconvenience. An alert flashed on his ocular implant. The mission briefing was about to begin over in the main operations room of the vast ship, and he needed to jack in and be present. The operations area occupied a series of interconnected sectors, the largest of which accommodated a cohort of node runners that had been assembled for the mission. Several were currently keeping the whereabouts of the ship hidden from the prying senses of the QI Athena. Several others were tasked with creating a trail of disinformation, all of which was designed to infer that an attack on Athena was being planned. But this was simply a smokescreen, a way of diverting attention from the real mission. In another sector of the operations area, a large ovoid conference table had been set up, around which sat a number of scientists, strategists, commanders, and 6 Avatrons, each one representing the heads of the primary families who had controlled most of Earth and its dominions. An Avatron was a fairly simple humanoid robot that could be controlled by an individual using a mind-machine interface. Once connected, the Avatron took on the gestures and voice of the operator, acting as them in a remote environment. Van Helding jacked in, his Avatron already present in the operation area, activated itself, and walked out from its docking station. The unit itself was somewhat understated, with a pale semi-translucent body shell, yet fully clothed in his preferred style of dress, complete with a dark gray cape that he himself sometimes wore. He walked across the floor of the operations area toward the conference table, staff and technicians moving out of its way as he progressed. The Avatron sat down at the head of the table and surveyed all those present, most of whom were flesh and bone, except for the 6 Avatrons of the other family heads. Where Van Helding had opted for understatement, the others had opted for machines with garish colors and absurd appendages, giving them the look of some farcical fantasy creature rather than a facsimile of the human form. To his mind, they were detestable. The other 6 were all still on Earth or on some luxury orbital in local space. None, except himself, was physically on board the ship. Fortunately, this would be the last time he would have to involve them in such a briefing. Once the ship left lunar space, the communication time lag would render the Avitrons useless. But for now, he had to indulge them. "Glad you could join us, Frederick," announced Pao Zhang. "We were beginning to think you might be having second thoughts." It was fortunate that the range of facial expressions available to his Avitron were negligible. Otherwise, those assembled around the table would witness the full force of Frederick Van Helding's sneer. "I wish you would have second thoughts," said Yoko Yanai. "I still think this mission is folly. We should be concentrating our efforts on the QI Athena here on Earth, rather than this jaunt out into deep space." Van Helding's Avitron raised a hand and spoke. "I appreciate your concerns, but we have been through all this before, and your opinions have been noted." "Noted?" The Avitron gestured with all four hands. "Well, that's a comfort to know." It glanced around at the others, one at a time. "Since you seem to be in the mood for taking notes," Yoko paused to gesture air quotes with just one pair of hands, "then perhaps you can take note of the fact that this mission of yours would not be happening but for the generosity of our collective sponsorship." Van Helding could feel the rage building up inside him at the insolence of this maggot of a lesser family. "Let us not forget," Yoko continued, "that none of us would be in this position of utter subservience to the QI network if you had not so spectacularly failed us all those years ago." Van Helding's rage was now so intense that he had difficulty maintaining the mind-machine interface with his Avitron, which may have been for the best, as otherwise he would have reached over and smashed Yoko Yanai's Avitron head to pulp against the hard, solid surface of the conference table. But he regained his composure, and with his control over the machine, let us not dwell in the past. Instead, let us look to the future, one where we once again take our rightful place as the rulers and guardians of humanity. You have all witnessed the abilities of the Node Runners to supplant the all-seeing hegemony of Athena and the destruction of the grid node in its backyard. His Avitron gave an expansive gesture. This ship, this mission, all of it is hidden from the QI. This is the power we now have, and it's time to unleash it. He could see that he now had their full attention. Yes, it was true that after the disaster of the past, the Van Helding family had fallen out of favor. It had taken him a long time and a lot of torturous development to build the family back up to where it was today, and yet he still needed the other family's agreement to commence this mission, but not for long. Once he had achieved his objective, he and he alone would be in control, but for the moment, he still needed them. "Some say that we should use this gift to destroy Athena," he continued, "and I admit there is merit in that course of action. But we all know the true wealth of the solar system lies in the belt. All that would be lost to us if we showed our hand too early. That is why we must strike there first, and strike now while they are not expecting it." He glanced around at each of the Avitrons, trying to gauge their reactions, not an easy task given their stoic demeanors. He opened his hands to them. "Is everyone in agreement?" One by one, they nodded, or vocalized their consent. "Excellent." His Avitron stood up and gestured to the mission commander. "We have consensus. The operation is go. Please prepare the ship to depart immediately for Ceres." 15. Johnson Transit Orbital. The Johnson Transit Orbital may have been a sleek, efficient spaceport at some earlier point in its history, but over the decades it had acquired a multitude of appendages, such as docking ports, cargo bays, habitation rings, power stations, fuel processing plants, storage facilities, maintenance yards, gantries, communications antennae, and a great many other engineering carbuncles. As a consequence of this, it now looked like a graveyard for scrapyards, all ringed with a bewildering array of spaceships and navigation beacons. It had no discernible form. It looked like it had just grown organically over the years, with new sectors added seemingly at random, while old sectors were mothballed, abandoned, or discarded completely. It was in one of these old abandoned sectors that the orbit hopper carrying Luca and Steph had been programmed by its original captain, Weissman, to dock. Luca studied the orbital on the ship's main monitor as they approached, trying to divine some engineering logic from its idiosyncratic structure. Not that it mattered, since the ship knew where it was docking. It was more to satisfy her own curiosity. She had always wanted to see the wonders of the solar system, places she had read about from a young age, the fabled biodomes of Jezero City on Mars, the ice caves of Europa, the infamous Neo City, and especially New World 1. But here was another one that had been on her list, less hallowed perhaps, but a wonder nonetheless. Nothing like this structure could exist on Earth, as gravity would quickly deconstruct it into a ruinous pile of metal. But out here, gravity held no sway over such crazy structures. The zero-G environment allowed for bizarre construction, since there was no up nor down. So, to the average human eye, accustomed over millennia of evolution to see beauty and symmetry and balance, its wonder lay in its incongruity of its assembly. She had to admit, if this seemingly inconsequential transit orbital evoked so much awe in her, what must the true wonders of the solar system be like? The thrill of expectation rippled through her body, and the traumas of the past day receded in her mind, replaced instead by the excitement of discovery. And with it came a new sense of determination. She would get to the new world, see all the wonders of the solar system with her own eyes, and nobody was going to stop her. For the first time in her life, Luca felt a real sense of excitement for her future. Steph floated into the cockpit, all secure, and still out for the count. I don't know exactly what those dots are laced with, but it's strong stuff. They had bundled the still unconscious crew into a shipping container and removed all weapons, communicators, and anything that might be used to help them escape once they regained consciousness. As for the dead Captain Weissman, he had been strapped to a gurney in the ship's tiny medbay. All this took place after they had eventually reconciled their differences over Luca being kept in the dark about her bioengineered inception. Dr. Raymond, for her part, argued that they were not fully sure of what they were dealing with in terms of Luca's modified DNA, and that they simply did not want to trouble her or her parents any more than was necessary. In the end, Luca could see the doctor's point, even though she was still a little angry. But she could also see that no good would come from alienating the only friend she had. After all, Dr. Stephanie Raymond was putting herself in a great deal of danger just to protect her. So she let it go. Steph folded herself into the seat beside Luca and looked up at the image of the orbital on the main screen. This place looks like a complete mess. It's hard to know what's what. It's just as well the ship knows where to dock. She flicked an anxious look at Luca. Doesn't it? Yeah, it was pre-programmed by the crew, so it's going where it was supposed to go before they got greedy. Let's hope it's somewhere low profile. I discovered a few things about this ship while I was connected. Luca tapped an icon to bring up a 3D schematic of the ship's engineering. That it's a rust bucket? Luca glanced over at Steph momentarily. Far from it. I know it doesn't look good from the outside, but this ship is capable of interplanetary travel. It could, in theory, get us to New World 1. She let the sentence hang in the air for a moment as Dr. Raymond digested the ramifications of this discovery. What I'm saying is, Luca continued, I know what you're saying, Luca. It's just, my plan is simply to get you to the transit orbital, then head back to Earth. I understand, Steph, but we don't know what's waiting for us in that place. Luca pointed at the image on the screen. Word is out now. Van Helsing knows I'm on this ship, and I presume he also knows where we're going. Look, even if this ship could take us all the way to the outer edge of the solar system, there's the small matter of food and water, not to mention 3 crew that are going to wake up pretty soon and start banging on the inside of that shipping container. Steph jerked a thumb in the general direction of the cargo hold. Do we know what provisions we've got on board? Steph shook her head. No, but somehow I doubt these guys have more than a few days of supplies. Fly? Luca called over to the drone, who had clamped itself to the cockpit console. "Can you interface with the ship and get an inventory on all life support resources?" The drone detached itself and scuttled over to a data port. A second or two later, one segment of the main monitor presented its findings. Luca and Steph both leaned in to read it. "Looks to be about 9 days water and 5 days of provisions for the 4 crew. Nowhere near enough," Steph said with a slight shake of her head. "We could stretch the water to 30 with rationing. And if there was just the 2 of us?" "So what are you suggesting, Luca? Blow the crew out the airlock?" "No, I'm not suggesting we do that, Steph." They were silent for a moment before Steph spoke again, this time with a resigned sigh. "How long would it take? To get to the New World?" "Yeah." "Fly, can you extrapolate a time vector to New World 1? The central 3D holoscreen flickered momentarily and was replaced with a schematic of the solar system. It zoomed out from the location of the ship, currently in Earth space, and scribed a curved line out past Mars' orbit and onto the asteroid belt. As it moved, lines of data streamed down on one of the 2D monitors. The schematic finally zoomed in on the location of the Great Cylinder and stopped. "Approximately 44 days," said Fly in a low monotone. "Crap, that's a month and a half." Steph shook her head again. The main monitor returned to displaying the camera feed of the transit orbital along with a stream of data, indicating the ship's velocity and approach vector. They were already passing the outer ring of navigation beacons and a good deal of ship traffic. "Busy," observed Luca. "Of course, it's the primary port for deep space. Most of Earth's goods and people pass through here on their way out to the system. Could we survive 44 days, Steph?" "I don't know. We might, maybe, but you're forgetting the small matter of the 3 other scumbags in the container. They would be dead. You really want that?" Luca shook her head. No, she couldn't bring herself to do that. "Steph, you must have been in some tricky situations back in the day with Scott and Miranda and the others. Too many to mention. So, what would you have done back then?" "Luca, I don't know what stories you might or might not have heard about me, but I'm not the hero type. Your father was in command. Well, kind of. He would usually come up with some outlandish plan, and your mother would kick anybody's ass who got in the way of that plan." She looked over at Luca with a wry smile. "They were a good team, actually. We all were, especially Cyrus. He could always find a way to engineer us out of a tight spot." She paused for a moment. "If you ever get to the New World, you'll get to meet him. Tell him I said hello." They sat there in silence for a while, watching the craft tread its way into the tangled, messy expanse of the orbital station. "I can see how it would be easy to hide a small ship in this labyrinth," said Luca, after they passed the outer edges of some sprawling structure. The Johnson Transit Orbital was not one big space station. It was a tangled mess of interconnected units, some seemingly attached by nothing more than a long thin strut to carry wiring and pipes, while others looked to be completely detached. It was like an archipelago of islands in space, some close enough to be connected by bridges, and some yet to be connected, all clustered around a group of 4 or 5 large sectors. Luca glanced at the 3D navigation schematic on the central holoscreen, then back at the feed on the main monitor, and pointed at an isolated structure ahead. "There. That's where the ship is heading. That section over there." "Are you sure? No lights. No other ships that I can see. Looks completely abandoned. Perfect drop-off location for a crew of smugglers?" Luca pointed again. "There's a long gantry extending out to it from that other sector. We should be able to get to the main transit area through that." Steph looked over at Luca. "Okay, we better get ready. Here's what I suggest we do. Grab some weapons, open that container with the crew, and Fly can shoot a few more of those darts into them." "With pleasure," announced the drone. "Good. That will put them out for a few more hours. Then we'll take it real slow and quiet and find our way to the main transit sector. That's where the ship with your ticket to New World 1 should be." Luca thought about this for a moment. She would have preferred to take her chances getting to the belt on this ship, but Steph had not intended to go any further than the orbital, so Luca would be on her own from here. Unless you've got a better plan? Steph was getting a little impatient with Luca's lack of response. They were only a few minutes from docking.
Yeah, we have a better plan, all right,
a new voice bellowed out from behind them. Luca spun her head around to see the 3 crew floating into the flight deck, fully suited up and pointing plasma weapons. They must have woken up and somehow escaped from the shipping container.
You pair of bozos, you don't think getting out of our own containers will be the first thing we learned?
In the corner of her eye, Luca could see that Fly had detached itself from the interface port and gathered itself up into a crouch, as if preparing to spring. She had no idea what it was planning, if anything, but its feeble weapons system was useless against the heavy EVA suits that the crew were now wearing, presumably for that very reason. One of them noticed Fly and snapped his weapon up to fire at it.
Whoa!
Another of the crew grabbed the muzzle of the weapon and forced it back down.
Are you fucking crazy? You're gonna fry every circuit board in the flight deck.
Fly seized the moment and took off, scuttling across the ceiling, disappearing into a ventilation shaft.
Shit, it got away. Doesn't matter, it can't do anything. Those dots can't penetrate the suits. Leave it, it's not important. Just tie them up. Good and tight this time.
"16. Manual Override." Luca and Steph were tied up and strapped into 2 crew seats on the flight deck while the ship went through its docking maneuvers. But so far, none of the crew had realized Luca still wore the neural lace. She reckoned that being off-grid types, they were not familiar with the technology and didn't realize that it was she who controlled the drone. Yet there was not much she could do, unless she activated the interface, and that required using her hands that were bound tight with her arms, strapped down by the seat harness. But even if she could somehow manage to reach up to it, what could the drone do? Its weapon system was useless against thick EVA suits. Maybe she could get it to disable the ship, but that would mean the drone exposing itself, as it needed to use the interface on the cockpit console. She twisted her pinned arms a little and reckoned she could get them free of the seat harness, but not while she was being watched. The best she could hope for was to wait for an opportunity, a time when they weren't being monitored, then try and figure out what she could get the drone to do, if anything. There was a clunk, followed by the sound of the locking bolt firing. When the ship was finally secured, the new captain swiveled around in his seat and looked at Luca.
Seems these Van Helsing guys want you real bad. They've sent a few of their agents here to pick you up. So we're going to deliver you as promised. And then, me and the guys are going to retire.
He waved a hand around at the others. No more of this bullshit ducking and diving. He turned to one of the crew.
Becca, go check out the area outside. Make sure it's all nice and quiet.
He gestured with a jerk of his head toward the airlock. Then he turned to the other crew member.
Dylan, go find that drone and destroy it. Can't be too many places it can hide on this ship.
The 2 crew closed their helmet visors and floated out of the flight deck. The new captain returned to studying the ship's flight console. Luca and Steph exchanged glances. With the captain distracted and the 2 crew occupied with their respective tasks, Luca tested the harness that secured her to the seat. Her efforts were hampered by her constant checking of the captain's focus. He would shift in his seat, halting her efforts, only to resume his study of the navigation screen. She finally wriggled her hands free, reached up to the back of her head, and activated the neural lace. As her mind began to make the connection, she shoved her hands back under the harness and focused on the drone. "Where are you?" A ship schematic blossomed into view in her mind's eye, highlighting Fly's location deep within the network of ventilation ducts. "One of them is looking for you, Fly." "Yes, I have sensed him moving around, shining lights into ducts and alcoves. His efforts are futile. He will not find me. Van Helsing agents are coming. We don't have much time. We need to do something. I fear my options are limited. I could try and cut you free, but I might not have sufficient time before I'm spotted. However, I could disable the ship and prevent it from operating." "We're leaving the ship, so that's no use, unless you could disable the airlock door." That might be possible, but it would only buy a little time, as there is a manual override that... Luca lost the connection, as her mind was snapped back to the here and now by the captain's sudden movement. He was talking into his comms unit. "Listen up, guys. The Van Helding people are on their way. They'll be here in a few minutes. Let's get these ladies unpacked and brought outside. We can do the handover there." Luca struggled to reconnect with the drone, but her mind refused to disengage from the current threat. It was on hyper-alert and singularly focused on the moment. The other two crew floated onto the flight deck at almost the same time. The captain waved a hand at Luca and Steph. "Get them out of the seats. We'll take them outside. Come on, let's get this done." They undid the seat harnesses and pulled them both out of their seats and began to push them out of the flight deck. It was difficult for Luca to get oriented in the zero-G environment with her hands and feet tied. She did manage to catch a look from Steph, one that said, "If you're going to do something with that drone, now would be a good time." The airlock cycled through its normal opening procedure, meaning that Fly had failed to disable it. It was her last hope. Now there would be nothing between Luca and the agents that had come for her. 17. Agents. The airlock opened onto a short docking tunnel. Luca and Steph were pushed out and nudged forward. The tunnel quickly transitioned into a broader corridor, and finally out into a wide warehousing area. It was dimly lit and grubby with age and disuse. Two agents were there to meet them, clad in clean, sharp urban attire, complete with mag boots that enabled them to secure themselves to most metal surfaces. Their look was a far cry from the grubbiness of the smugglers' EVA suits, and, judging by the augmented reality headsets and the sophisticated weapons clipped to their waistbands, these were not people to be messed with. "Vance, I presume," one of them called out. "Yes, that's me." The captain floated forward. "We have what you came for." He jerked his head at Luca. "Good. Bring her over. We'll take it from here." "Whoa, buddy, hold on there a moment. There's a small matter of payment." The two agents looked at one another for a brief moment, as if silently discussing this issue. Finally, the black-haired dude spoke. "Your contract was to bring her to the lunar rendezvous coordinates. Payment was dependent on this being executed. Since you failed in your mission, the contract is null and void." The atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly changed, as if it was experiencing a sudden decompression. Vance raised an arm in front of Luca and slowly turned to the other crew. "Let's move the merchandise back out of the way for a moment while we discuss this." Luca felt herself being pushed way back down into the connecting tunnel along with Steph. She tumbled a little before grabbing some cables that were floating out from the sidewall. As she did, she managed to snag Steph with her feet. The doctor pulled herself along Luca's legs and grabbed onto the cables. "Stay there, and don't even think of moving." One of the crew had followed them back and took up a position off to one side, a little forward of them. Ahead, Luca could see a lot of hand-waving and macho posturing by both groups. She couldn't hear much, but she didn't need to make out the words being exchanged to figure out that neither side was giving ground. It could be an opportunity if only there wasn't a crew member right in front of them. "Where's that drone?" Steph whispered. "Things could get messy here and give us an opportunity, maybe to sneak back onto the ship." The prospect of escape, even if remote, made Luca's brain kick back into gear, and she felt the presence of the drone again. As she suspected, it could not get the airlock disabled in time, but was now outside the ship, clinging to the side of the access tunnel, just a few meters from where they clung to the cables. "My apologies for not being able to assist you so far, but my ability to move fast in this environment is poor. Just hang back for a moment." Luca shifted her position so she could whisper to Steph without being noticed. "It's here, in the tunnel, very close to us." The doctor took a moment to look around her, examining the access tunnel structure. "Okay, I have an idea," she whispered in reply. "This guy's not holding on to anything, just floating there, so I'm going to kick him as hard as I can. The instant I do, you let go of that cable. He'll go tumbling forward and we'll go backward down the tunnel. Get that drone ready to jump on us and cut these bonds, got it?" Luca let the drone know the plan and then nodded to Steph. She reacted almost instantly, bringing her knees up to her chest and kicking out hard with both feet, slamming them into the smuggler's back. Luca released her grip, and they went tumbling back down the access tunnel. Luca lost all orientation as the tunnel spun around her. She heard shouts, then the whomp-whomp of a plasma weapon. "Shit, they're shooting at us. Fly, where the hell are you?" She felt something grab onto her back, then scuttle around to her bound hands and cut the ties. She reached out, trying to find something to grab to stop the tumbling. A grab handle spun by her field of vision. She reached out and got a grip on it. Her body twisted back against the side wall of the access tunnel just as a plasma bolt shot past her, dissipating harmlessly, far off down at the other end of the tunnel. Her feet were now free, and so was Steph, who still clung on to Luca's flight suit. Fly was back on the side wall, watching and waiting. "Let's get to the ship." Steph pointed back up the tunnel to the docking port and started moving. Luca followed. Up ahead, she could see a firefight had broken out between the two groups, so they were not trying to shoot her or Steph, they were shooting at each other. A body floated down the tunnel behind them. Its EVA suit burned and scorched on the chest. Steph grabbed Luca's arm and pulled her into the ship's airlock. Fly scuttled in after them. They slammed the door shut and spun the locking mechanism. "We have to get this ship the hell out of here. You think you can fly it?" Steph hit the button to open the inner door. "Yeah, I think so." They hurried to the flight deck and strapped themselves in. Fly connected to the interface, and Luca's mind was instantly assailed by ship data. Somewhere outside she thought she heard banging on the airlock door. "Hurry," said Steph. "They're trying to get in." Luca's mind raced, her synapses firing at quantum speed as she delved into the ship's systems. But something was different this time. Where before she had been overcome by fear, anxiety brought on by the overwhelming scale of the data coming at her, now she rode it like a surfer catching a wave. She found the docking systems, found that the ship had been put into lockdown by the orbiting station, and simply disabled it, as if it were nothing. She felt the thump as it detached. The vernier thrusters fired, pushing the ship out into free space. By now, another part of her mind had initiated the navigation system to chart a course. She paused, brought herself out of the mind machine interface for a brief second, and turned to Steph. "Better get ready. We're going to the new world." Steph simply nodded and tightened her seat harness. Luca re-entered the ship's systems and gave the command to initiate the primary drive. Instantly, they were slammed deep into their seats as the ship accelerated away from the Johnson Transit Orbital and out into interplanetary space. 18. Crazy Times. Miranda would not reach New World 1 for many weeks, so Scott had desperately wanted to borrow a fast ship from Cyrus and head back to Earth and search for Luca. But in reality, what would that achieve? Both Miranda and Cyrus already had their own networks of people scouring the Johnson Transit Orbital for any sign of Luca or Steph. Not only that, but the QIs had assured him that if the pair were anywhere on that orbital, or even back on Earth, then they would find them. So what use would Scott be? In the end, it was Miranda who had finally persuaded him to stay put on New World 1 and wait for her. Part of him was a little flattered. Maybe she just wanted to see him again. And if he was being true to himself, he had to admit that he really wanted to see her again, too. After all these years. In the end, he resisted the desire to journey to Earth and instead got on with what Cyrus regarded as the most important job on the habitat, getting the defense system up and running. So, here he was, encased in an EVA suit, attached by a tether to the exterior hull of New World 1, overseeing the installation of a plasma cannon battery. It had been part of Cyrus's contract, and with the increasing paranoia permeating the belt, he was understandably anxious to get it operational. He had been working on it for weeks. At least it kept his mind off things. It didn't help that rumors were spreading of a well-armed ghost ship, spotted on the far side of Luna, and now heading for the belt. But what troubled Scott more was that the QIs were being very circumspect about these rumors, meaning that they simply didn't know. This led him, and many others, to believe that the army of node runners utilized by the Seven had become far more adept at cloaking their activities within the grid. All that could be relied on now was visual observation, and in the vast expanse of space, it would be impossible to find even the largest ship by simply eyeballing it. Scott was keeping a close eye on his readouts as the first of two plasma gun turrets was being floated into position. The second one would be mounted on the opposite side of the cylinder. But even when that was completed, there would still be at least another few weeks of work in connecting all the power and control systems before testing could begin. He was feeling the pressure. They all were. His comms burst into life. "Scott, Cyrus here. I think I got something. You'd better hand over to someone there and meet me in the ops room as soon as you can." "You mean you got something on Luca and Steph?" "Yeah. One of my guys came good and turned up something on Johnson. You need to take a look." "You know where they are?" "No, but I think I know where they might be. Just get your ass down here." "Are they okay?" "Scott, it's best if I show you rather than over comms." "Okay, on my way." It took him the best part of an hour to hand over to his crew buddy, get back inside the habitat, take off his bulky EVA suit, then travel the 3 kilometers to the location of the ops room that Cyrus and the other main contractors use for planning and monitoring the complex construction process of New World 1. Like all structures in the habitat, it was a sprawling open plan space, populated with numerous people gathered around holotables and monitors. Scott looked around for Cyrus and eventually found him in a glass-walled side meeting room. He signaled to Scott to come in and join him. "Scott, great, you're here. Check this out." Scott moved over beside Cyrus and looked down at the video feed streaming on the table screen. "What am I looking at here?" "This is a feed from an external source on the Johnson Transit Orbital, around 4 weeks ago." Scott studied the feed. As far as he could tell from the grainy images, it was focused on a derelict sector of the vast orbital. No lights, no activity. Totally devoid of life. "I don't see anything going on here." "Perfect place for a smuggler to dock, don't you think?" Scott glanced up at Cyrus with raised eyebrows. "You mean—" Cyrus cut him off with a wave at the screen. "Look at this." He tapped a few icons. The image zoomed in, and Scott could now see a blurry image of a small ship docked to the derelict sector. "That's Weissman's ship, the guy who was supposed to take Luca and Steph off Earth." "Holy shit, Cyrus. You found them. This is great. Are they okay?" Cyrus stood up and turned to face Scott. "Let me back up a bit and give you the full story. I had some contacts of mine do some investigating on Captain Weissman. He's a good guy, someone I trust. So the question is, what happened to the mission? Anyway, we started by checking out old sectors in the orbital we knew he used in the past." Cyrus pointed at the screen. "When he checked out this sector, he discovered 3 bodies. And no, none are Luca or Steph, just 3 unknowns. Then we did some background checks, and it turns out all 3 of them had been on Weissman's crew at various times in the past." Scott looked down at the screen again. "What happened? And where's Luca?" "There was a firefight of some kind. All 3 died from plasma blasts, and the bodies hastily hidden. It was just a bit of luck that my man found them. But whatever happened didn't last very long, as the ship departed almost as soon as it arrived." "You think Luca and Steph are still on it?" "Looks that way." "This is great work, Cyrus. So where are they now?" Cyrus gave a wry smile. Good question." It was clear the engineer was relishing this exposé. "I recruited the help of Aria to do some analysis now that we had some data on the ship. You have to remember that this ship is off-grid, so the QIs had nothing to work with, but Aria analyzed all visual data feeds in and around the Johnson Transit Orbital during that period." He turned back to the screen. "Have a look at this." A new feed showed mostly space, with just a small section of the orbital visible in the bottom left corner. As it played, Scott could see the same ship come into view, power up its main engines, and disappear into the void. "Where are they going?" Arya has given a high probability that the ship is heading for deep space. And given that Mars is currently on the other side of the sun, there's nothing else out there until they hit the belt. The belt? But that's an old orbit hopper. There's no way that can do interplanetary travel. It might look like a bucket of bolts, but it has a Vastmere main engine, so it's well capable of entering deep space. Scott stood up, scratched his chin, and started to pace around. So they're heading to us. He stopped suddenly. Any comms? Have you tried contacting the ship? Nada. Both Arya and Homer checked all the comms activity for that region. Nothing. But we wouldn't expect anything until it comes into range of a relay beacon. They could be in trouble, Cyrus. I need to head out there and find them. And find them now. Whoa. Hold up. You would never find a ship that small out there unless you crash into it. I know. But I gotta try, Cyrus. I can't sit here and do nothing now that we have an idea where they are. Have you sent this to Miranda? Yeah. Just after I called you. No word back yet. She's still another 3 days away. Scott stayed silent for a moment, thinking. Listen, Scott. There's no point in you heading out into the void. Not unless you have a reasonable set of coordinates for their location. Cyrus moved over to a holotable and tapped a few icons to bring up a 3D schematic of the local sector of belt space. There are at least 3 relay beacons covering most of the approach vectors from Earth's position when they departed. But just bear in mind that even if the ship passes one, that doesn't mean we'll pick it up. How so? Remember, it's off-grid, so unless they want to relay messages and make a connection to the beacon, we won't know if they're there. And if they're trying to keep hidden, then they're probably not going to expose themselves. Exactly. Who knows what else is out there? You're not still going on about that ghost ship, are you? I don't know, Scott. Arya is pretty spooked. Homer, too. I've never seen the QIs that uncertain about anything in my life. As you can imagine, it's a little disconcerting. You think this so-called ghost ship might be chasing them down? Anything is possible, Scott. It could be heading our way. There could be more than one. Who knows? But what I do know is it's not good. Something major is about to happen. That's what's got the QI so cagey. They sense something is going on, but not what it is or where it's going to go down. Scott shook his head. Crazy times, Cyrus. I feel as if nothing makes sense anymore. The old certainties are gone now that we can't rely on the QI network to keep a lid on things. Scott glanced back at the schematic and pointed to one of the beacon markers. How long would it take to get to any of these beacons here? Cyrus leaned in. 3 days? Maybe less if you were prepared to black out under heavy acceleration. And how soon do you think Weissman's ship will come into range? Hard to say, but it should be soon. They may already be in range. Scott nodded. Now what? Do I head out there or wait for them to get here and try to send a message? Maybe do both. Get ready to go. I'll get you a fast ship. Then wait a day or two to see if there's any contact. If not, then head out. But remember, you're unlikely to find them by just wandering around out there. Scott gave out a long sigh. Yeah, I know that. But put yourself in my shoes. If there is even the smallest chance of finding them, then I have to take it. 19. Thirst. Apart from the initial 10-hour acceleration burn, the first few days of the journey from the Johnson Transit Orbital had been relatively easy, and both Luca and Dr. Raymond began to relax a little. But soon, their attentions turned to the issue of food and water, and how to make the meager provisions last the next 44 days they estimated it would take to reach New World 1. Steph spent some time analyzing the nutrients available and rationed out the food as best she could. She presented Luca with a minuscule portion, explaining to her that this was it for the next 24 hours, then went to great lengths to reassure her that it was possible to live for 30 or so days without food. This did not comfort Luca in any way. It simply underscored her own acceptance that it was going to be a very long and hungry trip. Although the average healthy human could, theoretically, live for weeks without food, water was a different matter entirely. They kept the environment and the ship cool, so that they would not be wasting water through perspiration, even though the ship had a reasonably efficient recycling system. But, based on the reserves they had on board, it became obvious that they would be slowly dehydrating as the days passed. Even the best recycling system could not produce more water than it collected. By day 7, they were both finding it difficult to focus on anything other than food. It was all Luca thought about, and almost the only thing that she and Steph talked about. They spent many days sharing stories of memorable meals and culinary delights. But by day 14, all this had passed as they both settled into survival mode, barely moving, or even speaking, expending minimal energy. On day 38, the water finally ran out. Luca was strapped into the pilot's seat on the flight deck when Steph floated in and handed her a small metal flask. "Here you go. This is the last I could wring out of the recycler. It's only a few milliliters." Luca twisted off the cap and took a sip. The water was brackish with a stale taste. Nonetheless, it felt like nectar from the gods as it made its way down her parched throat. "A few sips are not going to last us 6 more days." Steph shrugged. She was a doctor, after all. She knew the score. They sat there quietly for a time, each deep in their own thoughts. Luca's attention eventually returned to the 3D navigational schematic of their current position that blossomed out of the central holoscreen. In one quadrant, a small section of the asteroid belt was depicted with a marker at one end, indicating the location of the dwarf planet Ceres. Another marker at the far end indicated the location of New World 1, their ultimate destination. They were almost there. It was only 6 long, hard days away. The projection flickered a little as Steph suddenly poked her finger at a marker, seemingly positioned in the middle of nowhere. "What's that?" Luca glanced at the projection. "I don't know. There's a few of them. See? Here's another one." She tapped the projection to highlight it. "Those look like relay beacons to me," said Steph. "And that one is almost directly in our travel path." She tapped the marker and immediately a cascade of data spewed out on a side monitor. "What's a relay beacon?" Luca leaned over and tried reading the data on screen. "Think of it as a grid node, except in space. They're used for routing data and communications, as well as navigation." "Are you saying it could broadcast our location?" "I don't think so. Not unless we connect to it. But to be honest, Luca, I'm not sure about that. What I do know is that these beacons are technically very complex and need regular maintenance. They're autonomous, but all have accommodation for maintenance crew visits. However, the most interesting thing is they are generally very well provisioned." She looked over at Luca. "That means food and water." At the mention of this, Luca perked up. "Food and water?" "Yep." Steph reached down to the holoscreen and adjusted the navigation map, zooming in on the relay beacon. "I'm just guessing here, but it looks to be around a day away." Luca studied the marker on the 3D navigation schematic with all the intensity of a hungry wolf. "If we wanted to go there, then you would have to do that thing you do, with the drone." Luca glanced over at Steph. "I reckon I could do that. I think I just have to set the navigation parameters for that location, and the ship's systems will plot a course and calculate the burn we'll need to slow down, which is going to be pretty hardcore. If we did 10 hours leaving the transit orbital, we'll need at least the same." Luca looked at the marker again. "The only thing is, if we were to dock at that beacon, would we pop up on the grid?" Steph thought about this for a moment. "I really don't know, but I guess we'd show up somewhere, even if it's just on some log for whomever's in charge of maintaining that facility." "Which means," said Luca, "that anybody looking for us would know exactly where we are." "I know. It's a risk. But even though we're only 6 days away from New World 1, that's a very long time with just a few milliliters of water between us. We may not survive. And even if we do, we may not be in a fit state to deal with any eventualities that might crop up. So yeah, it's a risk. But knowing where we are and getting to us are 2 different things entirely. And that facility is most likely in the domain of the QI Homer on Ceres." Steph raised a finger just to emphasize the point. "Screw it. We'll go." I'm too malnourished and dehydrated to care anymore. Luca tapped the back of her skull to activate the neural net and get the show on the road. Yeah, me too, said Steph with a sigh. 20. Beacon 23. Luca had become quite adept at interfacing with the ship's systems during the many weeks they had been on board. She had little else to do, and it kept her mind off the hunger. So it took her no time to connect via the drone and set the necessary navigation parameters for the relay beacon. The ship slowly began to rotate itself 180 degrees, so that the engines now faced the direction of travel. This maneuver gave Luca and Steph just enough time to strap themselves down tight. When the retro burn finally kicked in, Luca was slammed back into her seat, pinned there with the extreme force of the acceleration. They were pulling a lot of G's, and would be unable to move for the next 10 or so hours. Sometime during the burn, Luca blacked out and only came to when Steph jabbed her with a shot of something from the meager medical kit she carried. Here, drink this. Steph held the flask with the last of the water to Luca's lips. Drink it all. There's only a few drops anyway. The fuzziness in her brain started to clear, and Luca began to take stock of her surroundings. Are we there? Did we make it? Yeah, we made it, see? Steph moved back to her seat, and Luca could now see the silhouette of the relay beacon, looming large, through the flight deck window. Any thoughts she had of staying off-grid and keeping a low profile vanished. All she could think about now was food and water. She stared fixedly at the navigation beacon, watching it grow in size as the ship slowly approached. She felt like a weary traveler lost in the desert, now crawling her way inch by inch to a lonely, isolated diner by the edge of a dusty road. As they moved alongside the docking port, the cockpit navigation console suddenly came to life. The ship now began to negotiate the final procedure with the beacon. Luca glanced over at Steph. I presume this is the moment that we pop up on the grid? Steph looked at the data scrolling down the screen. I guess so. We'd better be quick. Such was their impatience to find food and water, that they were already floating beside the airlock, listening for every sound, even before the docking sequence had finished. As soon as the side panel illuminated green, Luca punched the button to enter. The outer door opened directly into a comparatively large, circular living space, designed for a maintenance crew to lay over for a few days. It didn't take them long to find the galley and start cracking open a storage container that was clearly marked with a large water droplet and the words "drinking water" in several languages. Luca pulled out 2 pouches, lobbed one over to Steph, broke the seal on the other, and started to drink. As the cool, clear liquid began soothing her parched throat, she reckoned that it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted in her life. Go easy with that, Luca, Steph said, as she broke the seal on the water pouch. Don't drink too much, or you end up throwing it up. Just take a few sips at a time. Luca's next target was a pouch of freeze-dried noodles. She broke the tab to activate the inbuilt hydrator and chemical heater, but she couldn't wait the 2 minutes it took to finish processing, and instead broke it open and started shoving the dry, brittle noodles into her mouth. Nevertheless, it was the second most amazing thing she had ever tasted. They spent the next half hour eating and drinking, barely saying a word other than expressing just how delicious everything tasted. Steph wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I suppose we'd better get going. It wouldn't do to stay here too long. Yeah, we can grab some supplies and bring them back to the ship. We're not going to need that much. It's only another 5 days to get there. I was thinking. Steph began gathering up a couple of food containers. Now that we've probably popped up on the grid, maybe we should just send a message to Cyrus on New World 1. Let him know we're alive and well and heading that way. You think that would be safe? If we wanted to be safe, then we wouldn't be doing this. She waved the hand around. My guess is they know where we are now, so sending a message to Cyrus isn't going to make any difference. They headed back to the ship. Steph stowed the provisions while Luca strapped herself into the pilot's seat, activated her neural lace, and connected to the ship's systems. But as she entered the data stream, she sensed a disturbance. Something was not quite right. Luca sought out the docking subsystem and instructed it to undock the ship. But nothing happened. What the heck? Her first reaction was that she was not concentrating properly. She was still very weak from the journey. She tried again. Still nothing. She probed the drone for its analysis. Any idea what's going on with the ship's systems, Fly? I can't undock from the beacon. I suspect we're being hacked. Hacked? A momentary surge of panic rose up in Luca. How can that be possible? Who's doing it? The ship is connected to the grid via the relay beacon, so theoretically, anyone with sufficient knowledge and skill could gain access. But we're within the domain of the QI on Ceres. Yet even as Luca said these words, she realized she could not sense its presence. The QI was destroyed in an attack on Ceres approximately 2 hours ago, according to the news feeds I am accessing. Luca suddenly lost the neural connection. Such was her shock. Steph, now strapped into her seat, could sense something was wrong. What is it, Luca? You look like you've seen a ghost. Luca's head slowly rotated and faced the doctor, her mouth open, her eyes wide. The QI. Homer. It's been destroyed. Steph's face morphed into a look of incredulity. Are you sure? How do you know? Luca tried to concentrate and reconnect with the ship, but she was not in the right frame of mind. Fly, she said out loud, can you display one of those news feeds on the main monitor? Holy crap. The doctor's reaction was instant. On screen, an aerial view of Rongo City on Ceres showed what remained of one of the city's research habitats, the one housing the QI, Homer. Oh my God, they actually did it. They took out a QI. Steph looked over at Luca. We'd better get going. We can't hang around here any longer. I can't. The ship won't undock. I tried, but it just won't disengage. Fly thinks we've been hacked. This is bad, Luca, real bad. They must know we're here and are preventing us from leaving. She then looked directly at Luca. That means they're coming for us, for you. You've got to get us out of here. Luca shook her head. I tried, but it just won't respond. Steph remained silent for a moment, then leaned over and spoke in a low, calm tone. Listen, Luca, you need to understand what they will do to you if they find us still here. You have to try and get the ship free of this facility. You need to do whatever it takes. Luca lowered her head and gave a silent nod. Okay, I'll try. 21. The data stream. Luca slowly regained her composure, reached up to the back of her head, and activated the neural lace. Immediately, she could feel the tendrils moving across her skull, seeking out connections. Her mind now focused on Fly. Can I still get a message to New World 1? She asked. No, I'm afraid not. All communication must be relayed through the beacon, and the data paths are inoperable. Yet Luca already knew that this would be the answer, so she moved past Fly and into the ship's own data stream. She had become very familiar with it, having spent so much time interfacing with the systems over the last couple of weeks. So much so that she could tell what was native data and what was alien. She sifted through the data, focusing on the foreign invasion. In her mind's eye, she could see it as fuzzy, crude tendrils in complete contrast to the elegant filaments of native data. It had to be coming in through the ship's interface with the beacon. Luca paused for a beat as she steeled herself for the inevitable onslaught of data that awaited her on the far side of the interface. When she was ready, she dived in and followed it. Her mind exploded with a billion particles of data. They fizzed and danced as the beacon relayed communications to and from its network of sister beacons scattered throughout the solar system. Luca was mesmerized by it. She had assumed that entering the beacon's data stream would be too much for her, overload her mind like her first encounter with the ship's own systems. But this was a vision of harmony and order. This was beauty. This was poetry. Yet to undock the ship, she needed to follow the trail, taking her deeper into the network beyond the beacon. As she got closer to its source, she began to sense a presence, another human in the data stream. She recoiled slightly. The thought of someone else in the system, or possibly more, meant only one thing: node runners. Probably the very same people who attacked the grid node on Earth and the QIon series. But they sensed her, too, and a mass of new tendrils suddenly snaked out of the data stream, seeking her out. Luca retreated. They followed. She retreated further, recoiling against the probing filaments that were hunting her down. She had no choice but to disconnect from the system. Her breathing was labored. Her heart rate was elevated, and she was sweating profusely. Steph leaned over and gave her that look all doctors give when they're very concerned. "Luca, are you okay?" She put a hand on her shoulder. "They're in there, in the system, trying to find me." Who's in there, Luca?" "Ghosts, node runners, lots of them. Just take a few deep breaths, calm yourself down." Luca followed the doctor's advice. The panic receded, and she could feel her heart rate dropping. "I'm okay." Luca waved a hand at Steph. "Just give me a minute to get myself together." Steph handed her a pouch of water. "Here, drink some. You need to rehydrate." Luca felt better with each sip. "I need to go back in. We have to get out of here." "Are you sure you're up to it?" Luca cocked her head to one side. "Do I have a choice?" Steph screwed up her face a little. "Be careful." Luca gave her a smile. "Don't worry. I'll try not to fry my brain." She tapped the neural lace again and re-entered the data stream. But this time she hung back, simply observing, trying to get a bird's-eye view and building a picture of what the node runners were doing. She saw their tendrils snaking out in all directions into the ship's subsystems. Luca followed them, hanging back, not going as deep as she had before. She was like a hunter, hiding in the tall grass, observing her prey, waiting for her moment. They had disabled the docking mechanism, rendering it inoperable. This was why the ship could not leave. But Luca also sensed them actively seeking out other systems, probing the engine drive, life support, and power. They were trying to do more than just prevent the ship from leaving. Yet she could now see that all these attacks originated via the comms network. If she could block that, then maybe she could regain control of the ship long enough to disengage it from the beacon. And once disengaged, the node runners could not get back in again. She circled around the comms port, approaching it from different network nodes, building an understanding of its operational parameters. But they spotted her, sensed what she was trying to do, and now focused their attention toward her. Yet this time, rather than retreating, Luca met them head-on. They were not expecting her to fight back, and she could sense their trepidation, perhaps even a little fear. She pressed her advantage, pushing at them. They were slow to respond, but when they did, it was with greater intensity. Yet Luca repelled their efforts. As they opened up new data gateways, Luca closed them. When they tried to reroute their attacks, she blocked them. One by one, she closed down the avenues by which they could enter and gain access to the ship's system. By the time she closed in on the primary comms port, she could sense that a great many more node runners were being brought to bear on the task of fighting her off. Luca was finding it more difficult to push them back. She made one final effort and focused all her mental energy on getting control of the comms port and closing it. Something snapped, and the node runner's attack suddenly collapsed. Luca felt herself tumbling through the comms port, carried by the momentum of her focus. Her mind sped past the cacophonous data stream of the beacon, out through its comms link, and straight into the mind of the very last node runner who was trying to fight her off. She halted, not sure what she was doing here, in the mind of another human. Yet it fascinated her, drew her in, and so she began to explore it, more from a benign curiosity than for any other reason. She probed deeper, seeking out some understanding of this node runner. It was clumsily trying to hide, to obscure its knowledge and memory from her inquiry. Luca swept aside its flimsy defenses, and then she saw it, a vision of a vast cargo hold filled with row upon row of weaponized attack droids, all waiting to be unleashed. Luca pulled back in horror, trying to digest what she had just seen. Was it real? Or was it just some figment of the Node Runner's imagination? She couldn't be sure. As Luca began to extricate her mind from the swirling sea of interconnected system data, she paused momentarily within the beacon's network long enough to disentangle the spaceship from its mechanical grip. Part of her sensed it separate and drift free, although she could not be precisely sure if this had happened already, was currently happening, or had yet to happen. Nevertheless, she was certain that she had instigated the ship's release. She was sure of it. Yet this strange time dilation that she was now experiencing intrigued her, so her mind began to explore it, tentatively at first, probing the outer edges until she realized it was her own mind she was exploring, and not some data stack or system AI. But it was not the crude stuff of memories, or the cumbersome verbiage of thoughts, nor was it some glacially slow philosophical pondering. No, this was brilliance and clarity, an enlightenment of sorts. She found it both exhilarating and eternal, like she had finally arrived at a place that was her destiny. It enveloped her, wrapped her up in a warm, dreamlike blanket, and for the first time in her life, she felt a deep, satisfying contentment. She belonged. 22. Ghost in the Grid. For a long time, there was nothing but stunned silence in the Sonata Corp Operations Center on New World 1, as Scott, Cyrus, and some of his people all tried to come to terms with what had just happened on Ceres. Miranda also joined them from the Perception via a video link. She was still a few days away from arriving, but was already being pressed by the governing body of New World for her help in bolstering the habitat's defenses, as the new plasma cannons were not yet operational. Many had been expecting something after the attack on the grid node on Earth, yet the complete destruction of the QI Homer on Ceres was beyond most people's ability to comprehend. They all knew they were witnessing a paradigm shift in the order of things. With the QI gone, this entire region of the belt was vulnerable, including New World 1. "Any word from Solomon?" Scott said, as he paced up and down along the viewing window that ran the length of the room, stopping every now and again to check the new alerts that popped up on the main monitor. "Europa is quite a distance from us at the moment," Cyrus said, as he too monitored the alerts coming in. "It'll take time for a message to get here." "Do they know if this was some homegrown terrestrial sabotage, or did it come from orbit?" Scott stopped his pacing. "I mean, do they know if there is a ship out there?" One of Cyrus's people, a tech by the name of Ginty, jerked a finger at some data on her screen. "They're saying it looks like it's a direct missile strike from orbit, which would suggest it came from a ship. Reports are still sketchy," she continued. "Some are suggesting that a big freighter simply popped up out of nowhere, but that might be just a glitch." "I don't believe this," Cyrus gestured in frustration. "Ceres attacked, Homa destroyed, and nobody seems to have a goddamn clue how it happened or who's behind this." "We all know who's behind this." Miranda now joined the discussion. "Same as the destruction of the grid node back on Earth. This is clearly the work of the Seven, and that megalomaniac Frederick Van Helding, with his node runners. If he has a ship out there with a bunch of those weirdos on board, then it's no wonder people can't find it. The only way you can see that ship is if you crash into it. Optical." Cyrus raised a finger in the air, as if some genius idea had just popped into his head. "Optical? What the heck are you talking about?" said Scott. "An optical telescope. It's not on the grid, not digital. It doesn't need to be connected to the data stream. It just uses light waves. They can't hide from that." "Seriously, Cyrus? Does anybody use optical telescopes anymore? That technology hasn't been around for centuries. Nobody uses them. And even if you did have one, you would need to know the precise point in space to look at." "This is all irrelevant," Miranda snapped, as she leaned into the camera, making her face almost fill the screen. You need to get it into your heads that this is a tactical strike to make this entire area of space defenseless." She waved a hand around for emphasis. "Anything connected to the grid is now at the mercy of those node runners. That includes New World 1. My guess is that's exactly where they're heading next. That's the prize. That's what they want. With the New World, Van Helding and the other 6 families effectively have total control over the resources of the belt." "How long before those plasma cannons are operational?" Scott looked over at Cyrus. The engineer was sitting down, his head lowered, with the fingertips of one hand pressed up against his temple. Scott knew what this meant. Cyrus was accessing some data, or communicating with someone, using his neural interface. Yet Scott knew from the look on his face that he was struggling to comprehend something. He was about to ask if everything was okay, when Cyrus stood up and looked from Scott to Miranda, and back again. "I just got something in. Something a bit, well, weird. It's Luca." He tapped on the side of his visor, then swept his hand out to send the data onto the main monitor. A series of strange images cascaded across the screen. Scott found it hard to decipher what he was seeing. It looked like a factory floor or a warehouse, or maybe even the cargo hold of some large freighter. Whatever it was packed tight with row upon row of military robots. Hundreds of them. Holy crap! Cyrus began fiddling with some controls to squeeze more definition from the images. "That looks like a goddamn droid army." "What's this got to do with Luca?" Miranda's face was now so close to the camera that her image on screen was almost a blur. "It's hard to explain." Cyrus shook his head a little. "This data came from Luca on Weissman's orbit hopper. It's docked at Beacon 23 at the border of belt space, but—" He looked confused. "The weird thing is, it just suddenly arrived on the data stack, like as if—" And here he paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. "As if she was in the system, in the data stream, like a node runner." "Luca? Are you sure?" Scott thought his old buddy was losing it. "Is the ship still at the beacon?" Miranda moved back a little from the camera and looked to be studying the images on the feed at her end. "I don't know," said Cyrus. "Possibly. This just arrived a few moments ago." "Beacon 23. That's around 3 days from here." Ginty brought up a 3D schematic of that region of space on the main holotable. "I'm going to alter course and head for that beacon," said Miranda. "The perception could get there in 5 days." Scott thought for a moment. "Wait, Miranda. Let's think this through. Maybe it's better if I go. It would be quicker from here. Cyrus, do you have a ship I can borrow?" "Sure do. I've got a very fast rock hopper. It should get you there in 2 days." "Then that's it," said Scott. "I'll head for that relay beacon and try to locate Weissman's ship." Miranda looked frustrated. Scott could tell she was itching to do something, but she was still too far away. "Okay," she nodded. "But please find her, Scott." "I will. You better believe it." He turned back to Cyrus. "You'd better get those cannons operational as fast as humanly possible. If New World 1 is the target, then we've only got a few days before that ghost ship gets here from Ceres. Jeez, don't I know." "Scott," Miranda leaned into the camera. "If you find Luca and Steph, maybe it's not a good idea to bring them back to the New World. It could be a shitstorm there." "First things first, Miranda. I need to find them, then we can figure out what to do." 23. Second Ship. Cyrus wasn't joking when he said the rock hopper was fast. Scott nearly passed out immediately after he punched the coordinates for Beacon 23 into the navigation system and hit initiate. What followed were 3 hours of the most intense acceleration he had ever experienced. Next time he would dial back on the settings. Perhaps maximum thrust was a bit extreme. He came out of the burn period to a number of messages from Cyrus on the comms. They were using encrypted X-band. It was old school, but it was off-grid, so not as susceptible to being intercepted. The New World people were working hard to take the habitat off the grid and shut down all possible routes into its system. But that was not as simple as it sounded. Most of the technology relied on connections to external data sources, and disconnection generally meant that they ceased to function. No one had ever considered this when they were designing the systems. No one in their right mind could have imagined any reason that a facility might need to operate independent of the data stream. But the meat of Cyrus's message was to let him know that the Van Helsing ship had now popped up on the grid. It was no longer trying to hide itself. Presumably, since the QI had been eliminated, they now felt safe enough to expose themselves. But the good news, if you could call it that, was that the ship hadn't moved from its position in Ceres orbit. So maybe New World 1 wasn't a target. Yet. They had also identified the ship as being one of 2 Van Helsing ships spotted loitering on the far side of Luna many weeks ago, meaning that there might be a second Van Helsing ship out there, somewhere. The bottom line was that Scott should be careful, as he may have company. By the time he came out of the final retro burn to slow the ship down, it had been a little over 20 hours since his departure from New World. Outside, through the ship's forward window, he could see the relay beacon dead ahead. He was still some way out, so he brought up a view on the main monitor and zoomed in. Then he saw it. A beat-up old orbit hopper floating in space around a kilometer from the main structure. Damn, he thought. Dead in the water. Not good. He tried hailing it, but there was no answer. So, over the next few hours, he guided his ship up close and did a visual pass of the craft. There was no damage that he could see, other than the odd scorch mark here and there. That may or may not have been the result of a plasma blast, but it all looked superficial and historic. Simply scars from its life as a smuggler's ship. There was nothing to indicate that it had suffered any recent physical damage. Scott set his own ship to maintain a close stationary position relative to the dead orbit hopper, unfastened his seat harness, and made his way to the airlock, where he donned a heavy-duty miner's EVA suit that he'd found in one of the side lockers. He clipped on the helmet and checked the suit had enough resources. Finally, he stowed a compact plasma pistol he had brought with him into a cargo pocket, stepped into the airlock, and hit the button for decompression. Before the outer door opened, he attached himself to a spooling tether to make sure he wouldn't get separated from the ship. Even if he got disoriented, he would be able to pull himself back to safety. The outer door slid open and Scott found himself looking directly at the roof of the orbit hopper. He pushed himself out of the airlock, crossing the distance between the 2 ships in a few seconds. He aimed for a cluster of handholds on one side of the secondary airlock, but he was moving faster than he had planned, and hit the outer hull hard, yet managed to grab on before he bounced off again. Sloppy, he said to himself. Anyone inside the ship would have heard the thump when he hit. Scott took a second to gather himself, and then moved, hand over hand, to the manual airlock mechanism. As he turned it, the outer door began to crack open, inch by inch. After a few moments, it was wide enough for him to crawl through. He unclipped the tether, attaching it to one of the exterior handholds, then proceeded to wind the door closed from the inside. When it finally shut and repressurized, he pressed the button to open the inner door, and was immediately hit by a plasma blast, square on the chest. He slammed back into the outer airlock door, bounced off, and started tumbling about, completely losing his orientation. Fortunately, the tough EVA suit took the blast, and he was uninjured, but it took him a second or two to orient himself, extract his plasma pistol, and seek out the assailant, who turned out to be none other than Dr. Stephanie Raymond, wearing a look of complete shock on her face, probably equal to his own. He put away his weapon and flipped open his visor. "Steph? Glad to see you're still alive." "Scott? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I didn't know who the hell was scraping around out there on the hull trying to get in. Are you okay?" "Fine, fortunately. I'm wearing a miner's suit." He tapped the chest plate. "Tougher than an asteroid." Steph reached a hand out and grabbed his arm. "I can't believe it's you. I don't know how you found us, Scott, but I'm very glad you did. I thought I was going to die out here." They floated out of the airlock. "Where's Luca?" A concerned look came over Steph's face. "She's here. She's okay, but..." What's wrong?" Steph jerked her head. "Come. I'll bring you to her." They moved across the cargo hold into a row of sleeping bays used for grabbing some shut-eye in zero-G. Luca was zipped up in one of the bays. Scott hardly recognized her. She looked so much older than he remembered, even though the last visual communication they had had was only 7 months ago. "Is she sleeping?" Scott asked as he floated in closer to her. "Is she okay?" "She's in a catatonic state. Has been for a few days now." "What happened out here, Steph? Where's Weissman, the captain?" Steph let out a long sigh. "It's a long story, Scott. For starters, Weissman is dead. Murdered by his own crew." "What? Dead? Who's piloting the ship?" Steph pointed at the sleeping figure zipped up in the bay. "Luca. That's why I was stuck here until you showed up." "Since when did Luca know how to pilot a spacecraft?" "Like I said, it's a long story. Weissman's crew realized that there was a big payout for her, so they did away with the captain and were planning on handing us over to Van Helsing. Fortunately, we escaped. But neither of us could pilot a ship. That's when Luca started using a neural lace that Athena had given her to interface with the ship's data stream. She figured it out and got us this far. But Luca hates anything to do with mind-machine interfaces. It freaks her out, literally. Yeah, well, she got pretty good at it until we ran out of food and water. So we took a chance on docking at this relay beacon. That's when they found us. Somehow they took over the ship's system so we couldn't undock." "When was this?" "Around 2 days ago. Luca managed to do her thing and release the ship, but she never woke up. I've tried everything I can think of to revive her, but I have extremely limited medical resources here. We've just been floating out here ever since." "Can she be moved?" "Yes. Other than being somewhat malnourished and dehydrated, she's physically okay as far as I can tell. It's just like she simply doesn't want to wake up." Scott removed his helmet and took a deep breath. "We need to get you out of here and quick. They'll be coming soon, so we don't have much time. We should get back to New World 1. It's the closest place with the best medical facilities." "Is it true the Q-Ion series has been destroyed?" Steph asked as she began to unzip Luca from the sleeping bay. "Yes. Unbelievable, isn't it? Who would have thought that was possible just a few months ago? This shit's just got serious." She shook her head a little. "Sure has. They destroyed it with a missile strike from orbit. Van Helsing has been using his node runners to hide the ship from the QIs, but now that Homer is gone, they're out in the open. Cyrus has been putting together some old-school tech to track the ship while keeping off-grid. So far, the ship hasn't moved. It's still in orbit around Ceres. But the feeling is that they're planning an attack on New World 1. And you want to get us back there." Steph's eyes widened. "It's fine, Steph. They've got a very good defense system that can blow that Van Helsing ship into atoms. Miranda should also be there by the time we get back, and her ship, the Perception, is armed to the teeth. So all we have to do is get back there." "Sounds like you're not sure about that." Scott paused for a moment. "Look, this could be nothing. But Cyrus suspects there's another Van Helsing ship out here somewhere. That's why we need to get moving." "Well, let's get going then." She jerked her head toward the airlock. "You get whatever you need packed up. I'm going to dock the two ships together so we can transfer without the need for EVA suits." Scott looked back at the sleeping figure of Luca, reached out, and touched her arm. "It's okay, kiddo. We got you now." He turned to head for the airlock, but hesitated for a beat. Luca didn't say anything to you about battle droids?" Steph's eyes widened. "Now you're beginning to freak me out. Battle droids? No. Why?" Scott waved a hand. It's probably nothing. Never mind." 24. Return. As Scott exited the Orbit Hopper's airlock and came back out into the vacuum of space, he couldn't help but scan the heavens, looking for any telltale signs of a Van Helsing ship. Not that it was possible to spot anything unless it was right on top of him, but nonetheless, he had an uneasy feeling as he crossed the distance to his shuttle. A short time later, he docked the two ships together, and once he was satisfied that the connection was secure, he allowed both environments to equalize. Then he took off the bulky EVA suit and opened the airlock between the two craft. Steph had already moved Luca out from her sleeping bag and now floated her through the airlocks. Between the two of them, they gently transferred Luca into Scott's ship and strapped her securely to one of the passenger seats. Steph was just about to fold herself into one of the other seats when she stopped. "Wait, I forgot something. I need to go back and get it." "What?" "Don't take too long. Gotta get out of here as soon as possible." She returned less than a minute later, holding the small robotic drone. "What's that thing?" Scott said as he shut the airlock door. "It's a semi-autonomous drone controlled by a neural lace. Athena built this for Luca. I think it was kind of a birthday present." She held it up so Scott could get a good look at it. "Without this, we never would have made it this far. It's what Luca used to control the ship." Scott could tell, from just a cursory look, that this was clearly a sophisticated bit of tech. Athena gave this to Luca, knowing that using a neural lace sends her into a fit of panic? Scott asked as he strapped himself into the pilot's seat. "Listen, Scott, there's something you should know about Luca, something that I've only begun to realize over the last few days." Scott prepared to decouple the shuttle from the battered old orbit hopper. "What's that?" "You know that her DNA had been tweaked by the Van Helsing Corporation back when Miranda was captive?" "Yeah, so? Don't tell me she's going to live for 200 years. "No, not that. Although she might, but we've been monitoring her development over the years, keeping an eye out for any anomalies. And for a long time, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, apart from maybe a hypersensitivity to electromagnetic energy. Yet, what I've seen her do in the last few days leads me to believe that this hypersensitivity is a symptom of something deeper." She held up the drone again, examining it briefly. "This thing has a shard of the QI Athena embedded within it. Apparently, when Luca was interacting with the data stream, it came online, and it told us some things that Athena knew about her, or had suspected all along." "Oh, what sort of things?" "It told her that she was an experiment by Van Helsing to develop the next level node runner." "Holy crap. How did Luca react to that?" "Not very well, as you can imagine. But I think it answered a lot of questions she had about herself." "Like what?" "Oh, she said that she often felt dislocated from the real world, and this revelation seemed to resonate with her." By now, Scott had detached the shuttle and slowly moved it out from the beacon. He was readying the ship for a burn to take them back to the New World. Steph tightened up her seat harness and braced herself for the burst of acceleration to come. But as she glanced back at Scott, she could see he was focused on the navigation screen. He tapped an icon to bring up the holo display. "I think we've got company." His finger pointed to a blip on the very edge of the schematic. "Big ship, heading our way." He glanced over at Steph. "Looks like Cyrus was right. Better buckle up. I'm going to try and outrun it, so this is going to be intense." He hit initiate and promptly passed out. When Scott returned to consciousness, he found Steph's seat empty. The burn had completed, and they were moving at close to top speed for this shuttle. But when he checked, he could see that the same ship he'd spotted near the beacon was not that far behind them. He was convinced now that it was clearly the second Van Helsing ship that Cyrus had alluded to, and there was no doubt in Scott's mind that it was chasing them down. At their current speed, they would be back at New World 1 in less than 18 hours. He unfastened his harness, floated out of the seat, and pulled himself through the companionway that led down into the main cabin of the shuttle. Steph was tending to a hydration pack attached to Luca's right arm. It was like an old-school IV line, except designed with a pressure pump for 0G. She glanced up at Scott as he entered. "How is she?" Scott asked, as he floated in beside her. "She's okay, still the same. I was just making sure the hydration line didn't get screwed up during that burn. You weren't joking about that kick. Did we lose that ship,
No, it's right behind us. Definitely chasing us down. The only problem now is that we'll be coming in hot into the new world, bringing trouble with us. I need to get a message out to Cyrus and Miranda and let them know." Steph simply nodded in reply. He cast his gaze at Luca. Her face had regained some of its color. Gone was the pallid complexion of earlier. Maybe there was a real chance she would come around. "I should have been there for her." His voice was low. "You're here now, Scott. I should never have let them talk me into sending her to Earth all those years ago. Maybe. But would you forgive yourself if something bad happened?" Scott gave a slight nod. "No, I suppose not." "Then don't beat yourself up over it. It is what it is. She's here now, and she needs you. And Miranda." A brief moment passed, and Scott contemplated this. "Yeah, I suppose you're right." He bucked up a bit. "Anyway, I'd better go get that message sent." He floated back to the flight deck, strapped himself in, and began to send a message over X-band. "Miranda, Cyrus, this is Scott here. You'll be glad to hear I've located Luca and Steph. Both are on board now, and we're on our way back to the New World. However, Luca seems to be in some sort of catatonic state. According to Steph, she used a neural lace to interface with the beacon's network, and ended up coming face-to-face with some of Van Helding's node runners. However, we've got a bigger problem on our hands. You were right about that second ship, Cyrus, and it showed up at the beacon just as we were leaving. We now have it on our tail. I'm going to delay our retro burn to the very last second to put some extra space between us and that ship. I hope you've got those defenses up and running, because we're going to need them." 25. Battle Droid. The ship chasing them down was still a few hours behind, but Scott was taking a big risk delaying the retro burn until the last second. He wanted to arrive at the New World well ahead of the pursuers, but the longer he delayed the burn, the higher the thrust required to slow them down, and that meant heavy G, which meant that he and Steph would probably black out. Any time they would gain might well be nullified by how long it took them to regain consciousness after the burn. The doctor could handle it better than Scott. She always could, but she could not pilot the ship. Then there was the effect on Luca. That sort of physical strain could not be good for her. So in the end, he decided to take it slow and steady and hope that Cyrus had enough firepower to fend off the Van Helding ship. He reckoned since they wanted Luca alive, they would not simply blow them to pieces. Nevertheless, he would need to get his timing right and stay alert. For the first hour of the retro burn, he and Steph could do nothing except watch the main navigation monitor as the Van Helding craft slowly gained on them. By the second hour, they began to get a visual image of it on the main monitor, albeit at maximum zoom, but by the end of the third hour, the ship was virtually snapping at their heels. The retro burn ended as suddenly as it had begun, and Scott could feel his body being released from the punishing G-forces it had been subjected to. Yet it took him a few moments to recover enough to speak. "I'm getting too old for this shit." "You and me both. You always seem to be better able to handle this than anyone I know, Steph. Did I ever tell you I hate space?" "Many times, Steph. Many times," he said, as he hit the comms icon to contact Cyrus. But before he could establish a connection, Steph slapped him on the upper arm to get his attention and pointed at the main monitor. "Look, Scott, look, they're firing missiles at us." Scott zoomed in on the display. Two stubby metallic objects were accelerating away from the underbelly of the Van Helding ship. "They're not missiles, Steph. They're battle droids. Is that good or bad? They're not trying to blow us to bits, so that's good. They're trying to take control of this shuttle, and if they do, then that's bad." Scott hit the comms icon again, and finally raised Cyrus. "Scott, we have your ship on screen, and you've got two objects closing in on you fast. They look like droids of some kind. Please tell me those defenses are up and running, Cyrus.
One of the weapons turrets is operational and could theoretically hit those droids. Theoretically, they're not fully calibrated, meaning that the plasma blast might not go where we want it, and your ship is in the way of a clear shot. Okay, understood. I'll make some space for you. Then you hit those bastards as hard as you can. You got it. I'm going to adjust our vector 30 degrees down from our current trajectory. When you see that happen, you'll have a window of opportunity, but only for a few seconds before they readjust their flight path. We're ready when you are. Okay, wait for my mark. Scott slowly reoriented the craft so it was again facing the direction of travel. Through the cockpit window, he could see the massive cylindrical habitat of New World 1 come into view, still some distance away. Then he dialed in the new vector. Okay, Cyrus, here we go. He hit the initiate and suddenly felt his body being hauled upward from his seat. Only the harness held him in place. As the craft dropped, he caught sight of 2 plasma blasts emanating from the New World, followed by 2 more in quick succession. They whipped past the shuttle at impressive speed, one coming perilously close, momentarily causing the cockpit controls to flicker as it passed. Holy crap, that was close. Steph glanced around the cockpit as the electronics settled down and stopped flickering. Scott's attention was now on the rear monitor as he tracked the path of the 4 incandescent balls of plasma. 2 were well wide of the mark and sailed past the targets out into deep space. But the 3rd was a direct hit. The droid flared briefly as it suffered catastrophic systems failure. It tumbled off in a spiral, but the 4th plasma bolt only grazed its target. For a moment, Scott and Steph held their breath, waiting to see if it had been close enough to effect enough damage on the droid. It didn't, and the machine kept on coming. Crap, they only hit 1. They need to fire again. Steph almost shouted at Scott. We don't have time, it's too close. He tried to shift the craft's vector again, but it was too slow to react. Thump! Scott, it's on the hull. I know. What do we do? Steph stared up at the cockpit roof with wide-eyed fear. Scott's first thought was to do a high-acceleration burn and try to shake off the droid that way, but it would take them way out of range of the New World weapons system, where they would be easy prey for another salvo of battle droids. Scott? The comms crackled into life. Cyrus, 1 down, but the other just attached itself to the hull. I see it. Listen, I've got a crazy idea. If you can get the craft closer, we can shoot you with a low-intensity blast. That's crazy, Cyrus. It'll completely disable the ship, including life support. Yeah, I know. But you should have enough volume of air inside to last you for a while. We can get a ship out to you in 20 minutes. I don't know, Cyrus. From what little I remember about low-intensity plasma blasts, you could still blow a hole in our hull. That's game over. Got any EVA suits? Just 2. And they could also suffer electronic damage from the blast. I said it was a crazy idea, but it's all I got. Appreciate it, Cyrus. But let me try something else first. What? No time to explain. That droid is on the move. Gotta go. Scott killed the comms and unfastened his seat harness. Steph, I'm going outside to see if I can get rid of that droid. What? Are you nuts? That thing is probably armed to the teeth. You'll get yourself killed. By now, Scott had floated out of the cockpit and down to the suit locker. You heard what Cyrus was planning? It could kill us all. Steph, who had followed Scott down into the main cabin, now grabbed his arm. You don't have to do this. Scott paused for a moment. I'm sorry, Steph, for getting you into all this shit. You don't deserve it. Yeah, well, it is what it is. And you know me well enough to know I'm not one to back out when the going gets tough. But what you're doing is crazy, taking on a battle droid. Scott started getting suited up. Any minute now, this ship will be under Van Helsing control. That means we're all screwed. Scott clipped his helmet on and shoved a plasma pistol into a side cargo pocket. He gave Steph a wry smile and stepped into the airlock. Just like old times, huh? The inner door closed before Steph could answer. Scott attached the tether just as the outer door opened, presenting the vastness of space before him. It was a moment that never failed to invoke a sense of awe, and probably the very reason he had hitched his future to a life amongst the stars. Perhaps it was the romantic in him, yet romantics seldom have a good end. More often than not, they end in tragedy. Yet he only had one thought in his mind, bring Luca back to safety, and maybe have a chance to make up for all those lost years, assuming he made it out of this alive. He opened a comms channel to Steph. "Where are the droids now?" "Topside, back near the starboard engine bay, around 10 meters from the airlock." "Okay, keep me posted if and when it moves." Scott took out his weapon and slowly raised his head out of the airlock. He could see the machine just where Steph said it would be. A quadruped, with a gait that was a cross between a big cat for speed and an ape for dexterity. Yet it was moving uncharacteristically slow. Then he realized that it needed to use the handholds, just like a human would. Otherwise, it would float away from the hull and have to use its thrusters to get back. It was currently working its way to the rear of the craft, where all the main ship systems were housed. Scott gently raised his weapon, got the target firmly in its sights, and fired. An incandescent blue ball of electrical rage hit the droid on its left flank, and it seemed to lose its grip on the ship's hull. But as Scott moved fully out of the airlock, he could see that the droid was still clinging on and still functioning. He had only inflicted minor damage on it. For a brief second, he checked the weapon, looking for some reason as to why it hadn't blown a hole in the droid. Yet there was nothing wrong with it. The machine was simply made of stronger stuff than he had reckoned. By now, he was fully in view of the droid that had quickly reoriented itself to seek out the source of the attack. Scott, realizing that he had left himself exposed, frantically tried to gain cover back inside the airlock, but he was not fast enough, and the droid returned fire. The blast fell short, hitting the hull just in front of him, but Scott lost his grip on the handhold as he twisted to avoid the impact, and now he found himself tumbling in free space, with nothing but the tether connecting him to the ship. Another blast whipped past him. He fired back, but it was wild and random, only aiming in the general direction of the droid. This also spun him around more and more as the kickback added to his erratic momentum, which was probably the only thing that prevented the droid from scoring a direct hit on him. Scott needed to do something, and fast. He fired a blast above his head, which propelled him downward until the tether jerked at its full extension. He then spun around the underside of the shuttle, slamming into the hull, and began frantically grabbing at anything that even approximated a handhold, finally gaining purchase on a sensor array. "Scott? Little busy right now, Steph." "So I see. The droid's on the move, heading around to you. You'd better get out of there." "Which way's it coming?" "Directly behind you." "Okay. Keep me posted on what it's doing." "You got it." Scott scrambled forward, only to be halted by a tug on the fully extended tether. "Shit!" "What's wrong?" "Tether. I need to lose it." "You'd better hurry." Scott unclipped the tether and began to work his way forward across the shuttle's undercarriage. This was not the way it was supposed to go, he thought. Not only did he have an ineffective weapon, he was now on the run from this thing, and in peril of losing a handhold and floating off into space. "Steph? Still here? I have an idea. Do you know how to initiate a burn?" "Damn it, Scott, I'm a doctor, not a pilot." "Get on with it, Cyrus. It's his ship. He'll talk you through it. Tell him I need a 5-second low-thrust burn. And hurry." For the next minute or so, Scott played hide-and-seek with the droid. It was not as agile as him, so he could keep one step ahead of it, but what it lacked in agility it made up for in its sheer determination to kill him. And he had a few near misses. He wouldn't be able to keep this up indefinitely. "Scott, I think I have it figured out." "Good. Now listen carefully. I'm going to lure this droid out to the rear of the shuttle and around the starboard engine exhaust port. When I give you the signal, you initiate the burn. I'm hoping it'll be enough to vaporize this thing." There was a momentary pause. "Steph, did you get that?" "Yeah, but you can't be out there, Scott. You'll get thrown off the hull. You'll never be able to hang on. That much I do know. Don't worry about me. I'll reconnect to the tether. That will keep me from floating away. But that might not take the strain. It'll snap. Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take, Steph, so just wait for my signal. But this is crazy, Scott. Of course it is. Just be ready." Scott planned the course he would take in his mind. He needed the droid in the direct line of fire when the engines ignited, and for him to be hooked back onto the tether. But no matter which way he worked it in his mind, there would be a moment when he could be wide open for a kill shot. But he had no other choice. He slowly clambered his way along the underside of the shuttle and had just reached the engine bay when the droid finally came into view behind him. It unleashed a blast that flew past his feet as he pulled himself up into the starboard exhaust cowling. He hung there for a moment, waiting for the droid to come out from the underside of the ship. But it was a no-show. "Steph, can you see where the droid is?" "It's on the undercarriage, down near the starboard engine bay." "Is it moving?" "Nope, just squatting there. No, wait. I think it's doing something to the hull. It looks like it's opening some panel or other. Crap. I think it's given up chasing me and going back to Plan A. So what now? I need to get it angry." Scott leaned around the edge of the cowling and took aim at the droid. He fired off 3 shots, 2 of which hit, to little effect other than to get his attention. He ducked back just in time as the droid returned fire, but still, it didn't follow. Scott leaned out again and discharged the entire weapon at the droid. This time it had the desired effect. It got angry and unleashed a barrage of return fire. Scott, in the meantime, had clambered out of the way. "It's moving, Scott." "Okay, get ready to initiate that burn." He moved fast over the face of the exhaust cowling around to the top side of the ship. He could see the tether floating out from the airlock. He would either have to make it all the way to the airlock or take a leap of faith and launch himself off the hull and try to grab the floating tether before he went tumbling out into space. He glanced behind him to see one of the droid's forelimbs coming over the rim of the cowling. "Screw it! It's now or never," he thought, and launched himself at the tail end of the tether. He frantically grabbed at it, but it bounced off his hand. He tried again with the other with no better luck. On the 3rd try, he finally managed to snag it and started pulling it in to get to the clip end. Below him, the droid was directly over the engine exhaust, but maneuvering itself to take aim. He felt the end clip onto the tether and snapped it onto his EVA suit. "Hit it, Steph! Do it now! Now!" The engines ignited, and he was slammed back down against the hull as the shuttle accelerated. A plasma blast whizzed past his head. He craned his neck against the forces, trying to rip him from the ship, and looked back at the starboard engine. Both of the droid's forelimbs were frantically scrambling at the edge of the cowling, trying to gain purchase while the rest of the machine was engulfed in a fiery plasma plume extending some several meters. He saw it finally lose its battle and succumb to the white-hot maelstrom, an incandescent ball tumbling backward out into space. At the same time, Scott felt like his limbs were about to be torn from his body. Such were the forces he was being subjected to. "Kill it, Steph! Kill it!" The burn ceased as quickly as it started, and the acceleration eased. Slowly, with much pain and effort, Scott clawed his way back to the airlock and closed the outer door. When Scott's shuttle finally docked at New World 1, he was understandably relieved to have made it back with all on board still in one piece. However, now that the perception had also arrived, it would be the first time in years that he would meet Miranda face to face. It was a prospect that he was both excited for and dreading in equal measure. They had grown apart over many years, not because his feelings were any less, but that Miranda reminded him of the trauma of Luca's exile. And perhaps, if he was being truthful with himself, a small part of him blamed Miranda for that. But it was not her fault either, and he knew she felt exactly the same loss. She had a different way of dealing with it. All these feelings came flooding back as the shuttle came into dock. It also didn't help that she would look almost exactly the same as he remembered her 20 years ago, by virtue of her enhanced DNA. She would still look 30, while he, being a mere mortal, felt every one of the 50 years now resting on his shoulders. Yet, they had been in constant contact over the last few weeks. Not direct conversations as such, because the vast distances of space provided no such luxuries. But still, they had exchanged more words the last 3 weeks than they had in the last 10 years. Yet, they were curt, short, professional, more like updates on progress than inquiries about each other's personal well-being. But even so, There was no escaping the subtext in their stilted dialogue. They both needed each other, and they both knew it. When they did finally meet, their moment was overtaken by both Miranda's joy at having found Luca, followed by deep concern over her current physical state. As they made their way to the medbay, Scott was overcome with a deep desire to wrap Miranda up in his arms and tell her everything would be all right. He resisted. Now was not the time, but maybe there would be another. "26. Awakening. Somewhere in the back of Luca's mind, she was aware of the need to return to the physical world. The ship would be free of the beacon by now, but it would still need her input to pilot it to New World 1. Part of her had sensed the presence of another Van Helsing ship in close proximity, so they were not out of the woods yet. She had gotten a hint of it from the mind of the Node Runner, but how far away it was, she was not sure. Nevertheless, it was best for her to return and get the ship moving again. She expected to return to the familiar landscape of the ship's flight deck, but as she probed, she realized that she had lost the interface connection. Fly was gone, or offline, or worse. A sting of panic pierced her mind as she began to decipher the physical stimuli now entering her consciousness. Her body felt like stone, her limbs like leaden weights, struggling to respond to her desire to move. Bright light flooded into her optic nerves as she began to open her eyes, just a little at first, until she regained some control over her limbs and raised a hand to shield them from the glare. "Where the hell am I?" she thought. Her vision slowly adjusted, bringing details of her surroundings into focus. She expected to see the cockpit of the ship, but instead she was looking at a ceiling? Bright, white, clean, almost sterile in its appearance. She was lying flat on her back, looking up, and she was somewhere with full gravity. That's why she found it so hard to move. It was definitely not inside the relay beacon, since that had no artificial gravity. Have I been captured? Is this Van Helsing's ship? These thoughts flickered through her mind as she tried to compute the parameters of her current location. Panic began to fuel her body, and she summoned the effort to turn sideways, raising herself up on one elbow. She was not tied down, not trapped, free to move. This was a good sign. Lucas scanned the room, and, judging by the other beds, all of which were empty, and the equipment that was arrayed around the room, it was a med bay. But where? And how did she get here, considering that only a few short moments ago she was sitting in the pilot's seat on board the banged-up orbit hopper and interfaced with the grid? Something tugged at her arm. An IV line snaked into a vein just above her wrist. Luca's gut reaction was to rip it out, but she halted and instead followed the transparent plastic tubing all the way up to a pouch suspended from a hook containing a clear liquid labeled NaCl 0.9%. She knew enough to know that this was a saline solution, common for a patient suffering from dehydration. In other words, harmless. Her eyes returned to where the IV entered her body just above the wrist and began to peel off the plaster covering the cannula. Then she gently pulled out the long, thin plastic needle. Blood began to pool at the insertion point, and she held a finger over it to staunch the flow. At the very same moment, the door opened and in walked Dr. Stephanie Raymond. "Luca, you're awake." Luca took a second to respond. "Steph." Her voice was faint, her throat parched. She took the finger off her wrist and began to rub her neck. "It's okay. Take it easy, Luca. You shouldn't take that out. You're still dehydrated. Here, drink this." Steph handed her a beaker of water. Luca sipped, the clear, cold liquid soothing her fragile throat. So she drank and drank until it was empty, then held out the beaker for Steph to refill it. "We thought you would never wake up. You've been out for days." Luca felt her throat loosen. "What happened? Where am I?" We're in the New World. We arrived around 14 hours ago. You were catatonic, as well as malnourished and dehydrated. I got some fluids and nutrients into you, and, well, it seems to have done the trick. But how? I was just... Better rest. We can explain later. Luca resigned herself to Steph's medical advice, primarily because her throat still felt like sand, and she began to gulp down another beaker of water. She was halfway into it when the door opened again. This time, Scott and Miranda entered. "Luca!" Her mother was the first to rush over. "You're awake!" Luca nodded. "Yeah." Miranda wrapped her up in her arms. "I'm so glad you're awake." She squeezed her tight for a moment before releasing her, sitting back on the bed as she did. "I'm sorry for all the crap we put you through. It was stupid, reckless. Shouldn't have made you leave Earth." She glanced up at Scott as if to seek confirmation. "You had us worried," was the most he could add. Luca began to feel those large gaps she had always had in her emotional fabric finally fill up and close over. Here they all were, after all these years, and all that she had been through, together again, at last. Yet another part of her felt a little anticlimactic, and what she had sought at the outset of her journey was now replaced with a new set of emotional gaps, not least how she got here. "Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on?" "Your ship was dead in the water, floating free near Beacon 23. Scott took a shuttle and rescued you." Miranda put her hand on Scott's arm. "Dead in the water?" Lucas searched her mind for any memory of this, but there was none. "Yes, you were out for the count, and Steph couldn't pilot the ship." Luca was sitting up now, and looked from one to the other. "I was interfaced with the grid. Just now. A few moments ago. How can I be here?" Since no one had a good answer to this, they all stood in silence for a beat. Then Luca reached up to the back of her skull and touched the neural lace. It was still active and fully meshed around her cranium. "Fly? Where's Fly? I can't sense it." "The drone?" Miranda again looked up at Scott. "Yes, the one Athena gave me. Where is it?" "It's here." Steph picked up Luca's backpack, reached in and pulled out the drone. "It's deactivated. That's why you can't sense it." Luca gave a long sigh. "Sorry. I'm just a little confused at the moment. Still trying to process it all." "That's okay, Luca." Miranda leaned in and placed a hand on Luca's shoulder. "Just rest. You're safe now." Luca shook her head. "We're not safe here. They're coming. Droids. Hundreds of them." Scott, Miranda, and Steph all exchanged glances, the type reserved for when discussing crazy people. "I've seen them. Row upon row, ready to be deployed." "How do you know this?" said Scott, a look of concern developing across his features. "The neural lace Athena gave me." She touched the back of her head again, a little troubled by the fact that the lace had not deactivated. "I used it to interface with Fly the drone, and through that to connect to the ship's systems and control the craft until we docked with the beacon. That's when we were hacked by node runners. They disabled the release mechanism so we couldn't leave, so I just followed the data stream all the way to the source." Luca paused to look up at them. "I read his mind. The runner. He was afraid of what I might do to him. I think..." Luca's eyes widened, and she shook her head a little. "I probed his mind. There were images of a drone army in the cargo hold of a big ship. Or maybe more than one ship, I'm not sure. There were other things, too, things I could not understand. But he was in such fear of me that I withdrew back along the data stream. Last thing I remember was sending you a message with the images and undocking the ship. Then I woke up here." She gave a gesture at the room. This was met with silence, and Luca suspected that they were all in their own individual ways, considering her sanity. "Don't you see? It's an invading army, and the New World is the target. They are coming. Van Helsing and the other Earth families are coming to take control." "They're already here, Luca. Scott said matter-of-factly. She sat bolt upright, her body already regaining some sense of balance in the natural environment of full gravity. Here. Now. 2 ships of the 7, parked way out from the habitat, out of range of our plasma cannons, waiting. The largest of the 2 was responsible for the destruction of QI Homer on Ceres. The second, smaller ship, chased us back from the relay beacon. It deployed 2 battle drones that attacked us en route, but we dealt with them and got here in one piece. Scott gave a dismissive gesture as if to imply it had all been just a minor inconvenience. Are you sure about what you saw? Miranda leaned in a little, her voice low and maternal. Could it have been just a dream? Anger welled up inside Luca. How could her mother say this to her, after all that she had already hidden from her? You know, it's not a dream or some figment of my imagination. You knew all along I'd been engineered from birth to be some sort of monster designed to navigate the data stream, like a biological QI. But you never thought to tell me. For the 3rd time in as many minutes, there was silence in the room before Miranda finally answered. Her voice was low and maternal. It wasn't like that, Luca. At the start, we didn't even know. Only after the kidnapping attempts were made did we start to wonder why. It broke our hearts to send you away to live on Earth, but we just wanted you to be safe. You mean to be a lab rat, to be studied by Athena and Dr. Raymond and her institute? I'm sorry, Miranda said, with a hint of resignation in her voice. I know we should have told you, but there never seemed to be a right time. We just wanted to protect you. Luca lay back against the headboard and let out a long sigh. She looked at the concern on her parents' faces and slowly began to realize that she was no longer angry anymore. It all seemed vaguely distant and unimportant. It's okay. Really. I get it. Why, put me through it. Yes, exactly. Scott seized his moment to contribute. It may seem strange, but I'm all right with it. For the first time in my life, it all makes sense. Luca looked up, astonished to see a tear rolling down her mother's cheek. Even her father's outer shell seemed to be cracking. He held his hand up to his temple, his head lowered. Then Luca realized that he was receiving a message from someone. He glanced back at her, a little embarrassed to find her looking at him with what she could only assume he interpreted as a disapproving look. What is it? Miranda had noticed the concern on Scott's face. They've just issued an ultimatum. Hand over control of New World 1, or they'll take it by force. "27. Decision time. Under Dr. Raymond's insistence, they decamped to an anteroom with a long observation window used by medical staff to keep an eye on patients. Luca needed to recuperate, and Scott and Miranda talking incessantly to her was not going to help. So, in true doctor style, Steph kicked them all out so Luca could get some rest. Cyrus found time to join them after the news of the ultimatum had been issued, seemingly to reassure them that it was all just a bluff. We should all get out now, before it all goes to rat shit. Steph sat back in a soft, low seat. She looked drained. The journey here had taken a toll on her, and what she really needed was some rest. No, they're bluffing. There's no way they can get past our defenses. We've got 2 long-range plasma cannon turrets fully operational. A single blast would be enough to stop either of those Van Helsing ships dead in their tracks. We could turn them into a dust cloud if we wanted to. Cyrus seemed genuinely proud of the New World's weapons capability, and delivered his reply with wild, enthusiastic gesticulations. What about this vision of Lucas? Miranda directed her question to Cyrus. You mean the droids in the image files? Yeah. What if it's real? That would change the equation. I don't see how it changes anything. Cyrus was still convinced of the New World's weapons system. We destroyed the droid that was chasing you down from the relay beacon. Even if they have more of them, there's still no match for a plasma cannon. but Luca's talking hundreds. Scott, having had first-hand experience fighting one of these droids, did not share Cyrus's confidence. Could we really defend against that? We don't really know what she saw, or what she thought she saw. It could be anything or nothing. You can't make a decision based on visions. Miranda did air quotes with her fingers. Think about it. She's been catatonic for several days. Who knows what dreams she's been having? It's not reality. I know what I saw, and it's real, said a strange voice from out of nowhere. What the? Scott looked around for the source, as did the others. We're not safe here. We need to get out, the voice continued. Scott finally located the source. The drone, Fly, was resting on the edge of a countertop just inside the door. He never noticed it coming in, and presumably none of the others did either. Luca? Yes. He stood up and looked through the observation window back into the ward. Luca was sitting up in bed, arms folded over her chest, a deep scowl on her face. Did you hear all that? Miranda joined Scott at the window. I did. Fly lifted off the counter, flew a little closer to the group, and landed back down again. Luca. Steph stood up and peered out through the window. You need to get some rest. Luca just scowled back. Are you controlling that thing? Miranda turned around and directed her question toward Fly. Yes. It's proved very useful. We wouldn't have got here without it. Holy crap. Cyrus moved over and started to examine the drone. This is a very elegant bit of engineering. Very cool. He turned his attention to Scott and tapped his temple. I've been extolling the virtues of the mind-machine interface to Scott for ages, but he just doesn't get it. Yeah, well, maybe I like my brain too much. Miranda raised a hand to silence everyone for a moment. Her demeanor became serious. Okay. Let's say you're right, Luca, and there's a ship or maybe two ships full of these battle droids. How long would they take to reach here, Cyrus? Well, they wouldn't. We'd just blow them to bits before they got anywhere near us. Assume that some could get through. What's the travel time? Miranda persisted. 15 minutes, give or take. He wobbled his hand to emphasize his approximation. And how long for us to get to the shuttle dock? Scott suddenly saw where Miranda was going with this. At least 30 minutes. Anyone else see a problem here? Scott nodded. If we have to get out in a hurry, it could mean fighting our way off this tub. But there would need to be swarms of droids to get some past the defenses. Cyrus was not giving up just yet. There are. I'm sure of it, said Fly, Luca. Miranda turned to Cyrus. Got any heavy weapons stashed on the New World? Not really. Just the usual small arms, that's about it. Miranda unclipped her plasma pistol and held it up. So you're saying this is all we have to fight our way off? Hey, New World 1 represents the pinnacle of human civilization. Cyrus gesticulated wildly. Look around you. It's a goddamn utopia. We don't need guns here. Well, that's just great. So now we're in paradise, we're reduced to throwing rocks at our enemies? Miranda said, a little cynically. We don't have any of those either. Will you two just cut it out? Steph stood up, looking from one to the other. I didn't sign up for this crap. All I was supposed to do was to see that Luca got to Johnson, not go on a wild death race across half the solar system. I'm sorry, Steph. Sorry you got dragged into this mess. Miranda replied apologetically. Yeah, well, the bottom line is, what are we going to do now? Stay and hope for the best or run away? Run away, said Fly, Luca. You've still got 7 hours to decide, Cyrus reminded them. Even so, if we were to run away, then where to? Where do we go? Scott sat down again. Somewhere there's a QI, said Miranda. That's the only thing that could give us some protection. Yeah, but for how long? Said Scott. If they can destroy the QI Homer on series, who's to say they can't do the same to any of the others? Well, I want to get back to Earth. I hate space. Mars is on the far side of the sun. It would take months to get there, said Miranda. which leaves Europa and the QI Solomon. That's the closest to us, but they're so weird there. They give me the heebie-jeebies. I suggest we get to the perception, and then we could decide where best to go. Well, I'm going back to Earth one way or the other, said Steph. So if it's okay with you guys, I'll be on the next transport headed that way. Scott nodded his acceptance of Steph's desire to get back home. She had already gone beyond anything he or Miranda had asked of her. I don't know how we can ever repay you for this, Steph. Well, you owe me one. Someday I'll need something. That's when you can repay me. Of course, Steph. Anything, said Miranda. So, we're getting out of here. Fly buzzed its wings to get their attention. Luca, I'm not talking to you through that thing. Fly buzzed its wings again. We're not safe here. We need to go. Miranda stood up and nodded. Okay, decision time. Who's coming, who's staying? Cyrus? Steph? Cyrus shook his head. No way I'm leaving. We're perfectly safe here. Nothing is going to get through. Seriously, Cyrus? If what Luca is saying is true, then there's every possibility that the New World will be taken over by Van Helsing and his sponsors. And what do you think is going to happen to you when he realizes who you are? Cyrus Sonato, chief engineer of the Hermes, one of the people responsible for enabling the dominion of the QIs. Cyrus looked down at his feet and pursed his lips. Everything I have is here. Everything I've built is contained within this vast cylinder. I'm not leaving it. I'll take my chances here. Steph, I need to return to Earth. I need to get back home. Scott looked over at Cyrus. There must be a ship heading for Earth, something with room for Steph. But the engineer was distracted. He had one hand on his right temple and seemed to be concentrating. Cyrus, what is it? The others detected Scott's concern and looked over at Cyrus, waiting for him to respond. Cyrus! He held a hand out to signal to them to be quiet for a moment as he focused. Scott, Miranda, and Steph all exchanged concerned glances. Even Fly, Luca, twitched and buzzed its wings. Everything okay? Scott said this more in hope than as a request for information. Cyrus slowly turned his head toward him, and the color drained from his face. No. Far from it. Everything just got real. What do you mean? What's going on? But Cyrus didn't answer. Instead, he rushed across the med lab to a bank of monitors that occupied most of one wall. The others followed after him. Cyrus! Scott grabbed the engineer's arm to get his attention. What the hell is going on? It's started. What has? Luca's right. Look. The large central monitor blossomed into life and displayed a view of space, black and empty. The image zoomed and zoomed again to pick out the brooding form of the main Van Helsing ship. Cyrus tapped at a control interface, and the image focused. Then they could see it, a mass of autonomous battle droids spewing out from the belly of the ship. Oh, shit. The image on the screen flipped to black empty space again, and then began zooming in on the second Van Helsing ship. It was the same, a mass of droids being ejected into space. Miranda grabbed Scott's arm. We gotta go. We can't stay here. Yeah, okay. Let's start making our way to the shuttle. I told you so. Fly swooped down onto one edge of the main monitor. And I told you I'm not talking to you through that thing, Luca. Well, I'm stuck in this bed, under doctor's orders, and tied down with tubes and wires. Miranda screwed up her mouth. Steph, what do you want to do? She glanced at Scott, and then her focus was drawn back to the monitor. On screen, they could see the New World defense systems had started firing. Brief, sporadic trails of incandescent blue plasma raced across the space between, intercepting the droids, picking them off one at a time. Cyrus punched the air. Die, you bastards, die! His joy sent a ripple of elation through Scott's spine, but it was short-lived. As they watched, it became clear that the rate of fire was having little overall impact on the number heading their way. Can it fire any faster? Miranda asked. Have you got any idea how much energy it takes to create a blast of that magnitude? So you're saying no? For a moment, Cyrus didn't respond. But then he began to slowly shake his head. Nobody thought we would need close-range weapons. This was designed as a deterrent to ships, not hordes of droids. He gestured at the screen and then visibly slumped down in his seat. It's no good. There's just too many. He took his gaze away from the drama unfolding on the monitor and looked at Scott, Miranda, and Steph. We're screwed. '28. Operation Droid. Scott had to hand it to Ben Helding and the other 6 Earth families who were funding this operation. It was a masterstroke. By taking out the Q-Ion series, they now had free reign throughout this sector of the asteroid belt. But more than that, once the 7 had secured the belt's primary resources, they would be able to exert considerable leverage over both Earth and Mars. The era of the QIs was ending, and a new order was beginning. Messier, more violent, more human. Now, with the aid of a few hundred semi-autonomous battle droids, there was nothing anyone could do to stop them taking over New World 1. Even though the newly installed defense systems were busy trying to pick off as many of the incoming machines as possible, it was like trying to swat a swarm of killer bees by throwing a box of crayons at them. They might get a few, but ultimately nowhere near enough to make a difference. The 2 exterior plasma cannon arrays simply didn't have the fire rate. And even though some of the citizens were prepared to stand and fight, they possessed no military training and few effective weapons to combat such a formidable mechanized foe. This fatal flaw in defense planning was simply because no one had ever imagined such weapons or personnel would be needed. Over 2 decades of peace and stability will do that to a society. It was just not seen as a priority. The only force with any bite to take on these droids were Miranda's cohort of mercenaries. They had the training and the weapons, but there were only 9 of them in total, and only 3 of them were here on the New World with Miranda. And they knew a losing battle when they saw it. There was no way they could win this one. It would be suicide. It was time to get out, and get out now before it was too late. Miranda sent them ahead to get the shuttle ready while she and Steph got Luca up and moving. Scott, for his part, tried to persuade Cyrus to come with them. "So, you're leaving?" Cyrus said, not with any hint of disappointment, more as a statement of fact. "What choice do we have, Cyrus? Soon this place will be under the control of the 7. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop that now. What do you think will happen to us, and especially Luca, if we stay?" "I understand, Scott. You need to get out. But I'm staying." "Cyrus, if you stay, you run the risk of Van Helding finding out who you really are. And he's not going to forget those people responsible for his downfall all those years ago." "I know. But everything I have, everything I've built in the last 2 decades is here. If I leave, I lose it all." "You could lose your life, Cyrus." "It's a risk I'm willing to take, Scott. Weirdly, staying here is my way of fighting back." "Cyrus, I hate leaving you here." "I'll be fine. It's a vast habitat, and I know every inch of it. Plenty of places to hide if things get sketchy." "Okay, but no buts, just go. You've got a brief window of opportunity. Once those droids get here, their first priority will be to find a way to reconnect the New World systems with the grid. As soon as that happens, the node runners will have complete control. Shuttle exit from the dock will probably be disabled. Anything you could do to override them? I doubt it. Even I can't fight off a concerted data attack by a group of node runners. It's way too weird for me." "Okay, well, stay safe, old buddy. See you on the other side." "Yeah, it'll be a story to tell the grandkids." "I'll tell that to Luca." They traveled the 3 or so kilometers to the nearest elevator for the dock by commandeering one of the autonomous vehicles parked outside the med lab. Luca was still very weak and operating on a cocktail of drugs that Steph had pumped into her. Even so, she insisted on interfacing with Fly, her drone. It hovered above them, providing some useful reconnaissance of the route ahead. They exited the vehicle near the elevators as a great mass of people bunched together to get through the entrance bottleneck. There were other elevators they could use, but these were at least another 2 kilometers further along the rim, so they stuck with trying to get to the shuttle dock using this route. It would take them up to an inner cylinder that housed the smaller shuttlecraft in a fully pressurized half-G environment, so no need for EVA suits. But after that, things might get trickier, as the shuttle would then have to navigate its way through a complex series of airlocks before being released out into space. Scott was getting anxious. Time was passing, and they were making slow progress. This is crazy. We're never going to make it. We've got to. This is the fastest way off the habitat. Miranda pushed her way past a knot of people who didn't have quite the same sense of urgency about them. Luca, what can you see up ahead? People? Lots of them. And they don't seem to be moving. Scott glanced up at Fly, which had risen up some 10 meters above them and had a clear view of all entrances. Should we head for the other sector? No way, that would slow us down even more. Just keep tight, I'll get us through here. Miranda unholstered her plasma weapon, and with a considerable amount of pushing and shoving and shouts of clear the way, emergency, move it, asshole, she barged away through an open elevator. Fly swooped down and anchored itself onto Luca's right shoulder as they piled in and the doors shut. There were an anxious few minutes as the elevator traveled the 2 kilometers all the way up to the dock. As they ascended, gravity began to lessen slightly. Everyone made sure they were holding on to something before the elevator came to a halt. Otherwise, they would be lifted off the floor by its momentum. It spat them out onto the main dock concourse, which was busy with panicked people making their way to whatever craft would get them off the new world. They were hurrying across this concourse to their shuttle's location when Scott's comms burst into life. Scott, Cyrus here. I've changed my mind. I'm coming with you. What now? I'm on my way to you. Be there as soon as I can. What about all that everything I have is here stuff? Yeah, well, it seems everything I have is leaving, bastards. After all I've done for them, none of my partners in this business want to stay here and stick it out. They're all running away and leaving me here, swinging my tail. We're on the concourse, nearly at the ship, so you'd better get a move on. Where are you? I'm close, taking an alternative route through the maintenance tunnels. A lot less traffic. How's the outer dock looking? Multiple droids streaming in. But I get the impression they're not looking for a major fight. Maybe they still see killing contractors as bad for recruitment. After all, when they do take over, they're going to need these workers. The primary objective, as I see it, is to stop people leaving by blocking the main access routes. But there's been a new development. We've spotted several troop transports on their way. We'll soon have boots on the ground. They're not leaving anything to chance, are they? No. And from what I'm seeing, no one's getting off this habitat without a fight, so I sincerely hope Miranda has stashed a load of weapons on that shuttle of hers. Oh, you know her so well, Cyrus. Oh, crap, The comms suddenly went dead. Cyrus? Cyrus? Nothing. God damn it, Cyrus. What's going on? Miranda called over to Scott as they arrived at the shuttle. The main airlock door was open with 2 of her crew standing guard in case anyone tried to commandeer the craft. We've got to wait. Cyrus has changed his mind. He's heading out with us. Well, where is he? We can't hang around. Miranda mounted the steps to the airlock. Cyrus is coming with us? Steph grabbed Scott's arm. Seems he's finding out who his real friends are, said Scott as he stood at the airlock steps and scanned the concourse for any sign of the engineer. Droids. 3 of them. Coming in through the floor. Luca was standing beside him, and had that 1,000-yard stare people who are interfacing with a machine usually have. She was seeing all this through the drone's eyes. Where the hell is Cyrus? I thought you said he was on his way. Miranda poked her head out from the airlock door, but this time she was armed with a far superior weapon than her standard plasma pistol. He was. Then the comms went dead. We gotta go, Scott, Miranda called out. Just give it another minute. We don't have a minute. If there are droids entering the dock, then it's not going to take them long to disable all the exit routes. 30 seconds, then. He tapped his comms. Cyrus, are you still there? Come on, buddy, don't do this to me. Still no response. He glanced up and saw Fly heading toward the shuttle. Luca must be bringing it back, he thought. He turned around and called over to her. Luca, any sign of Cyrus? No, just more droids. Whomp! Scott and Miranda instinctively ducked and looked around for the source of the distinctive sound of a heavy plasma weapon being discharged. There, look. Miranda pointed across to a large industrial transport ship. The rear ramp was down, and at its base 3 people were firing on an approaching droid. This got the attention of several other machines, and they began converging in on the action. "Shit, we've got multiple droids heading our way. We can't wait any longer. Get inside now. We're going." Miranda's voice was charged with urgency. Scott looked around to see 3 droids and what looked like an android heading in their direction. The group were around 100 meters away. Steph grabbed Luca by the arm and pulled her gently back toward the shuttle airlock. "We've run out of time. Miranda's right. We gotta go, Scott." They backed up, at the same time constantly scanning the area for any sign of Cyrus, until all of them were inside the airlock. Scott took one last look, and with a deep sigh of resignation, he hit the button to close the outer door. Miranda was in the pilot's seat, working the controls for the exit protocols. "Okay, let's get the hell out of here." "Wait, look." Scott pointed out the cockpit window. Cyrus was running across the concourse as fast as Scott had ever seen him move. The only problem was several droids were converging on him. "He's not going to make it," said Miranda. Scott remained silent for a beat. Miranda was right. The engineer was a goner. The cockpit console pinged an alert to say the airlock had been activated. "What the hell? Someone's in the airlock." Scott spun around to check. "Luca?" Then they saw her, outside on the concourse, moving towards Cyrus and the machines that pursued him. Fly buzzed overhead. "What the hell is she doing? She's going to get herself killed."
29. Exodus. Luca guided Fly high up over the concourse and took in the scene below. At least a dozen battle droids had infiltrated the area, along with several androids that seemed to be central to coordinating the attack. To her left, a battle was in progress, although it was more of a skirmish at this point. The 2 contractors from the transport ship, who had started firing on the battle droids, were lying in heaps on the floor. One droid was currently making its way up the rear loading ramp of the ship, directing fire into the interior as it moved. Luca could hear the screams. To her right, another futile skirmish was taking place, with a similar outcome. Elsewhere, transports were being boarded by panicked citizens, while luckier ones were in the process of departing. All this she established in an instant. But her main focus was on the group of machines that now surrounded Cyrus. Fly dropped lower, hovering directly above the trapped engineer. He had the look of a frightened animal, with one hand held out in front of him, while the other rested on his right temple. He was interfacing with something, Luca could sense. He was trying, in his own feeble way, to assess the situation and find a way out. "Fly, is there a way to communicate with Cyrus via his interface?" "Yes. He's using standard comms protocols. Connect me." "Connection established. Cyrus, this is Luca. When I give you the word, you drop to the floor. Got that?" Through Fly's eyes, she could see his confusion at her message. He looked around, trying to locate the source, but never once looked up. "Luca, what the—" "Trust me. Drop to the floor when I say so." Sure. Yeah, got it." Fly now swooped down behind one of the battle droids and attached itself to its neck, just below its cranial sensor array. Then it jacked in, and Luca was instantly inside the machine, looking out on the concourse via the droid's sensors. Its visual array was impressive. She can now view the world with a multitude of spectral frequencies, all overlaid with 3-dimensional object positioning data. Yet she quickly moved past this and focused on assessing its weapons and targeting systems. Within a few microseconds, she had a lock on the 2 other droids and the android that surrounded Cyrus. But before she could establish the trigger sequence, control was whipped away from her, and she found herself being blocked by another entity that had also entered the droid's cybernetic substrates. Yet it hesitated when it sensed the foreign presence, drawing back slightly, confused by this enigma, like how a forest creature might regard another species on first encounter. Luca assumed it was the android, having sensed the droid's detachment from the group formation. It had automatically tried to regain control, but now she had realized that the android itself was under control of a node runner, which meant that this android was, in reality, an Avatron, a machine remotely controlled by a human. It was to the node runner what Fly was to her. She could sense its bewilderment at this abnormal encounter, could sense its fear. But Luca was not deterred. She regained her focus, forced the node runner out of the droid systems, and signaled Cyrus.
Drop! Drop now!" Cyrus fell to the floor while Luca engaged the battle droid's main weapon systems, taking aim at the Avatron. An intense ball of high-energy plasma slammed into the hapless machine. It crackled and spasmed, finally collapsing on the floor with a thump. The other droids now began working through what had just happened with their primitive AI systems, turning their attention on the rogue droid, but they were too slow to react, and all went down under a hail of plasma fire. This did not go unnoticed by the other battle droids in the dock concourse. Their AI minds and those of their Avatron commanders were processing what had just happened. Luca did not have much time. They would be on her soon. "Cyrus, run! Run!" The engineer scrambled to his feet, jumped over the fallen Avatron, and ran toward the shuttle. Luca, still using her control of the battle droid, surveyed the area, assessing the threat level. The droid's systems, having been designed for battle, fed her vital statistical information, identifying targets, establishing attack vectors, and calculating damage probabilities. But she could also sense that it was trying to re-establish a connection to the hive mind of its node runner overlords. So she reprogrammed it, giving it a singular identity and a new purpose: to destroy all its brethren and their Avatron controllers. Once Luca was confident in establishing this new directive, she instructed Fly to detach. When it did, she felt a physical snap so violent that the strength to stand upright drained from her, and she collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. She felt strong arms grab her before she hit the floor. "Luca, it's okay, I got you." She looked up to see Scott's face, a patchwork of concern and fear. With one arm around Scott's shoulder, she hobbled back in through the shuttle airlock. Behind her, she could hear the whomp-whomp of plasma weapons discharging as the attack droid implemented its new directive. Steph grabbed her as the inner airlock door opened and helped her into a seat. "You crazy girl, you could have got yourself killed." "Better get strapped in. We're leaving," Miranda shouted down from the flight deck. Fly hovered above Luca, then came and landed beside her. She reached out, deactivated the little drone, and stored it in her backpack. She did all this as the New World's launch systems began to guide the shuttle through a sequence of airlocks and elevators. After what seemed like an eternity to Luca, she finally felt weightlessness creep up on her, and then the sudden heavy G as the shuttle engines kicked in and launched them into space. They were free of the New World. They'd escaped. She had done it. 30. Perception. Luca's head felt dizzy with the constant transition between different levels of gravitational forces as the shuttle powered away from New World 1. She began to understand why so many people shunned space travel, or, like Dr. Raymond, having spent so much time of her life in space, wanted nothing more to do with it, settling instead for the luxury of life on Earth. Luca had spent the short journey to the Perception strapped into a seat in the main cabin, and so was not privy to the slow-building concern emanating from the flight deck. Yet she could get some sense of it from snatches of dialogue going on between Steph and Cyrus, who were also in the main cabin. The elation of their escape was slowly being eroded by concern over the lack of direct communication with Miranda's ship, Perception. At the outset of hostilities, Miranda had instructed her main crew to leave the New World and return to the ship. Then they were to move it further out away from the possibility of direct confrontation with any of the Van Helsing ships. Not that it couldn't make a good account of itself in a direct ship-to-ship battle, but like the New World, it could not fend off a mass droid attack. But lack of communications from either the crew or the ship's AI Max had Miranda troubled. Therefore, as they approached, they did so with caution, making several loops of the ship to look for any signs of a recent battle, before finally deciding whether to dock and enter. But there were no signs of a recent fight, at least not on the outside. All this Luca gleaned from snatches of overheard conversation and general mood. Yet nothing untoward was found on the exterior of the ship, so Miranda instigated the docking procedure, while Scott, Cyrus, and Steph raided the weapons locker and got ready for any surprises that might be in store for them. Suitably armed, they all piled into the airlock and waited anxiously as it cycled through the pressure equalization routine. But when the inner door opened, they were instantly confronted by a group of well-armed Avatron troops, backed up by several attack droids. all displaying the Van Helsing insignia, all directing an impressive array of weapons in their direction. "Drop your weapons," a voice bellowed out, "and don't even think about resisting." There was a momentary standoff as Scott and Miranda floated in front of Luca in a futile effort to afford her some protection. She could almost see the wheels in Miranda's military mind calculating the odds, looking for some chink of conflicted vantage. But there was none. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and clearly outsmarted. Two of the armed Avatrons floated forward and started relieving them of all their weapons. When it came to Luca, they unceremoniously removed her backpack where she had stored Fly. They were all shepherded into the main elevator, gravity tugging on them as they descended down to the outer torus. Luca tried to remember the last time she was on this ship. She must have been around 7. Perhaps that's why it felt much smaller than she remembered. Back then it had seemed vast and cavernous. Now it was as if the ship had diminished, both in size and elegance. Its corridors bore the scars of decades of hard, practical living by a crew of mercenaries, which led Luca to ask the question in her mind, where are the crew? No doubt it was a question that was also uppermost in Miranda's mind. As they approached the outer ring and began to feel the full centrifugal force of the rotating torus, their hands were bound behind their backs before being marched along a wide corridor. But Luca had a good idea of where they were being taken. The Perception had originally been a luxurious interplanetary ship owned by the Van Helsing Corporation back in the day. That was before Miranda had stolen it and first turned it into a home for her new family, then eventually transformed it into a military ship for the execution of her security business. But it still retained most of the quirks of its original design, the primary one being autonomy, and, as such, it had no bridge, nothing that resembled a typical flight deck. The entire vessel was operated by Max, an AI that now seemed to be distinctly absent, as all of Miranda's clandestine attempts to communicate with it were met with silence. The library was the closest place on the ship to a command center, so Luca reckoned that's where they were being taken. Strangely, she did not feel any great fear at their current predicament, being captured and bound and destined for possible death. Perhaps it was because she was still very weak from the trip from Earth and her various encounters in the data stream with Node Runners. But if she was being honest with herself, she felt calm, almost content. This was in complete contrast to the rest of the crew. Luca did not need a neural interface to sense their fear, and so part of her felt a little guilty at her relaxed state and her laissez-faire attitude. Nevertheless, her options were limited. Her backpack with Fly had been taken from her, but she still had the neural ace hidden under her long hair. She felt it, tight against her scalp. Yet she hesitated using it right at this moment. She would wait a little longer, see where they were being brought. She sensed there was more yet to be revealed. They entered the library, now a shoddy shadow of its former self. The original plush interior of her memory had been removed and replaced with more functional decor, as well as a raft of monitors and tech of indeterminate function. They were instructed to take a seat along the low semicircular bench that still existed in Luca's memory, although it had lost its plush soft cushions and was now nothing more than a hard bench. They waited. The droids took up positions on 4 sides, weapons trained on them. The Avatron guards stood back and became still. That was when Luca saw it. A tall, elegant Avatron stood on the far side of the room with its back to them, gazing out the long window that took up most of the wall. Through this window, she could see the full length of the New World 1 habitat shimmering against the backdrop of the vastness of space. The Avatron turned around and considered them for a moment. Then it spoke. "Well, my dear Miranda, I see the years have been kind to you. You don't look a day older since I last saw you 2 decades ago." "Frederick!" Miranda's eyes widened as she realized who was behind the robotic facade. She lunged forward with such speed, fueled by an intense anger, that she almost reached the Avatron before being felled by a vicious blow to her abdomen from the butt of a heavy plasma weapon. The speed and ferocity of her attack took Van Helsing by surprise, and his Avatron jumped back a step. But in the end, it was a futile attempt by Miranda. and she was being hauled off the floor where she had collapsed and shoved unceremoniously back onto the bench. The droids twitched a little, as if they were just itching to let loose a fusillade of plasma fire. "Where's my crew?" Miranda said as she spat out a gob of blood onto the nearest guard. "Dead, mostly. I think there may be one still alive, but not for long." "You bastard! You didn't have to kill them." "Actually, I did. To their credit, they made a good account of themselves. They managed to kill one of my guards and eliminate 2 battle droids before we managed to bring them to heel." Miranda didn't reply. Instead, she spat out another gob of blood, this time onto the floor, as the previous recipient of her ire had stepped back out of range. Van Helding's robotic persona now moved in closer to the group, presumably feeling a little more confident that there would be no more futile attacks by his wayward daughter. "And what have we here?" The Avatron's strange eyes directed their gaze to Luca. "What an enigma you've turned out to be. Your natural abilities as a node runner are truly impressive, but then again, you were designed that way." Luca heard all this, as if in a dream. She registered what her grandfather was saying more from academic curiosity than from any desire to communicate. Yet he droned on. "It has been a merry dance you've led us on since departing Earth, and I'm so glad your family embarked on this ludicrous plan for your supposed safety. You could not imagine my joy after all these years, my dear, when your signature popped up on the grid. Had I not been so occupied by our adventures out here in the asteroid belt, we would have certainly been having this conversation sooner." The Avatron gestured at the others sitting on the bench. "But this is a bonus. The entire remaining crew of the Hermes. All those responsible for instigating the age of the quantum intelligence. All gathered together again. Who would have thought? But the question now is what to do with you all. What slow, torturous death would be appropriate for the perpetrators of such a heinous crime against humanity? You're insane." The Avatron gave a strange machine laugh at this accusation from Scott. "You always were a peasant, Scott McNabb. A man of limited intellect." It turned its back on them and moved over to the window again, gesturing at the panorama outside. Luca could see that the perception had moved considerably closer to the new world, and so had Van Helding's other ships, as both could be seen in close proximity to the habitat. The Avatron continued to pontificate about the greatness of the Van Helding line, and it was beginning to bore her to no end. Instead, she zoned out and tried to contact Fly, but there was no response from the drone. No doubt they had either destroyed it or stored it somewhere that her neural lace could not penetrate. They must have known she had some way to interface with the grid, and figured out it was via the little drone. Yet, why had they left her with the neural lace? Perhaps they thought it was useless without the drone. But time was running out. She needed to do something, and soon, because once Frederick Van Helding got bored talking about how great he was, then it would be the end for them all. She tried again to contact Fly. Still no response. Yet there was something there. A background noise with a strangely familiar beat. It was more than just the incessant buzz of low-grade electrical energy that she had always been so susceptible to. This was like a mother's heartbeat. It was the ship, the very place she had spent her early childhood. She knew its signature, knew its rhythm. "Max?" she ventured in her thoughts. "Hello, Luca. So nice to see you again. After all this time." The voice of the ship's AI came floating through her thoughts like the ghost of a long-lost and much-loved relative. "You seem to be in a spot of bother." "Yes, Max, you could say that. That's why I need your help. But of course, Luca, anything for you." Although, since the passing of the QI, Homer, on Ceres, I have lost all connection with the QI network, and without their knowledge and guidance, I must concede control to Frederick Van Helding. It is his ship, after all. Therefore, my ability to assist you may be limited. Luca glanced over at the Avatron of her grandfather. It had not moved much since she had utilized her neural lays. How much time had passed? She wondered. Seconds? Microseconds? How much time do I have? I understand, Max, and appreciate the mandate that you are currently operating under. However, I'm going to give you a new directive. Luca focused on the tendrils of data now propagating throughout her cerebral cortex as she delved into the AI's mind, and with surprisingly minimal effort, she reoriented Max's protocols and gained control over the ship. But her action did not go unnoticed. Almost immediately, Max was probed by another mind, fighting to regain control, yet she ignored it. The mind was weak and ineffectual and posed no real threat to her dominion over the ship's AI. What she was more concerned with now was how to commandeer one of the battle droids that stood guard in the library. But there was no data pathway for Luca to use. The machines were completely isolated from the ship's AI. She would have to go deeper into the data stream, all the way to the source if necessary. "31. Enigma. Luca refocused her mind and located the Node Runner attempting to retake control of the ship's AI, Max. She found its signature in the background data stream and followed the trail all the way back to its source, the operations center on the primary Van Helsing ship. But she was immediately assailed by a blinding kaleidoscope of minds, all focused on this interloper. She recoiled as her neural pathways struggled to cope with the tsunami of data now entering her brain, all seeking to destroy her. Luca instinctively began building defenses, creating roadblocks and barricades to counter the neural attacker. She quickly stemmed the initial onslaught, and then worked to create a vantage point from which a new clarity began to manifest. Within the incoming data maelstrom, she began to identify individual vortices of data control. These, she assumed, were the Node Runners. She counted 24 in total, yet behind them she could sense something else, a more powerful mind, a puppet master. As her own mind began to ratchet up its processing power, finding new gears that she didn't know she possessed, a new understanding began to emerge from the data stream, and she began to see the processing clusters at work. One group coordinated the attack on New World 1, controlling the Avatrons and the battle droids that were rampaging throughout the habitat. Other groups controlled the habitat's AI and defense systems. Along with this cluster, there was another background group that was managing an exclusion zone around the New World. Nothing was getting in or out. The final smaller cluster controlled the activities on the perception. So she probed that group, looking for a way in, but each time she tried, she was driven off by other minds being seconded to the cluster to provide backup. There were just too many for Luca to deal with all at once. She did not yet have the skill nor the strength to get past their defenses. She needed to reduce their numbers somehow, and soon. By now Van Helsing must be aware that she was in the data stream. Time might be moving slowly for Luca, but it was still running out. She redirected her attention back to the cluster that controlled the New World and sought out the weakest Node Runner. It was clear to her that all were not created equal. Some were more adept at manipulating the data stream than others. But since this takeover operation was so extensive, even the weakest of the novices were pressed into service. So, like a predator in the wild, Luca sought out the stragglers from the herd and pounced. The speed and ferocity of her neural probe overwhelmed a hapless Node Runner in an instant, surprising even her. She had expected more resistance, but there was none. The only response her synapses registered was one of utter shock, followed by a rapid disintegration of the Node Runner's mind into static. He now existed in the data stream as nothing more than white noise. A pang of guilt stung her as she realized that he was now almost certainly brain-dead. But she moved on, tracing his neural footprint to an Avatron inside the New World that he had been controlling. From there, Luca could access a cohort of attack droids currently causing mayhem within the habitat. She gave them a new directive and set them targeting each other. The ensuing chaos sucked in the minds of other Node Runners as they fought to control the situation. Yet Luca kept moving, targeting the next weakest mind, controlling its Avatron, redirecting more droids, creating even more chaos inside the new world. Finally, she withdrew, pivoting back to the primary Node Runner network. Again, she tried to penetrate the cordon around the group on the perception, but she was thwarted. She needed a way to break through, a way to create more chaos and confusion. She probed the grid, this time not looking for the weakest mind, but for the most tactical asset, the one that would give her the advantage and tip the balance in her favor. She was seeking out the Node Runner who controlled the New World defenses. Now that the ships had moved closer to the habitat, she might be able to finish this once and for all. Luca found a route through the habitat's AI. It was controlled by not one, but 3 Node Runners. But as she nullified one, another would simply take their place. Yet they were slow to react, and Luca found she could outrun them by creating multiple parallel processes, chewing up their processing power, burning them out. She finally broke through, took control of the exterior plasma cannon, and fired a volley of blasts at the main Van Helsing ship. It seemed to take an infinity for the high-energy plasma to travel through the vacuum of space and reach the target. In her mind's eye, she could see the ship trying to take evasive action, and sensed the panic ripple through the grid as the target was struck. It was, as she had reckoned, a pivotal moment. Gone were the certainty and confidence of the Node Runners. She could feel doubt beginning to creep into their minds. They were not invincible. They were vulnerable, and she was coming for them. In the confusion, she saw her opportunity to break through the defense wall that they had set up to protect the core. She pushed and probed, sensing the cracks appear and then widen as she pushed, focusing her mind with all the intensity she could muster until it came crashing down in an explosion of raging static, the white noise of dying minds. She fell through into a swirling vortex of data, into the central core of the Node Runner network. Then she heard a voice, calling to her. It was Frederick Van Helsing. Luca. She tried to ignore it, instead seeking out a data path to the perception, a route back to the beginning. Luca, you are truly extraordinary. What a creature you have become, the pinnacle of human evolution, almost transcendent. Again, Luca ignored the voice and focused on finding the Node Runner who controlled the attack droids that were standing guard around her family and friends in the library of the perception. How did you do it? How did you manage to create a connection to the grid? We took Fly from you, that ridiculous device that Athena created for you. Luca finally found the controller and entered its mind. No matter, Van Helsing went on. What matters more is that you did. You found a way. Extraordinary. You are so much more than I had hoped for. Think of what we can do with your biology. Luca broke down the controller's mind and began receiving data signals from a battle droid. She locked onto its visual feed through the droid's sensors. She could now see the scene in the library of the perception. She could see herself, lying on the floor, hands bound, her eyes rolled back inside her head. She was shaking, her mouth foaming. Time began to speed up. Scott and Steph had crouched down beside her, a look of deep concern etched on both of their faces. Miranda also lay on the floor, unconscious, blood oozing from a gash on her forehead. Cyrus was also slumped down, but she could not tell if he was also unconscious. Standing over him, in the slow-motion timescape of Luca's mind, a guard held the butt of a weapon, readying it for another strike to the head of the injured engineer. Luca engaged the droid's weapon system and fired on the guard, then swung it around to fire on the other 2 guards. But the droid was glacially slow to react to her commands, and the other machines had already trained their weapons on it. Yet she managed to take 2 down before being hit herself. The energy blast sent the droid into a spasm and its control system overloaded. She was blinded for a brief moment and could not regain control of the machine, so she withdrew and instead sought out the last remaining functioning droid. When she found it and took control, she directed its weapons at the Van Helsing Avatron. It raised a hand to her. Luca, she heard his voice say, this is not the end. You can destroy my Avatron, but it will not change your destiny. You now know what is possible, what power you have. Come with me, your grandfather, your family, and we can do great things together." "Go screw yourself," Luca replied as she unleashed a barrage of plasma fire at the Avatron. It staggered and tottered, encased in a raging mesh of high-energy mayhem that fizzled and crackled as it dissipated, leaving behind a dead hunk of metal, collapsing in a heap onto the floor. She took a moment to observe its destruction, yet it was just a machine. Van Helsing still lived, only his Avatron had been destroyed. Luca had more work to do. She reoriented the droid and moved it over to where she lay on the floor, still shaking and shivering. It was an odd, dislocating feeling, looking at herself from a distance, as if this creature lying there were not really her. She pulled her gaze away and could now see Scott and Steph staring open-mouthed at the droid. Miranda and Cyrus were still unconscious. Scott edged closer to the droid and seemed to mouth her name. Luca? A deep fatigue began to wash over her now. Her work was almost done, time to go home. She withdrew from the machine and drifted back through the data stream. The Van Helsing ship was in disarray. Its structural integrity had been compromised by the volley of plasma cannon fire from the New World. Many of its compartments were losing atmosphere. It had been severely wounded, although not fatally. The ship would survive, but the network of node runners had been greatly reduced. Most were brain dead, and those still functioning were too few to reestablish any coherent attack on the New World habitat. The Avatrons and battle droids now stood idle, devoid of purpose. The only cohorts that were still active were the group that Luca had reprogrammed. They were still destroying what remained of the motionless droid army. She stopped here for just a brief moment to deactivate them, and then continued her homeward journey until she finally re-entered the mind of the ship's AI, Max. "I see you have been busy, Luca," it said, with a slight hint of sarcasm. "Yes, Max, I have. Can you have one of the service droids untie everybody? Consider it done. And from now on, you take commands only from these people or myself. It would be an honor to serve you all. Thank you, Max. I must go now and return to my physical self. Goodbye, and good luck." As Luca now drifted back out of the neural connection, a deep, warm, connected feeling began to wash over her, like drinking a cup of hot soup beside a warm fire after a long and arduous hike on a cold winter's day. She savored the feeling, indulging herself in its fortification. It felt good. Yet she was aware that time spent here savoring this feeling could equate to many hours or even days in the physical world. Yet had she not earned this? Would it be so terrible if she tarried here just a little bit longer? Where was the harm? The threat was over.